Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Ryan FLICKR and more. We're here for week 7 of the LPL. So many games, such little time.
Yeah, we're finally past the halfway point for LPL, just at week 6. So we're starting on our second rotation. All of our matches so far will have already been played, so we have the previous matchups to look back to.
Yeah, and massive tiebreakers to get over as well. It's not the same sort of situation as it was last week with EDG streaks ahead, only 1 point separating them and QG from that top spot. So we might actually see the fall of the Titans this weekend.
Yeah, and the #1 team that is put into position, and this is nice because it's who we're opening with, is Masters 3 versus King is our first game. And Masters 3 have a total of 9 points up for grabs. They face King, WE, and Unlimited Potential, the 3 bottom tier teams.
Yeah, so definitely looking for a position possibly towards the top there. They can actually get into first place if they pick up all 9 points, of course. That is most definitely a lot, but if they tie any, then we could be looking at a similar standing towards the end. But there is the tiebreak. 17 points for Invictus, Masters 3, and Snake, all really wanting to make it up against one another. But look, Masters 3, they've got the most games. They have the opportunity to get the furthest ahead. Yeah,
the 3 teams that you really want to look for this weekend are going to be Masters 3, Snake, and OMG. They face all 3 days this weekend, so again, a total of 9 points. Masters 3 just has probably the easiest front-loaded schedule in terms of just the standings and the caliber of team they're facing. But it's also important that EDG and Xiaogu only have 1 game each this weekend. So at best, EDG is looking at 3 points.
Yeah, but of course, EDG able to play out the rest of theirs, so it's not like they're going to have less games, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think like that. Royal Never Give Up, though, sitting there on 12 points, 10 for Unlimited Potential, and King and WE tying it out at the very bottom of the standings. And our first game is actually going to be King taking on Masters 3. We spoke about Masters 3 having a decent run, and as you can see, it's not looking too bad if King keep up their sort of bottom of the table form.
Yeah, and Dade was known as the king of spring. Now, obviously, we're in summer, but he's actually starting to go back onto a hot streak. He has a reputation of, he'll slump a little bit and then he'll come back, and he's starting to be on the rise, so it's no surprise that we see Masters 3 rising through the standings. There's too many rises there. He plays Rise.
And you're talking about Dade as well, and it's very, very confusing. Plays on a team with Lupa, also plays Rise. I don't know where my head is at the moment, but look, I doubt we're going to see it, because that's most likely going to be on the ban list there. Of course, Rise incredibly strong. Lupa did get his hands on it once. I just don't know whether we'll see it again.
Not surprising, and it's interesting too. So you wouldn't think that the featured matchup would be Korn versus Dade. Korn does not have near the reputation that Dade has, one of the greatest players to ever play in the mid position, obviously, has stats to back that up, as well as 2 OGN titles on 2 separate teams, one of the few players to ever accomplish that. But Korn and Dade's champion pool actually overlap in really similar and eerie ways. They're going to be big on Yasuo, Rise, Orianna, things like that. So Korn has a very limited champion pool, and Dade's is starting to expand, which is curious because he was always known as, he only plays a handful of champions, but he plays them really well. But just kind of where they do overlap, I thought was funny when I was collecting the stats. I was like, this is interesting.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Of course, Korn playing a little bit more of that Echo there in the mid lane, of course, known for the Fizz as well. But Dade able to branch out with an amazing Twisted Fate game that we saw round out their last series. And his Vladimir was so impressive there against RNG.
Yeah, and his Vladimir has one of his better stats as well. I believe he's 5-2 on Vlad as far as the LPL is concerned.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff. So we'll have to see how each of these teams go heading into this one. But let's touch on King just for a moment. Of course, we've spoken about M3. They're having a meteoric rise at the moment, definitely making things happen. But King, as you can see on your screen right now, struggling just a little bit at the bottom of the table. And Insec, he just hasn't been able to get on his Yasuo recently.
No, it's pretty much been perma-banned against him. When you see that Yasuo ban, and again, it kind of comes back to their weird, overarching champion pools. You saw Vladimir, Yasuo for Insec. Korn's going to play Yasuo. Dade plays Yasuo. So a lot of contested picks between these 2 teams.
Most definitely. Huey, they're struggling a little bit this split of the LPL. Of course, wasn't too much different in the last one. But there's Korn, the man that's had some of the surprising performances for Starhorn Royal Club, or King. As I just completely forgot that they changed their team.
They are no longer Starhorn Royal Club. They are now known as King. And it's because of Name really taking a step back. You can see a ton of Sivir being picked up in his champion pool. He's playing more of a utility style, and it's empowering Korn to pick up the hard carries like the Azir, the Echo, and the Victor, and really run away with the games.
Yeah, and Zero there as well, the man that likes to build Guardian Angel first, following it up with a QSS. He's an interesting player. Definitely, he's still won that game, but he's made some odd choices just recently in League of Legends.
And we have to think King, they're bottom of the standings, but they split 1-1 with EDG, and a lot of that was due to the success that Zero found on his GA QSS Thresh.
He was able to get out of some CC and really lock up the rest of the team. So look, was watching it happen. I didn't agree while it was happening, but it was working somehow. So how can you argue with that?
I don't think you can.
I don't think
the stats speak for themselves. They won the game.
Oh, they did. They did. I almost wish that they didn't, because maybe he'll do it again. He'll be picking up all sorts of crazy items, hopefully, against the Switchblade. Who knows?
I hope Name doesn't want that. I don't think he does.
Certainly hope not, but there's actually Name and Nami being demonstrated there. Zero, of course, plays a fantastic Nami.
I was going to say, if that's not Insect's face photoed on Yasuo, there's no justice.
Well, it could have been Korn. Plays a decent Yasuo himself.
On the other side, though, it's Masters 3.
Yeah, so Masters 3, of course, with their top lane star in Looper heading over here. And you can see 54%. This isn't the Masters 3 that we saw last split, sort of bottoming out the table here just a little bit. But Looper, they're really getting back to his championship form.
And that's really been kind of the thing about Masters 3 is they're on the rise, but why are they rising through the standings? And it's been a more consistent performance from Looper and Dade, but really on the back of this guy. So when you talk about Masters 3, you say, okay, let's talk about Dade, let's talk about Looper, let's talk about Condi. Condi has done fantastic this split, just increasing his percentages. He has a fantastic Gragas, a great Rek'Sai. Both those champions are going to be heavily competed for, especially against Huey. So.
Yeah, and that's most definitely true. Talking about Huey here as well, the fact that he played his last 3 games on Rek'Sai, of course, Condi would be more than happy to pick that one up. There's SMLZ.
Smiles.
This guy, yeah, smiles. It's just that cheeky little one. Throws me off every single time. But the bottom lane of M3 here, of course, Love City, hanging around for quite some time. Of course, landing with Candy there a little bit at the beginning of the first split. But they've been consistent, but not necessarily the stars of this side.
The thing that I like to use, or the word that I like to use when explaining Masters 3,
trying to find one. I couldn't find one.
is slow and steady. So they tend to flounder a bit in their lane phase, or they're not very proactive about how they move on the map. But it's when they group up for their skirmishes and their big 5v5s that just their superior mechanical ceiling, because they have Dade, because they have Looper, and especially the backbone that Condi is providing, is when Masters 3 really start to take control of the game and eke back into it.
Yeah, and what sort of interests me as far as this matchup is concerned is that you've got a very bottom-heavy team versus a very top-heavy team. Of course, Masters 3, it's all about Condi getting those 2 solo laners super far ahead, whereas on the side of King, it's largely on Name and Zero, whether they can win their lane, whether Name can move around the map and pick up objectives for his side and really put the team on his back, but hasn't necessarily been working for King just yet. We'll see whether it can work out this game around.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, I think both teams are experimenting a little bit with their identity. You know, Name and Zero stepping back from their hard carry role to allow Korn to rise forward on these hard carry champions like Azir, like Victor again, because he's picking up more Sivir and Corki as opposed to his hard carry and Jinx. Whereas on the other side, again, Dade finding more consistency, but Looper and Condi, I like to call them the Bash Bros, because they kind of show up at the end of fights and they just murder everyone.
They certainly do, especially when you're talking about Looper's Shyvana. That was a outrageous performance on that teleport smite Shyvana there that he played in their last match. But what is the left-hand side of this graph, Froskerin? Because it's definitely larger here for M3.
Loosely attributed to gold distribution.
Loosely distributed.
How about translated?
I have absolutely no idea, but it's
I'm
definitely
assuming,
going well for M3, guys.
I'm assuming because the number is higher on M3 side, that it means that there's more gold across multiple members, where if you think about King, it's all about Name, so that number would be lower because their gold is being funneled into smaller
areas?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I had a really rough translation on that.
Just that whole graph actually just makes me incredibly happy. We didn't get the animation where they crossed over each other. We didn't get to find any funny. So
anytime they come up, Atlas is like, I'm just going to talk about whatever shape that makes. Is that a chair?
They didn't make any crossover shapes, guys. What am I going to do? We're just completely lost. We are going to be into the game very soon, though. Hopefully it's going to detract away from this graph conversation. But are there any sort of contested picks that are massive here for this team? Because I'm looking at the jungle.
The draft phase for either of these two teams is bizarre. Because, again, we've talked about the overlapping picks in top, jungle, and the mid lane position. But likewise, Masters 3 are actually very intelligent about how they draft. You think back to the Shyvana. The big counter pick that game was actually the Twisted Fate as an answer to the Vayne, because obviously when she goes into her final hour, you press your R. So
get things done. Well, we'll see whether they are able to as we get ourselves into champion select. And Look, I'm just really excited to see what Lupa does this time around because I've loved watching Lupa just improve as an LPL player as opposed to this guy coming over from Korea, head straight out of being a champion
I was
of
going
the
to say,
world.
no one knew who he was. It's not like he has any major titles.
Yeah, no, but he struggled at the early stage of last split. Of course, Masters 3 didn't do so well, but now really finding his form, finding that former World Championship status, and we'll see whether he can continue this time around. But Insec, I mean, if anyone's going to throw a curveball, it's going to be that guy.
That guy trying to cobble together what champions he actually plays in the top lane, which is funny because he used to be a top laner in Korea for KT.
I just love the word cobble in that instance. Echo is going to be banned away from King, though, as we are into Champions League here, ladies and gentlemen.
No punches wasted. They immediately target ban SMLZ with that Caitlyn. And King actually did this to OMG as well. When they faced OMG, they were one of the first teams to ban away both Maokai and Sivir.
Yep, they're not pulling any punches. It's getting straight to the facts. Got to get rid of this stuff that we can't deal with. So it is going to be Nautilus finishing off that ban list. A couple aimed at 0 there. Could potentially be that top Nautilus there as well, but Lupa hasn't necessarily been for it just yet. Ryze is going to finish off that ban list for M3, of course. Red side forced to ban away a whole lot of those power picks in the Kalista and the Ryze, but means that Insec can lock away Sivir here for Name.
I feel like this is a mistake. Because it empowers Masters 3. So undoubtedly, I assume that Condi will take Gragas. Gragas is just considered kind of the top tier jungle pick because of everything he offers. Aggressive, disengage, things like that, wave clear. It's fantastic, tankiness. But I feel like Rek'Sai is the much more heavily contested pick between both these teams. And I feel like you could sacrifice Gragas on his Condi. Like, Condi's Gragas is amazing. Huey's Gragas is not amazing. He only statistically performs on Rek'Sai. That's his only statistically relevant champion.
Well, Lupa is going to, in the end, go back to the Annie here for M3. So it is going to be Annie and Gragas locked away. Huey's hovering over Elise in, and Korn's going to grab his Rek'Sai for him. A little bit cute there. We'll see what King decide to lock in. But the Annie pick, of course, Lupa's played that in the top lane, but I don't think that's where it's going to end up.
Yes, Lupa has played it in the top lane.
I just love bringing that up.
I'm pretty positive it's going to end up in Love CD's hands. Shot caller of the team.
Yeah, just wants to be able to have a little bit more playmaker ability there as well. Some standard picks coming through from King once they sort of loosened up there, and Huey hovering over his Rek'Sai, and there'd be no surprise if he locked that one in. Korn, is that actually going to be a Karma? That's a ticking down clock, and that is going to be Karma locked in for Korn.
Karma was changed.
She was.
And
She's
you are
very strong.
You're a big proponent of Karma.
I'm a massive fan of Karma. We actually had a game together.
Yep.
And I built some interesting items, and let's not talk about them. We still won the game, though.
I believe the last time Karma was played in LPL, it was in the support hands of Lei.
Wow.
I think it was Lei.
Does not sort of strike me as necessarily the Karma player. Of course, Karma, when you're in the support role, you're playing more sort of poke-based. I think of Lei as sitting back. I want to play Janna. I want to make sure that I take control of Vision.
Well, yeah, with Vision, but Karma's very quick at mobilizing around the map due to her speed.
Well, SMLZ is going to lock away the Corki, and Dade actually picks up Rumble for Lupa in the top lane, so a lot of mid-game pressure for M3. And King, we'll see what they do to answer it. They do have the Sivir, they've got the Rek'Sai there as well, and Karma actually fantastic throughout the early stages of the game, having access to that mantra very early on. These will be some odd picks.
I have no idea what they're going to pull out here.
They're just hovering over some things. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if that Karma went to the top lane to the hands of Insec. He's like, okay, they're on me, Yasuo. Better mix it up. Well, we shall see.
I think the Vladimir is going to Insec. He played it last time.
Well, the handy thing is if they lock in both of these champions, that is the last two picks that Dade made on the Rift. They are going to be able to take them away. So Twisted Fate for Korn. It is going to be Vladimir there in the top lane, meaning that Karma going to be relegated to the support position, but that is so much movement speed coming out of this bottom lane.
It's a lot of mobility and a lot of pick potential out of King's composition. So Sivir is going to work great with Vladimir and Rek'Sai. Now, why I specifically like Sivir with Vlad is because he needs flanking options. Because again, if a Vladimir is running straight at you, he obviously wants to pool and to get to that backline. You're just going to walk away from him. But the On the Hunt ultimate allows him the movement speed where he can look for a side flank or even come from behind to engage.
Not to mention the fact that he now has Karma as well, and if you use that Mantrad Shield, you get basically a mini talisman, probably going to be building up a Talisman of Ascension there as well in the bottom side of the map, so see what King make use of.
Look at the magic damage on Masters 3's composition. Every single one of those champions will do magic damage, including Corki, who's a mixed damage caster ADC. Abyssal is your friend.
Yeah, Lock of the Iron Solari will be a definite buy for Huey here this game. If he doesn't pick that one up, I would be very, very confused. And they could even grab multiples here on this side. I mean, just Magic Resist is the keyword. And actually, both sides of the Rift here as well, with Vladimir and Twisted Fate being locked in at the same time. Not to mention, Karma does a decent amount of damage, especially now. Look, we'll see how this one goes. Of course, both of these sides, though, look to me like they've got very mid-game-centric comps.
Masters 3, I'm actually going to give the draft there. I think the composition is much more straightforward in how it works. It's effectively an AoE wombo combo type of composition. They're going to be great when they challenge objectives. Rumble is always going to give that team the superior dragon control just because of how the equalizer will lay over the terrain. SMLZ on the Corki, like you said, mid-game power spike, Trinity Force, things like that. The thing about King's composition is it's obviously all about mobility, making quick rotations, and then with the Twisted Fate, you have the option of doing a 1-3-1 split push. So I'm just really curious if they don't get the pick, if they ever fall behind, where their composition looks at that point, because then you're just waiting for Vladimir to get 6 items and just be that damage tank god that he can become. But I don't know, I feel like King, they have very awkward windows of timing where they can make plays on the map if they fall behind.
Yeah, and if the game finds itself in the late game as well, Twisted Fate, definitely an admirable champion in that situation. Vladimir as well, known for that massive, consistent damage in the late game if you can get those Tides of Blood across, considering the fact that you can stay untargetable for so long with both the Zhonyas and the Pulls. So, see whether they do manage to get there. Of course, Sivir with a lot of AoE damage as well. Hemoplague plus Ricochet is ridiculous.
Yep.
So, look, we'll see whether they can get stuff done. I'm just excited about seeing a Karma. Well,
we'll have to see.
We will indeed as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift with King versus Masters 3. Huey wandering around on the Rek'Sai here. Does need to be a little bit careful, but more careful does Dade have to be. Down to below 100 health. It's down!
Why?
Gold carded to the face. I don't know why it turned.
Why would he flash?
Not entirely sure. As you could hear, I was pretty confused myself.
I think he was trying to flash the Karma damage. I think that was probably his intention, and he thought that if I flash, I'll eat the gold card, obviously, but it won't kill me, but Korn threw it with an auto.
Well, that is generally how a gold card works.
That's really unfortunate. More important, not only because Dade gave the first blood over to his enemy mid laner, so Korn's automatically going to start with double Dorans. The sustain and the damage and the health is going to be oppressive. But Victor doesn't have flash, and he's a very low mobility champion.
So
that's a
Huey.
Giant sign. Huey, please eat here.
He does have some opportunities now, as we are going to have both teams starting on the blue side of the map. In fact, duo lanes hanging out towards the top side as M3 Love City just hanging around with Zero here. He doesn't spot the fact that they are doing that blue buff. Condi going to smite that one away, and the back is going to come through here for Lupa.
Ooh, really clever play from Masters 3 here.
Yeah, they're looking for Zero. He's got nowhere to run as Dade's trying to move around as well. There's the Mantra Q, but it's only going to save him for so long. Oh, doesn't get the stun. Does Love City for the flash forward again. Everyone's flashing here from Masters 3. Dade picks up the kill, and you can see they were trying to give it to him.
And I love Huey as he just kind of rumbles up looking for the knockup, changes his mind, quickly goes away. So what was brilliant about that is that Masters 3 decided to start with the lane swap on the enemy blue buff, taking that away. So they're in full position to look for a 3 buff on Huey here, and then immediately translated onto collapsing on top of Zero.
Well, Insec as well now with a fair bit of control of this lane, so saving grace here for King as Lupa had started over at that blue buff just to make sure that they secured the steal. Lupa is going to be more than fine here just hanging around. Has only just got one.
There's one flash left on the side of Masters 3, and it's in SMLZ's pocket.
Well, thank goodness. Of course, 80 keeping their flash. It's a good idea. Love City didn't blow the Ignite, surprisingly enough.
I want to give the kill to Dade.
Yeah. I want to just... Look, it's the type of play where you were just seeing them all flashing at one another. You could imagine doing more buttons is probably all they wanted to do at that stage. Understood that they had to give Dade their sort of hard carry it's been throughout the most recent times of Masters 3. Really give him the start that he needs.
Yeah, typically his lane phase has been a little bit suspect. That said, on his most recent performance against Xiaohu, Vladimir versus Jace, he gave it to Xiaohu, beat him 1v1 multiple times in the mid lane. So Dade, I mean, we talk about his streaks all the time. I feel like he's actually on kind of a hot streak. Curious if his performance will carry through, especially on this Victor.
Yeah, he outplays as well. And look, if there's any champion that Dade has shown proficiency on, especially even in last split as well, it has been that Victor. Zero, he's back here towards the top side. Name farming out quite nicely against SMLZ, but that wave is pushing towards Masters 3. And
Huey lost a lot of pressure and a lot of time trying to commit to that gank top, and of course he was spotted out by a nice ward from Masters 3, so again, understanding that majority of their flashes are down, playing very passively and very controlled across the map. We see on the bottom side LPL pushing forward, but it was because Huey had been spotted on the top side, which kind of gives him the freedom to push forward and look for a wave bounce before he resets it. So just being very intelligent about the information that they're gathering on Huey and making the appropriate plays around the map.
yeah, Condi's not wasting any time. He's destroying all of these jungle camps, hasn't even taken his blue buff yet, knows that he'll be able to have control of that area, just considering the fact that Masters 3, as he said, they knew where Huey was. No rush here for Condi.
And now LPL will go up in ward his lane, so again, he pushed forward because he knew he had an opportunity to try to reset the wave and to really punish Insec on a CS, knowing that Rek'Sai was on the top side.
Yeah, and in fact, Dade might be able to pick up this first blue buff as well, if it is going to be Condi heading over there. So waiting just a little bit, possibly handing that over.
And again, that's because Huey lost his blue buff, so he effectively has now been 3-buffed. So with Dade picking up that solo kill, it doesn't look like he'll get it though, they're just going to keep the experience on Condi.
A little bit surprising that Condi is going to be able to use that one. Of course, explosive cast, very useful. And these early blue buffs, or early buffs just in general, give you a whole lot of experience. So using that one is a big deal. It's Condi not quite level 5 just yet. He's going to take himself a Root Scuttler as SMLZ and Name just playing with each other in the top side.
They have a lot of deep vision, so they're able to be aggressive. And we always say this, Corki I'm going to consider kind of a soft counter to Sivir, but only post level 6 when he has his rockets available, just because of how her spell shield is going to be used against his phosphorus bomb to eat a lot of his initial burst damage. But once he has the ultimate, it's very easy to drop like that, to drop a rocket and eat that.
Yeah, the boomerang actually coming in here. There's the Destiny as the flash comes out.
Oh, nice heal.
Fantastic wildcards. I'm going to find it. There's the consolation prize. Love City. Oh, boomerang. Not good enough as Name. He's very close to dead. SMLZ is going to finally fall as Huey just waltzes on in, picks himself up that one, and one more turret shot. That would have been the death of that Rek'Sai. So an interesting dive, but does go well here for King.
How quickly Name did the math to try to look for that play. He survived with a sliver of health on top of his heal. Wow.
Was he doing the math? Prosperin.
He's a world-class player. You want to talk about a guy who was in almost every single LPL final. Don't even get me started on Name's stats.
Okay.
We'll be here all night.
We just recently read a lot of it. Huey is going to take down the Gromp. So, of course, yes, most definitely a fantastic player, but he flashed boomerang for a crazy kill.
He missed the boomerang, but he survived.
That's the main thing, the fact that he lived.
And here, looking to make sure that they get the lane swap. So what you saw Name do is, as he was walking off of spawn, he stopped behind the second tier tower. Yeah. And what he's doing is he's waiting for Annie and SMLZ to show back into the top lane to dictate, okay, am I looking to continue the 2v2 or am I looking back for the lane swap?
Well, he's going to make it underneath this turret as well. Uses that boomerang to pick up all of the farm here as well. Ricochet's going to deal with this minion wave. SMLZ not able to get too much work done. Name happy to pick all this up. So now a 12 CS advantage here for the Sivir in a matchup that has sort of historically been difficult for the champion.
It's, again, only after Corki is level 6. Yeah. Big thing, though, is that he's looking for his Phage itemization first before the Sheen, so not looking for that damage, which makes sense because obviously he's behind. He just got all-in on, managed to squeeze out with his... Nope, never mind, he died. I was going to give him something, but I had to take it.
Huey just flashing underneath that turret that managed to finally pick up the kill, but there were a lot of different attempts. Colin, one thing that we didn't mention is the fact that first Destiny successful here. He picked up the kill onto Love CD, and eventually SMLZ went down as well. So Korn now sitting on 2-0 and 1, has the Sheen as Love City. He's going to get stunned up there. There's the double stun though as Name's burning down. Zero picks up the kill though as SMLZ answers back. It is going to be 80 carry for support though, and Hemoplague's down. LPL in trouble from Insec. Is he going to be able to get it done? The Flame Spitter burns him down, and LPL with the 1v1.
A beautiful use of overheat right there on LPL to make sure that he had the overheat while the Flame Spitter was active, so he was doing so much damage to Insec. Speaking of not doing math.
Yeah, Insec is getting one out just a little bit there, but it was very close. Thought that he'd get enough health back from the pull, but just wasn't able to. CS is going to be evened out there on the bottom side of the map as Lupa back on the Abyssal 7.
And you'll see this all the time in LPL, whereas one lane goes nuts, more often than not, the surrounding lanes will then all erupt into action in very quick bursts, because it's just about how they play with information. If they know at any time where threats are, they'll always make moves to be effective against it.
Yeah, and of course, whoever has control of that lane as well is going to be looking even more for the power play. And Condi hanging around in base is going to be heading out doing a little bit more farming now as well, as Lupa has finished off a Negatron cloak.
I'm actually really curious that King didn't take this opportunity, or not even just King, but even Masters 3, take this opportunity to swap back. Masters 3, I mean, obviously this is the go-to. Looper is level 8, so already has that equalizer available. Likewise with the teleport, so Masters 3 have the superior dragon control here.
Yeah, but they're looking for the gank. Con coming through, has locked in the gold card. Looper is just going to get taken down. Name picks up the kill, and Zero just happily tanking the turret until it wasn't needed.
And this is King making the conscious decision that the tower is worth more than the initial first dragon, which makes sense because they do have Sivir, and she's going to be so much better than Corki at pushing down those objectives quickly.
Huey is going to be able to defend this mid lane as well. Does have a tunnel available there into the Raptor camp. M3 are going to trade for the Dragon, like you said. They're not going to be able to get any more work done to that mid lane out of turret.
Question is now, where will Name be shifted? And it looks like directly into the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Smelzy moving around here as well. He's able to get a few pot shots out on this turret. Not sure whether he'll be able to take it down. Zero with a lot of movement speed. Making
He's
his
so
way
quick.
In. Yeah, he's got some mobility boots. They got things going on here. SMLZ has actually picked himself up a bit of a CS advantage. What's this? The man from Q.
Oh, he was in the lane initially.
Yeah, well, SMLZ has had a little bit more time. Love City coming through now as well. Does have himself a bit of a stun ready, so Zero might need to be a little bit careful, but that is not necessarily Zero's MO.
So now the question becomes, when does Love CD flash?
Well, he's looking for it right now. There it is. Actually not with the flash. Zero's going to get stunned. Actually not going to go down though as Name just blew the heal just to make sure that his Karma wasn't going to fall down. And there's now we're running around in the lane.
Karma is so quick with the added mobility given by the heal. He was able to completely sidestep the Gragas cask right there and just kind of blue suede shoes himself to safety.
Seems like he just wandered out very, very fast.
You know, there was a lot expended on that engagement trying to get Zero both the Gragas ultimate as well as Tibbers. Naturally, Tibbers has like a 30-second cooldown, but...
In fact, is it back up again, or is it just not gone away just yet? I'm pretty sure it just hasn't gone.
I'm not willing to commit on the answer for that one.
I have a feeling that it's probably not back up. It was only just used moments ago. Corn, though, hanging out here in the mid lane as Dade's just going to relentlessly clear out these minions. Wildcard's going to try and do the same thing, but Victor just looking to try and scale, get himself to a point where he's past his very strong corner. He's been moving around picking up kills. Huey though, oh, immediately cleanse there from Dade. There's the Chaos Storm. Huey might be able to pick this kill up. Flash is available from Dade though as Connie makes his way in, but Korn is going to think twice before making that move again.
And that was really telegraphed by Korn stepping forward with the gold card. And obviously you always have to be conscious of the creative gank pass over walls through Fog of War that Rek'Sai can use with their tunnel. So Dade knew exactly what was happening, and what was specific about that engagement is how he played across or around his gravitational field, using it as almost like a dare to Huey to come try to get on top of him.
With some great use of that boomerang there, making sure that SMLZ had nowhere to run, getting a lot of damage onto this Corki. Only ahead by about 1 CS, but he's going to be able to pick up this wave. Boomerang's coming through again, so Name relentless. He's just been playing so much more aggressive over the last few weeks.
Kind of returning to his roots, that his champion pool is changing to be more utility-oriented, but he's starting to get more comfortable on this Sivir pick. His win-loss record is still not the greatest. He's 7-8, so he still has under a 50% win rate with Sivir, but again, it's kind of experimenting, giving Korn more responsibility and more chances to carry versus him, you know, insta-locking Jinx every game.
Yeah. Stats on that champion have been a little bit sad.
They've been hurt. How about that?
Yeah, let's just go with that one. Love City is going to tank the damage there from the Carnage to make sure that Love City can take down this pink ward. Does manage to. Condi's paying a visit here as well. And Huey, is going to lose. No, no. So Huey's going to be able to take down his red buff. Condi decides instead that he wants to take the 5 gold from the tunnel.
And the confidence is given because they have complete control of that mid lane. So since Dade forced Korn back, that's why Condi and Love City immediately take the go to run into Huey's jungle and challenge that red buff as well as take down that mid-tier tower.
And is this just the power of Victor, or is it just
Yes.
Dade demanding the respect of the mid lane?
Victor itemizes incredibly cost efficient. He gets very early power spikes in lane. Once he has double upgraded Hex Core around level 9, because his Hex Core will multiply his bonus ability power by his level, he pretty much gets to free clear the wave on his laser, and then if it taps you, it's going to do about 25% of your HP, so just absurdly strong lane presence. And likewise, TF, as he Destiny's down, doesn't have many...
Teleport is going to be used. SMLZ going to get caught up here, but Looper in with the Destiny forces a flash out of Name. SMLZ isn't going to die, but Love City is on the other side of the rift. Zero's going to clear out this top wave. Not entirely sure what happened to the little Annie, but she's not feeling too good. SMLZ is going to be fine.
Well, there's no play in the mid lane for King right now unless they land the gold card into the unburrow from Huey and Corn, and it just wasn't working for them, especially because Huey doesn't have his flash up, although he recently used it, I'm assuming, to kill little Annie.
Yep.
So, and this sounds really simple and obvious to say, but TF is really only taking 2 abilities that he can actually use in lane. Here we go, we have blue play.
Love City is going to get... Oh, actually doesn't even get stunned, it's just Insect with a whole lot of Hemoflake damage, and then Huey over the top of the
Flash,
fight.
yeah. And the flash on Burrow is so key to Rek'Sai's backline threat, so see how this will impact their team fight, especially because Dragon will be coming up in 1 minute, and he doesn't have that. You almost have to think of it as important on Rek'Sai as it is on Alistar.
For another gold card. Nice Valkyrie from SMLZ is going to get him to relative safety, but Corn ghosting after him here. Wants to lock another stun, but SMLZ is going to flash over. He is going to be safe for now.
See what they do with this pressure. Again, they really have to pay attention to the mid lane because Dade has full control, and if the mid lane goes down, that pretty much gives you the most passive advantage over the map. Teams should start moving into this Dragon area and setting down their objectives.
Well, it's true. Dragon up in another 20 seconds. Oh, yeah, exactly right. Wards need to be going down. Of course, there are a few available from King.
This is why you see Looper walking down through the river, because he doesn't have the teleport available.
Does have the equalizer up just off cooldown now, as Name almost able to take down that ward, but not quite able to get the last auto attack off. And
I don't know why they try. You can't do it on Sivir, even using the auto reset.
you've got like 3 cannons.
Oh yeah, if you have like an absurd amounts of attack speed, yeah, you've got it.
Is the only option that I'm aware of, but M3, they are going to start off this Dragon, pulling it out of the pit here as well, as Condi's just going to take some aggro there. Huey waiting in the wings.
Insect
they want
teleport.
to make this a 50-50 if they can. As you said, teleport coming through from the Vladimir. Huey comes in, not going to be able to get the steal. Condi locks that one away. Body slam onto Huey. Make sure that he doesn't get any more extra work done. Gravity Field's now down as M3 going on the offensive.
How did Huey miss that? He's level 10 to Condi's level 8.
Whoa.
He is a far superior smite.
Coordinated damage there. There's the explosive cast. Huey's going to get stunned up and destroyed. Hemoplague down though for Insect. Can he get anything done? There's a few red circles, but they're just going to erupt and nothing more going to come from it. M3 just grab the pick with the barrel and move on. And this is exactly what you said before. It's Condi's Gragas as opposed to anything else.
Absolutely right. And Huey is, I mean, his only, I'll say it, again, statistically relevant champion as far as just a flat win rate.
I like how you said statistically relevant.
Statistically relevant champion, 50% win rate is on that Rek'Sai, and he just, it's not showing up for him. Remember when we talked about zoning Hemoplagues? Do you remember this conversation?
That was yesterday.
I think you actually just got one, Alice.
That was
so
close to a zoning Hemoplague.
It was an immediate response to drop the Hemoplague, and then obviously Master Sleep, they don't want to walk into that, because again, we talked about the synergy between Vlad's Hemoplague and Sivir's Ricochet, and just how much AoE damage. I mean, Master Sleep could have rolled through that because it was a 4v5.
Yeah, and of course Hemoplague is an instant ability, so it doesn't quite work like that, but yeah.
The zoning Hemoplague. I got you, Max.
I feel severely trolled. Okay, I like it.
Somewhere in the building, Spawn is just face palming.
He most definitely is. Hopefully he wasn't watching.
Never.
Yep. Well, Insect going to clear out this top wave. Looper making his way up as well. Outer turret is dead on the M3 side. 1 turret apiece here as, of course, mid lane went down for M3.
King, frankly, have just lost complete control. They committed early game into trading the tower for the the initial dragon. So I thought that they were going to look for a split push or a tower pushing, which likewise Korn then itemized early the CDR boot so he gets more destinies as well as the Lich Bane, which is all about split pushing in TF. The problem is that it just hasn't connected for them. So we see Name taking down his second tower of the game, but they're falling too far behind, and this is what we were concerned about in Champion Select. Masters 3 composition is much easier to execute.
Yeah.
As far as a big 5v5 and just in general than King. So they need to keep snowballing these objectives if they want to maintain their gold lead, which about slim, what, 1,200 right now? 1,300?
That's just over 2K, so
I can do math.
Too badly here for King. So
It's mostly...
But yeah, you're exactly right. 20 minutes into the game, 2,000 gold, not that much. Destiny's going to come down. What the heck? Was that taken by...
A Prey Seeker?
Yep.
Huey redeemed himself for the dragon.
That was stunning. The Prey Seeker steal onto Rek'Sai, of course. Loves blue buff, needs all that mana regen. Huey now with no mana at all. Hoping to regen that one back up.
It's all about the CDR and the breakdancing.
Yeah, more breakdancing necessary. Korn decides he doesn't want to kill that pink ward, just a little bit too far up towards M3. And you were talking about it like King were on a bit of a timer here, and sort of what provides that on the M3 side?
Itemization is what they're really looking for. At some point, you're just going to have... You already have the Abyssal. We talked about how important that is for these compositions that have so much spread out magic damage because of the aura of the item. The penetration, the Trinity Force is complete. Masters 3 are ready to go and to take control of this game. And King, not quite there yet.
Yeah, M3 have certainly got a window at the moment. They're looking to try and take down this outer turret in the top lane, utilizing the Sheen procs from SMLZ. Lots of damage you can see from that Trinity Force and Build Water Cutlass. SMLZ still tanks up a turret. That's one auto attack from the Corgi. Still not able to quite take that one down just yet.
Meanwhile, in the bottom, Looper farming happily.
Yeah. Just destroying some things here on the bottom side of the map. He's more than happy to pressure this turret if he can. No one from King actually responding to this one.
Dade is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Korn actually wanders over. That was very strange. I believe he used his flash there as Dade is going to take a fair bit of damage from Name. Flashes out of the gravity field, and Huey's going to lock himself down one more kill. 3-1-1 now for the Rex. I probably would have liked to give it over to either of those two champions that were also there. But Loop is going to trade it for a turret, so M3 probably still going to be happy.
More importantly, it's going to sacrifice the mid-tier tower as well.
Zero stole the red buff.
So this is a huge swing of power for King, and frankly just on the back of Dade being out of position, getting caught. I don't know what he was thinking being that far down in the river, especially against a Twisted Fate. Now the Destiny wasn't used in that case, Korn just flashed through the wall, but you could never be that far out, especially on a low mobility champion like Victor.
And they do have sort of technically triple global on the side of King. They've got the Void Rush as well as the Destiny and the Teleport from Insect. They can be a whole lot of different places. And if King can keep doing this, punishing players being out of position, it becomes very easy to continue doing it as this game progresses and as these champions get stronger and stronger.
No, you're absolutely right. A lot of vision for King. It's actually kind of in some awkward places. So taking down that mid-tier tower, the next most important objective for them is going to be that dragon that'll spawn in 37 seconds. I'm curious how they're going to set up and kind of pick up their vision from topside, move it down over to that pit, although Zero was actually just in that area and setting down wards. So good job, Zero.
Certainly put down a whole bunch of wards there as well. 5 towards that dragon pit, up in another 20 seconds. Condi just going to pink ward that little brush out. Love City going to clear that one, and Scuttle Crab going to go down. Condi would have liked to be able to pick up the extra 30 gold, but denied this time around as SLZ locks it down.
It is important to note that Looper has his level 2 ultimate available to him in that equalizer, so the dragon control is fairly absurd for Masters 3. We talked about their composition, they've got their big item stack, the Trinity Force, you have double Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, no, I just want to talk about Gravity Field and Tibbers as well. It's just ridiculous how you can get the stun from the Tibbers, immediately put down the Gravity Field, and then you get a guaranteed stun from that at the same time. We can use it to zone out of the way as Huey's going in for another steal if he can. Not going to get it. Condi locks it down one more time. Insect taking a fair bit of damage. There's the Tibbers as Insect straight into the team. Hero plays down though. Masters 3 taking so much damage. Dade, he's going to fall down. Huey gets another kill. Going to get stunned up, but not going to care about it. Zero is going to die as SMLZ. It's his turn to go off in this fight. Insect and Korn still doing so much damage though. Huey falls. It's a 2v2 triple kill for SMLZ.
Oh, Penta.
Potential Penta available.
Penta.
Flashes forward. Insect waiting for another transfuse. Nails it. The Penta kill for SMLZ. And it's a double ace for King and M3.
It's okay, though. Condi got the dragon, so Worth, wow.
And Love City's up. No, don't worry, guys. It's not an ace. We're fine.
What a fantastic play from
Ridiculous.
SMLZ on the Corki. So aggressive, Valkying forward not once, but twice in that fight, and then timing his Phosphorus Bomb perfectly for when Korn came out of the Zanya's Hourglass. Now, obviously, Korn looking into the Hourglass because he was trying to wait on the cooldown for his pick a card to come back up so he could look for the gold card stun.
Just insane. The fact that Insect just couldn't deal with the Corki as well. Made sure that he was fighting exactly the front that he needed to. Now picks himself up a Blade of the Ruined King. And we've got an auto-attack Corki coming through here as well. So the Berserker's Greaves instead of those sorcerers.
Oh, yeah, not having the Source Pin. And obviously he's able to do this to
yeah.
look for more attack speed because, again, you have the Abyssal Scepter. So the nice thing about doing Abyssal is a lot of times, and I think Dade actually started this, he'll go Abyssal and then he'll get Merc Treads because the penetration is compensating for not having the Sorcerer Shoes. So you kind of get the best of both worlds in terms of stats. So Corki just taking advantage of it by doing the attack speed as opposed to the Merc Treads because he's not facing a ton of CC on the side of King.
Yeah, there's also the fact that they're just very lacking in physical damage as well. So if you focus more towards getting those auto attacks off, making sure Corki more of an auto attacker, you can compensate for the fact that, you know, his passive's fantastic with attack speed. So really working out here. I just love Berserker's Greaves. I sort of caught it from Spawn, who's just obsessed with Berserker Greave Corki.
They're a very cost-efficient item, especially for pushing down towers, which is why we see in the LPL it's so common that AD carries will get the BF Sword, the Pickaxe, and instead of upgrading into the Infinity Edge, they'll go straight to the Berserker Greaves and then just start mowing down towers.
Well, we are going to be back into the game after this brief pause, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone needed to catch their breath
Hello.
after the ridiculous pentakill there from SMLZ. We were talking about him being, you know, partially a weak link here for the side. Of course, not getting a whole lot of power from the AD carry role, as does M3. Lots of weight given to the solo laners, but it's SMLZ with a pentakill now. This Corki is scaling up into this game
And he's
very nicely.
Not a Corki player. Like, that's the best part about this, is that they banned the Caitlyn away from him. His all-time record on Corki is 2-6. That's one of his lowest AD carry win records at 25%.
Jeepers.
And he just got a... That said, before that, he was 0-2-2. And now he's 5-2-2.
Well, he's definitely doing a whole lot better than he was before the pentakill. But we'll see whether he can carry it out, of course. Not having a whole lot of familiarity isn't going to help him as the late stage comes in. But Zero going to run away from little Annie there, but he's able to very easily with that E.
The Baron dance.
Yeah.
This is what this turns into. But here we go, the split push. So we talked about how Korn itemized Lichbane first. It told me that, you know, they prioritize towers. They prioritize the early tower versus the dragon. They want to push out towers. They want to get early gold leads into the mid game, which they had, still barely hanging on to it. I guess we're getting a replay, never mind. Here we go. Player to watch, obviously, is going to be SMLZ after just this obliteration of chain CC, but it's okay because a nice Hemoplague went into the back line, caused a lot of damage. Here's the first aggressive Valkyrie, just straight onto Zero. Now turns to Huey, doing a great job orb blocking here. I don't even know how Korn ended up on the back half of that fight. He actually started where SMLZ was and now is on the back. But this is what I like. The Hourglass to look for the CDR to dodge the auto attack. Drops it straight onto him as soon as he comes out of the Hourglass and then trades straight across with Insec.
Trades as the tides of blood were heading towards his face as well.
When I initially watched it, I thought that Korn Hourglass to look for the cooldown on his pick a card, but he actually picked it, and I think he almost had 1.5 seconds before it came back out. But he actually used the Hourglass as the auto attack that would have killed him was about to strike him. So I actually really like the reflexes from Korn.
Yeah, the Sheen proc there would have definitely been enough and gave Insec a little bit more time, but of course wasn't enough. SMLZ was able to pick up that pentakill, and of course everyone dying on every team.
Everyone dead. But it's okay, because Condi got the dragon. 100% dragon control for Masters 3 right now.
Yeah, we've been crediting Condi with his sort of early power here on the Gragas and a lot of champions that he plays.
Yeah, he has the highest kill participation in the LPL. I think it's 85%, something ridiculous like that. And again, any team with Masters 3, you're talking about Dada, you're talking about Looper, now we're talking about SMLZ and his pentakill. Condi has looked fantastic this split.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's looked like a new man heading through here. Was sort of considered a little bit of a weak link. Name just going to be farming out here in the mid lane, and the split push continues on the bottom. Probably just wants to be on his own for the rest of the game.
That's really what he's looking for, and again, it's about getting those Lichbane procs so he can push down these towers and utilize the Destiny as a sub-pressure point. That said, he may be in a little bit of trouble. Although Huey's doing a great job shadowing underneath Corn to make sure that he can't get flanked like that.
Yeah, and Zero just going to throw out some cues, make sure that they can get things happening. Name hanging around here as well, getting as much work done as he can. SMLZ and Love CD sort of moving back towards the mid lane here as well. So a bit of a lull for Oscarin.
There's, again, so we're doing the Baron dance. It's relatively difficult to siege into the second tier tower, especially against the enormous amount of wave clear that either of these compositions are bringing. Of course, you've got Victor, Corki, Rumble. I mean, you got wave clear on every single member. Then likewise on the side of King, I don't really care for TS wave clear. I know he's considered like a high wave clear champion because he can just card through everything. But, you know,
yeah.
Sivir, Karma, Rek'Sai is not going to break dance on the creep wave, but Vladimir, things like that. So it's just really hard for these two teams to siege. So they're really dependent on these picks. But Masters 3, you know, they're perfectly fine to sit back, continue farming. Wait for the appropriate pick, transition into a Baron.
Yeah, and M3 seem to have spread their vision out as well, making sure that TF can't freely move around their jungle as well. I do like the fact that they've spread it out just a little bit more than King may have. A lot of focus around that Baron area. You can see there's just a massive lit up, sort of just like a Christmas Baron tree area.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep, it's a lot of vision.
That is 7 wards entirely on that side of the river.
That's their only pink ward on the map at the moment as well. It's going to be around that river. Around the Baron. Here they're going to clear out some more from M3.
But that's so much gold that's being expended, and they're not getting anything off of it. And again, as Dragon's about to come back up, they're going to have to pick all that vision up, spend more gold to ward up that objective, because we're getting closer and closer to a win condition of 5 Dragons for Masters 3. And unfortunately, a lot of that is on Huey, missing his initial smite when he had the level advantage against Condi on Dragon number 2. So he gets, what, round 4 this time?
Yeah, well, it was Dragon 3 as well. He was right next to him.
I just that level 10 smite to level 8 was pretty
crazy.
I was going to say unfortunate.
Yeah. I went with crazy. Not sure whether it was the best option. Condi is going to take a bit of poke there from the boomerang.
Look
King
at how
trying to take aggro.
Masters 3, when they took position on this dragon fight, they're playing around this choke point up into the ramp. And obviously this works really well for them, not only the equalizer, but specifically the gravitation field and the tippers.
Well, explosive cast was just used there. King not really taking too much from it. Flash emo plague from Insec as Condi's going to have to try and get out of there. Huey right in amongst it. Korn gets obliterated though. Dade picks up the first kill there. Love City's going to fall down. Name's still alive, but Looper chasing onto him, has the harpoons. Flamespit are going to finish off that one. Dade here as well, wants to kill the rest of King. Another laser comes down, and SMLZ, more aggressive Valkyries to try and get himself in there. Condi actually from the backside, and that's another couple of kills there for SMLZ, and only Huey finds himself alive. Void
rushes himself to safety. How Masters 3 are using the terrain is beautiful. We were just talking about how they're making use of that ramp. They're trying to lead King up into a choke point. And instead what they did is they used it to hide Love CD, so we got a perfect flash tibbers on the flank for the counter engage. King saw the cast go down. They thought there wouldn't be a reset for the fight, so they looked for the all-in and just got destroyed by Dade.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, Condi just turned around and picked up the dragon as well. FLICKR is going to find Dade, as the Destiny has been used, but Twist of Fate may not be able to get here in time, but it is going to be 1,000 gold. Oh, Huey tries to get there. It's going to be SMLZ that picks it up, and Huey, all sorts of embarrassment is available. He even smited, just was a little bit too early.
He is 0 for 4 on these smites. Able to pick up the blue buff with the Prey Seeker. But
yeah, so I guess maybe get some back from that. Probably shouldn't be too rude about it, but a little bit disappointing. Of course, in that situation when you've got so many more points of damage available for M3, it was sort of anyone's game there, and Huey was slightly out.
Obviously,
it was M3's Baron to lose, is what I was saying.
Exactly. I think that's the most appropriate way to bridge that topic. But we're going to have a replay of this fantastic fight. So the cast was just laid down, and this tells King we have to go. They don't have the reset. But what's key here is how Love City flashes over that wall and locks up Korn, who just immediately gets destroyed by the Chaos Storm. And then again, using the terrain, all of King have to walk through that tunnel, which means they're walking through free lasers, free Chaos Storm.
Well, in the meantime, M3 going to utilize that Baron, take down the mid lane inhibitor. And SMLZ going to grab himself a red buff here as well. Actually gets himself some health back using that Blade of the Ruined King just to make sure that he's not too low. Continues the poke with those rockets. What I loved in that last fight as well that I didn't quite notice when we were watching it the first time is the fact that Looper laid down his equalizer, like a barrier that Name could not get through.
He's done a great job with his equalizers. His Rumble play has been pretty on point.
Yeah, fantastic. Huey going for the engage though. Double knock-up onto Dade and SMLZ. Dade goes down incredibly low. Zero as well as melting as Huey's going to die. Zero super low in the backline as Insect's going to pull up in amongst everyone. Condi does have, oh, the Hemo plate goes off, but not doing too much damage here as Insect's going to die. So a desperation move for a King, but they do trade 1 for 2. I guess, you know, you're not going to be too upset as the desperation move goes, but M3 definitely coming out ahead.
Anytime King try to go aggressive and they send Huey in for the flash on Burrow on multiple members, immediately Masters 3 drop either an equalizer, a gravitational field, that time it was all 3 with the Chaos Storm on top of it, and like you said, it creates a barrier, it creates a wall from the back line of King participating and following up on the front line of King. And Masters 3 are just ripping them apart and running through them with their AoE.
But they have to do this sort of thing because Dade, if he gets more than half a second...
They have to look for a flank. King's composition, and they have the tools to do it. You have Sivir on the hunt.
Yeah,
we talked about Vladimir.
So much movement speed.
Exactly. It's super key. The Destiny looking for flanks, Vladimir looking for flanks. They cannot go front to back on a composition like this against Masters 3. There's too much AoE. Like you said, the Tibbers, gravitational, the CC chain, the reset with the cask. There's just no way to get in there.
And there's just too much damage on Dade as well. He still needs to finish off that Void Staff, but he's got Rabbidan's perfect Hex Core, the Abyssal, as well as the Morellonomicon for all of that extra CDR. This is a massive...
Now he pulled way... Okay, good flash.
He's going to flash out of the way, so Victor wasn't even there. So having a conversation about Victor, and not even available for that 4-man attempted dive onto Insect, but just going to flash himself to safety, and King going to defend this inner turret. No more Baron buffs available for M3, so it might be a little bit more difficult to siege this one out.
That said, they were one of the few teams to use the Dragon number 4 buff to secure Baron. Typically, it's Baron and Dragon number 4 with LPL teams, but they did it the right way, which means even after this Baron has fallen off, they still have Dragon.
Oh, once again, there's a flash on Burrow as Love City going down very, very low. The Hemo plague's down. Destiny right into the back line as Dade taking a lot of damage. But they're trying to turn this one around. Now, Insect does lock down Love City, but M3, this is where they turn it. Insect with the Zonya is going to save his life for now. Looper's also dead. Condi flashes into the body slam. They take down Korn, and all of a sudden, it's a triple kill for SMLZ, and everyone's dead on King.
So good for a moment there as soon as Korn got into the back line, but he's just not able to do anything. M3 are too far ahead, and again, King tried to engage front to back on Masters 3. They drop all of their mid-range damage and just watch King melt.
Yeah, and I mean, it was all off the back of another engage from King, just gone wrong. Huey had the right idea, managed to get the flash on Burrow onto multiple members. It was looking okay for King, but then SMLZ, super aggressive play. This Corki has been going off, and once again, find themselves with a victory. 10-2 was that Corki. Gigantic plays that game.
And we talked about consistency, how, you know, Condi is a great base, very consistent player for M3 to build on, but it's typically been Looper and Dade kind of juggling the different power spikes as M3 rise up the rankings, and now SMLZ showing that he can play the Corki and can step forward. That said, it's pretty easy to pick up all those kills when they're just walking into your damage, but... That's
true, but we saw the slow-mo breakdown of that Pentakill, and he actually did very, very well to pick up both of those. You know, not going to take anything away from that Corki performance. SMLZ definitely playing fantastically. Dade, a bit focused there in the early stage of the game. Falling to First Blood was a little bit disappointing. But other than that, M3 with another solid performance on the Rift.
Yeah, their objective control was actually much better this time around. Typically, their early to mid-game transition is fairly weak just because their individual laners have been having problems. But, you know, we talk about, you know, Looper, Dade really stepping up. Even SMLZ and Love CD, normally when they go into a lane swap, they freeze or hold the wave and don't impact the map at all or apply any pressure, but doing a great job in the initial Dragon control to kind of find their stride and, again, set themselves up for multiple win conditions, not just with their 5v5, but 5th Dragon, stealing Baron, things like that.
Yeah, and if we're talking about reliability, Condi, definitely reliable on the smite button, was able to lock down all of those for the team. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is another game. This best of 2 is going to end with either M3 taking that 2-0 or King turning it into a split, and we'll find out when we get back from this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is FLICKR, and we just had a pretty interesting game between King and M3, both of them changing it up just a little bit. We had Flash Hemoplagues, we had a Karma in the game, but unfortunately, this wasn't enough to get King over the line. And M3, with SMLZ feeling some form, looking like we're in for a series.
Yeah, we talked about how SMLZ is often considered the weakest link on Masters 3 when you go down their roster, stepping up huge, not only in a fantastic chemo plague, but what, 10-1-7, something like that for the end of the game? If he doesn't get MVP, I'll be shocked.
10-2. He actually managed to die a couple of times, unfortunately. But yes, my money's on him for that MVP, of course. Generally, when a champion picks up themselves a pentakill, it is often the MVP, apart from Hatong, who got one in a losing game, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate, but here we go. Here's the stats, and the thing that I really want to point out is the jungle control rate, 37% to 63. Huey missed every smite.
Yep, Condi was just running rampant, but as you can see, 10-2-7, SMLZ with a gigantic Corki performance and really redeeming his fairly lackluster Corki stats otherwise.
Yeah, it was 2-6 previously on Corki, so now even that one back up to 3-6.
Yeah, and these team fights were so clustered. Huey did get some decent knockups in a lot of these, but it just was a little bit too little too late at that stage. And even though Dade falls down, Looper just destroys.
The 5v5 that Masters 3 were running is
much.
just so much easier to execute because you Venn diagram your damage, just overlap it, especially because, again, we talked about how much magic damage all of them were doing, the fact that they had double Abyssal Scepter to empower that on the aura. Now, obviously, the double Abyssal Scepter isn't going to stack, but...
Yeah, but does cover a larger area.
Yeah, you move around your Venn diagram.
It was reduced by just a little bit. Of course, if you think about how much the reduction was, it's about Ari's ranges of the majority of her spells. So if you think about that, then having a couple on your team, definitely a good idea.
Especially because of how spread out a lot of those fights were, especially on that initial last dragon fight, or excuse me, the pentakill dragon fight. But again, King just had a lot of issues in draft phase. It was kind of clear what their composition wanted to do, but they've just been having so many disconnects on actually committing and executing what their composition sets out to do. We talked about how, Korn went for the Lichbane first. They prioritized the tower over the early dragon, so they wanted to look for a split push, which they had a ton of tools to do so, but were never able to organize their wave clear, their split pushing threats correctly. And really, that was a lot of really nice vision from Masters 3 coming down, but even more so just the oppressive wave clear and team fight that Masters 3 brought.
Yeah, and it was strategic vision as well. It wasn't just, we want to get some wards down around Baron because that's where we think things are going to go down. It's the fact that M3, they put down vision and then they went for objectives around that area where they knew that they could contest for things. And they were making use of the fact that, there's a Twisted Fate there. We've got to make sure that we don't allow him to just wander freely across the map, spread out our vision a little bit more, and they dealt with the split push very well.
And you talk about how, sometimes games get a little bit stagnant where you're effectively using the dragon timer as a crutch or an arena for team fighting, but it made sense for Masters 3. They just had to stop the split push. They were already so far ahead in their dragon control objective, which then translated into their Baron control objective because they took 4th dragon buff into the Baron, that they just needed to stall King out, make sure that they couldn't get these free objectives off of towers, and then just wait for the big team fights. They excelled in the big 5v5, so it makes sense that, okay, what's our win condition? It's this dragon pit because that's where we're going to stack all of our AoE.
Yeah, just make sure you get everything done. But as we move into Champions Select, what are the key bans for both of these sides? Is there anything that's changed now that we move forward?
Wow, Insight does not look pleased.
No, that is not exactly a happy stance.
I think the target ban of Caitlyn on SMLZ, especially, and it's hard to say because statistically, when you look at him, you wouldn't have expected the Corki to come out. And I don't want to. SMLZ had a fantastic game, but there were incredible equalizers from Looper coming out. Dade had a great performance on Victor, and again, I always have to go back to Condi. Condi's performance on his Gragas and his Rek'Sai is awesome to watch. If you want to talk about one of the most improved players in LPL from spring to summer split, I definitely pointed him, and one of the key reasons why Masters 3 are moving up in the standings.
Yeah, and Condi was sort of a thing that we definitely spoke of as being a loose cannon on the side. So now has definitely found himself some consistency, and it does seem to be in sort of those early pressure junglers, but he's got a couple of options there, and it has been escaping the ban list as well, and you can see, oh man, he's not too happy, is our boy from the top lane.
Aww.
Too many flash hemo plagues. Just
Too
doesn't
many
have any
zoning
more in-
chemo plagues.
Zoning hemo plagues. Let's not go back into that. My goodness.
It's a joke.
Let's get into Champion Select as quickly as possible so we don't need to talk about as many zoning hemo plagues. Thank you very much, Champion Select. And we are going to have Alistair banned away first and Rise immediately to follow.
So again, we talked about, what do you change from game to game? Because obviously Masters 3 at this point, they can smell the 9 points.
Oh,
they
yeah.
need to pick up 2-0s here. The difference between a 2-0 or a draw is 3 points to 1. They have a shot at first in LPL this week, and it needs to start with King.
Yeah, it's massive, but it seems like the bans have been swapped over just a little bit. Of course, M3 were forced to ban the Rise and the Kalista last time around. King now on that duty. Echo going to be banned away from M3. They don't want to first pick that for Condi at all, but wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see that Gragas locked away as quickly as possible on the M3 side, but they still have that last ban to think about. SMLZ probably more than happy to grab that Corki one more time, if I think about it.
He had a great performance, and again, I think one of the primary problems of King, there we go, so targeting out Looper's Rumble,
like it.
making sure that the nice equalizers aren't able to go down, was eating up a ban on the Caitlyn.
Well, Caitlyn has snuck through now. We'll see whether King decide to pick that one away, whether M3 are going to put a whole lot of priority on that. I'd be very surprised if Caitlyn was first pick, though. A lot of large caliber picks still left on the board, and Gragas, of course, worked fantastically for Condi in the first game. What ain't broke, don't fix it.
I agree 100% with this. That said, I think King need to first rotation Victor here.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Vladimir is still available. Insec could grab the Vlad, and they could grab a Victor as well if they wanted to. But Siva is going to be locked in by Insec, so still a whole lot of priority on that champion. It is going to be Nautilus locked away here for Huey. Well, from Huey. Probably going to go to
Sivir
zero.
Nautilus is a fairly common second rotation or rotation together. Almost as similar or as common as Hecarim and Sivir. Obviously, these two champions synergize off of each other a lot. Nautilus has CC riddled throughout his entire kit, his auto attack, his dredge line, his Riptide, the depth charge. The depth charge synergizes really well with the Sivir on the hunt because it's just a long range initiation tool. So
Press your R button and then go.
press
basically.
R, win game. Did not happen for King last game, but there's that Corki.
Yeah, Corki going to be picked up once again. Love City more than happy to hop back on the Annie, and so far M3 have not changed anything in their comp, and King hasn't done anything to make them. So now they're going to be hovering over a few choices. Wouldn't be surprised if Master Yi was locked in. Of course, very high priority pick at the moment.
Ooh.
Says Max as sarcastically as possible here. Is Varus now a consideration for Korn? Huey, no surprises, going to lock in the Rek'Sai, the other champion he can play.
It's if this Varus does commit, it's kind of worrying them all. Okay.
Thank goodness.
I was going to say, it's going to be like almost a counter or a I dare you. He's effectively drawing the line in the sand with Varus, and he's like, okay, pick the mid-range mage champions like Azir, like Cassiopeia, like Victor, I dare you. But doesn't commit, picks up the Victor for himself.
Yeah, but Azir is an opportunity here for Dade if he wants to pick that one up.
The thing that I really like about the Azir-Victor matchup is we talk about how Victor is one of the few control mages or mid-range mages that have tons of kill pressure over walls. Now, obviously Azir, he can, go over walls and bounce back and try to throw his wall. The Emperor's Divide goes up on Victor. That doesn't stop any of his damage. He's still going to drop his Chaos Storm right on the other side of it and blow you up.
Well, you just do all of your buttons on Victor, don't you? So often, the Emperor's Divide just doesn't have the time to come in. Everything's already down on the ground.
Yep.
So Korn doesn't really need to worry about that too much. But Insec is going to lock away the Yasuo in response to what was the Azir combo. Has found a whole lot of success in the LPL and around the world. But Yasuo for Insec. You saw him head in hands before. Now back to that comfort pick in the top lane, which is not necessarily something we really associate a Yasuo with. But Insec, he's made it work somehow.
I mean, unfortunately, the problem with Insect's champion pool right now is he hasn't adapted to the meta. Obviously, transitioning from the jungle position into the top side, he hasn't been able to be that role-playing tank. He played some of the Hecarim and never really took off for him. He showed Maokai, I think, twice to unfortunate results, and he likes the Yasuo. He spams it a ton in solo queue, but what it means for his team in terms of a team fight or success is very limited.
There might be a morale pick here for Insec. He just has fun playing Yasuo, so he wants to
I would
feel
imagine.
good on the Rift. It seemed a little bit like that considering his start to this game. But Zero's going to be taking the Nautilus against the Annie. And as far as this bottom lane goes in comparison to the Karma in there instead of the Nautilus, I mean, is it going to be improving Name's chances here? Are they going to be opting for a lane swap potentially? What's sort of the go here with the bottom side of the map?
You can always lane swap anyway, just because unlocking Nautilus gives tons of roam potential, and Sivir's going to have more control of the creep wave. But I think it's an empowered 2v2. I think they want the 2v2, and they're looking for a kill lane.
Well, we'll see whether they get it as we hop onto the Rift. See you later, music. And Masters 3 versus King. We're onto the Rift now, ladies and gentlemen, as Condi body slamming his way up the lane. And King with a 5-man stack towards the top side. Pinging that one out, they want to make sure that they get there, and they might be able to catch Looper, who decides to stop. Not going to enter any further up that river.
So the reason why you see teams do this, where they walk either down the bottom lane or the top lane, is because they're playing with Fog of War, and they're attempting to invade around Vision and avoid the normal ward positions. Typically, it's from the bottom side, but King and I believe OMG, Vici sometimes as well do it from the top side.
Yeah, sorry, I was sitting back enjoying the sweet music that Insect was playing there on the top lane.
Does he play it on an actual harmonica, or does he play it on like a flute?
I think it's, well, it sounds like a harmonica. It would be difficult to make those
I think on
sounds with a
that
flute.
skin, yeah, I think it's a harmonica.
You'd hope so, sort of leaning back on that sweet gun sword that he's got.
I'm not a big Yasuo player.
No, neither am I. Well, I'd like to be. It's a lot of fun. Just never really been able to make it work. But Insect most definitely has, especially from the top lane.
He's only 2-4
Yeah, see?
on Yasuo. It's a
But
33% win rate.
You know where King is? They're last. So 2-4, not that bad. 30%, he'll
when
take
you compare that to the rest of the stats, this is
Exactly.
looking pretty good.
Exactly. You got to draw positives from wherever you can if you're a King fan. Corno's made his way to this mid lane a little bit sooner, and Dade, he's going to find his way in. He's going to set up some sand soldiers as Insect and Condi going to clear out as much of this jungle as they can.
He's animation canceling so quickly that you just can't see him move. He just went full Goku.
Have a feeling that may have been a little bit of a visual issue, but Love City hanging out here on the bottom side of the map is Zero going to be taking a little bit of harassment from Love City, but once again, we'll see whether SMLZ can have the same performance on this Corki this time around.
And again, we talked about how Corki really finds strength in this lane post level 6 because of how he uses his rockets on Sivir's spell shield to make her eat some free damage. But early levels 1 through 5, Name should just be able to eat the phosphorus bomb.
Well, it's a 1 versus level 2 here on the bottom side. Dredgeline lands on SMLZ as well as Love City was forced to flash very early on. Zero actually taking a little bit of return damage, and there's the level 2 finally for M3. They were very keen to fight there with a level disadvantage.
It is 9 creeps to level 2, so the full wave and then 3 more creep waves. Always have to watch out for the surprise level 2, especially in a Nautilus lane.
And it's not likely a surprise here as well as the wallop comes through.
Cheeky.
Yeah, that was very cheeky. Insect did manage to get the knockup though, so trade 1 there. He's using the Steel Tempest very well in this lane.
Gnar, I mean, how Gnar is really going to take control over the Yasuo versus Gnar matchup is really in mini Gnar form, because obviously you're having that range as opposed to the Mega Gnar slow form. So we'll see if Insect can continually keep this wave in to keep advantage and try to trade blows here in the top side with his flow, but otherwise I think we'll slowly start to see this one eke out into Looper's favor, especially as he starts itemizing. I'm curious if he's going to go for resistances or if he's going to look for more the Black Cleaver Frozen Mallet approach.
Tremor Sense from Huey's going to spot Condi out, moving around this bottom side of the map. King going to get some vision down as well, as Gragas makes his way into the Krugs. Dade with some sand soldiers in the mid lane, just going to clear things out. Huey this time pretty happy to have a couple of buffs as opposed to just the 1.
Didn't get 3 buff this time.
No.
Got 3 buffed, had the level advantage, missed the smite.
Yep.
He has a chance to redeem himself.
See whether he can here, of course. We would have put Condi and Huey on similar levels if this was a different time, but at the moment, Condi looking a little bit more in form than the old Huey.
Yeah, Condi's just more versatile at this point because he has a larger champion pool that's, you know, been effective. And unfortunately for Huey as well. Yeah, it's hard though on King. A lot of their stats got burned down because of their crazy positioning at last place in the league.
Yeah. Very difficult. Name. To get stunned up there a little bit, Huey was looking for a way to get in here. His SMLZ is actually going to be forced to go back. So the Corki picks himself up the makings of the Phage. Name with a victory in this lane, going to clear out another minion wave and put himself ahead.
SMLZ again going for the more defensive start to his Corki as opposed to rushing down that Sheen.
It's actually taking a bit of an advantage here on the top side as well. 33 to 26, landing all of these tornadoes as well, as Luca's actually struggling a little bit in this lane as it moves forward.
He's got a lot more ability to keep control of the creep wave and keep it pushed forward just because of the safety in his flow. As soon as Looper gets more points into his boomerang and he's able to spam that out, he'll slowly start to get control back over this wave. But Insect's doing a good job pushing forward so that Looper has to donate his auto attacks to CSing versus poking him.
Insect does need to be careful. He's on the wrong side of these creeps. Gets the tornado,
He's
just
gonna
decides
have
to take a walk.
Nope. Oh, there he goes.
Flashes out of the way of the boomerang though, so he's going to continue with maximum movement speed. On the other side, Zero did manage to land a dredge line here as Insect continues his wander.
He is behind enemy lines.
A wanderer is never lost, Froskarin, but there's the body slam. Insect's going to get slowed down as well. Does use the E, but Dade with the fantastic stun up there as well. So he's going to be able to grab that shield, pick himself up a kill as Looper. He's going down very low, but Megan are at exactly the right time. Now King have to deal with the Sand Soldier damage. The knockup comes through though, and Huey locks himself down. The kill onto Dade. Corn here as well. It's a double kill for Huey. He's picking them up in the early game. We have to give him that as Love City takes a bunch of hurt, and Corn after the flash is going to pick up that kill to round this one out.
So all said and done, King are able to mobilize quickly enough that they're able to at least trade for Insect. Obviously, he ends up still going down, but they take advantage there with the 2 to 3 kills. Yep, that's my handoff.
Yeah. Wonderful work there. King now with a 500 gold advantage are going to be able to get a bit of pressure into this mid lane as well. It is 42 to 45 in favor of Korn at the moment, but started with first blood last game, so not quite as happy as he once was. Insect just going to be dancing through these minions. Does close the gap there as Windwall comes down. There's the last breath. He's going to be able to lock down the solo kill as he makes his way back to lane.
Beautiful recognition from Insect right there to realize, hey, I just backed, I burned my TP, or excuse me, I didn't burn my TP, but I have the Zeal, so the buy advantage over Looper with just his Doran shield immediately goes for the kill.
Yeah, just did all of his buttons there as well, just able to close the gap. Of course, the fact
Is that how you just win the game? All of your buttons?
Do all of your buttons, yeah, that's how you win League of Legends. At least as far as my understanding is concerned. Did as many buttons.
Oh, wow, and he forces the TP. So not only does he get the kill because he's able to respawn with enough time and catch Looper off guard by just rushing him down, but he then forces the wave underneath the tower to force the TP discrepancy. We'll see if King are able to translate this into Dragon Control, because obviously if Looper can't teleport to the bottom side of the map, that means King have a numbers advantage there.
Well, Dredgeline going to land here on the bottom side. Nami going to land a nice boomerang as well into Love City, down to about 2,500 health. SMLZ takes a little bit of damage there, but trades back nicely against Name. Cute, tiny little Valkyrie gets him out of the way of the next boomerang.
I think Name actually messed up his auto attack right there. I was watching, I was like, did he try to reset that and just canceled it?
Cheeky cancel. Unfortunate. I was actually going to talk to you about how this top lane works, because we haven't seen a whole lot of carry top laners. Insect on this Yasuo definitely is, but Huey's going to stop me here as Dade Emperor's Divide gets the Rek'Sai out of his business.
Dade has been looking so good on Azir. First that catch on Insect out of his flow with the cheeky knockup.
Oh, yeah.
And now with a beautiful Emperor's Divide.
Really working it out here. Did fall down in that first trade, but picked himself up a couple of assists. Almost has that Morello Numathon sitting on 20% extra cooldown reduction from Forbidden Idol and, of course, the Fiendish Codex. So he's sitting pretty pretty.
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 They call him the Golden Chicken.
Dade or Azir?
Azir. Dade.
Yeah, actually, that would be funny if they called Dade the Golden Chicken as well. I'd have absolutely no idea why, but it'd be amusing. SMLZ sitting here at half health, but the safety of this turret, not so much safety anymore as it's very, very low. And Name, a lot of pressure down here on the bottom side.
King, again, committing to their strategy of tower taking. They take the first early one and going on the aggressive.
Yeah, on the hunt comes down. There's the depth charge. It's chasing SMLZ. He's able to create enough distance over Love City. May not be as lucky. I believe that auto attack did go off there from Name. They locked down the kill. It was, in fact, the Ignite from Zero that picked that one up, and Huey just going to tank up this bottom outer turret, and King will take their first of the game. So, at the moment, 2,100 gold in the lead for King. This happened last time. We'll see whether King can turn it around once more, whether I mean, whether M3 can turn it around once more, or whether this time it's going to be King, able to take it.
This should at least mean the initial Dragon for King this time around. Hopefully they can get on the board in this set, just because, again, they have so much control. There's the Void Rush from Huey to put himself back into position. Insec can teleport back there, but I like the response from M3. We can't contest the Dragon. We just lost to the bot lane. Rush to topside, gank Insec.
Condi is going to get spotted by a ward. King going to be starting off this Dragon, as you said. Dade hanging out in the mid lane, just wants to get as much pressure down there as he possibly can. But with 2 people on the top side of the map, means the King are going to be safe up there, as well as able to take down this Dragon. And even Korn able to get up to this mid lane minion wave.
That was a great rotation from Zero to move him up into the top side to secure Insec. So a really nice adaptation and forethought from King.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, they can't play on the Dragon. They know that where they're going to go, they're going to look topside. We got to shore up all of our bases.
Yeah, and also where is SMLZ going to go now, as he's forced to use that Valkyrie to try and escape. Flashes.
Good flash.
Yeah, he's going to get out of the way of the boomerang, and he's going to be safe for now. There's a dredge line onto Looper as he jumps out of the way of the tornado. So Insec not going to lock down that kill for now, but he's in definite control of this lane.
I guess we're getting a replay. So, I mean, all this really comes down to is the flashing at the tower. Of course, he just hits the final auto attack knowing that the enemy is ignited. But it was all about just the power of Sivir and just how threatening her reach is with that ultimate on a flat lane like that.
Yeah, that's the fact that the Nautilus and Sivir combo is fantastic. Name's going to get caught, though. There's the Tibbers. So much damage. The Ignite's ticking down. We'll see whether it's going to be enough as SMLZ. He's taken down to about 100 health. Insect teleports in, picks up that kill now, dancing around this minion wave. Oh, misses the Steel Tempest for now, but Korn's going to grab himself a love CD. Insect picks up the kill credit for that one because he's pretty hungry for some more kills. It's a 2-1 and 2 Yasuo this time around, and King making use of their comfort pick in the top lane.
Insec plays a ton of Yasuo on his solo queue, so it may look bizarre, but he is we're going to call him a Yasuo veteran for that top lane.
Can you call him veteran? I thought veteran was more of a time-based thing.
He's 2-4, now it'll be what? It's either going to be 2-5 or 3-4, I believe.
Yeah, well, look, I'm happy to call him a veteran. Throw that one out there. He's played the most top Yasuo that I've seen so far. Admittedly, haven't seen a lot of it. As it is still quite an advantage here for King moving through this game. As Dada just going to clear out this minion wave in the mid.
Big thing, of course, is going to be the itemization as we check back in. So SMLZ, the obvious one for Corki is, oh, the Trinity Force. Once he gets his Trinity Force, he gets a power spike. That was my best Corki impression.
That was very good.
He's only got a Sheen, so he does have some nice dueling potential right there, but he's going to be safely farming, kind of tucked away until he gets that big item. Other things to point out is that Name has completed his pickaxe, his BF sword, and his Avarice Blade, which is why you start seeing him being moved around the map. It's not about completing the Infinity Edge. They don't need it because they took the Dragon. So they know that there won't be a 5v5, so there's no reason to invest that gold into completing that item for that power spike. It's all about just pushing down those towers. So taking the Avarice Blade as opposed to completing the Infinity Edge is fine because it's going to give him more gold because he knows he's going to be shoved out into one of these lanes to just push down structures.
Yeah, and what he really wants is raw AD and potentially attack speed as well.
Exactly.
Anything that gives you damage towards a turret, and you can't crit a turret.
Exactly. You can't crit a turret.
You can't. If only you could. No, that'd be pretty difficult if you were a turret. The life of a turret would become very short at that stage. Huey is going to be able to take down the Krugs on the top side of the map. King now pretty keen to defend this outer turret in the top lane as there are 3 members strong of M3 making their way here. Love City doesn't have the flash quite yet. He's going to be up very, very soon. But Name with a ton of wave clear is able to lock down that minion wave and uses a nice little spell shield to get rid of the rocket. But Insect continuing the push on the bottom side of the map gets a nice little tornado onto Looper. But a Looper with the Randuin's Omen now shrugging off the majority of the damage. Insect, he's looking for a Infinity Edge second item. So foregoing any of the lifesteal choices, any survivability, he just wants damage.
Yeah, he wants to duel. And obviously that crit cloak and the completed static shift will do wonders on his passive, which doubles his crit.
He'd be very close to that as well, as Korn does have his first upgrade of that Hex score as well. Going towards that Morellonomicon, not quite there just yet, but very even in the mid lane.
King's plan, we said it before, you know, they tried it last game with the Twisted Fate with the Sivir, it's to split push, to apply multiple lanes of pressure. This time around, they're not giving it to Korn, they're giving it to Insec. And with his dueling style build, as well as the static shift to push creep waves as quickly as possible, they're executing it much better this time around.
Insect, he's able to use that wind wall to great effect as well on this Yasuo. Is able to stop a lot of the harassment to come through from Looper. Looper's sort of relegated to just farming out that wave in response to Insect's pressure that he's putting on. Still keeping up in farm, it's fine.
Yeah, and King really just snowballed their advantage and got the itemization ahead on Insect that Mininar never got the chance to get as many points into his queue for the CDR, so he could start really punishing the fact that Yasuo is a melee-based champion versus a ranged champion. So just a great job from King and Insect really understanding, when he is stronger and how to take full advantage of that. Drifting his ear.
Yeah, Dade is going to get himself out of here. Condi makes his way over. Huey just going to get deposited over the wall. Gravity Field not going to find anyone there as Korn tried to get something done, but Dade, once again, with a beautiful disengage. Oh, the body slam aggressively from Condi as he's trying to get some aggression in there. The W proc doing a bunch of work here onto Huey, but he does get the knock up. There's the Death Ray as well. Insect's making his way around, wants to pick himself up the kill. Body slam up once again from Condi. That is going to mean everything's going to be okay as Sand Soldier's just parading around the area, making sure the King can't get any further work done.
Really just a miscommunication from Dade and Condi right there. There was no reason to look for a re-engagement, especially because you didn't have numbers advantage on that side of the map. But more importantly, the Emperor's Divide had already been used as a disengage tool, whereas the Chaos Storm was still available. So not quite on the same page. That said, they're not punished too badly for it.
Dade now, he's picked himself up that needlessly large rod at the same time. So with the Morellonomicon, needlessly large rod, a whole lot of extra wave clear with the flat AP that is going to be coming through onto those minions. So Sand Soldier's doing a fair bit of work there with their auto attacks and able to clear up these minions very, very quickly. Not to mention that cooldown reduction, giving you some attack speed on there, but also being able to move those soldiers around a whole lot more.
This time around, though, we were asking, when are Masters 3 going to step up and attempt to 5v5 King? And it's now. We talked about, again, everyone knows the Trinity Force, it's complete. This is when Corki's stung. Power Spike! But likewise, Dade has that CDR, like you said, pointing out the Morello's complete, but more importantly than just the flat AP of the needlessly large rod. So Masters 3 are ready, except they're getting flanked.
Yeah, King actually looking for the engagement here, but Insect's going to get caught up by the Tibbers. Nice wind wall, going to stop a lot of SMLZ's damage at 0 with the aggression. Looper about to get into Mega Gnar form. Is he going to be able to get the Gnar into the wall here as Dade Emperor's Divide back in? Huey's going to get stunned up, but it's only one person to get hit by it. It's a 2 for 2 thus far in this fight, but Insect, he's starting to go off, running rampant in this one. Chaos Storm was chasing SMLZ. They do lock down Condi, who was trying to give his life for the fight, but King, they may just catch up. There's the flash into the E. Double kill for Insect as Love City gets the Moby Boots back up and running, but King, they win a decisive team fight 4 for 2.
4 for 2, and now the Dragon. We'll see if they can commit it into something more. Don't think they have the creep waves for it, but Korn, oh, he's just trying to reset the wave. I see what he's doing. He's just bouncing it. Wow.
Killing some things. Making sure he takes stuff down, but Insect's got a whole lot of damage. Let's have a look at this one again.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a good flank from King. They eventually do get it. Masters 3. Love City stalls them out a bit on the Tibbers right there. But the big thing is that Dade overcommits so hard looking for the Azir sec, especially because Condi just reset majority of the fight, and he's not able to get it off in time. And then from there, King just really cleaned this up, especially with Korn flashing forward, getting his Chaos Storm down. Especially on the chase, the one thing that I really wanted to point out is Korn used his Q on the creep wave to give him the evolution point, to give him back movement speed.
More movement speed.
Right here. So there's the Q, it gives him the movement speed. He's able to tag SMLZ with the laser, and then that's what gives Insect the go-ahead to flash forward and finish that off.
Yeah, and that's a 4-1 and 4 Yasuo here as well. So 8 out of 11 kill participations at the same time. Close to a 4,000 gold lead for King. It's SMLZ trying to farm himself back up to relevance. Of course, the power spike of the Trinity Force is going to help him still, irrespective. But Name feeling a whole lot better this time around. Does have the Berserker's Greaves as well as the Infinity Edge and that Avarice Blade. So Avarice Blade actually with a whole lot of extra relevant stats now that that Infinity Edge is completed.
But if you want to talk about the evolution of King and when they find success, which you just pointed out that they are finding a ton of success this time around, it's when Name's not carrying. Not that he can't. We've seen him early on, especially when King had a very disjointed roster, picking up Jinx and just trying to strap everyone onto his back. But it's when he picks up a more utility role and he empowers Korn, and this time around Insect, to really do the carrying for him.
Well, Insect now trying to dance around his wind wall. SMLZ taking a bunch of damage, but Insect just dancing through this creep wave. Heads back in, but Just looked like he was mucking around at the end of that one. Knows that in a 2v2, 2v1 situation wasn't going to be as great, but it was very cute.
That was so close to being amazing. He had the knock-up on SMLZ. He had the last breath available. If Love CD hadn't hit him at the very end with the CC, that could have very well been a 1-for-1 trade.
It was close. It was close. King, though, trying to steal away this blue buff. Do get a knock-up on it, and it is going to be taken away by Hewitt.
I just love how calm you are sitting next to me, and I'm watching it like, oh my god, he's going to get it. Oh my god, he's going to get it. And Atlas is like, and there he goes.
Yeah, I didn't have the faith, I'm sorry. That being said, he's lasted a lot longer than I was expecting.
Using his flow to dodge the Corki rockets? Oh, come on, that was style points.
Unfortunately, unable to dodge the auto attack. Although he did make a pretty good case for it at the very beginning.
He put himself right in melee range of Annie. I'm curious which spell she got him with, but I feel like he like stood next to her high-fived and she just punched him in the face and he died.
Accidentally hit her when she had her Molten Shield up. Always satisfying. Does have that BF sword now completed, so Insect very close to picking up that Infinity Edge. Only close to 1,500 gold, something like that in order to grab that one.
King,
that this way.
Complete reversal as far as their dragon control is concerned, which again we keep talking about, you know, they have the lead this time around, which, I mean, that said they had the lead last game and that didn't go very well, but...
No, wasn't quite this high though. Just under a 5,000 gold lead for King at the moment.
Doing much better with their split push and split pressure threats on this Yasuo and the Sivir. And before Masters 3 were able to stall it out because they had the win condition of the 5th Dragon and the superior 5v5 in their AoE stack, this time around have lost at least the beginning of that win condition and a lot of their wave clear as well, as Dade is not in position on this tower.
Yeah, and 3 have also had absolutely no turret pressure whatsoever. The outer ring is about to go down here for King. You can see the fact that that mid lane outer turret very, very low here on the side of M3. Losing structures of this side, not able to command as much map control as they had last time. Of course, defensive vision, they do have a whole lot towards the top side of the map, but that is about all M3 can hang their hat on at the moment.
Yeah, they really... They had an opportunity with that last dragon fight where it was fairly even in terms of gold and itemization across all the teams, but now King are starting to snowball very far ahead. We're looking at a 5k gold discrepancy, and so now Masters 3, they can't really afford any more mistakes.
Well, we'll see whether they can pick themselves back up. Of course, this team often flounders towards the early stages of a game. Just want to be able to get to those later team fights, make sure that Dade can sort of
not go super deep this time?
Not go super deep this time, but also sort of flourish in his natural habitat that does seem to be these team fights where he can make magic happen. Of course, didn't in the early stage of this game, but does have more opportunities as this game progresses.
And they have plenty of tools to come back. Azir is going to be a fantastic addition into that late game. Gnar, the Azir wall, the combo there is fairly obvious. SMLZ had a great performance on Corki. He's not too far behind this game. Looking at his Blade of the Ruined King. Curious if he's going to go for the Berserker Greaves this time around. Doubt it. Just because there's no Abyssal, I think he'll have to be, or at least have to commit to Sorcerer Shoes.
Yeah, and of course they do have Looper for a little bit more physical damage there as well, although I guess it's still more of a 2-threat comp here with Dade and SMLZ. So we'll see what he does decide to do. I'd be pretty interested as well, but I do like the Berserker's Greaves, most definitely.
It's also much easier to itemize against King's composition this time around because they have more damage threats as opposed to magic damage threats.
Yeah, and if we're going to talk about items here, Insect now does have that Infinity Edge completed, both him and Name picking up both the Static Shiv and that item, so very, very powerful. I mean, if you're talking about a Yasuo power spike, 100% crit, as well as the fact that he has the extra tenacity from these Mercury's Threads, all he needs now is a little bit more of that lifesteal, and he's going to be sitting very pretty on this Yasuo, but already dishing out so much damage.
And proving that he's got the moves to do it, you know, looking for that cheeky outplay on the bottom side. So curious how he's going to approach this next big team fight as Dragon is up and available. Big ultimates to watch. I mean, it sounds obvious, but obviously the Tibbers. The Wombo combo threat is there from Masters 3, and you can never discount a Wombo combo.
Yeah, and you got to have a look at Looper as well. He's got a full rage bar heading into this one. They do lose the Dragon, but Tibbers comes in. Loves it. He's immediately going to die. Looper able to get the transform very quickly. He already down to half health, though. Misses the ultimate there as Insect gets out of the way of the stun. Emperor's Divide onto Name gets him out of the pit, but Insect over the wall after Dade locks himself down the kill. And King still chasing after these M3 members. Condi now has to deal with Insect. after he flashes away from the Yasuo, so he's going to be okay for now, but that was a disastrous fight for M3.
Yeah, unfortunately for Masters 3, the King on the Hunt ultimate was used defensively to kind of reset their positioning, and it was really just a scrappy brawl fest in every single direction. And more importantly, the Gnar ultimate. We talked about, you know, you can never discount a wombo combo, but you kind of need to hit it.
Yeah, yeah.
With that, it'll be the Dragon for King, as well as possibly 2 towers. Here we go. Here's a replay. So right here again, you have chain CC, or the potential for chain CC, but you didn't chain it up onto anything. You dropped the Tibbers.
That was only on the quick Huey as well.
Exactly. Looper trying to get his Gnar form, but the big thing is he just doesn't connect anywhere with that Gnar ultimate. Again, so much damage is still going on Huey, one of the tankiest members. Insec has a really nice cheeky outplay here where he gets behind the Emperor's Divide, Dade trying to split the fight by using the pit and the terrain, and then he follows Dade over the wall and he tries to get back to safety. So great performance from Insec so far.
Yeah, M3 that fight just locking themselves in the Dragon Pit in order to die, basically, as Korn was able to get so much AoE damage off there as well. But M3 now need to sort of get themselves back together, but 9,000 gold is what this lead has stretched to. 3 dragons to nothing in favor of King as well. They are in well and truly control of this game. Lichbane now completed for Korn as well, so mixing up this item build, decides he doesn't want to go for the Abyssal Scepter that Dade opted for last time around. This has a lot more split pushing damage. He just seems to like that playstyle.
It's all about the split push for King across the board. There's no need for the Abyssal Scepter because, again, you don't need the aura on the magic damage because a lot of your team is physical damage this time around. Wow. King, the gatekeepers.
The gatekeepers indeed. This is something that we're actually having a conversation about earlier here, is the fact that taking splits, making splits happen to a lot of these top tier teams really keeps the points lower. That's just a massive discrepancy. If you've got a team that's managing to go 2-0 all the time, or even if they're just going 2-0 or 0-2, they're going to get so far ahead. It's all about these straight victories for these higher teams. And M3, if they want to make a play for it, they're going to have to do it now. Triple stun with the Gnar from Looper there as Gravity Field went down, but Name is going to deal with that guy very quickly. Love City going to get Chaos Stormed, and SMLZ just on his own, flashes underneath the turret. Dade now finding his way in here, but Korn's running so fast. There's the auto attack from the Q, as well as the Lichbane proc. That would have done way too much damage in the hands of this Victor. They take down the inner turret, and that Baron bait was exactly what they needed.
And it was high risk, low risk, high reward for King right there. They knew, okay, we either take the Baron for free, they're forced to face check us, and we're just so far ahead that it'll mean the base, and we can just pick up the Baron afterwards. So King, they understand exactly how far ahead they are, and there's just not much Masters 3 can do at this point.
No, 12,000 gold now the lead for King, heading back towards the Baron, maybe back to base as Insec wants to pick up some more items, now looking for what could be the Banshee's Veil, just wanting to get rid of a little bit of CC that does come through. He's going to be able to finish that item up now. We'll see what he goes for next there. Does have a cheeky Doran's Blade sitting in his back pocket, but wouldn't be surprised if there was some form of lifesteal coming in at some point.
This is pretty much going to be the Baron. Masters 3 right now, they're rushing because they know King is back to try to move up into this Baron pit area, clear out as much pink vision denial as they can, and place down their own ward so they can possibly look for a steal or a pick. That's the only lifeline and option they have left.
Well, Huey going to get slowed down by the autos from these Sand Soldiers. Of course, the Q doing a bit of that work there as Korn trying to zone away this Azir. Top lane is going to have to be dealt with here. Looper's able to get up there and do that, but still vision available for M3 around this Baron. They know that that's not going to be going down as Azir doing some farming here in the mid lane with the Sun turret. Now Dade is going to be able to clear this one up, but is there a point where M3 just naturally gets this game back, or is the scaling from King enough?
It's all on Dade's Azir, and frankly, the theory that he's been trying to implement with his Azir play has actually been relatively sound. Unfortunately, King are just so far ahead, and there was a little bit of outplay potential in the last Dragon between Insec and Dade, but otherwise he's played the champion fairly well. 6-item Azir is going to be absolutely terrifying, but I mean, on the other side you have Victor. The way that Victor's kit works against Azir, we talked about how much threat he has over walls and how the Emperor's Divide doesn't mean anything of slowing down Victor's damage output, so.
Yeah. And that was a free Baron for King there as well. We saw that one just go down. M3 knew what was happening, but understood that without any Rage Bar on their Gnar, without Looper being anywhere near that fight, there was nothing they could do. His teleport has only just come back off cooldown. Insec teleported in to take that Baron, and you can see now King, so much vision around the map. Now massive super creeps heading into the base as well has these Baroned up minions that King have now buffed up to head in here. And Insect protecting that souped up cannon minion with his wind wall. Still hanging out, getting the siege damage down. But King don't have a lot of range to siege these turrets.
Yeah, and again, you still have great wave clear on pretty much either side. So the split push pressure is where King really thrive, which is why they're kind of balancing these different power points, pressure points between the top side of the map and the middle of the map. So they're just being very patient and knowing that they can just bleed M3 out at this point. And M3 are just waiting for them to make a mistake.
Oh, Connie's going to catch up Name there, but he's going to be able to get out of there just in time as the Chaos Storm comes down. Victor locks down the first kill. SMLZ's dead. Dade uses the Zhonya's, but there's 3 members of King just waiting for him to come back up. Nice stun available from Love CD, but Dade, he's going to fall down. He desperately wants to find another one. Condi surviving for quite some time here. Lupa trying to clean up, but Insect back in it once more, and he's like another AD carry. The Nah back in amongst everything. Misses the wallop though, does Lupa. He's tanky, but he's not tanky enough as King just pulverized that team fight.
It looked good for Masters 3 for a second, but really this is just the gold disparity between these two teams that Insect's able to clean that up at the very end. Looper doing what he can, but this Yasuo is just so far ahead.
They are going to be able to take down the mid outer inhibitor turret, as Inhibitor is going to follow there as well. The bounce over the top, Lupa looking for something, does manage to land the boomerang. SMLZ, he's respawned, coming back to try and take down Insect. Another boomerang is there, uses the wind wall, does Insect, gets over there with the E. Last breath comes down, oh my goodness, almost gets it turned, but SMLZ had enough damage and Lupa secures the kill.
Looking for an outplay as opposed to just looking for the out.
I liked it. That's how you play this one. Another BF sword completed for Insect as well. He doesn't want lifesteal. He's got a Vampiric Scepter, I guess, but BF sword was the first choice, going towards that Bloodthirster. Yeah, I love how he plays Yasuo.
I guess moral of the story is don't make Insect cry.
Yeah.
We talked about earlier the draws versus the victories and the losses and what it really means. It's difficult coming from NA or EU and trying to look at the league format in LPL and kind of get a good grasp of understanding, because all the time people will just like, oh, all these teams are splitting. And yeah, there's very fierce competition. This is one of the closest splits that LPL has ever had, just due to the saturation of talent on every single roster. But I love the point system because it empowers teams like King, who are in last place, to heavily impact the top of the standings, like they're doing with Masters 3. Masters 3, they face WE, Unlimited Potential, and King, the bottom 3 teams this week. That is a total of 9 points up for grabs. EDG, Xiaogu, they play 1 match each. If Masters 3 are able to commit on these 2-0s, they can easily see themselves at the top of the standings in first place for LPL, but the gatekeepers shutting them down.
Yeah, and if they go 1-1 every time, it's the same as having 1-2-0 victory.
Exactly.
And so they're not even going to be able to keep up with EDG if they manage to beat Snake later in the weekend. So
it heavily rewards consistency, but it doesn't punish experimentation. So the top tier teams can continue to sit on the top and kind of expand their champion pools, do rotating rosters, play compositions that they're not normally used to. But again, if you're the most dominating team, you can quickly snowball ahead.
M3 definitely know this. They're trying to hold on to this game with everything that they've got. King now as well, trying to push in on the newly respawned Inhibitor in the top side of the map. Love CD going to dodge away from the Tornado. See whether King can get in here and make a decisive play, but at the moment, they are being kept at bay here momentarily by M3.
They're being very respectful. So they actually made a fatal error when they tried to dive the initial mid-tier tower. And again, the only reason that worked out for them is because they're 12k gold ahead. Insect was so fed. If that was even just a slightly closer fight or a slightly closer discrepancy, they would have lost a ton of momentum there.
Well, at this point, still 1,200 gold in the lead. M3 have managed to keep it at that point for about 5 minutes. So no extra advantages eked out so far for King, but they're just waiting for that 5th dragon. It is going to be up in a few minutes as they are pressuring this top side of the map. The Inhibitor down to about 2/3 health. But Dade clearing out these mini waves very effectively. Sun Turret is going to go down though, so it's going to stop defending against all of those super creeps pushing forward. And King now looking to try and reset this one and grab some more objectives around the map if they can find them.
It's that 5th dragon win condition. There's no reason to try to gamble away their lead. They want to make it clean, clinical, very straightforward closeout. So I like the fact that they're being so respectful to Masters 3 Wombo combo and deciding to go for the 5th dragon and take those double stats into this last team fight.
Not to mention all of that extra burn damage as well from the auto attack. So Condi has cleared out this top wave that I believe will reset here for M3. As King now looking to get some position around the area. 1 minute until the Baron's up. Of course, a little bit more priority for King on that dragon. The 5th dragon buff, so important, especially when the opposing side has 0, because that's a 12% statistical swing. Pretty ridiculous.
It just gives you so many more options as far as, you know, playmaking ability. If you think about the 5th dragon as like the option play for King, because they can either just take the 5th dragon, get that crazy buff, but for sure Masters 3 have to come out of their base, or they need to contest this. So then, okay, do King just stall them and they do a Baron dance, and meanwhile they send, you know, either Sivir or Yasuo to clean out the base? It opens up so many different options of winning the game as opposed to just a very linear run into their base 5v5 team fight.
Now M3, 5 men strong, heading up this mid lane. You can see King now with a lot of varied vision around this map. 5 pink wards down, I believe.
They got a tower.
Yeah. Nice work. There we are. No perfect structural game for King available this time around, as second turret actually does go down. I tell a lie. Already lost 1. But pulling it back, 11,000 gold now. So M3 trying to get themselves back into this game. Still firmly in the hands of King, but never give up is the M3 motto. And they're used to playing from behind.
That's Royal's
gonna
motto.
Spawn. Well, I guess they are Royal, never give up, so it does.
When you said it, I was like, RNG's not in this game.
Well, former Royal is almost in this game.
This is true.
Very, very perplexing.
Star Club Gamty Club. I can't.
Star Royal Gamty Club?
Yeah, there we go. Oh, insect teleport.
Yeah, there's the knock-up onto SMLZ. Does use a Valkyrie to get out of there as Name. Beautiful spell shield onto Love CDs. He's going to get popped. Huey goes down very low as well. SMLZ, that was an interesting flash right into the team as Lupa does have the Mega Gnar now as well. Zero's going to fall down. Dade does do a lot of damage, but has to use the E to escape. Condi super low as these Sand Soldiers trying to play defense. Name does have the spell shield, but Dade's just going to get obliterated by Insect. Immediate double kill there from this Yasuo, and this is going to spell the end of the game. King just smashed this one through an Insect's Yasuo. We understand now why it's been getting banned away. We saw it pick up a victory early on when he first picked it in that first set. Of course, you know, up against OMG, but now, once again, deserves the ban, does Insect.
2-4. Hope you're ready for 3-4 on his Yasuo record.
Yasuo top, oh yeah.
Fantastic performance from Insect in particular. And King, they looked for the same type of strategy, you know, being much more structure focused, being more about the wave pressure, committed it, moved their pressure point off of Korn's Twisted Fate, put him on the victor this time, gave the power to Insect, and he shut up.
Yeah, and I actually really like the King lineup when they've got 3 threats on the board as well. The fact that sort of Korn and Name were so used to just getting focused down and destroyed, and then sort of the rest of the support staff not being able to make stuff work. You throw Insect there on a champion that was doing that much ludicrous damage, things look a whole lot better here for King.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Dade. I know, happy for King. Glad that they won. They were able to finally execute their composition, what they set out to do in the first game, made it connect in the second game. Dade had a great performance on Azir. It didn't show in his scoreline, but he was doing absurd amount of damage. Just got slightly outplayed in a couple of instances because Insect was so fed on that Yasuo. But I guess it just goes back to a great performance by Dade, great performance by Insect.
Yeah, and it was a better performance by Huey as well this game. He managed to at least have some dragon security, but also focus that mid lane a whole lot. We don't touch on it all that much, but the fact that Huey was there hanging around just meant that there was so much more pressure onto Dade, meant that he couldn't be that ultra carry for the team that was able to get stuff done. And SMLZ seems to be a polarizing Corki player. Just a little bit. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on. Of course, our second matchup of the day is going to be coming up very soon. It is going to be LGD taking on RNG. We'll see exactly how that one goes.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is FLICKR, and we are about to get into LGD taking on RNG. But before that, let's have a recap of that last series. Of course, the split between M3 and King. M3 losing a bit of their momentum towards that first place position.
Well, Masters 3 made Insect cry, so Insect ruined their chance at 9 points.
Yeah, so Insect just stabbed their dreams with a steel tempest. It definitely worked out well for Insect, and I wouldn't be surprised if he picked himself up an MVP for that performance. That top Yasuo play was fantastic.
I'd be shocked. It was pretty much all on him. The thing that I do want to point out for King is they tried this style of composition, or kind of like this style of play, both times. It was very split push favored. They did it the first time with the Twisted Fate, the Lichbane Rush. This time around, they took the power away from Korn, they gave it to Insect, and he showed up as the true carry. So Insect, again, trying to solidify himself and kind of what style he plays into that top lane.
Yeah, 9-3-9 he finished up on, and of course did manage to win himself that MVP. And I think the most important thing to note is the fact that the jungle control rate completely in favor of King this time around, as we watch Lupa get soloed out after Insect just makes his way back to lane. But this is fantastic. Just had the Merc Treads in time for that stun as well.
And this was Masters 3 lifeline here. They needed to win this fight or at least come out even, but unfortunately Dade goes so deep following in his Xersec into a knock-up, so he's not able to get it off on time. And from here, it was really just a slow choke out for Masters 3.
Yeah, and King were able just to siege down all of the turrets as well, pick everything up. And Name, it makes sense now that he's picking up this Sivir whenever he can get his hands on it. You were talking about the fact that, you know, previously it was Name being forced into this carry position, but now pop him on that Sivir, make sure he presses R at the right times and gets that ricochet damage off, and he's definitely as impactful as he has been in the past.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's really just spreading out their resources and their gold intake and showing that, you know, these the Koreans rejoining them, Zero and Insect, are able to step up to the plate and be the carry threats that King need. And the first time that Masters 3 and King faced, we actually haven't touched on this, Masters 3 2-0'd King.
Yeah.
So now, again, you can see a clear line when King got their Koreans, Zero and Insect returned to them. It was at their Xiaogu game where they started splitting 1-1. And now the only team to 2-0 King since they've gotten Zero and Insect back on the roster is Invictus Gaming.
Wow. So Invictus Gaming, of course, tied at the moment with M3. M3 actually picking themselves up 1 point in this particular game, going up to 18. But, of course, IG with a game or two to be played this weekend as well, and we'll see exactly how they do, whether they can move up the standings as well. But let's move on to our next match. RNG, of course, have been floundering quite a bit. Of course, the amalgamation of Old King and Gamty, sort of a Starhorn King T sort of lineup. Very confusing
The
stuff.
Frankenstein roster.
Yeah, very much a Frankenstein roster. Up against LGD, who are most definitely a solid team, but haven't been playing necessarily that way.
So LGD's most recent performance, if we talk about the very beginning of this split, it was very slow to start. They didn't have PYL initially. They had a sub named Fan, and it was just an immediate upgrade and difference that you saw in LGD's performance. They're a very macro-oriented team, but last week they faced Xiaogu, and not only did they face Xiaogu in the LPL League, but they also faced them in the Demacia Cup, a third-party tournament that runs alongside, in a best-of-5, and they looked like a devastating beast. So the thing is LGD, they have a bit of a reputation for maybe sandbagging a bit in the regular season, but they're starting to turn it on, especially as we get closer to these playoff settings.
You say maybe a bit. I'm pretty sure Imp went through every single AD carry. TBQ was playing Riven in the jungle. All sorts of weird stuff was happening. So look, sandbagging is a word that you could use, and I think that we probably shouldn't shy away from it. Of course, LGD definitely not scared of that, but they haven't necessarily looked like that team this time around. They have been sort of losing games, but it's been with sort of regular team comps. It's just with a little bit of strategic play going wrong. But as you mentioned, very recently, LGD trying to find that former form.
The thing that I actually really find curious is Godvy's kind of performance and how his champion pool has changed. So known as a signature and legacy Ahri player, I believe his stats are like 14 and 2 on Ahri all time. Something absurd like that. It was always his signature champion. He's now moved on to Varus. Now the difference between Ahri and Varus is that Varus is a very low mobility, he's going to stand back and he's going to poke. He can't get into your face. He can't be creative about how he starts team fights.
AD Xerath is what I like to say.
Yeah, AD Xerath. That's a good way to put it. But particularly in their vision control. Now, this sounds weird. Like, how would Ahri and Varus have anything to do with the vision control for LGD? Well, when Godvy is on Ahri and very high mobility champions, he was actually the primary person of setting down flanking wards for TBQ, especially as LGD. They're one of the first teams to really adopt a lane swap method to hide their jungler because TBQ isn't the strongest jungler in the LPL. On Varus, Godvy can't just walk into Fog of War and place down wards because he doesn't have the safety and the mobility. So it's kind of weird that his champion pool has actually impacted their objective control, despite the fact that Varus should be very good at objective control because he's a poke-based champion. So it's just like one of those little weird things that I've started to notice.
Yeah, a little bit strange. We are going to go through the LGD lineup. We did see Acorn there, of course. Flame not going to be starting off this time around. TBQ picking up the Lee Sin yet again. You can see Ahri being grabbed a couple of extra times now as well, as you'd mentioned, Godvy, but the Varus still sticking around. Imp telling us to be quiet, and look, it's not really our job here, Imp, but he has been picking up a couple of Ezreal games. Of course, the blue Ezreal been working out for Imp, but picking up the Sivir there as well. And PYL, there's the man on your screen. Beautiful jaw. Definitely now.
I want to see it unveiled. I don't think I've seen him live without his face mask on.
But isn't that the one with the really cool moustache on it?
Yeah. I want to see him go. This is okay. So he goes to the World Championship. They win the World Championship. And then as he's picking up the trophy, he just removes it. And like all the glory, it like sparkles along his jawline.
You know what it probably is? It's the fact that they've just got too much pretty on their lineup. If they've got
You've got
Flame
Flame, PY, it's too much.
And Acorn, of course, won most handsome player, I believe, over in China as well.
No, I think it was Cloud.
Are you sure?
Or Flame. I can't remember. Acorn was highly placed,
You see, I was very confused because I thought it was Acorn that won, and I'm like, that's a team that has Flame. What is going on?
They're too beautiful.
They must be. Well, this whole lineup.
Oh,
I feel like
we're
just having the wrong type of conversation here. Oh my goodness.
Let's talk about RNG.
Oh, some of those fan pictures were fantastic. But yes, RNG, 42% win rate, not necessarily having the best experience thus far, but Sky is going to be starting off for us. So the former King top laner was known for a little bit of Aurelia play quite some time ago, but
this is the King roster.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously we just saw King play. This is the Spring King roster now that Sky is starting as opposed to Let Me. That's MLXG. He's the big playmaker to watch.
Oh, yeah.
The one difference, however, is this guy, Xiaohu.
Oh, Xiaohu. Fantastic player there in the mid lane. Has played all sorts of different things. You can see that Jay, sort of one of the first LPL players to really pick up the poke the AD poke champion of old as opposed to the Varus that he's also decided to go with. Whoosh has also been playing Varus in the bottom side of the map. It has since gone back to his Vayne play. I actually quite enjoy Whoosh on that Vayne. Was happy to pick it up in their playoff run actually as many times as possible. Managed to get themselves to not exactly a victory, but some exciting performances, and lay him down there as well. Just more than happy to play whatever he wants as long as he can build a sight stone and get around the map.
It's excellent. When I knew that I was doing Wushin versus Imp and I made my notes, the #1 thing that's underlined is have a tendency to insta-lock Vayne at the worst possible moments. And it's for both Imp and Wushin.
You can save that line for whenever Wushin's up against Uzi as well.
Have a tendency to insta-lock Vayne at the worst possible moments. He plays a lot of Vayne, 5 and 9 in his record. Historically, though, Imp, and it's funny, too, because I have to take, like, their top 4 champions, and I was like, Wushin, Imp, it's got to be Vayne in there. Imp, 25 and 11 all-time record on Vayne.
I'm looking down your statistics right now. 21 and 11 on Sivir as well for Imp. 4 and 2 on Corki. Hasn't played that one quite as much, but 9 and 4 on the Kalista. And that includes his early Kalista games where he was basically experimenting with item builds. It's completely ridiculous, but you can see LGD more than happy to win on the blue side. Haven't been picking up as many over on the red. A little bit more even for RNG as they've just tended to lose.
So the thing that I want to point out, the big difference you can see on that right side, that big point for LGD, the farther that point is to the right, the more aggressive the teams are.
Aha, that is an aggression rating.
Yeah.
I'm interested
Loose
to see
translation.
what data they use in order to pick that
I don't know
one
how
up.
they do it.
Might be amount of kills per game, something like that.
It's I don't know, it's a weird number. What was it, 75?
I don't know.
I assume it's a %.
It's very strange. But of course, as you were talking about before, the gold distribution quotient is actually very even for both of these sides. So sharing the gold around just as much as each other.
Something that's very peculiar, because you would think LGD's top laners, Flame and Acorn, 2 of the most world-class top laners available in League of Legends, they actually get the lowest portion of gold of any top laner in the LPL.
Wow. Have you broken that off in between both of them
I
as
just
well?
grouped them up together.
All right, they're just the same player.
Yeah. They have to share everything. They share the splits.
Well, they do seem to go 1 for 1 each time they come around. But Flame has, to me, actually been sort of one of the most improved players. You can now barely tell the difference. When Acorn did seem to be like the primary choice in the top lane, now Flame comes in and it doesn't matter whether he gets lane swapped on, was more of that sort of solo top, I want to actually fight you type top laner. But now it doesn't even seem to matter as Imp looking ready to get into the game, just bopping along to
He
something.
looks more like Harry Potter every time I see him. Since he dyed his hair back from blonde.
It is true.
Is that Daniel Radcliffe?
I don't think it's Daniel. He doesn't quite have the square jaw of a Daniel Radcliffe.
It's got an adorable round face. But we're in pick ban. A lot of these guys. I'm curious if Varus is going to end up. We kind of saw a lot of his picture pop up. Obviously, Godvi has a great Varus record. We kind of talked about how this impacts LGD's vision, and it's kind of been a weird transition, but looks flawless on it anyway. Not going to see that Ahri.
No, Ahri's going to be banned away from RNG. They were paying attention to the last game. But that is an interesting ban away. Of course, we haven't seen so much of that. Rookie did pick it up just a little bit more recently, I believe. Godby as well, deciding to grab that in his last couple of games.
Godvi's Ahri is disgustingly good.
Yeah. Of course, Godby just like, he brings back champions on his own as well. I mean, his Orianna did cause a resurgence there as well. We saw Rookie coming out with massive highlight plays on that champion, as well as a whole lot of other mid laners on the back of the fact that Godby just decided that it'd be a good idea to pick it up. And of course, Xiaohu as well is a player that does like to go with the times here, and he's able to pick up a lot of different champions as well. But he is going to be banned away from him.
Kind way to put it. My big thing about Xiaohu, especially as he's been pulling out Jace, not that Jace hasn't been changed to the most recent patches, is that his champion pool is very small competitively. He's really only shown Azir and Cassiopeia and some Xerath, so a lot of Shurima champions, and the meta shifted into him, and then that's when he became this great mid laner. So we've yet to see if Xiaohu, when the meta shifts away from Azir and Cassiopeia, if he can step up and fill that gap.
Well, he is going to lock in the Victor this time around. Godby not going to grab that one, as Alistair going to be locked in as well. So some power picks available for RNG actually here, and no jungler is being taken. TBQ can grab the Gragas if he wants.
What you want to bet that Wushin is about to lock in a Vayne?
Yeah, I have a feeling that could happen. Of course, Sivir has been locked in for Imp. Of course, first pick For LGD, it was that Sivir. Unfortunately, decided that I'd overlook that one entirely, but it is going to be taken away first round. And that does mean that, you know, Vayne has been taken into the Sivir pick quite a lot.
Yep.
With varying success.
Yep.
But more recently has been going Vayne's way, of course. We're thinking about OMG's game. Uzi playing very well into the
You're not
Sivir.
bringing Uzi's Vayne stats up, are you? Because I can hit you with some hard, cold truth on
Some
those
hard
numbers.
knowledge.
That is
very
not
recent knowledge. What about his last Vayne performance? Let's go off only
Okay, he
that.
got a
Let's do
pentakill
that.
last time, but his Vayne stats are not favored. You know
No, they
whose
most
stats
definitely aren't.
are favored is TBQ. So we're talking about signature champions.
So weird.
Lee Sin is his signature champion. He is undefeated on Lee Sin for this season.
My goodness, and he's picked it up quite a few times recently as well. It's not like he's only had one game or something like that. Still more than happy to grab it. And Lee Sin sort of found a little bit more relevance come this part of the sort of the meta as it's been shifting around. And Gragas is going to be locked in for MLXG and Rumble there for Sky on the top side of the map as well. So not going to be having any more of that Scion action or anything like that as LGD looking to round out their lineup if they can. And Acorn, he's locked in the Aurelia already.
Wow, the immediate response. I was going to say the Rumble takeaway is obviously a nod at Acorn, making sure that he can't get his hands on that champion as he started to kind of revert back to it when he's not able to get on that rise.
Godby's got a smirk on his face.
I don't like it.
I wonder whether this is going to mean a switch over to something else here, as Kassadin might be a little bit more standard than Godby's generally used to, but it is going to get locked in here. Godby going to take that mobile assassin into the mid lane up against Zhao, who's Victor, and it could be a difficult matchup for Kassadin, but we say this so many times, and he still just seems to come out ahead.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tools to help out his laning phase to just make sure that he's able to just passively farm. There's not a ton of kill pressure without assistance from the jungler, excuse me, slurred my word on the end of that one, unless he's post level 6. So I'm just really curious how, obviously this is going to impact Godby's impact in the early game because he's not going to be able to do much around on that Kassadin, and how that's going to impact TBQ. That said, taking Lee Sin, taking his signature champion, so trying to compensate for that.
Yeah, and also now that they have the Lee Sin on the lineup, as well as I guess the Sivir to a certain extent is going to help their early game, but it is going to be the Ezreal locked in for Whoosh. So the Alistair Ezreal lane for Oscar and for the bottom side against the Thresh and Sivir here on the side of LGD.
We've seen a lot of Ezreal being picked into Sivir, just like we've seen a lot of Corki being picked into Sivir, and vice versa, Ezreal versus Corki.
Yeah.
Ezreal has definitely started to make a creep back into the LPL. It's always been a favorite champion this time around.
Yeah.
Imp picking it up. I think he's played it 3 times now in the most current split.
Of course, Whoosh did pick it this time. So.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, but yeah, he actually picked it a couple of extra times. Of course, Sivir was his most recent pick, but Imp actually picking up the Ezreal a couple of times before that as well. But now Whoosh going to try his hand at the old Ezreal as Aurelia, sort of one of those classic picks into Rumble, and Acorn going to try and take down one of his favorite champions. And TBQ into MLXG with the early game junglers. We'll see whether Lee Sin can find some more relevance in this game as we move forward.
They are so strong on the top side of the map, the Lee Sin Aurelia combo. And again, you know, compensating by picking a late game scaling mid laner by having that Lee Sin available in the jungle. Obviously, if you took a Sejuani, it'd almost be suicide to take a Kassadin because you'd have no pressure and the enemy team would be able to just walk into your jungle at any point. So I like the fact that they're kind of varying up their power. What's what I'm going to use? Power, not power spikes, but
yeah, or covering each other's power troughs.
there we go. Yeah, that's good.
It's the fact that Kassadin can
should
make
be a
it
caster.
through that. Whoa! Hang on, I am. We nailed it. We did well. So Lee Sin looking to try and get a little bit more pressure around the map early. But let's stop talking about whether or not we should be casters and let's get into the game. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, our first game of this particular set, our second for the night, as LGD go up against RNG. Of course, it is the first day of week 7 of the LPL this time around. Godby and Zhao eyeing each other off here in the mid lane.
Is that the festive Kassadin skin?
Yep. And you know how, like, primary school kids use festive as a word to describe something that's gross?
No, I've never heard that.
Oh, okay.
In America.
Might be a localized thing. But
Festive means Christmas, and we like that.
no, it does mean that here as well. Except if, yeah,
I have to explain this to you.
okay.
Because
Explain, go.
the teams are setting up in a standard 5-point. It looks like it's going to be a standard 2v2 on the bot side.
Mm-hmm.
So it's winter in Australia and it's summer in America. Wasn't used to this.
Correct.
I was in a store and I saw some Christmas decorations sitting out because I don't know, maybe they don't stock their things. And so I got really excited. I was like, oh my god, it's winter in Australia. It's going to be
Therefore,
Christmas.
it must be Christmas.
Thank God I didn't say it out loud or, like on stream.
I find it interesting that you decide, okay, let's get on air, and now let's reveal this to absolutely everyone, as opposed to just, standing in the lobby, having a discussion about some silly decision that you made in the store. Oh my goodness. Well, look, no, not going to be Christmas anytime soon. Of course, we are halfway through the year, so only another 6 months to wait for Oscar, and you will be celebrating all of your festive activities with Godby that you like. Godby starting early though.
Sky, knowing that the double jungle was going on, so Acorn making sure that he gets the 1v1 was taking the experience, so he decides to pull the wave, so all the minions will target him as well as burn his flamethrower on that, so he's trying to deny as much experience as possible from Acorn here.
Acorn actually deciding to take down some popcorn chickens as well, so...
He has to at this point.
Yeah, just needs to try and get some of that extra experience back. So TBQ going to help out. And Sky's actually going to back away from this minion wave as well. Just going to get an early shot in.
Yeah, trying to, effectively bounce the wave. Doesn't quite get it, but he'll be fine. It'll reset a little bit closer to Acorn's tower than he would have liked. Bax picks up an extra ward as well as some pots, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, 4 CS each, but of course popcorn chicken's not worth quite as much here. So Acorn and Sky relatively close. Doran's blade to the Doran's shield.
He should get level 2. There he goes. I was going to say, he should get level 2 in like 1 creep.
Yeah, Sky, of course. Very,
It's just a very cute adaptation as an answer to the...
Yeah, it's happened a lot as far as top laners go. It's when do you get to the lane? When do you stop the jungle? As TBQ is going to be able to start off his blue buff. Some very easy jungle clears for both of these junglers. Gragas is certainly able to get his way around the jungle very, very effectively as Acorn just blade surging around this minion wave. Does have a massive stack here, so Sky's going to be pretty comfortable. Does get an equilibrium strike.
Let's talk about the power spikes of Aurelia versus Rumble. So Rumble is going to be an level-based champion, and Aurelia is an item-based champion. Although, as I want to set up for this explanation, they look like they're about to gank each other. Aurelia's power spike is going to come at level 5, and then obviously another power spike when she completes her Trinity Force, because again, item-based champion. The reason why level 5 is because she has enough points in her W where she can pretty much out-trade anyone with the lifesteal. TBQ getting a little bit cheeky. And then Rumble's power spike is going to be at level 4 because, again, enough points in his flamethrower where it's very hard to trade effectively with him. And then multiple power spikes on his levels of his equalizer, so level 11 and things like that.
Yeah, actually Rumble a very interesting champion because he does also spike a little bit with the magic penetration as well, coming through from the Sorcerer's Shoes. Abyssal Scepter potentially, and of course the Haunting guys that he does like to build. But
we will definitely see an Abyssal with a Gragas jungle and Alistar support.
So much for necessity there. Of course, Sky able to deal with sort of this 2v2. Mostly because Acorn will be doing a fair bit of mixed damage considering Equilibrium Strike and Transcendent Blades both doing magic damage as well. So it's fine to build some of that magic resist at the same time as being able to hurt your opponent a little bit.
But you immediately see the trade of power as soon as Rumble has his level 4 because his damage is just absurd at this point.
How many champions spike at level 4? I mean, I feel like Rumble's like one of the only ones.
Corki will as well because Ezreal kind of, it's about getting the multiple points. You just have to think it's about trading. And so when Corki gets level 4, he gets multiple points in his Phosphorus Bomb, and just that power spike, the difference between level 1 to level 2, helps him out-trade majority of the matchups that he's going to face in the bottom lane. So that's why they say that. And then the trick for Aurelia typically, or how you do the combo correctly, is you want to walk up into melee range to hit the equalizer, and then you want to
Descends lands in the bottom lane here as him able to get some damage across. Nice boomerang down as well as Godby's going to get stunned up. Xiaohu is burning from that ignite. Turns it around. Godby with the Force Pulse locks down the kill. They might be able to get MLXG as well. Down to about 200 health. TBQ lands the Q. Is going to die for it, but that's 2 for 1. Cassidy now 1-0-1, and Godby's Cassidy is ridiculous.
This was huge as well because that's a massive minion wave that Godby just pushed into the tower. So not only does he pick up the kill and the assist, but Xiaohu loses all of that experience and all of that gold to the tower. We talked about how Cassidy really shouldn't have any kill pressure on Victor pre-level 6. He just killed him in a 2v1.
Yeah, what was that? It was absolutely ridiculous. Turning it around, picked up everything that he could. Of course, just manages to get the level 6 in time to get that Rift Walk combo. And look, Xiaohu, just not a whole lot he could do. He had the cleanse, but what are you going to cleanse?
Godby is so aggressive on every single champion he plays. He does this with Victor and Orianna as well. He'll always stand on the back half of the caster creeps, and he'll just like, I dare you. It's almost like Uzi in lane. Every single creep you want to take, every single time you step forward, he will trade a spell or an auto on you.
See whether he continues to. Now with the Lucidity Boots and the Blasting one, so lots of extra power. And cooldown reduction is something that's interesting on Kassadin because
Necessity.
He's a lot more sort of mana-gated though, so having extra cooldown reduction means you use a lot more of it. But more than happy to pick that one up. Wants to be able to drive forward in this lane.
See, look what Godby's doing here. High mobility champion immediately walks to the flanks and wards. When he plays someone like Varus, when he plays someone like Kog'Maw, it's the vision that suffers the most for LGD because he is key to their flanking and deep vision.
Godby actually just
Thank you, Godby.
rolling around. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for illustrating exactly what I was talking about. Love you, man.
Acorn though is just going to push out this wave. Sky didn't actually go back there, so he's going to have that one for free, but Acorn just wanted to grab himself a back. Hasn't been able to just yet. And look at the Force Pulse damage.
He's trying to use a choke point with his gravitational field.
Yeah, MLHG does find his way over there. Gravitational field is going to do some work. But Xiaohu, there's another Rift Walk. Godby's just using all of his mana bar, but that is both the jungler and the mid lane are now unable to fight.
He just walked in, dropped a deep ward, punched 2 people in the face, and returned to farming.
Yeah.
No fear.
That was him walking all the way through RNG's red side jungle towards the top lane, then did exactly the same throughout the bottom side. And he's still 20 CS ahead.
PYL now looking for gank.
Can't find Xiaohu just yet. Spidey senses were tingling.
I love old Godby and I love LGD when they're assembled like this and it's about their vision control. They're very creative about how they pick up with team fights. Always watch for, during Dragons, how Godby will position on the back of the Dragon Pit and go in simultaneously with TBQ from multiple angles.
Yeah, and it's the fact that all this assassin play is coming back as well. It just really suits Godby. His assassin play is just so beautiful.
And this is what we were so afraid with Xiaohu, but hold on. Contest on this blue buff.
Actually, TBQ does land the Sonic Wave. We'll see whether he goes in, decides not to, waits that one out. But there's the teleport, the flayback on MLG after the death sentence. Godby picks up another kill. Chaos Storm's down as Lei's going to jump out of there. Decent equalizer from Sky is going to zone away a lot of people, but Lei's going to die. Sky immediately removed as well. It's a double kill. There's the reset from Imp, and he picks himself up too at the same time. Whoosh, he wants to just add himself to the list, I think. Actually able to get a little bit of decent damage down, but Godby, he's in one more time. The box is down. Force Pulse there. Imp comes in for the last hit, and this coordination from LGD is honestly what was missing at the early stages of this split.
Godby just murdered half the team, picked up the blue buff, returns, and continues to murder the team. Meanwhile, LGD, using their resources and numbers perfectly, take the blue buff, the team fight, and the dragon. Oh my god. We talked about, you know, different multiple points of entry into a team fight. Godby from straight over the wall as soon as TBQ sets up the insect, just hand-delivered, hand-fed in there. We do have some nice AoE damage going down, but Xiaohu, because of that early kill, he's just not powerful enough to deal with this Kassadin, and they just get right on top of him, run everyone over, combining that AoE damage between the ricochets and the Kassadin, what is it, Force Pulse?
Yep.
Beautiful play. Godby, you'll see at the very bottom of the screen, walk back over, grab the blue buff, return just in time to kill Ezreal.
And he's now 82 CS to 51, so 31 CS in the lead. Now 1 dragon to nothing in favor of LGD. 4,000 gold lead at 10 minutes into the game.
What are they, 8th right now in LPL? 9th?
Yeah, doesn't look like an 8th place team.
Look
that
at
was
the 9th place
wonderful.
team. There was a hand motion. It was like Vanna White.
Yep, I liked it a lot. That's Lucidity Boots and Rod of Ages completed at 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Typically, you average around 15 minutes with the Roa. It takes about 10 minutes to stack, so you hit that 25-minute fully stacked Roa. 10 minutes? Oh, 3-0 and 4 Kassadin. That's not what you want.
100% good participation here for Godby at the same time. So he's having the game of his life at the moment on a champion that he's definitely able to carry on, and a champion that shouldn't be doing this well early on.
But they were able to make those advanced plays early in the game because of the deep vision that Godby had set up beforehand on a high mobility champion. All I'm saying, called it in chance select.
Certainly did. You've illustrated this one very, very well, Frostgrave.
It'll be illustrated more, don't worry.
I now understand. Oh, Sky is zoned away from his turret completely here as Acorn's pushing that wave forward. PWL is going to get smited. MLXG doesn't want him to be inside this jungle. But there's an E over the wall as Whoosh. They are going to be able to lock down this Thresh for a little while. Xiaohu picks that one up with a Death Ray. PWL maybe just a little bit too aggressively placed. Godby's been waiting in this brush forever. And Sky's just going to get auto-attack to death. There is the Force Pulse as well. Godby doing so much damage. TVQ probably would have liked to land that Q, but it doesn't matter as Acorn locks down the kill with an EQ combo. Or a QE combo, if you're going to talk about the order correctly. Man, LGD looking unstoppable, apart from POL just falling down.
Yep. They look like they did in the Xiaogu series, which, I mean, you talked about how at the beginning of the split they kind of stumbled, you know, they didn't have PYL. And even when they got him back, it still looked a little bit questionable as far as their draft phases. But last week against Xiaogu, when they broke the 100% win streak from Xiaogu's blue side, LGD looked like a completely different animal, returning to their old ways that we saw in their best of 5 against EDG in the playoffs.
Yeah, and Imp as well. You can see 1v2 going so aggressively here on the bottom side of the map. Uses the spell shield there as well. Flayback, the ignites down. Whoosh! He's burning to death. Is he going to survive? Triumphant Roar! It is going to be there, so that's going to save his life. Whoosh survives this one for now, but Imp was playing that so far up and so aggressively.
Imp is so confident with outputting his damage and maximizing it with the auto reset.
Oh, there's the headbutt pulverize. Oh, takes the lantern. Imp still burning. Still burning. No, he's going to survive.
Both AD carries survive off the last tick of Ignite.
Yeah, their fire
here comes
resistance
Godby.
Pretty high. Yeah, Godby looking to find his way in. Whoosh now back up to about 300 health. Not going to save him, though. Just deciding to go for a dive is Godby. A little bit over-aggressive. Explosive cast down.
That
so
CC.
much CC available. Riftwalk's going to be there. Godby's going to be able to escape this one. And it's close. And in the end, they grab the turret.
I'm still going to give that one to RNG. That was beautiful to watch. Meanwhile,
you're not going to give that one to them as Sky is going to fall down on the top side of the map. TBQ being omnipresent this game. 1-1-6 now. Delivers a kill to his top laner.
Undefeated on Lee Sin for the season.
Yeah, POL takes a massive amount of damage here from Xiaohu, so POL needs to be a little bit careful. He's not quite one of the Fed members of the team at the moment.
LGD have just cracked this game wide open, not only in the towers, but in the gold, and they're very quickly starting to rift walk away with it.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
6,000 gold in 13 minutes, though. That's pretty absurd, and Acorn's just going to extend that even further. And this is a team that is sort of built around control of minion waves, of objectives, everything. LGD sort of being handed them on a silver platter now just because they can pressure RNG off everything.
But they're very proactive about it, which is why I really like watching LGD. I think they're a very fun team to watch because they're not just a lot of LPL teams like King. They're just very reactive. You know, if you make a bad play, we can punish you. But LGD, they're proactive. They set up these deep wards. They look to force you to make a mistake so they can punish you as efficiently, as effectively as any elite LPL team.
Yeah. All off the back of TBQ's early skirmishing play, and of course Godby just being pretty good in the mid lane.
Is that your professional opinion?
I was probably going to go with a few more abilities there, but Sky, he's going to get solid out by Acorn here. You can see as well at the same time, Godby does get discovered. Can't exactly 1v4 at the moment, and Xiaohu gets a kill back.
Way too overzealous right there, so good job from RNG. We've seen them do this when they played against Snake. I like to call it their turtle. They just kind of clump together and they never separate. They hold hands and they walk around the map as 5.
Well, it did seem to work just there. Sky even survived, I believe, in the top lane. Not sure whether Acorn managed to lock down that kill. No, still 2-0-2. But Sky is still 0-3-0, so not exactly having a great time.
Not quite sure what LGD are doing on the top side of the map since Dragon's spawning in 13 seconds, unless they're looking for a possible dive on Sky at Tier 2 tower at 15 minutes.
Yeah, looking to probably just make sure.
Oh, he wants the red buff. That's what they want.
Red buff is going to get taken here. POL says that he's helping, but don't worry about it too much. Dark Passage going to get TBQ a little bit closer to the dragon, but no one on RNG is around it. Of course, they're getting shoved so far in. 3 turrets to 0 now. RNG have lost their whole outer ring. And with all of the deep vision, as you were talking about earlier on, I believe you mentioned deep vision maybe once or twice.
Maybe.
And look, Godby here on the bottom side is going to split push this one in. But you can see, yeah, LGD, there's no rush to take this dragon just because there's no way RNG are getting there without being seen. Oh, death sentence on the Whoosh.
What you gonna do, PYL? Just be annoying?
Exactly right. Stop the backs. TBQ smites it away.
They're doing a great job with their lane resources, making sure that God v Imp and Acorn are never in the same lane, so maximizing all of the gold that all three of those lanes are outputting, while PYL and TBQ just kind of move around to every important objective on the map as far as monsters. So the red buff, then immediately into the dragon.
Well, Woosh has at least completed his Nanamune. He's got that one. Phage there as well, going towards what I could only assume is that Trinity Force. Probably not going to be going Black Cleaver on the blue Ezreal, or the semi-blue Ezreal. Interesting. But Pistol Scepter is going to be the option of choice here for Xiaohu as well in the mid lane. Wants to try and mitigate as much of Godby's damage as he possibly can. I can understand that one, but he's now falling drastically behind in the farm.
At this point, the most important objective for LGD to secure is going to be that mid-tier second tower, because it gives them the most passive control over the map, because your minions are able to go down farther. They have a ton of wards placed in enemy blue side, so you're going to constantly see PYL and probably TBQ at some point after he hands off this blue hang out in this area to make the most of the fact that they've expended their gold and placed these wards on the side. They're looking for a pick. They're going to create two different pressure points, one in the mid lane, one in the bot side, and eventually RNG are going to make a mistake rotating the shorter route in between that jungle and over LGD's vision, or they're just going to slowly lose their towers.
Yeah, or they're just going to get out-rotated. You're exactly right. So RNG need to make some decisive move. Equalizer going to be used nowhere near a turret because Sky just wants some semblance of an ability to keep up in farm. He's actually doing fine. He's only down 16 in a lane that he's been honestly crushed in.
I like how they're fighting over Raptors. They want to fight so badly that any sort of, they're like, just fight over the Raptor camp, ult over it.
Fight over everything. Imp though making his presence known here. Sky just saying, where is my team? I need help. So there's 4 people from LGD here on the top side of the map. Imp is going to start pushing this one down as well, almost towards that static shiv. Is this Sivir. Death Sentence not going to find its mark here from PYL, but try and get something happening. Dark Passage comes through to help him out.
Rotating Godby, likewise in the bottom side. They're just pulling RNG around. Think of RNG as like a tiny little dog on the leash that LG has.
And being offered different things from a whole lot of different food bowls, and then having it taken away every time he gets there. It's a very sad analogy. Because there's the Death Sentence on MLXG. He's going to have the body slam. Nice play to come out of PYL though as Force Pulse comes in.
Good gravitation field right there.
Yeah, zoning gravitational field.
The zoning hemoplague.
It's not a hemoplague. Oh, Godby though locks down at least some minions there as Woosh does have the overshield popped. Center turret now under fire. TBQ does land the Q.
Don't do it.
Ooh, Lee Sin Itis almost kicking in here as there's the headbutt pulverized. Lei almost taking his whole health in damage though. Imp going very aggressive. LGD just take it as poke and continue the pressure.
For the last 5 minutes, they've had every single wave pushed onto these towers, slowly chipping away at the structures.
And Sky now as well relegated into defending out that top wave as well. You could see no one actually fell down, but that inner turret just whittled away ever so slowly. And this gold lead's only stretching almost 9,000 at 20 minutes into the game. And you talk about 10,000 gold leads, and that was even before the Dragon change, even last season. 10,000 gold at 20 minutes is close to insurmountable. And RNG are finding themselves with a massive uphill battle at this point.
RNG have been playing the response to LGD's initial control fairly well. After failing the skirmish in the team fight over the Dragon and the blue buff, they've stopped majority of the bleeding and have done a great job making sure that no one else is getting picked up, staying together. The problem is that they're just not able to rotate quickly enough, and they don't have the same wave clear options that LGD have on multiple members.
And it's just the split push. The fact that Kassadin and Aurelia exist on this team for LGD.
You can't duel them either at this point in the game.
No,
you're going to have to commit more than one resource to stop Godby, which is why he's on the bottom side of the map. Because as soon as RNG probably have to commit either 2 or 3, depending on the members, that's a free Baron.
Yeah, Godby as well decides to pick up a needlessly large rod. He's got an extra amplifying tome there as well, possibly going towards Zhonya's Hourglass as the second big item. Often these Kassadins will sit on that Fiendish Codex for quite some time.
Oh, that's mean. Making sure that they walked in through the bottom side so that the fog of war, they were out of sight of the creep line. He knows.
Yeah. No,
or he's suspicious.
He is. Oh, if he wants to get these backline minions.
Flash Flay, PYL, I believe. Look at him lean over. They're talking to each other.
Oh,
Oh!
Death Sentence lands though. Arcane Shift not going to be enough. Why is there a pause? Oh my goodness. You can see, I think Whoosh might die.
His face, he's...
Govey's like, I wonder what I do from here. Do I keep doing my buttons at the Ezreal? I have a feeling I probably do. He's just looking like, yeah, it's all in a daze. This is exactly what I expect to do every single game. Get ridiculously far ahead on Kassadin.
That was a max range hook in between the creep wave.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Whoosh's face must be... I knew it. He thought it was the other wall, too. He was throwing his Mystic Shock towards Grob because he thought, oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, just wasn't watching, didn't have his finger on the E. Of course, you don't expect there to be two members sitting in that brush for upwards of, 40-odd seconds. They're waiting for you to move far enough forward.
You can't see, but PYL's smiling right now.
I'd have a feeling that he would be. You can see it in his eyes, Actually, no. He's looking like he's definitely throwing out some orders here, making sure that he's getting his team to stay in line with what they want to be doing this game.
Yeah, they're not styling.
Not trolling or not having any...
No, they've done a great job. So we talked about, the last 5 minutes, LGD, one of the best things that they're good at. And again, going back to not only their vision control, but just their wave management in general. Acorn is fantastic at wave management. He did this for Samsung Blue when he was back in Korea. He does it fantastically for LGD. They're one, even from behind, trying to close out a game against LGD is very hard to do because they never put themselves in a position where their minion waves aren't equal or pushing onto you.
Yeah.
So you always have to win a team fight and then reset the pressure on the map and then look for an objective as opposed to, hey, we won a team fight and all of our creep waves are pushing, so now we get to win the team fight and take your entire base. But Godvi on high mobility champions, Ahri this time on Kassadin, you see it immediately going into that split push. He does the same thing on LeBlanc and even on Orianna sometimes. Yeah,
a little bit. He actually just likes to split push on whichever champion he is. Oh, actually, PYL fell down on the bottom side of the map. Of course, I believe, did Whoosh actually... What? Where?
They teleported. We're now on the top side of the map.
Got it. Okay, well, Godby and TBQ looking to turn this one around. Lay just gets insta-killed here as Sky taking a lot of damage. Misses the Harpoon, but does manage to land the second one.
He tried to dodge the second one. Just the little micro things that he's doing. He sidesteps the first one, and then he tries to dodge the second one by using the creep wave, trying to use a minion as a shield.
So cute. Well, Whoosh has managed to pick himself up a Sheen. He's heading towards that Trinity Force as quickly as he possibly can. Imp, though, almost on 3 items for this Sivir, so Static Shift was completed almost towards that last Whisper with that pickaxe now in hand.
This game is 7 minutes sped up. You have to think typical AD carries will get their core around
it's crazy.
27 to 30 minutes.
And remember as well, this is Godby now with a fully stacked Rod of Ages at 22 minutes into the game. And that's been fully stacked for an extra 2 minutes on top of that as well. 5, 1, and 6 now as well. Zonya's completed. Does have a Fiendish Codex sitting in his back pocket. Now probably, could be going towards a whole host of different items. Would you recommend sort of that reset build with the Athenes on Holy Grail?
As far as the mana gen. Oh, here we go.
Yep, we're going to find it. Oh, that beautiful Death Sentence lands. And
nice.
See, having a look at Imp. And Wishing is going to eventually fall down. So, look, the Death Sentence was the main thing, ladies and gentlemen, as Lay. He's going to get discovered by Godby with his famous, I'm just going to pink water brush and wait in it for as long as possible. LGD going to continue clearing out vision from RNG.
Here we go, though. Finally getting to Siege. Oh, Cask! Beautiful.
Oh my goodness, that spell shield was wonderful as Jahu going to get a little bit of damage down on the PWL. Chaos Storm's there as well. Shields coming through from everything. POL is going to survive. True Shot Barrage not going to find him.
Did he just walk out of that?
He just wandered casually to the right, I believe. Or the left. Not entirely sure. I believe it was the left. Godby now flanking as well. Imp has just been playing so far up. Not afraid of towers at all. As Sphere going to do a fair bit of work on a Wish.
He sat through 4 seconds of Chaos Storm.
Yeah, he did.
And then casually strolled past the Ezreal ult.
He did have to have his whole team throw as much work at him as possible. I believe TBQ used both his Lock of the Iron Solari and Safeguard to save PWL because didn't want to use his flash.
Here we go.
Yep, Sky's going to die in the top lane as well. Nice equalizer though, as Imp's going to get taken down.
Okay, good collapse.
Yeah, it was nicely done. Acorn might get taken down here. There's the flash from LNG. Doesn't find the knock up though, but Gravitational Field is going to do some work. Acorn not stunned for as long due to the Ionian Fervor.
And again, yeah, RNG are very far behind. We've now gone to that 10k gold discrepancy between these two teams, but they're actually doing a fairly good job playing from as far behind as they did. Again,
Yeah.
Everything snowballed out of control over this blue fight, as well as the initial dragon fight, which allowed Gavi to just become this unstoppable monster, 5-1-6 now on the Kassadin. But otherwise, they've been doing a great job making sure that they stay together, trying to maintain vision control over their own jungle, and picking up small picks and skirmishes when they can. They know that they can't fight for the dragons. They know that they can't fight for the barons, so they're not even putting themselves in a risky situation to contest.
Yeah, just not worrying about it. Possibly until that 5th dragon mark when LGD will really take some control. It will now be about 9 minutes, I'd say, approximately, until that 5th dragon will be a possibility, assuming LGD manage to take the next one in a reasonably quick amount of time after it spawns. And RNG now playing around a couple of, I guess, power spikes-ish, if you can call them that.
Just playing with picks and vision.
Yeah, explosive cast is going to be used. Speaking of picks, their headbutt from Labor misses the pulverize. True Shot Barrage was actually a bit of a cynical one, considering the fact that it managed to hit him after the headbutt missed.
That's really unfortunate. But again, they're doing a good job, you know, standing in interesting areas where they suspect that there might not be vision, trying to path through fog of war, setting up these cute little picks because they know, you know, we can't team fight. We just need to find and shore up this gold discrepancy in any way that we can. So I guess props to RNG from playing from behind.
Yeah, finding as much as they can. And of course, Trinity Force now completed, as well as that Manamune from Whoosh. And we've got the Leandry's Torment there as well. But that's a Baron going down very, very quickly from LGD. They do peel off. Riftwalk is used on the hunt, has been popped though. Look at the false pulse damage. Manages to turn it around with a nice equalizer. Godby going down very low, but there's the Zhonya's as Lay with the Unbreakable Will trying to be a menace. Oh, that is going to be... Oh, Godby back into the fight now as well, as Imp's going to take down Zhao, who MLXG over the wall. The Boomerang doing so much work. Double kill for Imp. Godby falls down, but it is going to be the cleanup from RNG. Whoosh actually dancing around this fight quite nicely as POL looking to try and get TBQ in there. Oh, Sonic Wave doesn't land. And Whoosh just being very frustrating. Death sentence from close to max range means that Imp is going to lock down the kill. LGD, they lose Godby. They take the team fight and the Baron.
1 for 5. There's the free Baron. And you know that they just committed so hard on Godby. They saw that that team fight was over. They all in onto the cast, and we just got to kill him.
Yep, just got to kill Godby. As it is 5-2-7 now for that champion as well. So not necessarily with as much kill participation as he had from before, but he's doing some work. 15,000 gold the lead for LGD at 27 minutes. Imp just going to move towards this minion wave because he saw a bunch of red dots and he's going to destroy that. And now LGD just need to break the base.
I think LGD are oppressive with their minion control when they don't have Baron. They are one of the scariest teams to face when they do.
Especially with a split pushing comp like this, there's going to be so many Baroned up minions heading towards that in those inhibitor turrets very, very quickly. And they were able to siege without Baron. Now LGD have that one. A whole lot of extra gold here as well, as Acorn just dancing around that minion wave, clearing them all out. And Sky trying his very best to push this one up while he's got some time.
He's rushing back. They've been caught up by the red buff. You could see the fear in his eyes, though.
Oh, yeah.
He thought that he had overextended.
Well, he's not wanting to go anywhere near anything. As soon as it's dark, Sky is very, very scared.
They effectively have 4 feet off of their second-tier towers, and that's about all the control over the map they have.
Yep.
And that's questionable at best if all 5 members of LGD are there.
They do have a trail towards Dragon, though, of vision here for RNG.
A smattering.
Yeah, some breadcrumbs towards the area. TBQ looking to try and make his presence known around the top inner turret. Godby now as well split pushing on the bottom side. You can see covering all of the lanes.
With Baron buff.
Yeah, 2 members strong in the top side. Acorn just waiting off in the wings. As TBQ does manage to land the Q. MLXG taking a drink, wandering out of the brush, and they are going to try and defend this inner turret. Godby actually headed back to base, picked up a Luden's Echo now. So he's got a lot of burst damage. There's the death sentence onto Sky, though. Imp turns his attention to him. Lots of damage down, but the inner turret falls on the top side of the map. And LGD just continue taking objectives. MLXG waiting off to the side, looking for a barrel on someone as Imp at about half health, just going to be able to take down this dragon basically when it spawned. And they're moving towards a 20,000 gold.
I mean, at this point, because every member just has so much more gold than the enemy team, you need 3 people to kill.
Thankfully, you know, Imp's finished his Renan's Hurricane, so he's ready to build his next item. The standard signature build.
That's the the staple.
Yeah, you can really...
Well, it's going to help him push.
Yeah, and you can take Wolf Camp really easily as well.
I mean, that's all he's been doing is the static shiv into the Hurricane into the Ricochet, into the Boomerang Blade.
Yeah.
These creep waves don't stand a chance.
Imp is he's
okay.
an interesting player. Godby versus 4 members of RNG.
Who
I don't
will
even
die?
know who my money's on at this stage. As there's a lantern, spots out every member of RNG waiting for that one.
PYL is no fun.
Nope. I was waiting for Godby just to rift walk in there.
I just wanted to see it trade 1 for 1.
Imp did go back. He picked himself up a Vampiric Scepter, so that's about as defensive as Imp's going to get this game. Just grabbing some lifesteal for himself. TBQ standing on top of a ward here just outside the RNG base as LGD. No one's down on the side of RNG, but they know that they can't fight this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they need to be looking to next game. You know, what do we change in our draft phase? How do we go about this? And I talked about Xiaohu versus, and specifically because he is versus Godby. Godby has a massive champion pool, I think second only really to Pawn, who's played 21 unique champions since joining the LPL. Xiaohu's champion pool has been very suspect. He's actually on, you know, someone that he finds a bit more comfort on in Azir as that control mage. But, you know, he's been experimenting with Jinx, or not Jinx, with Jace, with Varus, and it's just not connecting with them. So again, like you said, as we move more towards the assassin meta, is Xiaohu going to fall off? Will he be able to trade up? Did he just?
Yeah, he rift walked on top of the land and force pulsed the whole team for so much damage. He is going to be the teleport in though. Nice use of explosive cast because Akon is going to pick up the aggro of the turret, and LGD going to take down their next inhibitor turret of the game. Akon taking a fair bit of damage there from MLXG. Nice double knock up there from Layers. He pops the Unbreakable Will. True Shot Barrage coming through. LGD trying to turn this one around on RNG, and it's looking a little bit too easy for this squad as look at how much damage Godby does, and especially Imp just tearing apart the members of this side. PYL gets the last kill. It's a triple for Imp, and they take down the structures. LGD with an incredibly dominant performance, and off the back of the Demacia Cup, it makes a whole lot of sense that they're able to get so much work done now.
They looked rejuvenated, revived, and absolutely terrifying right now. No team plays the map better than LGD.
You can see.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas indeed. And you can see Xiaohu on your screen right now. Not very happy with how that one went. And of course, that early game, it was the 1-0-1 Kassadin that just went back, got a Blasting Wand and some Lucidity Boots and just wandered around the map.
And I want to go back to, again, it was set up, though, being proactive to make a play like that to give the snowball. It wasn't just, you know, the two teams wandered into each other and which is a team fight that went one direction. LGD, they prepped for it. They knew they wanted to contest it. They placed the deep vision, then they grouped their numbers, pushed their lanes, and collapsed on it.
And got all of the work done exactly how their team comp wanted it to. It was just really beautiful work from this LGD lineup. We'll see whether RNG can answer after that game. And I don't know. I'm scared to ask. What do you do on the side of RNG? Do they have any options here as far as sort of obvious clues in order to give themselves more of an opportunity next time around?
I think Rek'Sai. Well, who did they have? They had Gragas this time?
Yep.
I think Rek'Sai is probably a better option, especially as how aggressive LGD want to play in the jungle, just because Rek'Sai's Tremor Sense creates a ton of safety, especially even playing from behind, using her W, gauging an area, making sure that you don't walk into any depth traps. So that sounds weird to say, but I do think that Rek'Sai works really well on her kit as kind of a counter to how LGD want to snowball the game. Yeah,
well, that's true. And of course, you've got the Tremor Sense there. Make sure that you can spot out all of the extra movements and rotational play that LGD do definitely love to do. But we are going to have a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back very, very soon with Game 2 between LGD and RNG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alexander, and this is, of course, Ryan Frosker and more, and we are into the second game between LGD and RNG, and LGD admittedly just absolutely stomped that first one.
The first time that these two teams faced, because again, we've now passed the halfway point, so all these teams have faced before, it actually was a split between RNG and LGD, but this is a completely different animal.
Oh yeah, LGD really looking like a beast, ready to get into playoff contention. Of course, they got a little bit more work to do to try and get up from the bottom of the standings, but split one, LGD were nowhere near the top, of course, coming through the middle of the split. They weren't necessarily in that sort of top echelon of play like they made it to towards the end, but Godv picks up the MVP, 6-2-11, and it was all off the back of his early plays that really got this team so far ahead.
Historically, as a club, LGD really haven't ever performed at the top of the standings. For regular season LPL, they've always actually performed in the LPL playoffs or qualifiers at that point where they start to rise up, even before their Acorn, Flame, Imp makeup. When Godv was known as Wayless and a rookie, they still kind of struggled and sat middle of the pack before sneaking in for playoffs and then completely revamping their performance, barely missing out at their chance at Season 4 Worlds to OMG last year.
Yeah, and it's almost looking like this squad's moving forward a little bit earlier at this stage, able to really ramp their way through. But Flame, he's going to head into the top side of the map. He is going to be taking over the position of Acorn on this squad. And Flame, he's had some great performances recently.
Yeah, specifically on that Rumble, which again, Acorn is primarily known as the Rumble player. Of course, it was picked away from him by Sky last game, and Acorn got to flex his Aurelia power, but Flame has some really nice stats on Rumble. I believe he's 7-3 right now.
On the Rumble. I find it very interesting. We'll see whether he picks... I just want him to pick Kennen, like, once.
No.
Once.
He missed his window. There was that small window of opportunity where Kennen was really strong, and Flame never got to play it. So
so sad, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully he gets it at some point as we move forward, but of course not exactly the meta pick at the moment. Look, we'll see what happens. Of course, something needs to be changed here for RNG because they need to be able to get some form of form for this squad. And who do they look for? Who is the carry on this side that really needs to step up? I'm looking at Xiaohu, but MLXG also another one of these players that really does need to move around the map early in order to get things done for RNG.
No, you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head as far as they have great supporting roles in Wushin and Lei, obviously King's bot lane, but MLXG, he's the big playmaker, especially early for the game. It's very easy. He's in the jungle position. The thing about MLXG is he'll always prioritize lane ganks and early aggression as far as getting his laners ahead as opposed to objective control. So if he sees, okay, I can gank this lane or I can take a dragon, he'll almost always gank the lane. And that makes him very predictable and kind of tends to waffle him. Either he's going to snowball very ahead because the ganks will be successful, he'll get a bunch of kills, or he's going to get punished very hard and fall behind. But he's always going to be aggressive, never a herbivore jungler, always carnivore. Xiaohu on the other side, if given a chance into the late game where it's even, great mechanics, incredible mechanical ceiling, one of the most promising players that we've seen in the mid lane as far as LPL is concerned. His champion pool, very limited. Again, we just don't really know how expansive it is. Will he be able to step into the assassin meta, or will he be left behind as we start to see more picks like Caston, like Echo?
Well, we'll see. Of course, Xiaohu had a decent LeBlanc throughout sort of the early split, but look, that is a little bit of a stretch here, and we'll see whether he can pull something out of the bag. RNG going to ban away the Sivir as well as the Ahri early on. LGD going to answer with the Ryze ban. Of course, red side meaning you have to get rid of a whole lot of these sort of power picks, the power standalone picks. LGD now considering an Azir ban. Again, Xiaohu definitely a pointed ban because Xiaohu is just a fantastic Shurima player.
You know who's never played Azir competitively?
Who?
Godv.
Really?
Yeah.
Not one Azir game?
Not one Azir game.
That is ridiculous. Wow. Still one of the top Chinese mid laners, so very interesting. But Kallista's going to be banned away from the blue side. So RNG not wanting to grab that one. Echo's going to be banned at the end there, LGD.
You have to ban Kallista against Imp.
Well, Woosh not wanting to play it, that's more to the point.
Yeah, it makes sense, though, if you think about what their priority is, although I don't really agree with that one either. But they decide Alish is a high priority pick, so I'm not docking the Alistair pick or anything like that. It's a legit pick, very powerful champion. But I was about to say, Wushin's not the primary carry, so it makes sense that they wouldn't give their priority pick to them, that you'd more look so for MLXG or Xiaohu, but instead they decided to give it to Lei.
And there's also a double swap over here. So TBQ, he's off.
Oh, wow. They have a sub jungler in.
Yeah, Xiaoxi having a bit of a shot here for the LGD lineup. So Flame considering a Hecarim here as he's moving over Rumble. That'd be just the classic maneuver here for LGD. Only a second to go, and it is going to be Rek'Sai and the Thresh being locked in for PYL and Xiaoxi here. So often it is sort of like the break-in champion that you play.
You got that right on the bat, too. I'm actually really impressed with your pronunciation.
Is that actually correct?
As close as I'm going to get it.
I was trying to avoid saying it for the majority of the beginning. Like,
my Chinese is very limited.
Okay, well, look, I went for it, and it seems like we may have got there as well. So, Rek'Sai is going to be locked in. Godby now thinking about a Nafa Flame, definitely one of his most successful champions. An Imp hovering over the Vayne, but it's in answer to the Corki and Rumble locked in over the RNG side. Already some nice sort of mid-game power spikes there with the Trinity Force, of course, the level 6 from Rumble. Definitely a big deal here, as well as the Haunting Guy Sorcerer's Shoes combination, if he can get there. LGD still considering what they want to have in that 80 carry position, and Imsgraves has done some pretty ridiculous things, but he does switch over to the Vayne, and Imp is going to pick that one up. So what were the stats with Imp's Vayne? 25 to 11, something like that?
Yes, his Vayne is 25 to 11 of all time. That is a 69% win rate. But I just want to say in my notes, tendency to insta-lock Vayne at the worst possible moment.
Is this a worst possible moment?
No, I mean, it's a good answer to the Alistar because obviously the Unbreakable Will is going to mean nothing to Vayne's true damage.
Yeah, Silver Bolt's not going to care.
And it's not a terrible match. I mean, obviously she's a duelist champion. She's never really going to have a terrible 1v1 matchup, excuse me, unless you're against someone who's going to completely outrange her like Caitlyn. Even then, as soon as she gets into gap closing distance on Caitlyn, it's pretty scary.
And MLXG looks like he's going towards the TBQ champion. TBQ not actually here for LGD, so his spirit on the side of Lee Sin is going to be taken into the jungle here.
Do you want
in MLXG's hands?
More fun stats?
More fun stats, please.
MLXG's Lee Sin record is 2-10. He has a 17% win chance on that champion, and he just insta-locked it in the game that they need to win.
Well, we'll see whether he can prove himself on that champion then as we move forward. Victor is going to be the hover here for LGD. Godby still finding out what his choice in the mid lane is going to be. Looking like more of a two-threat comp here for LGD, but that is a lot of late game, especially single target damage here from LGD.
Yeah, it's
The explosion potential of this team on one target is stupid.
How Godby plays Victor is pretty terrifying. Again, we talk about how he stands on the back caster creeps and just contests you for every creep.
I'm just trying to remember his last Victor game as well. Did he just like rush Lichbane and just try and kill people 1v1? I think that was his strategy. We'll see whether it happens again, whether it's going to work out. Of course, a bit of manners there. Of course, speaking it into Xiaohu, who played that into him in the last game. So didn't opt to go back towards the Kassadin. Was available. Decides he doesn't want to pick that one up. But Sky back on the Rumble yet again. Flame happy to pick up his Gnar into the matchup. And MLXG trying to make it 3-10 on the Lee Sin in competitive play.
He's got it.
And Xiaoxi just hanging out.
It fits very well with his style if you think about it, because again, he's very aggressive, very carnivore-esque as far as jungle styles are concerned, so not a super big surprise to see MLXG look towards that Lee Sin, big Nidalee player as well, although also pretty poor on the statistics department.
Yeah, not going so great there, but Liam now on the cow against POAL's Thresh. Lots of playmaking potential from both of these supports if they want to. Unbreakable Will, fantastic for diving those turrets, and in the Chinese region, definitely something that these teams want to do. And RNG, they probably need to start making the crazy plays for this game. They need to start building a way of getting them ahead somehow.
The big thing about RNG is that if they can make plays early off the back of MLXG, again, he's a big playmaking jungler, he likes to snowball, that puts him in a comfort zone. The problem is they went for the skirmish last game early, and it just got snowballed reversed on them.
Yeah, it was a bit of a problem. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the game. And here we are, game 2 between RNG and LGD. LGD coming out swinging in the first bout. And RNG looking for a decent early start now. MLXG going to be able to clear out a ward with the help of his friends here in Lei and Whoosh. And Jiaoshi probably going to have to be a little bit careful. Flame getting discovered by Xiaohu and Sky as well. The Shock Blast does come through. Double Harpoon from Sky as well, as Flame might need to be careful. There's To the Skies from Xiaohu as well. Switches back to Hammer Form. There's the Shock Blast. Flashes forward. First Blood goes to Xiaohu.
Level 1 Jace is so oppressive.
Silly.
Because you take 2 abilities and you get the empowered auto from changing between hammer form into cannon form.
Nailed it.
There you go. And then as well as having the Shock Blast available to you. Wicked strong.
Wicked strong is exactly the phrase that I would use as well. Xiaohu's going to be heading to lane with an extra sword.
That's where you want it to be.
Yeah, Godby going for hard mode here. Might have just told Flame, if you could just give first blood to my lane opponent. I just want hard mode, if we could.
And can you please also burn your flash? Thanks.
So that your lane could be even harder as well. Double jungle seems to be erupting, though, from that one. Is LGD just going to be following each other around? Jiaoshi and Flame now just sort of switching out the whole top side of the roster here for LGD. It's got to be walking up from the bottom side. Bit of a switch over of skins as well. Haven't seen that one for a while.
Not my favorite. It's not festive.
No, I don't like that one. Actually, I prefer, what's the yellow one?
I don't know.
I like that one. Jiaoshi is going to be taking down the red buff, though, and Flame's just going to join him here as well, as MLXG looking to move vertically, pick himself up a blue buff here. Of course, a bit of a steal away, potentially. Xiaohu getting preyed on just a little bit in his first game here for LGD. Yeah,
this is actually really smart. He needs to get out in time. Obviously, he's having a very quick and effective jungle, just like Rek'Sai will have, and Xiaoshi will have no idea that this is going down, so he's effectively getting 3 buffed, because from here he should back, you should back.
Decides instead.
Okay, he's just wasting a deep ward. I was going to say, he has no time to do the wolf camp against Rek'Sai. She just jungles way too quickly, and as you can see, already crossing into that bottom side.
Yeah, heading over towards the wolf camp, going to be disappointed.
He wants to kill her?
Interesting. See whether he can. Actually going to head back around here as well. Yeah. Just smites it away. Did he actually kill it?
No, she smited it to get the orb.
Yep. Whoa, Imp actually going to get hit by one of the phosphorus bombs there from Whoosh, but Lei takes a whole bunch of damage from that 3-hit combo from him. Using that Relic Shield to keep this Vayne healthy as PYL in this bottom side of the map. But as far as this matchup generally goes, you've got the Corki versus the Vayne. Generally, I could imagine probably in favor of the Corki, considering the vision that you can gain, especially after level 6, onto the Vayne that's going to be tumbling around trying to get stealthed up.
Well, the big thing is Corki needs to land his damage, and primarily levels 1 through 5 is going to be through his phosphorus bomb. And Vayne has a lot of tools on her composition, especially to trade. Tools on her kit to trade effectively with the tumble. So if you just tumble out of the phosphorus bomb and then you trade on the empowered auto, there's not a lot Corki can do at that point. So I'm going to say it's more of a skill-based matchup.
Well, here's To the Skies. Xiaohu actually getting a bunch of damage down onto Godby here as well. Smacks him away. Going to be sending a message here as Phosphorus Bomb does land. There's a headbutt pulverize onto him. Uses the heal, in fact, immediately as the Valkyrie comes out from Whoosh. Silver Bolts is there, but the Ignite's down. Teleport coming in from the RNG side.
That's very important.
Yeah, Sky burning that one is going to cancel it away.
So, of course, Flame also had to use his teleport already. So no teleports on either side.
Oh, the flash pulverize immediately tumbled from Imp. Actually, not even predicting that, I don't think. I think it was just tumbling anyway to pick up a creep, but just unfortunate timing there for Lei with the flash pulverize, and they don't get anything from it.
Yeah, and deciding not to commit on PYL, I wasn't able to get a good glance at his mana pool. So Alistair's combo requires about 140 mana. You have to think his pulverize and his headbutt are going to cost about 70 each. But it looked like he had the ability to look for the knockback there.
Very exciting here on the bottom side of the map thus far. Flame with a slight level advantage on the top side. Imp's going to hit that level 4. Lei's still waiting for that particular mark, but has all of his abilities at the moment, so he's going to be fine.
Really, the only thing of significant importance that's happened early game so far is, of course, the initial first blood on Flame forcing his flash out of them, although he hasn't been punished for it. And then MLXG forcing the triple buff on Xiaoshi here.
Yeah, and Xiaoshi just trying to get his way back into this one. Phosphorus Bomb from Whoosh is going to land onto him. You're right, Rek'Sai unable to really make an impact early on, just needing to farm out these jungle camps as much as possible. MLXG making his presence known on the bottom side, but it is going to be the counter gank. Joshi might be here in time.
He just can't power farm. He always has to look for the aggressive gank.
Yeah, well, PWL's going to get caught out, kicked back, and MLXG going to lock down the kill. Actually just got headbutted back. Of course, MLXG unable to do too much kicking here at level 4. As Joshi is going to find him. But MLXG probably feeling pretty strong at the moment. Tier builds up for Xiaohu. Just went back, grabbed that and some boots. Still down a little bit in the farm. Godby yet to go back. So he's going to pick up some more items now. Does have some boots. Picked up some more consumables as well.
But this is wonderful. This is exactly where RNG like to be when they find success in their games, and they've split a lot of series. Again, they're much closer to LG in the standings than first game would have you believe.
Yeah.
It's because MLXG is able to commit onto these ganks early and get his lanes rolling. Obviously, that time around, he took the kill gold, so we'll see how he spreads this around. And instead of going for a ruby crystal into a sightstone to spread it around with vision, he goes into a longsword.
Yeah, he's looking for that
murder.
Yeah, I assume it's probably going to be towards that warrior enchantment. Might be going for early hex drink or something silly like that, but I doubt it.
I would put my money on a warrior enchantment, especially for how much invading he's been doing on Rek'Sai's jungle.
Yeah, well, Imp is going to take that phosphorus bomb damage, but able to trade back quite nicely with all the auto attacks. This bottom lane, bit of a lead for Whoosh, about 5 CS, as PWL trying to predict the Duke, but not going to find it there with the death sentence. MLXG going to take down his red buff. So Xiaohu's hanging around here, knows that there is a jungler in the lane, so Godby still able to command some respect there now that he's got some friends. But MLXG farming up quite nicely.
And RNG are fine to continue to play an elongated lane phase. They do have a poke composition. Obviously, the core of their composition is going to be crafted with Jace and Corki. And then they have great objective control. Poke does really well not only in sieging on towers, but prepping for dragons as long as you place your vision. And then that couples really well with Sky's equalizer ability.
Yeah.
So look for the dragon fights to be where RNG really thrive with their comp.
Well, they actually almost managing to land the headbutt there, but not going to pulverize Imp out of that dark passage. PWL going to save his vein very easily. And MLXG actually going to find PWL as he heads up towards here, but even on levels, actually, not too bad. PWL managing to stick around in the lane, but they're looking to try and put pressure on this blue buff. 4 members strong. Godby wants to be here to try and take it away. Xiaohu wants to pick it up for himself, but MLXG going to grab it there. Beautiful use of the Chaos Storm as Flame's going to teleport in. Xiaohu very, very low. The Hyper Proc doing so much damage here. Flame's going to be able to lock down the kill already. MLXG's died, and LGD, they just grouping better here. They had the teleport advantage. Actually, Sky making his way in as well. But he's just going to die for that one. PWL eventually fell, but it's going to be 3 for 1 in favor of LGD.
And they managed to also grab back their blue buff as well as the dragon. I feel like we've seen this play before.
Definitely something reminiscent of the last performance from LGD. It's just their team play and coordination around. Like, the shot calling from PWL must just be fantastic.
And the fact that they understood perfectly beforehand what they were going to try to do, seeing MLXG approach into that buff and lay down the vision to try to catch second rotation of blue. And the fact that, you know, Godby stood perfectly on the other side waiting for his teammates to get into position, was very patient, dropped the Chaos Storm in a choke point, and they just ate so much damage that even a beautiful equalizer couldn't even it out.
Yeah, couldn't do it. As well as the fact that Godby had upgraded that Hex core just the once, so his Death Ray was just doing so much damage, managed to layer it down across so many people. I mean, the Chaos Storm did a fair bit of damage as well, but that Death Ray was really doing some work. Him taking some poke damage back from Whoosh actually looked like a decent trade. Then as soon as he tumbles, it's a very easy Phosphorus Bomb and Whoosh can get the damage back.
Wow. RNG trying to play so aggressive here, looking for the dive possibly.
Xiaohu does need to be careful taking down these puppies as MLXG not going to be able to Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike his way in there just because he managed to kill the wolf with that particular Q.
And they're able to do this and just freely walk into that bottom side blue tower. You saw that Godby was very pressed forward, but Imp is so low health, so low mana that they knew they had a numbers advantage, especially with both teleports down.
Oh yeah, Flame, we're going to go aggressive on Sky now that he had that Mega Knife form. Both Harpoons are going to go wide as Godby is paying a visit towards the top side of the map. Ward down for Sky though, he's going to spot out the Victor making his way in. Flame picks up his boulder. Don't know where he put it. Very small arm. He's going to be able to get some vision down in Sky and needs to be a little bit careful now because all of his vision has ran out.
So with the initial dragon down, that means that you have a 6-minute window of opportunity where you can play to the top side of the map because there's no trading of objectives there as far as, you know, committing your resources top and then losing the dragon. So curious how MLXG and Shashi here are going to play around that as they fight over, and he gives it up. Oh, take it with the E!
Yeah, he's actually going to get smited himself here as there's the kickback. Xiaohu comes in and Shashi's going to go down. Boomerang came in from Flame to try and stop that one, but that's an exemplification of MLXG's playstyle.
Yep.
Doesn't care about that Rift Scuttler whatsoever. It's not a battle over that. He discovered a champion, and killing that is exactly what you want to do. Kicks him back into his mid laner and picks up a kill.
Oh,
Godby, though, just going to get in there with it. Chaos Storm walks out under it like only the cool guys do. Takes down that kill. Right place, right time. Takes a Dark Passage. He's going to be safe.
And initially, Godby sitting in the mid brush there, right above Xiaohu. Oh, what a hook!
There's the death sentence. Flayed back as well. Xiaohu, you ain't going anywhere, buddy. And Godby gets the kill delivered to him by his support cast. And Imp's going to kill Sky somehow as well.
Well, they know that MLXG is still in base, having just respawned, so there's no...
Did Imp teleport? Like, what's he doing top?
He just walked.
Wandered up there. Okay.
Flashed up there and healed.
Yeah, pretty big flash. Very well, though. He's just going to back in this brush. You can see so many tunnels available from Xiaoxi, so can be able to get around the map as quickly as he likes. Doesn't have the Void Rush at the moment, but he's going to be able to get there if he needs to. Blade is going to be clearing out these minions underneath the turret, while there is, in fact, a Xiaohu back in base, just respawned. Flame going for a bit of a lane swap here. They know that the dragon's not available, so Flame able just to hold onto this one. Woosh might be in trouble, actually. That Hyper doing some work here for Flame now that he has a Hex Drinker, able to actually mitigate a lot of the damage here from Corki. And Im's going to take down the turret.
Beautiful rotation here from LGD, but here we go. Here's the skill.
Yeah, Flame is going to be able to land the knob. Actually flings him back in towards Imp, who can easily get the extra damage. I actually love how that works as well, with the fact that Hyper and Silverbolt's very similar, so you have that surge of third hit damage from both Mininar and, of course, Vayne.
And the chained CC if he happened to... Because obviously you threw him back against the wall. Yeah.
All you need is a Poppy.
What?
So much wall damage. Heroic charge there as well. Flame actually dueling a little bit here with Woosh. Dodges the boulder here on the side of the Corki as Lei is hanging around just to try and help out here. PWL's around, but 4 members strong of LGD moving towards the bottom side. Actually, Godby considering it as well. So RNG do need to be careful.
2-minute warning spawns for Dragon. So again, 6-minute window of opportunity where Dragon is down. They play to the top side of the map. They immediately take the first tier top tower. As soon as the 2-minute warning window happens for Dragon, they're back onto the bottom side of the map, applying pressure to the bottom tier tower as well as getting down deep vision. No one plays the map better than LGD.
Yeah, they just seem to be in the right places at the right times. MLXG with the Warrior Enchantment now also has that Sight Stone to Augmented, helping him out with his safeguards around, making him as slippery as possible. See whether he can get any work done. Of course, 1-2-1. Not exactly the score you're looking for when you really need to power through this early game, and MLXG definitely has to.
RNG should be relatively strong coming up into this next Dragon fight in a minute.
Speaking of which, Godby getting soloed out by MLXG. One more auto attack is going to be enough to smites him for it.
Oh wait, teleport. Here comes Flame.
Yeah, Flame looking to get in here. There's the boomerang and lands. Hyper comes down. He gets knocked back. Acceleration Gate going to get Xiaohu to safety, but another teleport comes in. Immediately knocked up to Skygetters. He's going to have to try and get out of there. I'm not sure why I'm yodering a whole lot of these words all the time, but Sky is going to be safe. LGD going to take down the bottom outer turret.
All the resources committed, and this is really the difference between the teams, and it goes back to really MLXG. He'll pick up the kills, and a lot of time, not in this case specifically, but RNG will find themselves with a kill lead, but not a gold lead.
Flame able to get back up to the top lane as well, so definitely good at picking up as many objectives as they can, but Imp pushed into the wall here. Woosh is going to be the focus. The ultimate is running here for Lei, but there's the Silver Bolts doing some work. The ult runs out as Imp just able to get the free damage off. Of course, Cow not going to really help out, but the minions might be a little bit too strong.
Beautiful use.
The wrong king, though.
It was a beautiful use of the final hour on top of the box, kiting around the walls, so utilizing the slow that Thresh is going to put down as opposed to just a catch, almost as an arena.
Yeah, I liked it. It was like they were
the Thunderdome.
Boxing match or something in the cage.
Boxing with shadows. No, that's not Vane's voice. Boxing with shadows. I can't do it. I gave up. I came out British. I was like, abort.
Wait, isn't she a bit British?
No, she's like Matrix.
All right, so she's Trinity.
Yeah, exactly. Caitlyn's British.
Yeah, got it. trying to picture, trying to remember Vane's voice in my head. I just don't have it at all, so that's absolutely fine. Whoosh, though, is going to be able to clear out this bottom lane. Let's talk about that, because Corky's farming is definitely a fun thing here, but lots of vision available for LGD, so let's talk about that. The fact that LGD...
What, Corky's farming or the vision available for LGD?
The vision available for LGD, because they have really spread themselves out. They've got a lot of pink wards, and there's no way that RNG are able to get in towards all of their jungle this time around.
You're absolutely right, and the reason that they've placed all that vision again, because they were looking for the dragon. That was the most important objective to them, so they made sure that they had vision in and around that pit. And now, because dragon's gone, they're immediately picking up and moving their vision. So it's very important to note that with LGD, you don't just, you know, keep one area of the map highlighted at all times. Anytime you move anywhere, you're setting down flanking wards.
And you can see Imp as well with an Avarice Blade picked up. Might be going towards that static shift, but could even be that Ghost Blade here as Lade's going to get caught by the Death Sentence. Actually just destroyed there. No Unbreakable Will was just about to hop back off cooldown. Outer turret going to fall in the mid lane. That's 3 already for LGD. They grab a pick, they grab a turret.
RNG did manage to trade the bottom tier tower. And that was pretty much the best trade that they had available to them at the map. So it's still not worth. And they're definitely still very behind and falling even further behind, but...
They take what they can get.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly 3,000 gold is going to be the lead here for LGD, so nothing like their previous game. 17 minutes into this one. Was in fact about 13 minutes and they were 7,000 gold ahead, so LGD not quite as far this time through, but Godby now with that Athene's on Holy Grail, also with the Hex score almost perfect. One more evolution before that gravitational field is going to be sucking people in. And that Chaos Storm is going to be moving super fast.
Now the question becomes, where do LGD go from here? Are they looking for a 5v5? Oh, that was close.
Well, Whoosh actually taking a whole bunch of damage. The Chaos Storm was down, but the Valkyrie is going to get Whoosh to safety. Imp finds his way in, though, and Lay. Whoa, that's a lot of damage from him.
I was going to say, because there's...
Jeez.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, MLSG tries to go for the heroic play, but he's just going to get torn apart. So much damage from LGD, and he's so squishy. Flame looks for his way in. Whoosh going to get missed by that boomerang. Jiaoshi does manage to land the Prey Seeker. PYL lands a Death Sentence. It's a double kill for Godby. That equalizer was fantastic for Sky. We'll see whether it's enough to turn it around. It is able to get a few kills here as Imp trying to be the hero. Xiao, who is so incredibly low. And it is going to be Flame cleaning up for LGD. And Imp, one more auto attack on Xiao, who should do it, but is the passive going to be enough? Yeah, I think he's going to make it.
There's no reason for RNG to be fighting right there. They have a poke-based composition. You just need to lay down your shock blast on the acceleration gate as well as your coke.
Saw a player, and he had to try and kill him.
And did you see the beautiful flash from PYL, knowing that he could get insect into the middle of the team, that as soon as Lee Sin came in, he flashed to the side, forcing Lee Sin to choose the Rek'Sai. And I feel like Xiaoxi, I mean, his scoreline 2, 2, and 5, that's not awful, but I kind of feel like he's just here for the ride.
Just hanging out.
He got kicked
just an LGD fan that won a competition.
He got kicked into the middle of the team. He was just like full in Rek'Sai mode, just kind of looking around. Okay, so here we go. There's the immediate flash. Rek'Sai gets kicked in, has no idea what direction to go, so Flame just bouncing forward. But there's no reason for RNG to be fighting here. They should be laying down their poke. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
And then Xiao, who also has an incredible flash over this wall, which allows him to get the execution. And the other last little nifty thing that I want to point out is Imp looks around. He can take this kill. He could have taken the Sky kill, but he knows, okay, Flame, you got that? I'm going to go chase down the ace.
Yeah, and actually not sort of being greedy here as well. Knows that he'll grab an assist after Flame picks that one up.
But they're just so good at making sure that their cooldowns aren't wasted on multiple targets.
Well, Imp is able to actually get that red buff as well. That is one for Jiaoxi and also one for Imp now as well. So MLXG was unable to smite that one away. 4,000 gold now the lead for LGD as RNG. They are grouped up. Sonic Wave finds its mark, but Jiaoxi is pretty
oh, they're out of position. This is good.
Yeah, actually RNG looking to rush down this turret.
And then they're going to have to exit either back up or to the top side of the map and run into Flame.
Flame charging up that rage bar if he can. This outer turret is going to fall though, so RNG pick up the objective. Godby now with the Chaos Storm available. No flash though. Trying to get in there. Another Sonic Wave lands. MLXG has been playing this Lee Sin fairly well, if not a little bit overly aggressively. And this inner turret now under fire from RNG.
This is so excellent from RNG right now. Great positioning on the map. And LG are just frankly out of position. PYL's like, guys, get over here.
Yeah, grabs himself a Godby for the wave clear.
Oh, here comes the teleport.
Well, they do get the teleport. Sky holds on to his, so advantage for RNG. They pick up a turret. They get the teleport out of Flame.
Yeah, big misstep from LGD.
Yeah.
It only really equates into one tower, so not the worst trade for them, but they had a huge, pressure point and momentum going forward after winning that team fight. And frankly, for the last minute to 2 minutes, they've done nothing with it. So,
Well,
RNG.
I guess we can also talk about the fact that Jahu has just completed the Manamune. He does have both of those armor penetration items
The
and the
power
lucidity
spike on
boost.
Jace.
Yeah, he's going to be really hitting his stride on this Jace. He's not going to get much stronger in this game. And it's a Trinity Force on the Corki as well as the Sork Boots, Bilgewater Cutlass there as well. So as far as the strength of both of these carries is concerned, you're not going to get too much higher. So maybe LGD respecting that just a little bit, but it was a positional error.
It was a huge positional error. And then they couldn't decide if they wanted to commit to a flank or if they were going to walk all the way around. And obviously you have to be very respectful because, like you said, Jace had just finished most of his itemization as far as his penetration was concerned. So he's been doing massive damage and it is at its height right now. It's going to be curious if they're going to be able to transition Jace's power into securing the Dragon objective or contesting. Again, RNG's composition, they need to lay down their poke before they look for the all-in engagement. They have fantastic and wonderful objective control with in tandem of Jace, Corki Poke, as well as the Equalizer, but they've yet to execute it correctly.
Yeah, of course, the last Equalizer from Sky was actually fantastic in that choke point. Managed to get a fair bit of damage down. Of course, Flame did survive through it. He's just pretty tanky at the moment on this Gnar, able to get that Mega Gnar at exactly the right times, but there's Whoosh on your screen. He just wants to be able to get his Corki to a point where they can get the work done.
So far, though, LGD in complete control other than that slight misstep. Maybe they're pausing like, I don't even know how I ended up in this river. I thought I was in mid lane.
What were we doing, guys? A brain reattachment or something like that. POL just calling for his team to get themselves sorted out.
But this next dragon fight is going to be massive. Now, obviously, most dragon fights are going to be massive, but RNG, starting to get a slight foothold. Still playing from the back foot, but starting to get a slight foothold back into this game, that if they're successful in this Dragon Endeavor, either through taking it or possibly they get a good team fight or a pick right beforehand, it could very easily swing the game wide open because, again, running Corki and Jace, if they can immediately translate that into Baron control, that would put them right back in.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can actually do that because, look, I'm just seeing that RNG are running out of time. They've got a Warrior Enchant Lee Sin who's not really quite able to make things happen. And of course, as soon as you pick up that Warrior Enchant, you want to be starting fights, making stuff work. But when you got this poke comp where you're saying that like they probably don't want to be engaging anything, they just want to be throwing shock blasts and hitting people with rockets and things like that. Just questioning MLXG's sort of decision making as far as the build is concerned, maybe even just the pick in general.
So Lee Sin has kind of this weird power spike, so like his early game is going to be incredibly effective, especially when he has the Warrior Enchantment, just because he has one of the highest execution on the Sonic Wave, things like that, like the highest damage output as far as any of the junglers early. He falls into a mid-game power trough because he stops being useful in sieging towers and things like that, but as soon as he's able to in-sec targets, and just like if he catches Imp, if he catches God V, then his usefulness skyrockets again at these big 5v5s. So that's kind of like the roller coaster of Lee Sin. There's like a good 20-minute window where you're like, man, I really wish that I had a Sejuani on my team. But as soon as he hits that kick, you're like, yeah. Yeah,
you're the best. Why didn't we have more of you? Of course, Gragas can do it to 5 members at a time. So, look. We're not going to talk about the fact that he wasn't
we're
banned.
complimenting MLXG for his fantastic... I actually do kind of like their composition in their draft. Again, I think it's just an execution issue. I don't think it's a poor draft by any means. I think you're absolutely correct in that they have a limited window of opportunity where they need to act inside their power spikes and where they're really strong. But the fact that they have really great hard engage tools in terms of not just the inset kick, but Alistair as well, and then the equalizer on top of that. So, you lay down your rockets, you lay down your shock blast, and then as soon as you see a fight that you like, where the enemy team's like, oh no, we're too low health, they're going to engage on us, you equalize behind them or across the team, and then you just send in your Alistair and your Lee Sin.
Yeah,
so
send in the cows.
Exactly. You've got, both tools of we whittle them down, and then we have the tools to start the fight and force them to fight us.
Well, speaking of which, we are back into the game. Pause is over, ladies and gentlemen. 3,000, just over 3,000 gold, the lead for LGD as we head back into this. Josh, you're going to take down some Raptors. Some popcorn chickens available for this Rek'Sai. Got to be going to be heading back to base as well. See what he decides to pick up next. Does have those lucidity boots built up. And it is going to be the perfect hex core already. Sort of second item. MLXG going to get caught out though. So much damage. Is actually not available for LGD as that was just Flame. And PWL's going to lock it down.
Oh my god. Look at that damage, though, on the Shock Blast.
Silly under Imp. Almost half of his health there as Lei wants to find his way in. Actually does have the flash, so it can be the flash head by Pulverize. Imp tumbles out of the way of that Shock Blast from a screen away. Not sure how he managed to figure that one out. Might have just been tumbling for the extra damage on the Dragon, but it is going to be third one going down for LGD. Imp's Vayne is definitely looking strong, though. Now he has the Static Shiv built up. 2-0 and 4.
I love the Static Shiv build on Vayne as opposed to the Phantom Dancer build, just because, especially how Imp plays her, it's very mobility-based, so you're going to get a lot more Static Shiv procs as opposed to relying on the extra crit that Phantom Dancer will give you.
And then you also get more burst damage and more mixed damage as well.
And wave manipulation, so if they ever want to look at a 1-3-1 with the teleport as well as the dueling potential of Vayne, having that Static Shiv gives her so much more control and a lot more threat on sieging down towers than the Phantom Dancer Vayne.
Yeah, I like it. Condemn against the wall. Speaking of which, he is going to be able to get on top of him, but just kicks him. Just try and do something, does MLXG, so he's going to die for the 5th time here. Godby actually flashing back over the wall there. Chaos Storm was down. Phosphorus Bomb on 2 members here as Godby does have to walk through almost an entire red carpet of Equalizer, and RNG waiting under there in a turret. Now going to be okay. Acceleration Gate giving them some extra movement speed as the bounce through as Joshi didn't get the memo. Actually heads back in here. But LGD are going to be able to disengage.
Not a lot lost there. And not a lot gained. Oh, hold on.
Jahu is going to be able to take down that pink ward, but doesn't find himself a Godby. Flame gets his back stopped. Sky looking to try and get in on that one. But Flame pretty tricksy on this little Gnar. He's going to bounce his way around and get out of it.
Something that I haven't often seen as far as Imps matchups are concerned is a CS discrepancy.
Yeah.
205 to 166. Now, no surprise, Vayne doesn't have the easiest time laning in a lot of different matchups, but typically Imp finds massive snowball CS leads.
Yeah, and Imp often just finds himself a lane to sit in. He often parks himself around the mid-game if he is actually falling behind in a lane where he can soak up a whole lot of that farm, but it hasn't been the case this time around. Just, I guess, wanted to make more plays and actually has been able to do it.
No, yeah, I completely agree. It's just, it's funny to watch, and especially because LGD, again, it just goes back to they're so conscious about the side waves and making sure that that free gold is never wasted, that someone on their team is utilizing it. So it's usually how you see Godby, Acorn, Flame, or Imp with these massive CS differences, is because there's never just an unattended lane.
Yeah. Seems like a lot of the gold isn't divvied out to Imp this time around. See whether he puts in a complaint at the end of the game. This is like, guys, I'm just not getting the gold that I'm used to. If we could just sort that out, that'd be great moving forward. But we are going to have another pause, ladies and gentlemen. POL having a little bit of trouble getting this game working out for him properly, so we're just going to make sure that he's A-okay and then get straight back into the game. It does look like he has reconnected. We'll see whether everything's okay and get this one unpaused as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, let's just have a look at Flame.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, I like him with the glasses, actually.
Yeah, it looks good. He had really blonde hair for a moment there. I don't know if you saw those pictures.
No.
I wasn't the biggest fan, but I'm liking the auburn.
Auburn. Yeah. I'm not very good at, like, pronouncing that word with an Australian accent is very different than an American accent. It felt really weird trying to
How do you say aluminum?
Aluminum isn't a word. Nor is it a thing. It's aluminium. Have you heard of that one?
Thank you.
There's like an extra syllable that you're just completely foregoing.
Weird. Weird, mate.
Wow. You're getting so much better. I forgive you for your aluminum. I actually quite like the word just because it sounds silly. But
when I heard you guys say it, I was like, that's a periodic table. What?
Sometimes I just really like these localizations and how they work out.
There's Christmas, there's tinfoil.
Yeah, Christmas actually still exists at the same time.
I realized I didn't say it out loud in the store. I didn't like exclaim. I was excited for maybe 20 seconds and then it hit me. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's July.
Yep. It's okay. I got plenty of those stories as well, but it's a little bit too long-winded in order to go into on stream. Says Max, mostly just scared of the added embarrassment. I don't need any more of that.
Speaking of July, we're getting close to the 4th. I know that means nothing to you.
No, I get it. I get it. We watch a lot of your television, the American television. So we know about all that sort of stuff.
I made an awful mistake when I first came to Australia. I watched a movie called The Reef.
Oh my goodness. You never make that mistake. I was actually going to have a conversation about Australian film, which I'm not going to, because we are going to unpause this game very, very quickly. Hopefully get back into this as soon as possible.
I see it moving, so
yeah. So let's not
we're
talk about
good.
the reboot. I just can't handle horror movies at all, Frosker, and so just don't think.
RNG are in a horror movie right now,
They are.
trying to dig themselves out of this grave.
Well, it's not actually as big as it was last time. They'd be probably pretty happy with where they are right now. It's just below 5,000 gold, which is nowhere near the 15,000 gold that it was at 24 minutes last time. And Shock Blast is down onto Gobi.
He immediately drops the gravitational field because he expected Xiaohu to hammer form on top of him, which would have then locked him up.
And actually looking for a way in, not going to Sonic Wave onto that minion to get any kicks happening this time. RNG going to continue pressuring forward. They've got a very strong Corki, almost has that Blade of the Ruined King available. Imp going to steal away a red buff, sort of in no man's land on the bottom side of the map, but Sky is also not in the fight on the top side.
Sky was
the teleport though.
Yeah, Sky was looking for the teleport. Obviously, they don't have eyes on Imp. Now they know where he is, which is why he's being pinged. But effectively, if Sky leaves that bottom lane, they lose the tower. So RNG, in full control, they managed to take a tower for free and didn't even have to burn the teleport. So great plays from them.
Yeah, and Imp's actually just moving around multiple lanes, trying to get himself caught back up in farm. Brings it back to about a 21 CS margin, but Imp looking for the condemn there onto Xiaohu.
His life flashed before his eyes.
Yeah, it was very cheeky to get the condemn, almost into condemn range.
But just look how confident Imp is to step forward at a play like that.
That's what Imp has just always done, though. He just wants to get the extra auto attacks. If it means taking a turret shot or two, it doesn't matter. He's got the health to spare. He's one of those AD carries that does like to use his health bar as a resource.
And again, runs down to the bottom side, immediately walks all the way around thinking that if Rumble is still pushing,
vein.
exactly, condemns out of bush to make sure he'll have the empowered auto when he comes around for Fog of War.
Yeah, I'm going to use my mobility move to try and get extra damage.
Not to, dodge any of the harpoons or the equalizer that would come
defense.
out. Just make sure that I can hit that guy.
Damn right. Well, Imp now as well, closing the gap. 16. So it's all getting lower and lower as Whoosh was able to clear out that bottom wave, so making it a little bit more difficult for Imp, but he's more than fine now at 211 CS here to the 228 of Whoosh at 26 minutes into this game. 6-2-4 though. I'm going to talk about Godby just for a moment. He hasn't gone with the same build that he went last time I saw. It is now the Athene's on Holy Grail, but he's grabbed what looks like the makings of that Zhonya's Hourglass with the arm guard and no Sheen inside.
Anytime he has an hourglass, I feel like it just gives him liberty to flash forward into multiple people.
Yeah, just the Godby way. I want to have any excuse to go overly aggressive. Almost has his flash back up as well. No distortion enchant, decided to go for the home guard one more time. Taking a shock blast here as well. Actually, Godby has picked up home guard boots very early, both times in this particular series. Not sure whether it's a new thing here for Godby or whether he just wanted to have a little bit more mobility around or...
I mean, at that point, he probably was just back and had enough gold for the home guard, obviously able to propel him back into lane quicker.
But he could have bought an amp too.
I'm not going to say that.
Just wants to move a little bit quicker here. RNG, though, with an inside track towards this mid lane inner turret. See whether they can get there in time. Flame with the teleport is on the bottom side of the map, so he can get there if they need to. The tunnel under here from Xiaoxi is going to make sure that RNG can't really move forward.
Imp is just trying to power farm every available resource. This dragon will be up in 22 seconds, but he is quickly closing that gap.
Yeah, and he's taking a whole lot of jungle creeps as well, which are worth a whole lot more gold. So a lot of these numbers that are being built up for Imp, a little bit more, I guess,
invisible
effective.
power.
Yeah, effective than what Whoosh is grabbing. Caster creep versus Big Krug, for instance.
And then immediately back into the mid lane. Then he should rotate back towards the dragon pit.
Unless a wolf camp comes up, in which case kill that, and then continue on.
Oh, this is a good pick.
Yeah, walks over a ward. Actually,
Beautiful.
There's the headbutt pulverize. Imp going to get destroyed. Whoosh locks it down with a phosphorus bomb. Godby coming through. There's a boomerang across there from Flame, but there's the equalizer. 3 members of LGD forced to walk across it. And RNG, they're going to have control of this dragon.
Great pick from RNG, making sure that they got on top of the objective, set down their vision, and a beautiful knock-up phosphorus bomb shockwave to just destroy Imp.
LGD doing a decent job trying to poke back here as Meganar is going to wear off. The flashback from Flame as Godby's going to get kicked in. There's the resonating strike, but MLXG getting destroyed. Taken down. The laser beam comes in as well. PYL's going to die. Xiaohu does have his W running, trying to get his health back. But Whoosh with the aggressive moves on this Corki. Able to lock down the kill under Godby.
There was no real reason for LG to fight right there. Not quite sure why they decided to hang around. They're trying to make the most out of Flame's Mega Gnar form and see if they can get an overextension or a bait. And yeah, they did get the pick on MLXG, but in the end, it trades even, as well as RNG getting the dragon.
Yeah, and I guess RNG, anything that goes even is in their favor. And the fact that they managed to pick up the first dragon, stop that 5th dragon win condition from being apparent there on the LGD side, is a big deal.
Especially because it would have been the 4th Baron, which obviously empowers 4th dragon, which obviously empowers the Baron Shred, which was the next big objective that LG had been dancing around to help crack the base of RNG, because they're wave clear. I mean, unless Jace and Corki are dead, it's very difficult to break through these creep lines.
There's the fact that, you know, flat percentage of stats is a big deal in the likes of Xiaohu. I mean, 6% on top of all of the extra flat AD that he's been building up is a big deal. And of course, the double dipping that you get from Whoosh, I mean, he's going to benefit from both the AP and the AD.
One of the only AD carries to do that.
Yeah. Of course, another one is Ashe.
I was going to say Ezreal. But Blue Ashe is a thing in the LPL.
Yeah, not quite so... Oh, beautiful play from PYL, but they are going to be able to start off this fight. PYL
Nice
going down
equalizer.
very, very low. Burnt to shreds from that equalizer. Whoosh takes a lot of damage. Imps pop the final hour, dodges the accelerated shock blast, and Xiaohu going to get tagged by the boomerang, but RNG take a pick, and they are able to disengage. This gold lead from LGD slowly waning.
That's 3 amazing equalizers back to back to back from Sky right here, as well as just the absurd amount of burst damage that Xiaohu and Wushin are able to pull on this Jace Corki combo. And we talked about, you know, RNG's composition. It's excellent because as long as they lay down their poke, they have so many tools to force the enemy team to fight them. And it's really been in Lei's hands. You know, he fumbled his WQ cooldown earlier on the top side, but redeeming himself.
Yeah, he's really making it work. Flame has picked himself up the Thornmail as well as the Randuins, though, so he's definitely going to struggle to die in a lot of these team fights, but they will need to get rid of Sky because there's still relevant magic damage available on the side of RNG. The Hex Drinker and Spectre Scale are going to help. Probably not as much as his extra itemization into that armor is necessary.
Bloodthirster now complete on the side of Xiaohu.
Yeah. He takes a pot shot there, and despite having some extra armor with the Zhonya's Hourglass, he's still taking a whole lot from these shock blasts. He's going to go back to base as well, actually. Both of these AD carries as well, sitting on about 3 items, as well as the QSS there for Imp. Bit of a luxury one to make sure that he can get out of the CC available from RNG, but a lot of it is actually knock-up. So like the kickback from LXG, Lei's head buff pulverize, there's not a whole lot he can QSS really.
So look at the CC on the side of LGD. Like, speaking of the knockups and all of the disruption on RNG, LGD, you have non-committal CC from PYL in terms of the death sentence. You throw it out, you like it, you go on it. You obviously have the big Gnar ultimate from Flame, but the more consistent and immediate would be Rek'Sai's Unburrow flash onto backlines, because obviously you have to prep Gnar to look for his big wombo combo, or you have to make a pick with the death sentence. And the fact that it's their sub that has the most consistent and immediate CC in terms of team fighting, I think is kind of this stalling out and floundering that we're seeing here of LGD's team fight.
Sort of the forcible CC is on a player that may not necessarily have the confidence to use it. But speaking of confidence, LGD did start off the Baron there for a moment.
Oh, the mid lane rush. Base race.
Oh, it is. Potential base race.
Oh, they chickened out.
Back off. But LGD, they're going to be able to take down this turret, grab that one for free. Minion wave is pressing up the mid lane, but lots of vision available for LGD. They are going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret. The teleport was used from Sky. Godby tanking up the turret for a little bit. Dark Passage going to be taken by the mid laner. MLXG not going to find a Q just yet. Slay going to get lasered to the face. Xiaohu with a lot of damage, but MLXG is going to get collapsed on. The box is down, but PYL not finding anyone with it. Godby, aggressive positioning. Flash death sentence Just dodge. He picks the gap there, does PYL, and they can't find a way in. Imp is just going to take so much damage from Xiaohu. There's another fantastic equalizer, but Imp able to get Lei out of his face there as Sky trying to throw the harpoons in. Still not really fully committing are either of these sides as Flame's going to get tagged by the Sonic Wave. And RNG actually playing this really, really well. Godby actually flashing forward. Look at the laser beam. Takes down MLXG, blows the Zonyas. The Nara into the wall. Xiaohu forced to flash out of the way of the wallop. And LGD, they finally pull the trigger.
The individual outplay from Godby to clean that up in LGD's favor. They should look and turn on Baron.
They are moving towards there right now.
That was absurd.
That was just ridiculous. I'm still reeling just a little bit.
And just the way that Xiaohu played with the Wolf Camp to make sure that PYL wasn't able to commit with the death sentence.
It's fantastic play all around there as Lei was looking for a steal. Not likely to grab that on the side of an Alistair, but PYL does throw out a lantern. And RNG, they are going to be able to clear out some tunnels. That's the consolation prize they get as LGD take down the Baron.
And just unfortunately one team fight gone awry for RNG. And again, immediately the game opens up in LG's favor. They will get a consolation prize, however. Looking at this dragon, that said, Shashi is actually in position.
Yeah, looking to try and get there. Standing on a ward at the moment. But RNG, they do have a lot of damage here. It's already down to half health. Teleport comes through from Flame. Looking to try and get in amongst it. MLXG just popping over the wall. He's going to be able to lock that one down. Xiaohu, though, taking so much damage from Imp. Gets knocked up from the kick, though. There's the equalizer from Sky. And Lei's going to kill Imp. LGD now trying to turn this one around. MLXG, he's going to fall down. But LGD missing a whole lot of their frontline, their backline damage. Sorry, Lei might need to trade himself. Xiaohu died in amongst all that, though. So the trade definitely going in favor of LGD. But now that death sentence was more than max range as Flame heads into Mega Gnar form, allows him to tank up so much more. And Sky knows Zonyas is going to save you from 4 members of LGD.
And then they respond to the massive wave that's building on the bottom side. That will surely be a free inhibitor as Wushin is the last remaining member of RNG to try to keep this inhib up.
Yeah, it's the LGD cooking show one more time. This is the lane that we prepared earlier. Have a look. Pulls it out of the oven, able to take the inhibitor as well. So more fantastic coordinated play from this LGD squad and going to be able to empowered recall themselves back to base and continue the shove in. And now it's sort of the circling of the drain for RNG as LGD just pull the screws even tighter.
It looked much more difficult for LGD. Now, we talk about how along a star-studded roster as far as LGD, you point at TBQ. He's the weak link here if you're going to point at anyone on them. They sub him out, but suddenly LGD, they're struggling to start fights. It was only on a massive flash outplay of Godby's Victor behind second-tier tower. When you have a Rek'Sai on your team, that forced them to finally catch RNG and clean up these fights to transition into Baron. I miss you, TBQ.
I know, it's so weird. I was just thinking about a better way to say that. The fact that LGD definitely look like off the back of TBQ's sort of almost sometimes unwarranted aggression are able to turn things around because at least they're making decisive plays from the jungle every single time.
Shashi, though, 2-2 and 13.
Yeah.
Not a bad debut performance.
The player I want to talk about, though, is the fact that Godby has just really launched back into power in this mid lane. The Victor now 12, 3, and 4. It was an unbelievable performance on the Kassadin in the last game, especially in the leading phase early on. Really got them to a point where they could win the game. LGD just looking very, very strong. Imp has just been in a lane on his own for this entire game. LGD now starting a bit of an engagement. Lei actually is going to be the one. Unbreakable Will has been popped. MLXG in the backside, but he kicks out Xiaoxi. Not exactly the target they want, and he's going to die. Now Lei trying to re-engage this one. The equalizer so late in this fight as PYL tanking up the turret. Imp making his way in. Xiao just gets 3-shot one more time. Whoosh dies to the red buff, and Imp just going to use his lifesteal, get all his health back, and that's the ace for LGD.
That was a 4v5. Imp only got involved on the very back half of that team fight. And what started out a little bit as they try to wander through these towers.
Oh my goodness, Imp almost died to that, but they are going to be able to take down the rest of these minions. The Nexus turrets as well. They realize that they can just win the game, and LGD, they waste no time. 38 minutes into this one. They're able to close this one out. In the end, just over a 10,000 gold lead, about 12,000 as the Nexus falls, and LGD convincing 2-0 victory over RNG.
The set against Xiaogu
What is he doing?
has awakened a monster in this LGD. They're like, hey guys, it's middle of the season. We got to start prepping for playoffs. And suddenly, they're back in old form.
Yeah, suddenly it seems like we're back towards this team that was the runner-up of the LPL split last time around. This team sort of went from looking very, very strange at the beginning of this split particularly, but now, once again, that dominant form, and it's off the back of Wayless. Godby, of course, now just looking so strong from the mid lane position.
And Godby was never super aggressive in his lane. If you go all the way back to his rookie year, even when he was a big Ahri player, he was good at controlling the minion waves, and he showed up in team fights, but he wasn't known as like a lane dominant mid laner. But really coming into his own now, is just super oppressive in everything that he does. Very aggressive and a huge playmaker, and really defining himself. He said, "I am the." Not my words, his words. I am the best mid laner in China, and he continues to prove that over and over.
Well, Pawn also said Pawn's the best mid laner in Korea, and Godby's the best mid laner in China. Here's direct quote. So that's two people that think that Godby's the best mid laner in China. We'll see whether we can find any more to increase that sample size to something that might be a little bit more relevant.
3 out of 3 dentists say.
3 out of 3 of the dentists that we asked about Godby and his mid lane prowess said that he was very, very good.
There's a Copenhagen Wolves joke in here.
Yeah, I think there's something like that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. After this, we are going to have Snake taking on World Elite. It is going to be huge, so don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome everybody back to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're going to bring you our second set of matches, starting with the big one here. Spawn as Snake take on World Elite.
Yeah, it's 3rd versus 12th Pastry Time, and Snake, they've got the gauntlet this weekend. 3 matches, 3 days, and looking for a lot of points. They take on WE King and then round it out on Sunday night with EDG. And we're going to have to see whether these guys can really step up because, 7 points, 2 wins in that tie against EDG would nearly guarantee them top spot on the ladder.
And look, Snake have been kind of creeping up, doing very well for themselves here. Back in the 3rd after, I'd say, an up and down start to their split so far in split number 2, but they're still a strong team. They've looked better with you. It's just a matter of, you know what? Which teams are the consistent ones? Because I feel like last week especially, we got a lot of inconsistency.
Yeah, we certainly did. And, they're trying up different things. They're trying to run poke comps. They want to make sure that they're not that one-trick pony. When they brought you on, they said the benefit of having this mid laner is that he can play so many different styles. And you can see that from the LeBlanc Cassidy picks early on, now going towards more of the control mage style. Still plays a fantastic Orianna, fantastic Lulu. So if they do want, they can go into the Protect the Crystal compositions. And this is a much better balanced Snake lineup.
It is, and I feel like World Elite is definitely a team that are still finding themselves, but have been finding more and more success. Maybe the kind of magic's wearing off a little bit here. World Elite have been a bit shakier than usual. Certainly had a strong start to the season here. But it's funny that you start with the mid laners because they've both been looking great.
Yeah, they certainly have. Coming through on the side of World Elite style, you have to give Mystic some credit as well. As we take a look into last game, you see LGD able to run away with quite a convincing win in the end. And if that doesn't go across to Godv, I have serious doubts about our MVP rankings.
The LPL MVP is sometimes a very special thing, but it is Godv this time on the Victor that picks it up. That man was making plays all game long.
Yeah, he certainly was. Started really strongly coming through. They did get first blooded, I believe, but in the end, it's just the consistent damage that can come out of this Victor pick. I love this play because it shows how smart Godv is. Swaps targets and gets a 3-man Chaos Storm after the laser, and then even then throws out the Q, zaps someone else. He's just really good at controlling everything.
Now, we talk about Victor a lot, very short to medium range mage, but Godv's mobility here using that empowered Q, and just the way he respects and understands his ranges, even that was a very cute player, getting a bit of extra mobility on the Raptor. Godv's just such a smart player. I feel like he's not been showing the same results that we've been seeing on the champions like Varus, but taking a pick like Victor, making it his own, just showing again why he's such a fantastic player.
Yeah, you feel that he needs to play mechanically intense champions. Even Orianna, the way he plays it, constant movement of the ball, looking for the best position in there. Varus is a very point-click kind of poke champion, and, it requires certain, smart mechanics, but much less physical mechanics. If you put Godv on something like the Orianna, something like the Victor, he's always going to impress.
Yeah, and he has been on LGD. Again, a team that's finally stepping up. They had that split against EDG where they looked very strong. 2-0 for them, puts themselves in 4th, I believe, now in the standings. So really rocketing up there. You can tell 3 points right now in the LPL, given how close the standings are, mean everything. And that's what both Snake and World Elite are going to be looking for.
Yeah, exactly right. We have, the kind of first and seconds. And I think we have 2 people tied, 3 people tied, 2 people tied to round out the rest of it. So then we also have WE, as well as I think it was King, tied there on the bottom. King, of course, already played tonight. So have to see how it continues to go. But World Elite, they've looked a little bit better when they've gone back to the likes of Scion, Nautilus, getting a Luca or a tank in the top lane. People have been picking it away or banning it yet again. But the big question mark to me is Spirit. If he gets Gragas, still looks fantastic, but actually had a pretty poor Nidalee game coming through last week against Vici Gaming, and you feel that now they need to start reprioritizing jungles.
Yeah, it's kind of rough for World Elite when Spirit's the player that's looking a little shaky, and he has certainly been. He's still a good high-pressure jungler. I feel like Spirit can play just about anything he wants to when he sets his mind to it. It's just, that amount of focus and mastery is limited to whatever champions he's playing. So when Italy sort of dropped off, I feel like Spirit did suffer, even though Gragas was sort of a good extra pick for him.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, the reason I like the Gragas over the Nidalee right now is the fact that he's able to get into lanes early. His Nidalee game was still really impressive. I think he was 40-something CS up. As we do jump into Snake's lineup, Flandre on your screen there, playing some Echo, has the Hecarim and the Fizz available. So have to see what he decides to play tonight.
Flandre plays just about everything, but Beast has also been mixing it up. You can see a Scion jungle game in there as well. Beast certainly a player that still likes to be aggressive and can be creative. Nice to see him mixing it up slightly there as well. And of course, we talk about it, very versatile as well, but is sticking to more of the control mages he was known for in 2014.
Yeah, it certainly is. And he plays them in a very defensive mindset. Victor, one of the few mages he plays very aggressively. So I like how you can mix up defensive and offensive champions. And you see Crystal, a lot more Sivir right now. I still like the Draven pick. It's at the back of your mind, this guy can go off and carry. I like that you mentioned the Sion pick. That's a little bit of a mind game there because he could play it in the jungle. It's not just the top laner. And Allah, the Korean support, boy, is this guy good. You know, we had some... You kind of look at them, you're like, who is Beast? Who is Allah?
Yeah.
Who are these Korean players? I think they played on the same team as Gamsu. And now they've burst into the LPL, and Allah's Janna especially plays it so well in a Janna, like a non-Janna meta right now. It's just such a power pick for them.
Yeah, Ella's a fantastic player. Able to protect someone as bloodthirsty and as aggressive as Crystal. Can certainly lend you a lot of praise. Even Beast, you're right, had a great start to the year. It's been dropping off a little bit, I feel like, this particular season. But he's right back in it right now, back on the science, still being aggressive. And haven't seen the Nunu in a while, but I'm sure that's still around here as well. Snake, not a lot changed on their team, but I feel like they started mixing up their playstyle, probably just to make sure they had more than that one strategy they kept running.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, and I think that a lot of that revolves around the Nidalee jungle and now the Sion jungle, because that's a super tank where you can play anything you want in the top lane. Nidalee very poke heavy, maybe allows the mid lane to go into that poke fashion as well. Something like a Varus can come out from you and really change how the map is played. But these are the guys, 12th place currently WE. They are starting to struggle a little bit. They're up and down, they're trying to pull themselves through. And the train driver is still at the head of this team.
Yeah, Sion here for Lucas, still a massive power pick. Probably the only real player that plays it and has it feared by other players. We've seen Sky play it a couple of times. We talked about Beast in the jungle, but Spirit as well, same thing. When he's on Gragas, looks great. Rek'Sai's fine there as well. Nidalee's maybe not the same as we saw in playoffs.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange to see him struggle on that champion. GA is the, I guess, solo queue prodigy that came through, plays a lot of Victor at the moment. Twisted Fate is a one for me, though. I think that that is the pick right now that he looks incredibly comfortable on.
And she has another player that has very small but very strong looking champion. But when he's playing his champions, that's what he likes. Mystic here as well. Love his Jinx, absolutely. A little bit not so crash shot on the Vayne or the Sivir, but still a good player. And Conan running it out. Very old school support. It's funny to talk about these players and have Conan be the veteran, but that's just how it works out. Loves his engaged supports, but can play disengaged.
It certainly does. And you know, that pick there, Nautilus, is actually huge right now for WE because it's the second tank that Oluka likes to pick up, and also a very strong flex for Conan because you said engaged support, able to get in the AD carry phase, very much mix it up there, and I think that that's when he looks his most impressive, but that is a problem if Oluka wants it because Sion's banned away.
Yeah, and I mean, they will have options there as well. Oluka probably will take the tank, you have to think, especially with Sion likely banned away over the support there for Conan. But what a lead. They're sitting in 12th. Spirit looking very serious as always before games, but they've been here before, about mid-season in spring. They were not having a very fun time. Managed to pull their way back in and somehow make playoffs, almost dismantling EDG in their quarterfinal. It's going to be a tough road here for Waterloo. The bottom of the ladder, despite how close the LPL's been this split, is always a tough spot to be. Even Waterloo, sad to say they're not unfamiliar with the position, but they're also familiar with making deep runs in the back half of season.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're able to sneak into 8th, as you mentioned. They took EDG to the brink, and behind Spirit, their jungler, he needs to step up in the second half right now. And a lot of pressures on WE because, you know, last spot in the LPL is the auto relegation spot, so they need to start grabbing those points and climbing up the ranks.
And we talked about it before. Last week especially was just full of splits. And LGD, just from their last series, shot up in the ladder just because of that 3 points. So with everything being so tight, it really is important to get 3 points and not just one. 0, of course, just an absolute disaster. But for the most part, teams want to go in. They're going to claim as many points as possible. But that's the brutality of the best of 2 system. You just split a series and you almost feel like you might as well lose it because you just don't get any points.
Especially in WE's situation right now. They need to start piecemealing together 2 zeros. And you mentioned the ability to shoot up from LGD. M3 also showed us that. They were able to pick up 1 and they shot right up to 3rd spot there, being equal with all those guys. So we'll be able to see whether WE, of course, former sister team of M3 there, able to pull off something similar and start grabbing these, I guess, surprising upsets at this stage. But with how Snake has been changing up their lineup, if there is a time to beat them, it definitely is now.
Yeah, I think Snake have been experimenting quite a lot as a team, and everyone's not looked on the same page. They've kind of gone away from super hyper carry Crystal Mode. Flandre has actually been leaning a lot more and really pulling on the carry pants here, but Snake's still a strong side. For me, it's just a matter of consistency, probably for both these teams, but definitely for Snake. We've seen they're good. At their peak, they look absolutely unbeatable as a team. But how many times can they show that in a given season? It's a long season as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, it gets to the point where you watch these teams play the same style so many times that if they can't play anything differently in playoffs, they're just going to be punished again. And they went to a weird pick in the top lane to try and get them going at the end of playoffs. They started pulling out Trundle. It just saw ban after ban. So I'm seeing whether they decide to do something similar and give a strong split pusher over to FLICKR because he very much is that carry from the top lane, as you mentioned. But right now, it looks like get FLICKR any advantage in lane. Like, just get him a CS, a level, something like that, and he will teleport to another lane and get other members ahead. He's very selfless as a carry for his team, so he does like to translate his advantages into the rest of the map, and it seems to still be a consistently winning strategy.
Yeah, it does, and we are into the champ select now. We'll see what the teams do want to select for their first game here. Gragas and Twisted Fate actually banned by Snake, so 2 target bans there coming through, but Kalista is going to be the ban for Water Lead.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed so far from Snake's ban phase here, because that's all the early game pressure that WE used to get other lanes ahead. It is Spirit and GA's team right now. GA is actually probably one of the better performing members, and his Twisted Fate able to get into Mystic lane specifically and start getting him rolling in the AD carry position is what they pin their hat on a little bit, but both of them taken off the board.
Yeah, they're going to take Alistar now as well, our World Elite. A very strong support, probably one of the most commonly first pick champions currently in the metagame. And Snake now 20 seconds left. Do they want to go for another target ban, or are they going to keep it a bit more standard this time?
Yeah, you'd think that they might even try and take a second jungler away and grab the Rek'Sai for themselves. Give that one over the base. He has played it before. Have to see whether that is the tactic going in here. But a lot of strong picks now left open because of the Twisted Fate ban coming through there. You've got things in the top lane like FLICKR and Gnar that will be available, and it's actually Echo that's taken off the board.
Yeah, interesting that Snake don't want to first pick it despite the flexibility the champion has. They'll ban it away for themselves instead, but is a strong champion. World Elite might just have to settle themselves with a Rise ban and see what happens, but no, they're going to ban a 0 away from you.
Yeah, so this guarantees Aluka either Sion or Rise up there in the top lane, and that is something he has been able to play. I'm sure that he's happy to take Sion into it because they'll just lane swap, and Aluka does very well in lane swaps as Sion. So if FLICKR is willing to prioritize this pick, might lead WE to getting that all-important top lane tank for their team.
And we talked about FLICKR needing to be a bit more of a carry for his team. Rise certainly would be a carry-style champion. You cannot deny the power of this champion, but it's tricky to run. Snake, though, they are going to run the risk, and they'll take Rise as their first.
Yeah, I really like it. You know, if they leave it open, dare you to take it, you have to prove that it's worthy of that ban. So FLICKR steps up to the challenge, locks it in. Of course, he's still got the smite, so that can go to you as the mid laner. I'm sure he can also be played as an AD carry. Rise is just so strong at the moment. But we'll have to see where exactly they go with it and whether they... Nah, he swapped over. It's top.
FLICKR loves Smite, to be fair. He was the person that really started just taking Smite. Aluka, by the way, has already locked in Sion. He's going to have that for himself, and they take the Nautilus as well. It is all tanks all the time for Water Lead.
Yeah, I actually really love that because that's a tanky support, tanky top laner. Spirit can play whatever the heck he wants right now. He can go carry. He can go something like Riven jungle if he wants to pull it out again, but have to see whether that's the choice. As we also have another couple of
Those are power picks, though, for Snake there. They instantly respond with Rek'Sai and Victor. One of the strongest junglers, one of the strongest mid laners. Snake cannot be disappointed with this draft so far.
Yeah, they take the Rek'Sai away, which is the other champion that Spirit's found a lot of success on. Last 2 wins come with Rek'Sai in their lineup. And Victor right now, he's just so hard to pin down at what he's good at because he does everything exceptionally well. Team fights, skirmishes, he's got zone control, he's got high burst damage, high mobility, and his wave clear is phenomenal. At every stage of the game, he offers something different. And then if he ever gets 6 items, he just one-shots you.
Yeah, got good sustained damage as well. That was the only one he missed. Victor's a pretty good champion. His Water Lead. So you take Vayne and Cassiopeia as their 3rd and 4th. Mystic going to be a little risky here. Civ is open if Crystal wants to take it. Not a bad team to set up for the Civ here as well. But they got plenty of options here for Snake. Ella going to look at Morgana right now, but not locked in just yet. They'll have to complete a bottom lane here, knowing that there's probably a jungle counter pick actually there for Water Lead. But Snake, to me, they're just drafting the power picks. It's great to see them just playing standard. The Civ is locked in for Crystal. Ella's going to get Morgana. Snake's team comp's amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is. They have a lot of team fight potential in there. They have the facilitator to get Rise going. I was actually going to hit on the fact that they took Vayne because they probably thought that that was going to be the AD carry pick. It's a pseudo counter pick if Mystic's ever able to find Crystal on his own. Of course, that Black Shield really going to help in the laning phase because it's difficult to pop. But as we mentioned, with the 2 heavy tanks, this allows Spirit to go something a little bit more damage heavy. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a Nidalee. Although, honestly, right now, I'd love to see something like a Nunu. He's locked it in.
Yep, Nidalee is going to come through there for Spirit, so that'll be the champion he wants. We've seen this as the default champion when Spirit does want to carry, but Spirit's performance recently has not been the same from this year, and he's been fantastic all year long despite the struggles that him and his team have gone through. I remember Beast really putting it to aggressive junglers, though, in the early spring. I wonder if he can do it again. again.
Yeah, the first images we have of Beast are actually teaming up with Bucket, invading deep on something like the J4 or the Nunu and taking control of the enemy jungle. Problem with Spirits in Italy, and it's a problem for the other team, is that he just farms so quickly. He's able to get these big CS advantages, really push his lead in gold. Last week when he lost on it, he had like a Void Staff whilst the other jungler was sitting on a Sightstone. He just gets so ridiculously farmed, but sometimes it's not enough.
Well, we'll see if it's enough this time around as FLICKR on the rise. Big carry here for him versus Aluka's trademark train driver, a.k.a. the Scion. Beast on the Rexo, though, is going to match up against Spirits in Italy. This, probably the big power point for Waterloo. Oh, maybe this lane as well.
Yeah, you feel this is the one that they have to get ahead in. GA has to be able to take it to you. You on the Victor has got the cleanse, so it's going to be hard to get those 1v1 kills for GA.
And then you can see Crystal on the Sivir once again here versus Mystic's Vein. And now they're going to take Morgana as a very appropriate counter pick to the Nautilus.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about his Janna, the fact that he can play Thresh. He actually plays them in very disengaged styles. I like the Morgana coming through there. Gives them a little bit more disengaged option. Anti-dive as always with the Morgana ult, but also has the ability to go Talisman, get nice and aggressive up in people's face with the Morgold as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm going to get onto the rift for our first game between Snake and World Elite. And welcome back, everyone, for our opening game between Snake and WE. Both teams on the powerful points here in our third series of the day. Week 7 spawn, the LPL. It is long, but we're starting to get to the business end.
Yeah, you can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel that is playoffs. We love that time of year so much as some fancy shoes come through from Beast, dodges out of Spirit. This is something that Spirit does. He starts Q. I am a big fan of W start on Italy. Means you stay a little bit healthier, but Q is definitely the fast way around the jungle.
And Spirit does like to go fast in the jungle, as we've noted earlier. FLICKR going to spot Aluka, who is the giant lumbering lumberjack Scion, but just a ward down there.
Yeah, started with a ward. An actual 75 gold green ward. Aluka against Arise, which is a range harass champion.
Aluka knows.
He does. He is a magician.
He is indeed.
He's going to take a camp, of course, so he goes back and gets pots, but it's just funny.
It is. I mean, smart stuff there. They're going to get good vision down. Trinket Lord's down there as well. So important early vision down for World Elite. And she is going to look to this side of the map over on the right near blue buff, and looks like Spirit's going to head that way as well. No lane swaps by the looks of things right now, but Spirit looking like he wants to go straight to that blue buff.
Yeah, that's a really quick way around the jungle for Nidalee, of course. Has the execution damage, but starts off at Gromp, actually. So going to be taking that one with maybe just the help of his support player.
You can see Beast there around near the Krugs as well. Going to be starting those ones up with a bit of help from Crystal. Ella is actually hanging out in the lane. Just maybe trying to start a freeze, but there is no lane swap here.
Yeah, he is trying to get the freeze there, and everyone's hidden off map. You can see even FLICKR at the top, not really moving towards that because he wants to know whether the camp is being taken by Scion.
Yeah, Luca is going to take away those Raptors like we can see, though, as you move down to the bottom side. And you can see it is standard lanes here. FLICKR, though, going to get some early time in the lane, but Luca's already finished that camp for himself.
Yeah, and no leash comes through from Spirit. That's a big thing. So he's solo jungling right now. Have to see how low he goes, because that is one thing. If you start with a Q, you farm very quickly, but you get incredibly low.
And especially, can Beast track him in the jungle, maybe even try and harass him out, or God forbid get a kill there. We'll have to find that out as Conan goes in, finds a wall, but not a champion, and Crystal now just going to exchange a couple of orders as Sivir just trying to push that wave.
You know, I actually think that's what makes Nautilus just a strong support pick, is you're able to miss your hook and still get a gap closer in there if you aim it at walls. So Conan, he kind of undershot that one at the wall, knowing if the support didn't move out of the brush, he just gets the auto attack and the ability to keep them there.
Talked about Spirit there as well. Does have his heal. They're actually level 3, so has all the abilities, but gonna tear through camps, getting low like you said, but he is massacring the jungle.
And look how quickly he farms. He's taken 3 camps to 3, but he actually crossed the river in the top side. He's going to look for a scuttle crab. This is something that both Rek'Sai and Nidalee take incredibly quickly throughout the game, because they have a knock-up on their auto attack, as well as Nidalee's ability to be able to stun the mountain. Spirit might even look for some counter jungling at the red, blue.
Did take the crab on the left, but looking for mid lane right now. Might try and land a spear onto you and get a quick kill. Xie does have good damage early on as well, but instead just going to look for a blue, and he finds it.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3 buff, no leash coming out of Spirit. That's very impressive jungling coming through there, and it doesn't look like they know. This might even go over to Xie early.
Yeah, he's rotating over, going to look to pick it up. No, just wants to make sure
away.
It's safe. Gets sent away by Spirit, who is going to get the blue. Beast went a bit too aggressive with that Scuttle Crab and it cost him a blue buff.
Yeah, he actually invaded and got a deep ward as well to see if he could catch a glimpse of what Spirit was up to, but no can do in the end. Spirit able to take everything away, and that's an early advantage for Nidalee.
And that's a good advantage. We talk about Spirit looking his best when he's in the enemy jungle. That was a nice example of it. Level 4 already to the Rek'Sai level 3. Beast has gone back. He's picked up his warrior item there as well, so we'll have access to the Chilling Smite with his Stalker's Blade. But right now, the early jungle win does go to Spirit's Nidalee.
Yeah, and one thing you have to point out is that was all set up by Aluka. The ability to get the deep, full vision ward in there allowed Spirit, after his first clear, to know that it hadn't been started up and to go in for the easy counter jungle. So once again, Aluka doing the little things for the team.
Aluka's strat's always good as Beast will go back into Spirit's side of the jungle, tunneling his way through here. Going to take away the wolves.
But he's close them both off. That is not...
Yep, now Spirit's found it. Who's going to get it? It's important. Beast will get it. Hit level 4 there as well. But Spirit still with those buffs. Has Beast Blue there as well. Will deny him the Little Wolves.
Yeah, so able to pick that... Wow.
Beast? Hello? Really?
Conan's in there.
Yeah, he's trying to trick Spirit apparently, just going through those tunnels again and again. Does have a good network set up, he'll be okay, but that was a bit odd.
Yeah, it certainly was. That was an aggressive move and dragged the other support out of the lane, so Crystal took a little bit of Escra harasses. Ella left. Oh, Mystic Urine.
Oh, good.
Great.
Good condemn. Oh, Ella getting grabbed. No. Black Shield will stop that dredge line. Crystal gets some mana back from the spell shield as well. Aluka, though, in the top lane. Flandre out of mana means he can't finish the kill. But getting harassed early, this is the power of Rise.
Yeah, not even close, you know. Luka got lots of pots. He's going to stay up there, be nice and aggressive. But that was incredibly dangerous. But look at the CS advantage already. Aluka able to shove the Rise in and just weathering the storm. He's like a punching bag right now, but just trying to absorb farm.
I feel like that's just the best way to describe Aluka's playstyle. He takes a beating, but he always ends up his way back.
Yeah, he's just, you know, he is the definition of slow and steady wins the race. If it's a race for 8, I guess.
Well, Ella does Black Shield himself up there as Conan lands another hook. Crystal a little low here in the lane. Does have to be careful, especially as the levels creep up with Spirit in the bottom side of the map. It's a dangerous place to be in the bottom side for Snake right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's going to hop the wall and, you know. Whoa.
With a binding. Does land. Still gets the snare though. Conan will get shoot away. Ooh, spell shield.
It's down and Spirit's here. Crystal, do not face check.
Oh, base check. That's not good. Dives in. Spirit not going to get the kill just yet. Ella body blocking for that next Spirit. Now Beast, he's in the top lane. Flandre almost has the passive chugged in. Does get another spell. Luka ults himself to safety though, and Sion's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, able to get out of there, of course. Can't be bound up, and Spirit now is under the tunnel. Ella stayed.
Crystal left, and Ella's like, where do I go? First Spear will miss, they'll go in. Black Shield's good. Condemn will not land, they'll dive in though, and Conan will get first blood.
Yeah, and a couple of assists goes over to the other members. Probably would have liked that one to go over onto Spirit, or even better yet, Mystic. But, you know, first blood drawn by WE, and we mentioned their power picks, the Scion and the Nidalee, both not respected here, and WE off to a flyer. Already 1,000 gold in the lead.
I think Ella feels abandoned. That was just a piece out by Crystal. He didn't want to be in the lane anymore. Went back and got himself a pickaxe, but honestly, probably behind as far as early itemization goes. Mystic goes back. He's got a Bilgewater Cutlass already.
Oh, he has such good trade potential right now, Mystic, because it's a non-sustain lane coming through, but he has the Targons as well as lifesteal, so he just gets so much more health back. Not to mention the fact that he had the luxury of grabbing a potion on top of already a lot of items, so definitely agree with you. He is up, has a boost too.
Well, we'll see what he can get done with it, as blue buff is going to get donated over this time to TA. Spirit will give his mid laner the second blue, or their second blue buff of the game. Cassiopeia, yep, going to get that one. Spirit doesn't take it away. And now maybe even looking for Dragon, although not going to go just yet.
Yeah, that's a really nice ward, actually. And in that ramp, you know, Spirit, he hovers around that area, so will be a good piece of information for them to have as they continue to shove in. Now, Snake kind of got past the incredibly rough early game, and now they're okay to just continue to farm it.
Yeah, just checking over the lanes again here. Top lane, Flandre stacking that tier even on CS now, though, against the Lucas, so starting to get further ahead there. Beast relatively even, although down a couple camps to Spirit there right now as Ella. Another great Black Shield, but Crystal's just getting too low in these exchanges.
Yeah, it certainly is. Even with the Dark Blinding hitting there, there's really nothing they can do right now. Tormented Soil just continually shoving out the wave, and they're going to have to be careful because an all-in right now means Crystal probably dies.
Yeah, especially if Vane's level 6 and Mystic has got access to that ultimate now. Beast even looking down towards the bottom side. Might be thinking about lining up a gank here, but going to go to his red buff first, see where that gets him. And Shie Even looking for a roam, maybe just going to help Spirit do a bit of jungling, which does mean take it from him.
Yeah, and you know, you have a look at it here, and we talk about how the jungle position, wow, a bit of trading in the bottom lane. Jungle position really does get Flandre ahead on the side of Snake, and the 2 deep wards on the red side of the map just prove exactly that point. Beast is all about getting Flandre the safety he needs to shove in and continue to be safe, and right now, Spirit's going to be spotted by another ward.
Yeah, walks over another nicely placed ward. Flandre will get slowed there as a minion roars into him from Sion, but he's going to make his way back here, just play safe towards his tower, and Spirit's like, yep, puts down a pink ward, clears that ward, looks for it next time.
Yeah, so he's just going to continue to pressure top side of the map right now. You can see that is where Snake want to play. They've got the double pink wards. They've got a pink ward on the top side of that river as well. Spirit's going to clear that out. That's actually a really impressive top side of the map clear. You got Scuttle Crab, got a ward, got a pink ward.
And now there's 3 or 4 wards in the left side of the map for Wild Elite. So nice little bit of vision on there. You can see Victor, though, going to get his blue buff over there from Beast. He'll donate that over. Shie looking to try and take it. Spear's good. Spirit will steal it away.
Yeah, that was really impressive coming through there for Spirit. Able to steal the second blue buff of the game. So far, Snake only have 2 to the 4 of WE. And this is what his Nidalee is all about, controlling the map, making sure you're in there and nice and aggressive. Even though we got counter-jungled a little bit, he's having a pretty decent early game.
He's gone for an early Magus there as well, so doing lots of damage. You see
why
why the
that
blue
means he
buff.
goes Roa instead of his Tier, because Tier takes a little bit longer to stack up if you don't grab it first.
Oh, Mystic now going in, does have his ulti. There's a lot of CC available. Spell Shield popped by Crystal. Ultimate there as well. Sivir knows that she's in trouble, and Mystic's going to force them out of lane.
Yeah, Conan had ultimate as well. Ulti and Ignite probably would have been enough to kill him.
Looking up for the kill there. Instead, Flandre knows there's a Scion there. He's just trying to keep the wave at a reasonable spot, but Spirit is tracking him now in the top lane. Flandre, they know he's the big carry for the team.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're going in.
Yeah, Aluka boxes his ulti, forces the flash from Flandre. Good patience, so from Spirit means they'll dive in, and Aluka gets an easy kill.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Sion. He's just so damn tanky with that shield, not in any danger of being punished for a turret dive. And they're able to pick up the kill for nothing. Beast up here now.
Beast is going to dive in. Aluka won't take any turret hits just yet, though. Red buff is good, but not enough to take out Aluka, who at this point, like you mentioned, just too tanky.
Yeah, and he's already like 15 CS up. Now he's got that kill on top of it, so doing a good job on the top side of the map. And this is just not respecting Aluka's champion pool. I think it was Gragas that was banned away as the last coming through. No, Gragas, TF. Echo was the last ban coming through that. Wow.
Yeah, Crystal spell shields it, but that's not enough for the depth charge. Mystic coming in, has his ulti pop. That's going to be a dead Sivir. Ella again, this time abandoning Crystal in the lane, and he's just too far forward there.
Yeah, he certainly has had no right to be up there. Another good brush camp coming through for WE. That's 2 kills for 2 brush camps, and might even be able to start up the Dragon.
Fanatic of LPL, World Elite. But it was a smart little move, and he's the only one having any semblance of fun in his lane, and even he's down by about 10 CS. Now World Elite going to move in on top of this Dragon. You look at that gold lead already, 2,000 gold up for World Elite, about to be 1 Dragon as well.
Yeah, so they're having a great early game in standard lanes. We mentioned the fact that they might look to lane swap. They just take it to them and trust in their individual skill to be able to get them through, and for a 12th place team, that's a big gamble, but it certainly paid off.
Yeah, even Flandre in his rise after that pressure from Spirit, slightly down here in CS as well by about 10. So Aluka just fine here right now. Quite tanky already with this Mercury Treads and the Spectres, Cal. Flandre will get stronger and stronger, but he does need to get to a point where he's going to be good on rise, or the rest of his team's going to, the rest of the enemy, sorry, going to sort of just overtake him.
Yeah, and you know, the danger of Rise, if he doesn't get ahead, he's relatively squishy right now. He's more of the bruiser as opposed to the pure tank that comes through. And there's a lot of mixed damage. You have to account for both Nidalee and Cassiopeia, but there's also a Vayne running around the map, so it's going to be difficult for him to be able to get as much work done as he wants.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic, you mentioned that Vayne does have Flare to the Ruin King already finished up here. 2 tiers are stacking up for World Elite, and they're going to try and spot up Mystic, who's being patient. Good ward, though, going to keep him safe. Beast does move in. A good flash and Condemn will keep Mystic safe from the binding. Good attempt there for Snake, but they've got nothing on the board right now. Might be looking for this outer turret.
Yeah, they definitely will be able to pick that one up. It's whether WE can trade for anything meaningful, and right now the answer looks no. Mystic might even die.
Oh, Ella, Flash ulti's in there. Flash on Burrow there as well. They need to get this kill. They will give it over to Ella. They'll get the turret there as well, but that's a lot committed just for a tower and a kill.
Yeah, so in the end, what they were trying to do is isolate Mystic because he had the Blade of the Ruined King versus BF Pickaxe, but more people just went to his lane as he was left alone. WE tried to collapse, but in the end just wasn't quick enough, and Snake hit back with the turret and the kill.
Yeah, looking for blue buff, but not up there, so can't steal that away from Orderly. And FLICKR has his tier, as his catalyst now, going to only get stronger from this point. So we'll see where he is in about 5 to 10 minutes time, because FLICKR, like we keep saying, is the big carry of this team.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you feel that he needs to be a little bit further ahead. Actually struggling at this point in the game. A lot of magic resist being, I guess, stacked by Aluka right now. He's got the Merc trade. He's already got the Spectre's Cow. So it's about FLICKR pushing out his wave, being able to influence the rest of the map.
I even like Shie's early Abyssal Scepter here as well. It's fine in his lane. He can really take it to victory in trades. The tier is interesting. I guess he's going to stack that up and go for a Arcandus and the eventual Saris. But against this sort of team, the double AP coming out for Snake, I think I like it.
Yeah, I definitely like the fact that he's gone with the Abyssal Scepter early on, because it just keeps both the double dipping of the defensive and offensive going. Cassiopeia always going to be in range of that aura. If she's getting her spells down on anyone, helps out Spirit as well if they dive in together. So it is a power pick coming through, and Spirit, even after the Magus, has still gone tier. So that's 2 games in a row he's done that. I don't necessarily like it. I like earlier tiers, just get the jungle item into it, as Aluka might be baiting here for his team.
He's baiting indeed. You can see Conan there sitting in a brush. He's got Spirit there as well, I believe, hiding in that bush. But Crystal, not really interested in doing anything other than trying to kill minions and take turrets.
Yeah, they get the spell shield. Is that going to be the signal? No, it's not. So they're just going to back away. That will be the turret going down, though. So Snake, with the proactive map movements, able to pick up 2 turrets to 0 this early in the game.
You can see you returning to that mid lane after Shie pushes it in. Cassiopeia will back away, but all that straight lane wave clear for you is just casually upgrading his hex score and building on towards a chalice in eventual Athenes as his first few items. Gonna get a blue buff now. Finally, Spirit not here to steal it away. And he's just having a fun old time. He's slightly behind in CS, but he's keeping that tower nice and healthy.
Yeah, able to farm as much as he likes. FLICKR has been sent down to deal with Mystic. Once again, really smart movement coming through from here, because Sivir definitely behind where the Vayne is at this point of the game, especially in relative power, but having the Rise there, the point-click CC to be able to deal with it, means it can win the 1v1, but Conan and Spirit pop their head into the bottom lane, secure the turret.
Yeah, too much pressure means that bottom tower will fall, but Crystal does get the tower on the top side there on the Sivir as Ella worms in to get some deep wards now. So Dragon off the map means a nice play in the top lane there for Snake, but Spirit, he's going to get a couple creeps out of it in the enemy jungle this time.
Yeah, and he's also looking for the deep spear, misses that one, but some counter jungling going through. Also has some Sork Boot, so very aggressive. You see Merc treads out of everyone else just respecting the Rise, but Spirit doesn't really care at this point.
No, just wants to do damage here, and he does need to kind of get things going in the early to mid-game. Dragon will be back up in a minute 40 as well. Spirit's nice and strong right now. I guess that's one of the things about Magus that maybe we won't get when Runglade finally hits, is that Nidalee right now is just so strong with so few items.
Don't worry, she's still good with Runglade.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, able to dive in there, get a lot of executes with the takedown and Sheen proc at the same time, so I'm sure it won't hurt her too badly.
No. Sure, I'm sure it won't here. Nidalee's
Also
still a
gives
very
a
strong
wave
champion.
clear as well. It's great.
Yeah, Runglade, really fun item. Buy it
I
now.
love it.
You would.
It is
That's all I'll
honestly my
say.
favorite item we
Well,
released.
I think that says a lot about you, but Crystal gonna take some creeps in the top side away from Aluka. Actually sticking up here despite the Dragon being back up in a minute is an interesting decision, but FLICKR is returning up to the top lane. Now Snake look to be rotating down to try and contest for what will lead second Dragon and look to get there first.
Yeah, so about a minute early right now. That's when you expect him to move in, as we have Beast trying to secure the top side Scuttle Crab. Oh, Spirit.
Oh.
No.
Denied. Beast with the smite there, able to take it away. It is a good bit of vision down towards the top left of the map, but you getting stronger as well. Actually, still going there. Doesn't even have the Athenes completed. Just Sork Shoes actually keeping it nice and cheap.
Yeah, Sork Shoes 3 upgrades, I believe, onto the Hex Core, so trying to get that one nice and early, looking for more of a utility build coming through there, some zoning potential. We'll have to see whether it's able to impact the team fight, because you're right now raw strength maybe not as strong because of, actually is because of the defensive build that's going out of Cassiopeia, so I think that it's a probably suitable build.
I think it sort of speaks to Victor and his versatility when in a double AP comp, his role instead of becoming like do all the damage just becomes, you know, add utility and additional damage to a massive damage threat in Rise.
Yeah, and you know, he is part of the wave clear comp that's coming through there, so if there's ever a split foot situation, he's able to answer part of that. Crystal the other half of the wave clear, and Dragon is looking to be challenged right now by WE, and Snake happy to just congregate around the area.
I mean, right now they're just pushing waves here as Ella does have to dodge a spear out of the way of Spirit. They clear a Pink Lord, trying to get a bit more of a foothold on vision here around that Dragon area. In fact, might even look to just shove down mid, try and open up space there instead.
Oh, that was a very close spear coming through, but they will be able to grab this mid lane turret.
Yeah, tower too low is going to go down to Crystal. Hook lands in onto Beast, though. Gravity Field down will disengage them, and that's Conan going in, but nothing coming of it there. A Spirit does get 2 wards for his troubles, but Flandre hanging out. He's got his teleport. Aluka left the lane to try and get down early, thinking there was going to be a fight, but Water Elite need to make a decision. They're just going to lose more ground at this rate.
Yeah, they did get the ulti out of Sivir right now, so if a fight does break out, it's going to be hard for Snake to reposition. And there is the poke potential that will come out of Spirit. So, you know, it looks like right now WE just trying to jockey for position and poke people out. Really a lot of pressure on Spirit to hit these spears.
And Flandre has walked down to the bottom side as well, so he'll clear that out and then be on the right side without having to use that teleport. But Water Elite, they're on top of the dragon. They do it very quickly with the 3 champions they've got, but they have to disengage. At leashes, Aluka will teleport his way in, but a nice gravity field's going to keep him back. They'll go back onto the dragon, though. Well played by Water Elite to secure it as Aluka dives in but doesn't find anyone, forcing a flash from Ella.
Yeah, so he gets a flash out, also looking for the knock-up.
Snake now looking to re-engage. Crystal has to be careful, does get slowed. Conan flashes in. Crystal will heal himself though, and Conan just takes a couple turret hits. Beast looking for someone, but Mystic shoos him away there with a couple of auto attacks. You just can't get in on this Water Elite team.
There is actually so much zone control between Miasma and the big smash that comes through from Sion that it's really hard to run into them.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget she has ultimate there as well. Plenty of additional zone control, and even the Riptide from Nautilus is causing problems. You can see Snake, they wanted to go in, they just couldn't find a good way to do it.
Yeah, couldn't pull the trigger. Crystal was relatively low there on the back end, so they had to back away. And in the end, it is Dragon secured for WE. They still have a slight gold advantage, a good scaling comp coming through a majority of their lanes. And you have to say that right now, game on their terms.
It is indeed. Gold lead has shrunk down considerably though, about 600 up for Water Elite, who at one point in the game were up about 2 or 3k, but they're getting fun with the need to. They are still scaling. And in general, the 2 dragons up means Water Elite have a very easy win condition in this game.
And a lot more standing gold on the map, meaning if they do win that one team fight, they have 2 outers to take. It should be easier to shove this Ryzen, still susceptible to dive. So we'll see how it does play out. Right now, if you take the 3 outers, it's much harder to take the inner turrets, especially against things like Cassiopeia and Nidalee that are so good at going forward when you're sieging up.
I mean, that's probably the one thing that Snake's comp doesn't have here is really strong siege. They've got great wave clear, we talked about that already, but as far as getting under turrets and actually taking them down with World Leader in their way, a little bit trickier here with a short-range Sivir, and that's about it.
Yeah, it certainly is, you know, but there's always that inherent risk that if you try and wave clear with something like Gia, you just get bound up by a Flandre. You don't move anywhere and he kills you, pretty much. So they do have to be careful when they're repelling these waves coming through. So wave clear does give them some form of siege. You're just right, it's harder to execute with a short-range AD carry.
And you can see Water Elite now moving their short-range AD carry to the top lane, trying to continue applying pressure here and take out some of those outer turrets and get some of that standing gold. It's 3-1 right now to Snake there as far as outer turrets go. Xie also is on top of a wall, but stalking Ella. And Beast trying to get some window in there. Spirit does eat a binding. Aluka, though, hanging out. Going to go back for himself now as well. And Seraph's already transformed here for Water Elite. Crystal actually sort of alone under the turret as Ella does come back to help him. But right now it just feels like Water Elite are playing a very casually paced game, and that suits them.
Yeah, they want to just continue to scale up. You see already,
Flandre eats a Q. Will go in. Nope. Just throws a Q at the Aluka and backs away.
So, yeah, not much happening there. And as I said, they want to scale up. They've got the Phantom Dance, so they're going this late game build right now on their AD carry. Spirit already picked up the Void Staff. He wants to get a Death Cap in there as well as the Ceres. Continue to scale up. GA is, of course, with a multiplicative scaling of his passive coming through, only going to become more of a terror. I guess what I'm trying to build towards right now is WE, even though it looks like Snake got the cream of the picks right now, don't have any problem fighting them in the late game.
No, and I think if we do just have maybe 10 more minutes of farming, we're going to have some fairly explosive looking team fights. Already 23.5 minutes in, almost 22.5, almost 23. Water Elite are pressuring on the turret. Good spell gear from Crystal going to keep him safe. But Yu's coming up as well. In fact, all the gangs here in the top lane for both teams might have that fight a little earlier than we anticipated.
Yeah, definitely might. And you know, right now, Aluka is the only genuine tank on the map. He is massive. 2 full items done realistically, nearly at the Spirit Visage. And he can dive because he's already got a Frozen Heart. He's got his shield. We'll see whether they want to pull the trigger.
Poke there attempting from Spirit, but not connecting onto anyone except a spell shielding Crystal. We've got Wave Clear there as well as Yu's joined in the party to make sure all those waves get pushed back here in World Elite. They'll back away, sort of realizing that a protracted siege doesn't really favor them, and now moving to mid, going to try and get some damage done there.
Yeah, they're just trying to clear out vision, control the top side of the map, make sure that Snake are taking the long way around and see if they can beat them to anything on the bottom side. Dragon also on minute 50 away, so what they've done by forcing Snake topside is guarantee there are no wards there because they've been there for such a long time. So now they can move into the Dragon area, set up their own vision, and be content that they know that Snake don't have any positioning.
Smart stuff, and you can see just looking over the Dragon Pit on your minimap, it is dark for both teams right now. Snake, you have 3 pink wards on the right-hand side of the map, so they at least have defensive vision on that side, but they haven't been able to get in for a Dragon. World Elite are starting to snowball the objective. Third Dragon in particular is going to mean that World Elite can start to run away with it. All of a sudden, you're just challenging for 4th and 5th, just objectives that are too strong for you not to ignore.
Yeah, exactly right. And you saw a slow push started up there by Feluka in the bottom lane. So Crystal has to go shove that one back out, make sure it's in their advantage. Doesn't leave any creeps up, so that's going to push a little bit quicker there. And we'll see whether it is going to be a big team fight, although top lane is the teleport heading back up to the top side of the map.
Yeah, again, Flounder and Aluka trying to be on the right side with the objective spawning. Both CSing up a Storm here. We're almost at 200 CS for both the top laners here at 25 minutes in. And Flounder, we'll get a bit of damage done here, but Aluka, he just does not care right now.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. He's just able to get that W stacked up as well. And just a lot of presence right now from Aluka in this game. As I said, the only legitimate take means that there is no tank buster on Snake's lineup, and Aluka has to be dealt with by someone.
Twice, actually, with that passive coming through as well. You're right. I mean, Snake really just has to dive the backline, but we've seen it already. It is so hard to get through to the Vayne and Cassiopeia between all of the zone control and CC. Not to mention that Spirit might just dive in and assassinate a carry here as well. Snake, known for pretty immaculate team fight, are going to have to come up with a nice one here around the 3rd Dragon, which is just about to spawn.
Yeah, and you know, if anyone can do it, it's a Snake lineup. You see that they're maybe missing the last Whisper on Crystal to really want to be able to fight this one because of Aluka's Frozen Heart, but no one else has any armor, so still a lot of damage to come through, and we'll see where they can make it work.
Now they're going to find a binding. You almost going to take out Conan over the wall, but doesn't use the ulti. That is the other big trick of Victor. He blows people up from over small obstacles, I'll say.
Yeah, he certainly does. That's my favorite thing about Victor, being able to stand next to a wall. Is Spirit. Oh yeah, Aluka, sorry.
Whee! Got all the way to me from top lane. And he just doesn't care. Took a couple of pokes there. Don't think you noticed Victor was doing damage. And World Elite going to position themselves on top of the Dragon.
Yeah, Spirit actually has a blue buff for himself right now, so we'll see whether they're able to continue raining these spears from long range. He's throwing cannons right now as Spirit, because has got 40 CS up on his respected jungle. It's already always nice to check in with how quickly he's farming the map.
And you said it already, Spirit's Nidalee is just known for power farming and really using that strength that Nidalee gets from the AP here as World Elite. Just taking the poke here, Aluka going to be on that left side, tanking up as much as he can. World Elite will start the Dragon here as well. We saw last time they leashed it out very intelligently, and they just do plenty of damage, and Snake have to respect this.
Yeah, Cassiopeia Vayne, you couldn't ask for a better Dragon comp coming through there.
Yeah, Spirit hits a couple of bits of poke. Beast now tanking the Dragons, not really where he wants to be. Black Shield onto Flandre is good. Conan gonna get too low, will go down. Chie eating all the damage from Beast and Crystal as Flandre will go down to Mystic. Yu has used his ultimate though, I believe, and the Dragon is still available on about 1400 health, but Crystal flashing in there. Mystic, little too aggressive. Cassio will get the Dragon, but Snake, they just can't get in. Now Yu's gonna dive in, takes out Spirit. Binding will miss onto Aluka, but Beast is tracking them from the backside. Smite goes down onto Mystic, they'll get the Umbaro, and Yu gets himself 2 kills in the exchange.
Yeah, Mystic just face-checked a brush there, and it had a Victor waiting. He had to flash away. In the end, it meant that the rest of his team was caught out of position. You could see the call had come through after that Dragon to just disengage. Already picked it up. Instead, they fight, and it might cost them a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, that fight really did nothing but give Snake a slight gold edge, but Baron would be a meaningful difference here. World Elite did get the 3rd Dragon, but Flandre will commit his teleport as well. Snake ensuring they secure this.
Yeah, they got the damage of the Rise to come through. It has been spotted out. They still have Cassiopeia and the, I guess, Scion to come through to challenge if they want, but it looks like it's just going to go over.
Well, Baron's going to die. Can they get him for a team fight? World Elite do back away from the area. Scott and Crab will die there as well, and all of a sudden, Snake just after one fight and a big Baron buff, find themselves almost 2k ahead.
Yeah, we mentioned the fact that if anyone can take a team fight right now, it will be the Snake lineup, and that was just off great position.
Oh, FLICKR going in onto Xie, gets ulted there by Cassio. Beast now coming through as well. Conan, quite tanky under the tower though, is going to go down, and FLICKR, an aggressive flash, but he ends up with his team getting a kill.
Yeah, he just knew he had the backup coming through there and able to take a member out.
You
wow.
going in, that's damage on the Spirit. Ultimate goes out and Spirit forced to use everything to disengage, saves his flash though. But this Victor, all of a sudden you look down at you, he doesn't really have many items, but he's going to go back, spend some gold, and he is already doing massive damage. Frightening to think what he's going to do with something like a death cap.
Yeah, it certainly is, and now pressure
There it
really
is.
on. There's a death cap picked up, as you mentioned, and Snake, we said they have poor sieging. They're not going to be able to hit these turrets. Baron buff solves a lot of those problems. They've already proven that they can win team fights coming through there. FLICKR's gotten going now as he was able to put out all that consistent CC, and WE probably just need to turtle out until the Baron buff wears off.
I'd have to think so as FLICKR level 15 just chunks up the wave, but Aluka will be here to challenge it. He's still insanely tanky with that Spirit Visage completed and already about 3,000 health or just under there in that Scion. He's not getting any smaller. Mystic's also getting stronger, so is Xie and Spirit. Waddle, like you mentioned, Spawn, are still scaling up here, but they do have to weather a bit of a storm here as Snake find themselves about 2,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, and Snake, they also have some good late game carries in their own right. We mentioned the fact that WE happy to scale to the late game because of Mystic, but you can't look past FLICKR and you in terms of strong AP carries as the game goes on. And they're getting a legitimate tank now from the jungle as Aranduin's nearly finished up.
Aluka just got a tower though in the top side though. That's I'd say a bit of an error there from Snake. I guess they couldn't leave FLICKR there forever. Actually doesn't have teleport either, so Aluka, he's just going rogue, but getting some damage done.
Yeah, he wants to continue to shove in there. You see the pings coming out to try and shove him away, so one turret for one turret. Given the fact that Baron is currently on the Snake lineup, WE going to take that every day of the week.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually left Aluka there to his own
Wow.
devices. Crystal, Spellshield's a second too late and eats a spear for about 40% of his health. Spirit's not even done yet. He's just there with the Void Staff, the Magus, and not even the Archangel's done yet. Spirit will only get stronger, especially if something like that Death Cat comes through as well.
Yeah, he would have Seraph whenever he wants to go back. And Will Beam blue buff will be stolen away because of this Baron. But, you know, if all they get is one turret and a blue, you'd have to say that that is the minimum you would like to take, maybe even less. Generally, you want 2 turrets and some map control.
I feel like when you get Baron, you're expecting to break the tier 2 turrets and maybe look to challenge for the inhibitor turret. So the fact that it is just one tier 2 so far does speak a lot to World Elite's defense. They even got a turret as a trade.
Yeah, especially when you've got someone like a Rek'Sai that has a Void Rust on such short cooldown and can put out extra split pushing prowess, but right now that wasn't the case. In fact, Rek'Sai might be caught.
Yeah, Beast actually wrong side of the map here is going to find Mystic.
Well, Mystic.
Relatively tanky as Beast. Mystic will get the first bolt down though. Does need to keep chasing. Smite will go down for the slow Mystic. Not quite enough. Spear will miss there as well. Mystic does have to disengage. Didn't pop his ulti.
Yeah, didn't want to get in there, use the ultimate or even any of his cooldowns. So, a little bit of a misplay coming through there, but really no harm, no foul. And WE, they wait out the Baron.
I think no vision, maybe the reason there that World Elite didn't want to overcommit to the potential chase. Of course, we could see the Beast all alone there on the top side, but maybe World Elite did not know that.
I think they had a good inkling, but there's also the fact that you don't want to waste precious cooldowns before a dragon fight's going to start. As you mentioned, Beast, a little bit tankier than you would otherwise think because of the finish Randuin's Omen. So in the end, it means that they don't get a kill, but there was nothing to really take on the map regardless. And now in a minute, they have everything available for this dragon
Yeah,
fight.
Snake realize they have to contest for this next dragon, but World Elite, they might be behind in gold, but it's only about 2,000 down, and they are ready to fight. That Seraphs you mentioned, that is already done for Spirit.
Yeah, as soon as he was able to afford it, it was going to be the transform because Nidalee just, with the pounce, able to stack it up so quickly coming through there. And they're clearing out the tunnel network, making sure they're doing the right thing as the dragon's up in 40 seconds. Vision, once again, for either team, unless it's deep that you count on the side of the jungle, not there.
Yeah, that's how it is going to go down in mid. They'll lose the auto. That gold is starting to even right back up here to under 1,000 between the teams. And Rise does have his teleport, was in top lane earlier, pushing it back, but Snake will just coming for the dragon fight. World Elite do get the Scuttle Crab though. They'll get early vision around the area, but Snake need to do something quickly here. World Elite, they're starting to run away with the dragon.
One thing they do have is very deep vision. There's Aluka, looks like he wants to fight.
Doesn't pop his ulti though, just sort of acts intimidating it. Does get knocked up by Beast, will eat some damage from Crystal. who now has a BF sword and that last whisper completed, so 3.5 damage items and no boots too means that Crystal is all about the raw damage output.
Yeah, certainly is, just looking to blow someone up with all that AoE coming through there. And WE are forced out of position. No blue buff means that this fight needs to start soon, or Spirit's going to go
And the vision getting cleared there as well means that that is the other problem. You right now insanely strong on the Victor, and Snake might have finally forced Woodleaf off this objective.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. They've started up. Unless WE go right now, it's going to go down.
Spirit going to look for a steal with a Spit. Don't know if he can quite land it up. Beast is standing in a good spot to block it. Snake do get the Dragon, and now they'll chase in. Beast going in deep. Ella flash forward there to try and get the ulti down, but Mystic off to the side going a little bit insane. Flandre coming through. Good knock up there from Beast as Flandre and you just exploding with damage, but Mystic, he's managed to get the 1v1. He will not fall to the pricing. It does die to the death ray though, and now it's just clean up for Snake there. Shie is going to fall. Aluka will finally die. Yep, did die there. Spirit able to get away. He might be able to get a kill here with Sion, but going to be a bit of wishful thinking. It's 4 kills for 2, the win over for Snake.
Yeah, and it's just the 3-set threat comp coming through right now. Flandre, last man standing with all that damage, able to get it done. And they're even going to force Spirit out of his jungle, although that's optimistic.
Yeah, B's actually going to come back in. Spirit did get the smite down, but they'll chase him through. Ella going to come in as well, but Spirit able to pounce over a wall. And you can just see a massacre there towards the Dragon Pit. So many corpses.
And you can see why they pointed out that vision, because if you go back, watch the replay again, it was actually Vayne tumbling forward after a great Cassiopeia ult, but they didn't have a ward in it. As you can, they actually did have a ward, so I don't know what Mystic was thinking then. I actually thought that ward had been swept out, because you can see right here, as the Cassiopeia ult goes in, he walks right up to the brush and gets unburrowed on by Beast, nearly blown up, and the fight from there was really difficult for them to win, because even though Mystic had a great play here against you, able to go 1-for-1, it was just Flandre full health, way too much for anyone else to deal with, and there was no Vayne to hunt him down and take him off the map.
No, and you can see there as well, the invisibility actually paying off nicely. Didn't die to the auto attack that Victor queued up there after that power transfer, but now does have a Lich Bane does use, so the attack that didn't kill Vayne last time will now kill her.
Yeah, definitely going to come through huge at the moment, and Flandre, he's very strong in this part of the game. Has gone for the Void Staff, now going towards something like an Abyssal Scepter, so the magic damage not going to be doing much, and unless Mystic can find him at the start of a team fight, you just feel that the consistent pressure of Rise might be too much.
And this has been a weird game for me, Spong. World Elite did such a good job early on, with Spirits in Italy especially, getting the early Dragon control, but Snake, who we know to be a good team fighting team, just fought his way up, scaled up nicely, and World Elite sort of struggling now around these objectives. Couldn't get that 4th Dragon and really start the snowball going. Lost that first Baron here as well. I'm just wondering, even though they are scaling, what are World Elite to do right now?
Yeah, right now, World Elite, they were counting on getting the 4th Dragon. They need to make sure that they don't lose control over the Baron. And the spear needs to land onto either Crystal or you. And then they need to get in straight away and start up the fight. If Spirit keeps going before the fights begin, he can't consistently poke. And it's just going to be way too much damage coming out of both you and Flandre. So, yeah, it's all on the Nidalee to really start the fights off, allow Aluka to charge in there, because going forward, they're much more impressive than they are going back.
We see Aluka taking some pokey to binding, but just not worried at all as the Sion. Got a locket now for his team, which is a nice purchase there from Aluka.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially because, you know, it's an expensive item for support to pick up. Spirit's definitely not picking it up this game. So Aluka doing the team thing, making sure that he's continuing to scale, has some nice cooldown reduction as well on it, so he gets towards 40%. And Sion, he just lacks resistances anyway.
He does. Got a lot of percent cooldown though, does old Aluka. He's slightly above the cap right
yes,
now.
10 on Spirit Visage and his...
oh, it's 10 now.
Yeah, so it's 10, 10, and 20.
You can tell I'm not a top laner.
Yeah.
It's Crystal trying to poke in there. I mean, Snake do have some decent options on the tower. Victor especially is quite good in a siege, but it's just too much against Cassiopeia, even just Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Cassiopeia is very hard to dive as well because of the ultimate that can come through. So Snake, they're doing the patient thing, continuing to push up. Top and bottom are already pressuring just through good wave management. And it's a time game right now, ticking time bomb for Snake, because as soon as anyone moves into those side lanes, they're just going to collapse on Baron.
I can see the pings down onto it by both teams, knowing that right now that's the priority objective. Ella trying to sweep out some wards. Vision will go down there as well. Spirit with a blue buff now, just smashing spears out pretty much on cooldown as Mystic now forced to enter the top lane. Snake immediately dive on Baron.
Yeah, and it's dead already. You know, they're not even going to be able to make it there in time. Teleport will be way too late.
Spirit finds a spear in, but doesn't quite land on the Baron as Rexo will smite it away, and that Baron damage was redonk.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've got a really fed AD carry going already. They've got the Rise with a consistent AP threat, and that's all you need for a Baron to be taken down quickly. And once again, the siege is going to come through, and this time I don't think Cassiopeia can repel.
Yeah, Baron buff, Baron Cannon especially a little too much there as the 5th turret will go over to Snake. That's 2 tier 2s down now with just the top one under contention, but they're going to dive in for this inhibitor turret. Luca diving in, gets the ulti, but doesn't land onto Crystal. Will get bound up there instead. He's taking a lot of damage in the front line before he can flash away. And with the front line now hurt, Spirit low there as well. That's going to force them off the turret. Snake will face tank it, and they'll break the base.
Yeah, so Snake in, and all the sieging problems gone now. Going to have super creeps as well as the Baron. And WE are just on the back foot. They were caught completely off guard. Aluka tried to make the team fight happen, but you have to think maybe it was about 15 minutes too late. And WE just have none of their advantages that they secured early in the game.
No, Snake did well to get some early towers, sort of even that gold right up, or at least to a relatively neutral point. And then just took team fights they thought they could win. Didn't even get the 3rd dragon that they fought for, but managed to win the team fight. And ever since then, it's been a nice little snowball that they've rolled up and started rolling down the hill. 6,000 gold up now for Snake, but almost 40 minutes in, Spawn, still a very close game.
Yeah, it certainly is. Beast might be caught as well.
Finds Spirit, does tunnel his way out. No, doesn't have it yet. Will now use it. Get himself to safety. The rest of Snake coming down as well. Aluka with his teleport is going to walk down towards the Dragon area because Dragon is back. They've actually caught Conan. Flandre gets the snare. Conan will fall down. He's not that tanky, and Aluka joins in, but now it's a 4v5. Ella flash ultis forward. Aluka caught again. Beast double on Burrow there onto Shie and Mystic just trying to buy time. Massive ulti stuns on the 3 though on Beast. Will get away. Gets healed there to get to safety. Spirit though going nuts in the backline. Crystal will take him out. Now Mystic, the only one left alive. It's Beast and Crystal versus Mystic. Mystic going in. Gets the first kill. Can he get it again? 1v2 completes the ace.
Yeah, and straight away they start being in Baron. What a play out of Mystic. Able to get the double kill at the end. He grabs Dragon for his team as well. That's number 4. And all of a sudden, things that were looking very dire, now back on okay footing. Still not the best, but they're going to take the team fight.
What a play by Mystic to keep his team in this game. Normally it's Spirit really making the plays, and he tried to dive onto that backline, but
he got
Mystic.
you and chunked out. Let's take a look at this again. So they catch Conan out of position. They burn the flash and the multiple chain seizures coming through, so Conan dies. Next, they turn around onto Aluka. And they use a lot on him as well. Able to zone him up, get the Morg ulti, and then burn through the big tanky member. But off the back end, they just expended so much. GA got a beautiful ultimate. Aluka was able to continue to throw out the haymakers, and that's the spear I'm talking about. Able to get 1 kill. Spirit keeps them busy and just allows Mystic to do his thing. Dancing shoes on, still has a flash available. Retreats into a brush. Able to get some good auto attacks in there. Skillful players crit more as well. Gets a flash. Dances away from Beast, gets a Silver Bolts proc, and picks up the ace.
Yeah, that Infinity Edge, really nice for Mystic. He's starting to scale. Actually has a 4th item done now as well, as the last Whisper has joined in, I believe. You talked about that late game power of the Phantom Dancer, finally kind of getting Mystic to a point in the late game where he can be strong. You just saw that strength there.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, there's still not much armor build up on the side. It's only really Beast is going to be that tanky. So 3 auto attacks, that's all he needs on any of the other carries to delete them off the map. And Frozen Heart, nowhere in sight. No one can really build it either. So this Vayne not going to scale off in the late game.
No, and that's a worry here for Snake. Those sort of scatter team fights especially are ones where Vayne can really get going. I think Snake might have to reprioritize their targets. They need to lock down this Vayne, but now World Elite going to push in despite the fact that Snake were the ones that had Baron before losing it there after that massive dragon fight. And the 5th dragon looming as well. Flandre eating a spear. He's just not that tanky.
Gone.
Yeah, they're going to find him, but he takes a while to take all his health away. Conan now, the next one to tank up. Good Chaos Storm after the gravity field will give Flandre that kill onto the support. So back into the same position. 4v5 now, but Mystic, he's diving in. Flandre's caught him, but a good QSS after he gets locked down by a binding. Spirit, though, too much damage rushing in. Beast around the side, going to try and assassinate Mystic, but Mystic, he's just too strong. Yu's going to go down there as well. Now Crystal has to kite it out here, and they're going to get an ace here. World Elite still fighting back.
Yeah, and they're able to grab it for only 3 members. Really good play out of Crystal to trade back there for Mystic's life, but they'll be able to take up a turret, able to get their gold back on relatively equal footing, and game on. WE still have signs of life.
Yeah, the 4,000 gold behind just before that tower falls. Now going to move it up to about 2,500, but Spirit will keep pushing. Hits level 18, has his death cap on the Nidalee. Going to face tank up the turret and pop his Seraphs just for more damage. But you can see Mystic there on your screen, laser focused on this Vayne.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, with the AP coming through, Spirit actually does a lot of damage to turrets. We'll be able to get the in here most likely. And opening up the bottom half of the map with Baron in 2 minutes is going to be huge for WE.
And it does go down. Spirit's solo mission in the bottom lane nets his team an inhibitor 43 minutes into this game. Snake still have a gold lead close to 3,000 gold up, but we're late into this one. That gold lead's pretty much meaningless at this point.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. And wow, GA's build, you got to point it out. He's gone the Ocelot special. Woda into Spirit Visage, and this is what old Cassiopeia players used to go, because the persistent damage, the lifesteal, or I guess spell vamp you get back from the Twin Fangs because it's single target, is just so consistent. And you look at the magic damage threats coming through there, it's going to be you and Flandre blowing him up realistically because Crystal wants nothing to do with him. It's a different build. It's a little bit quirky. Maybe needs a Rylai's to round it out, although he doesn't have enough slots. But
No.
it's cool.
A couple of seasons too late maybe, but does accomplish what he needs to do here. World Elite will win scattered fights that are extended where they can cover big ground with their Vayne, and Shia's build definitely plays more to that than maybe more traditional burst.
Yeah, it certainly does, you know, and it's all about the consistency coming through here from Xie. So I want to see how it does in the next team fight. Theoretical TPS is always high on the Cassiopeia as long as you have avoid stuff, just because the bases are good in the consistent damage. So, you know, we'll see if it is able to work and carry them through a team fight.
Well, we'll have to find out soon, but you, nice and strong on the Victor, pretty much full build at this stage, even the perfect hex score to round things out. Flandre has the need to see large droid, going to build something, probably a Zonies if I had to guess here, but has more AP coming in as well. And Crystal's got a Mercurial Scimitar. He is built out now on this Sivir. We talk about Snake's team fighting, but World Elite have honestly had them in the last two exchanges.
Yeah, they certainly have. And wow, Crystal eats a spear from max range. Baron was started up, but now they're looking for the engagement.
And Flandre's got home guard boots. He's looking for someone, but won't find it. Snake instead realizes I have to get vision on Baron. They'll chuck some in the back, but the pink ward from World Elite is denying them a lot of the vision. Super Minions in the bottom side as well. Snake have a lot to worry about right now, and probably the most key thing is making sure World Elite don't get this Baron.
Yeah, and you know, Snake were like, we'll just take your mid inhibitor, and World Elite were like, great, let's take Baron.
Oh, Beast actually gets the 90, tries to tunnel in. Spirit will finish off the Baron, and now Aluka gonna pop his locket and run straight in. Mystic dishing out damage on any target. Another good flash ult there by Xie on the Cassio as Ella getting chased down. He will go down to the Cassiopeia. Crystal far too low at this stage, getting chased away. Aluka did go down, but it's a 2-for-1 win there as Flandre is dead. Mystic gonna flash and get himself another kill. And World Elite just too good in these team fights.
Yeah, 3-for-1 in the end going down, and they're going to be able to tank up the turret with the heal coming through on Mystic. They rip through these structures, and World Elite playing like a team possessed. They did it a season already. Looks like they're once again going to play the blue shell.
Yeah, mid going to be broken here. They're going to try and take out this inhib as well. We'll be able to get it with only you and Beast to defend. Just not enough here. Mystic too slippery on this Vayne. You look over at Snake's team comp, the one thing they're really missing is good lockup CC.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, they have Flandre, but that's really all they have. And as soon as he's in range for Mystic, he just out-damages him right now. And they've still got 20 seconds left. They're looking to end.
They are looking to end here. You, not enough wave clear here between the Baron and the Super Creeps to really move this all down. World Elite will go under the turrets. There's not enough defense here for Snake. And by the looks of things, they will be able to close it out. We'll pop back in. Turrets are dead. The Mystic fighting again. Beast will be the last one to go. That will complete an ace. And World Elite, what a comeback to win game one.
Yeah, you know, they started really well, pressuring around the Dragon objective, able to put the screws in early, dropped the ball a little bit with one team fight that just let Snake right back into it, then fought, scrapped their way back into a great late game comeback. And that's what we want out of World Elite. These plays where they pick up comfort champions, they got the Scion, they got the Nidalee, and they made them work.
They did, and you talked about it a little bit in that game. Lack of frontline really hurt Snake there. Even Rek'Sai was building tanky, was not enough from all that damage.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. And you saw why. Vayne late game, especially when they go that Phantom Dancer into Infinity Edge build, just does ridiculous damage. You know, Tank Buster definitely because of the Silver Bolts, but everything else just leads to outright assassination when it comes through. Wasn't the purple build, but was able to take care of what semblance of a frontline front line Snake had put together.
And honestly, it's very hard to make Vayne work in team fights because you have to rely on weaving in and out, using a lot of mobility, having long team fights that are in patches rather than full-on head-first 5v5s. But Mystic played those team fights absolutely perfectly. That was one of the best Vayne games I've ever seen.
Yeah, and you know that was what WE bought for. They had a very consistent damage coming out of the mid lane Cassiopeia as well. Then Mystic down in the bottom lane with the Vayne. Even Aluka, nice and good at absorbing all that damage. So on the other side of the map, Snake wanted them to be quick, scrappy fights. WE were in there for the long haul.
They were indeed, and what a way to end that game here. Snake, absolutely massive there in that one here. Taking it over, Waterley taking over Snake to upset the game number 1. Can they do it again? The 3 points are important. We'll take a quick break and find out soon. welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and that was a pretty insane way for World Elite to take game number 1 versus Snake.
Yeah, what a topsy-turvy game of League of Legends. You know, great early game coming through from WE. They executed on their game plan well, able to get ahead in those turrets. But Snake's mid-game team fighting's always been their strengths, and they showed it again that game, able to execute around some key dragon fights, grab objectives when needed. But realistically, you just got to give all the credit to the AD carry over there. We don't normally, I guess, compliment Mystic too much as being this star for WE, but that game he was able to really arrive, especially in the late game team fights, and just took it to FLICKR and the Snake lineup.
Yeah, whole team was playing excellently, but Mystic especially had just one of the best games I've ever seen him play this year, to be honest. Like, that was insane. And you look at the stats here for World Elite, that game ended so close. Like, that Gold Elite, World Elite, you can see there, a couple thousand gold ahead. They're well behind for most of that game, to be honest here. And Mystic, a well-deserved MVP performance on Vayne.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I'm sure we're going to see some of the highlights coming through there. Honorable mention to the mid laner, GA, who hit some great ults, but this was a team fight that turned it back around. Conan looked like he was caught out. Then they turn around and just blow a LPL up, who at this point was so tanky. But Mystic just goes off.
Yeah, this is a 5v4, don't forget here, but Aluka finally goes down. Sick flash ult there from Xie. And, you know, Spirit and Xie sort of cleaning things up. And the Mystic's ending to this fight was just great. FLICKR, he's trying, but he's just not tanky enough.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, this is the problem that we mentioned with the Rise. Now that you don't build Frozen Heart, you build things like Zhonya's. Now that you don't build, like, I guess, any real MR coming through, like a Banshee's Veil, you build an Abyssal Scepter. It just feels like a little bit more of the bruiser. You got the Aurelia Syndrome. I need damage, otherwise I don't do anything. But I need tank stats, otherwise I die. And if I don't get ahead, if I don't snowball the game, I just feel, in the late game especially, that I just drop off a cliff. And right there you saw that FLICKR had so many successful team fights. The lockdown CC was definitely available. But there was a zone at the end of that game where if you went into the Vayne zone by yourself, you were just dead.
Yeah, you were dead here. And, you know, both teams playing, you know, one tank lineups here, but one tank much bigger than the other on there with a Lucas Scion versus just the Rek'Sai there coming through for Beast. It's one of those things that only World Elite, I feel like, can really play, but for whatever reason, they managed to play it very well. That's a weird team comp, but it's a World Elite comp.
Yeah, they make Scion look like the most prized pick out of, like, everything at the moment. And, you know, they also give credit to the Nidalee bans that we saw at the start of the season coming through there. So Spirit able to piecemeal together a much better game as it progressed. You feel like he is a firm believer in you miss 100% of spears that you do not throw. And, you know, that games he threw a fair few that missed, but he hit the ones in the end that counted.
And the early game as well was played fantastically by Spirit to get his team into that point where they could take the Dragons, apply pressure to Snake, and then eventually take it away with some late game team verse, despite some hiccups in the middle.
Yeah, you know, that's what they wanted to do. You see, with the Cassiopeia, Vayne, Nidalee, they had these comps that wanted to secure neutral objectives. Not great turret takers because of range, more of a split pushy, I guess, skirmishy kind of team fight comp, but they did what they needed to early, and a lot of it had to be accredited to the jungler. He was 40 CS up. He was a 2-level advantage at one point of that game, just because of how quickly he puts that jungle on farm. He also stole the first 2 blue buffs. Spirit did a great job of being able to get them going in the early game.
He did work here, and it's nice to see Spirit having strong game to himself. It's been a while, especially on Nidalee. Used to be his prized champion, was banned constantly away from him. He's played it a bit more, but not to the same success, and it finally feels like all of World Elite now, maybe back to strength and maybe even getting stronger. Mystic especially, that was a standout game for him.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, we love this from World Elite. When they're playing good League of Legends, they are one of the best team to watch because they have these roller coaster rides. They play off a lot of passion and adrenaline. And you could see the longer that game went, you could just feel it slowly slipping away from Snake. And you take a look at Crystal on your screen, he's like, I need to shut this guy down. I'm playing Draven.
Yep, I mean, he might just go to the Draven and try and take out Mystic, who looks still very focused there after that one win, despite, again, such a great Vayne game from him. I feel like, again, Snake are trying things. Double AP, not something we've seen that much from them. FLICKR doesn't usually play mages, with the exception of Morgana.
And he also played Rumble a fair bit there,
Sure.
so like they had
That's true.
some experience with it. I think Ryze is a very different mage than the 2 that you just listed there, much more aggressive as we're used to seeing him play, maybe peeling zone control mages. So I agree that they're still trying to flex it up there. You had another terrific game, by the way.
Yeah.
Credit to that guy. bad win or loss, he plays well at the moment. So we'll have to see whether they're able to pull back 1 point. We mentioned the fact they've got the gauntlet. They're taking on WE, King, EDG. It looks like the weekend gets slightly harder each day right now for Snake. But if they drop a 0-2 against the bottom side, weekend over. Like, you're going back to rebuild.
Well, we'll see what happens now in game number 2 as we are into Champ Select. Azir banned away again away from you. Alstar's going to join it one more time. Rise Callista, this time they're banned to Snake. Don't want to give the Rise over to WE.
Yeah, you know, Lucas proved that he can play it. It was Vici that left it up, and it's funny because I think the week before Vici, someone had dared them to take the Rise, and Dandy took it and went like 7-0-6 and just destroyed them. And then he did the exact same to Aluka. He was like, I dare you to pick Rise. And Aluka was like, okay, and just killed everyone.
As it turns out, Chevy, it's pretty good right now, the old Rise there. So looking strong, will get banned away by Snake as a result. World Elite, though, have to consider their last little ban here. Not long left. You can see everyone talking to Aluka. They will take away the Echo, though. That's been a consistent blue side ban in this series.
Yeah, it seems to not be first pick value, but definitely a strong side on the other side of the rift. So not willing to give that one over. And right now, Sion has to be flashing, but Nidalee also a priority to take away because Nautilus still available.
I think Flandre must have an answer for Sion, but maybe not. Snake just had some problems there in the late game team fights, which is a weird thing to say about a team that normally team fights exceptionally well. I wonder what they're wanting to take away. You can see Flandre, they're consulting with the analysts. They will respectfully take away the Sion.
Yeah, so now what does Aluka default to? Rise, Sion, 2 bans and a big man in the top lane for WE. We've said he can play Nautilus.
I'm ready.
That's what I've been told. I'm still not a firm believer in the top lane Nautilus, but he has a game on it. He has a win on it. Let's see whether he wants to make it too.
I feel like Aluka did the same thing with Sion, though. Kind of made everyone a believer eventually on the champion. We'll have to see what World Elite do want to take as their first pick here. Could take a jungler here as well. Remember, Beast is one of the few junglers that still plays Nidalee as well, but Gragas is a real standout here, and I feel like Spirit just has to take it.
Yeah, he just pressures the early game so well on Gragas, and you know it's not through the objective control. It's just Gragas farms quickly, which is a must for a Spirit jungler right now, but also ganks the lane so incredibly well with Flash Body Slam in the early game. You know, you have to let it finish before you flash because the hitbox is bigger when you stop as opposed to the traveling hitbox, and Spirit seems to still be able to land that skill shot even after some tweaks.
We've seen Spirit single-handedly carry games with Gragas plays against EDG. Nonetheless, World Elite have got some really impressive-looking victories this split, but it's consistently winning that's been their problem, and 2-0 is what they want here. They want the 3 points away from Snake, but Snake, of course, going to do their best to stop that here, and they'll go back to comfort here, especially for Ella. Thresh and Rek'Sai are their first 2 picks.
Yeah, Thresh
being...
being...
Victor, I got trolled.
Ooh. Yeah, I was going to say Thresh being prioritized over Janna is an interesting pick up there for Ella, but Victor is definitely one of U's better champions right now, so you can understand why he has gone with that pick away. We'll have to see what WE want to respond with.
Yep, never mind. Actually swapped back to the Thresher, considered the Victor, but didn't want to take it. We'll go for Rek'Sai there as well. And you're right, it is comfort for Ella, but it's kind of a weird priority there on the Thresh.
Yeah, it certainly is something that they can use to set up a pick style of League of Legends. So we'll have to see whether that is going to be taken into consideration. And this would intrigue me if they are the lock-ins. It is.
There's Rumble. Maybe Nautilus coming in as well. Who knows? Maybe it's mid lane Rumble, but that is Nautilus Rumble as World Elite's 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, so Rumble going to be taken into the top lane this time for WE. I'm looking through, and he's been played 8 times up there in the top lane.
How many wins does Aluka have on the old Rumble spawn?
I'm going to say next to not many.
It might be 0. I actually don't know the exact number, but it can't be very many for Aluka. And again, happy he's branching out. World Elite in general are a team that still know that they need to grow, and even though they play well on their comfort picks with their comfort comps, they need to sort of be able to play on other terms as well. As Snake might even be swapping it up here. They've got Flandre maybe looking at a carry. Oh, the Flandre now. It's been a while. Yeah, Crystal wants it. He goes back to Draven, and Na's going to go to Flandre.
You know, you felt like this was coming, and WE were like, all right, Gragas, he catches a mobile, carries out well. Let's go Nautilus as well, because you can't escape that, especially without the Morgana counter pick coming through here. But that is a power lane now in the bottom. Thresh, Draven for Snake. And I love the Na pickup because it means at level 6, Flandre can do what he does best, shove out the wave, get Mega Gnar, go bottom, dive it, and just release all those adoration stacks.
And we saw the thing from Flandre in the last game on the Rise is that he just didn't have the same capacity to make as many plays here on the champion like the Rise. Gnar is a big playmaking champion for him, but World Elite going to go back to their comfort picks as well. Mystic back on Vayne for a second game in a row. Can't blame him after the last one, but Shie's got Twisted Fate as well.
Yeah, Mystic going for the third Vayne win in a row. TF actually synergizes really well with Vayne because you're able to set up 1-3-1 split pushes, and if anyone ever goes to two-man Vayne, which is kind of the answer to that because she can be caught out, it is just going to be TF porting in there, keeping her nice and safe and being able to follow up with even more kills. This would be a counter pick though.
I like this flash a lot from Ella, even if they don't take it away. I like that Yu's initial thought is like, let me put him in the ground, because you do need to really hammer Twisted Fate right down into the rift in that mid lane in order to stop him from getting around the lanes. And Yu is going to go back to full assassin mode with the Fizz.
Yeah, and I really like it because all you have to do as you right now is ward over both sides of mid lane, and there is no way Jie can leave, because if he ever does, you just chuck a fish at him and he dies in the cooldown. It really is that easy to be able to execute. And gold cards, as soon as you pick it, you're not really scared because as soon as it's in midair, you just jump up on that troll pole and you're happy as Larry.
You are, and we've seen lots of Fizzes in different positions here. I mean, we've seen it in the jungle, we've seen it in the top lane, probably most prominently actually in the LPL, but there are still a couple mid-Fizz players rolling around. Pawn's a big one, haven't seen him in a while, unfortunately. Korn's the other big one, but Yu's definitely got to be up there as well. So we are going to go through our matchups. Aluka back on the Rumble versus the Gnar. Not sure how I feel about our top lane matchup.
Yeah, I feel like Flandre got the better of that one, but Spirit has got Gragas in the jungle, so if anyone can dig a laner out, it definitely will be that guy.
And Beast back on Rex. I will see if he can get more work done here in this game. This might be the one to watch. So Shie with his Twisted Fate that he's shown so much promise and success on, but Yu with the Fizz counter pick in mid lane, gonna try and do as much damage as possible. As Mystic, he's back on Vayne, but that's a tough one against the Draven.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, they've got an answer for the split push that comes out through WE now as well. Fizz, great split pusher throughout the mid game. As we take a look, Hook City down in the bottom lane. It's going to be Conan once again on Nautilus, but Allah, he got his Thresh this game. And they like Thresh with Draven. It gives him a reposition, the ability to skirt around the team fights, do so much damage, and, you know, better yet, got a lot of lockdown. He can just blow people up.
Yeah, and Thresh is absolutely amazing there as well. So we'll see how it all shakes out. We're going to get onto the rift for game number 2. And welcome back as we get the game number 2 between World Elite and Snake. WE find themselves up a game here in the best of 2 after an amazing comeback performance from, honestly, Mystic leading the charge on this Vayne. But things are going to get tougher here for World Elite. If, you know, level 1 was, you know, a very standard-looking comp for Snake, they've gone all comfort and all counter pick for game 2.
Yeah, exactly right. And this time they have the big tank in the top lane. You feel that even though they've been trying to get Flandre on carries, he really is still a tank player at heart. Fantastic Maokai player, great Gnar player. We'll see if he's able to get more involved in the late game of this one and carry through with some great team fight ult.
And for me, for all the mechanics and the wave clear and the general intelligence and the aggressive teleports and all the things that Flandre can bring from the top lane as a carry, his playmaking is just probably his best asset. He's amazing on Gnar.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, if he's ever able to impact other parts of the map with his teleport and just shove lanes in, he's always been good. That's why he made Morgana top work for such a long time. He was just able to pull it out, get around the map, and really help his team do what they needed to do in the team fighting stage. And we see a standard start coming through for everyone with Spirit on the top side of the map having a dance.
Yep, just hanging out here. As you can see, the lane's nice and neutral, but I'm not going to lie to you. I saw the Draven, I was really hoping for that Morgana top again.
Yeah, certainly was for that one to come through. As we're just going to have everyone move out and start up the jungle.
Yeah, hanging out here. Luca and Spirit going to do this camp. Luca going to give Spirit a little bit of help with his Flame Spitter. But Krog's going to get started there by the Water Leech Dual lane, and Ella, Crystal, and Beast going to start on the blue buff, actually. So no Gromp there for Beast, but nice quick blue instead.
Yeah, maybe looking to see if he can counter, it can invade in there as they only take the small Krog, get Mystic a little bit of a CS advantage, and then head into lane. That's cute.
It is cute. I mean, it's, you know, not the full thing. You don't lose too much health, but still get a bit of experience in gold league.
Yeah, it gives you one creep that you're able to get up in there, and you know, if you get to the lane beforehand, it means you can start the shove, whereas if you take both, even though it gives you more experience, you generally get pushed in. And if anything hurts level 1, it's not the Draven, it's not the Thresh, it's all those pesky caster creeps.
It is. Caster creeps very powerful here as Crystal, again, going to just shove down the wave constantly. We've seen this from him before. Draven players just want to throw axes and catch him as long as possible, and if you get in his face, he'll throw one at you instead.
Yeah, exactly right. And he has all that added burst damage that comes through from the Q, so it's very hard to trade with a Draven. And with a non-sustain lane, they probably just want to get pushed in and farm.
And you can see, even though they got the early advantage, they now just hit level 2, so had to respect that power. Shie, though, is on that Twisted Fate. That is some glorious movement with those early boots, though, through that creep wave. He's just trying to make sure you stays as far away from him as possible.
Yeah, and I want to see how deep he goes into that utility tree, whether he does grab a lot of movement speed. I actually might have a look at that.
He's really speedy.
He's quick at the moment.
I mean, this is impressive stuff in general. That guy's spamming like crazy to move that quickly, but he wants to go in. He gets some poke, though, but Shie is going to answer back. Nice stack deck, bro.
Stack deck is so strong as trading. That's why you take it early in the lane. Also helps with last hitting, which I really like, because jungle mains,
Twisted Fate's base stats are not the most glorious as well.
Yeah,
so
no, they certainly are.
A little bit awful, so able to help himself there. They're doing well so far in the lane, but we'll see how that develops. I do like the boot start there from Shie for maximum mobility in that lane, just to dance around the fish. But looking out on the top side on his Rumble versus FLICKR with the Gnar. I expect FLICKR, both in experience and in matchup, to have the edge here, but Aluka a little bit behind so far. We'll see how much work FLICKR can do in this lane.
Hey, Aluka's proven us wrong so many times in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes it to him in this matchup, but FLICKR is a very good Gnar player, as we keep mentioning, and Spirit trying to sneak in here, spotted out by a ward.
Yep. Nice. I like the attempt, though. You can see the Lantern actually already prepped. Might actually prompt them to go in. Does take it at the last second, though. But I like what Mystic and Conan are doing. Spirit's down there, so they're like, well, it's water. We can't get pressure, but we're just going to hold you off the wave.
Yeah, I like the fact that Conan walked forward there, even though Spirit was going back, because he missed one creep there. He didn't miss any more because he had to burn a ward into the brush. So that area of the map double warded for Snake, and that's just a resource that was burnt because of good positioning from the support.
You can see again back in the mid lane. CS nice and even. All Shie has to do, we talk about what Fizz can do in this lane. All Shie has to do is survive the lane and just leave as many times as possible with his ultimate.
He has to do his best Pawn impression, like just go back CDR, boots, doubled around ring, throw cards all day.
Never interact with your lane
never
opponent.
go near your laner.
Oh, you good dive in there. Damage down as well. Nice troll ball going to dodge him out of some harass, but the Crystalline Flask starting to burn through some of those charges. Shie has kept up nicely so far. He does know these matchups well.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, if anyone would know the typical solo queue counter picks to come through for a mid laner, it would be Shie there in the mid lane. And so far, he's been able to keep up in CS, but any lane that Fizz could win, can win as a melee assassin is just a bad lane.
Crystal grabbed up though, but there's the grab from Ella as well. Crystal gonna get procced that Silver Bolt. A nice flay though coming in from Mystic. Means that he has to be careful now on Crystal. He's trying to kite back. They're trading well, but that was won by World Elite.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. You know, they have the Ignite available, so they can go aggressive if they want.
Beast actually on this side. She has popped his Ghost.
Yeah, he got ganked.
Up, trying to get in there. Beast coming through. Spirit actually defending him nicely as well. Yeah, everyone will be okay for now.
Yeah, you see where Spirit just think that was the...
Ooh, grab Conan actually, but he's face tanking all that damage.
Yeah.
Crystal comes back in, but again, just has to trade.
That ain't the man you want to hit. You know, I said they don't have sustain, but Conan has 3 potions, or biscuits in this case, as well as the Targons coming through there. So it's hard to chunk out of the lane.
Beast coming down as well, has stuck into the lane. We'll maybe look for an Unburrow. Good flash double play. They've got Conan up. They're going to Unburrow after the flash. They're going to go after him, but he's quite tanky. Will fall down for first blood though, but Spirit's coming in as well. Crystal can't grab the Lantern. Mystic on top of it, but they're going to bait Spirit in. He'll use Leighton Snake. A nice 3v2 kill and making sure Crystal stays alive.
Yeah, but teleport.
And now comes Shie. Beast going to knock him up. Going to prevent the gold card. Actually, it's a minion. Don't get the kill.
I just wanted the CS, didn't even get that. Bad luck here.
Ganks the minions, doesn't even get one. And Mystic instead is going to farm the rest of this wave out. Snake with a nice bit of pressure this time from Beast early on, winning in the early game.
Yeah, and you know, Beast trying to shove it into turret. Still probably doesn't want to go back anywhere near him, but wow, BF sword first for Crystal. That's not great news. Good deep ward spots you out on his roam.
Yep. So they not going to get tricked here is Aluka, but FLICKR in Mega Form was not a bad time to call up the mid laner. You trying to match Shie's roam, but tricky to match a Twisted Fate who has gone for an early Sheen in this lane.
Yeah, he's aggressive, you know, doesn't go for the CDR, especially, I guess it's because he already burnt his ultimate, so not able to, I guess, impact the cooldown of Destiny and wants to just have a better trading tool.
See where he goes with the next portions of his build. Nice clean up under turret. Actually gets all the minions with the Trickster part of his E. And Crystal still farming away. BF sword has been finished, like you mentioned. Build with a Cutlass done for Vayne, but these trades are not created equal.
Yeah, you know, I feel that name really, ability really isn't aptly named. Playful Trickster. I understand the Trickster bit, but that should be the going up. Then it should just be like punch you in the head
It's definitely
as
not
the way
playful.
down. Because yeah, It's nothing tricky when he lands on your face.
No, it's just disappointing and very, very deadly as you and Beast will start up a dragon, but have to give it up. Lantern will get the jungler to safety on the Snake side, but that was
Optimistic.
That was very non-committal from Snake. Just going like, nah.
Well, they were just hoping that it wasn't warded, and in the end it was, so they smartly back away, and Yu's just going to keep hoovering up all this farm.
Got his blue buff now as well. We talked about the lane going well early for Xie. I think everyone forgets that Fizz's power just starts at level 6.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you know, it's the damage amplification now. You really do need to nail the fish, but as soon as you do, if you just combo the knock-up, it's so easy to pick up kills. And if you use it as you dive in with your Q, it's almost a point-click ability.
It is a bit of a point-click ability. We'll see how Yu manages that lane there. Does have his Ignite ready as well as Beast trying to track Spirit in the jungle. We'll spot him off with the Tremor Sense. Knows the buff's moving. Yu's been called over as well. Beast trying to get some vision down. He's waiting very patiently, but we'll finally find Spirit. Prayseeker out. Smite there as well. Just going to give him the buff instead. I think that went to Fizz the Fish. Does go a little wide, but a good steal away.
Yeah, able to pressure the jungle. Take that one away right there is a good move. They went with the early sidestone. We talked about Beast's ability to keep tabs on Spirit. Has done that by sacrificing some of his build, but going for a team-oriented effort of shutting down this jungle.
And Beast, again, been much more proactive. Spirit, significantly lesser than he was in the last one, as Yu dives back in again. Just pretty much getting a free harass down onto Xie. You can see Twisted Fate going to start to suffer in this lane. He's still close in CS, but Fizz is going to run away further and further with this lane as it continues.
Yeah, 2 lanes actually suffering right now. Bottom lane wants nothing to do with Crystal. He's got a BF sword versus a Cutlass, and even though you got sustained, Draven hits you twice and you die, so you can see they're out of there.
No, and Conan now going to feel that as Xie is coming in. The teleport down as well. Going to go all in for this gank. Stun's good. They're great condemn out of it as well, and Crystal 100% dead.
Yeah, and you could see, like, Mystic didn't even really want to go for that. He was like, guys, I can't yet. All right, let's go in. They burn the teleport as well. Able to pick it up. Might be able to grab the dragon, but FLICKR trying to trade a turret as well. So in the end, they pick up the kill, but that was an expensive kill to go for.
It was, and they are going to get the dragon as well. So advantages now across the board for Water Lead. They'll pick this up. I wonder how much damage FLICKR can do to that turret.
Wow, actually, Lucas stayed in bottom lane to shove that one through, so that means that the turret will go down in top lane, and he's going to miss a lot of CS.
Ooh, you can just see some backs being attempted to be cancelled by the Draven as he doesn't quite get anyone with the Whirling Death, but FLICKR headbutting the turret.
That must be painful, man.
It must be. There we go. A bit more comfortable now in mini now form as Snake even rotating to the mid lane trying to get damage done here.
Yeah, but they're with a couple of melee members and just the Thresh, so
Yep, Spirit's like, yeah, get up the tower. Ults him away.
yeah.
And FLICKR didn't even get the tower in top lane. Did have enough on the Gnar. Got low, but that is not a gold objective coming in. Yu's trying to get some damage done now as he roams in. He knows it's water though. He does have to set this up correctly.
Yeah, so but they go for it anyway. Already backing away as a Luca. The problem is Yu has the ultimate. He can probably just kill him off turret. Doesn't go for it.
Yeah, apparently doesn't know that it's water. Now sweeps it and gets the bad news. And that's twice now Yu's tried to roam and been unsuccessful.
Yeah, and just replaces the ward there to the Luca. Being quite safe, and turret will go down most likely. It will.
Yeah, they're going to zone them off the turret. In fact, just going to go for the dive first. I like this play from Yu. Fish going to land in. Aluka flashes, but it's already too late. He eats the knock up there. Flash in there as well. The ult from FLICKR. Aluka, they really want him dead. He'll pop down the equalizer. He'll burn down low. He will fall to the dots, and Spirit, he's too late to save his friend.
Yeah, but he's still going to go.
Oh, gold card in. Xie flashes forward. Hex Drinker procs. FLICKR. Nobody. Oh! Pops over the top, but it's not enough, and Spirit gets the kill.
Yeah, so they trade 1 for 1, and you know, arguably more expended once again. They did get the turret, so definitely in Snake's favor, and they've got a 1,500 gold lead. But things not horrible right now.
No, not at all. Conan, though, taking massive harass. Mystic now going to eat the business end of Draven's axe. You can see Snake starting to build up those advantages, and it was a bit delayed, but we finally get the trade we were looking for, that non-gold objective for the Dragon versus the tower for the gold objective.
Yeah, so they're able to pick that one up, and that gives them their... Ooh.
Beast and Spirit going to have a tete-a-tete here in the jungle. Beast, though, tunnels out. Wants nothing to do with Spirit and his Gragas. Instead, might just settle for a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, maybe 10 seconds longer, and actually Beast would have been dead, because that ultimate from GA is coming back off cooldown, and that's an aggressive move, invading someone that's able to stay ahead of you, has gone for a damage build or a tank build in this case.
He's actually back in the jungle. He's trying to track the bottom lane here. Mystic, though, eating too many axes. Crystal knows the jungle is probably here. They actually are going to spot Spirit as the jungler's meat. Where'd Rek'Sai go? Oh, there he is. Teleport now coming down as well for Flandre. Mystic's actually taking quite a lot of damage. Beast has dove in. Flandre gets damage boosted forward there by the ulti from Gragas. But Flandre needs to chase somebody down. She is chasing you, but you just takes him out mid-gate. And Snake gonna proxy the wave and take another turret.
Yeah, as I said, you can't gate near Fizz because he just kills you.
You're looking for someone, doesn't quite grab it there with that fish.
Oh, that wall didn't take any damage.
No, it didn't. It's very powerful as Crystal and Snake. Again, deny as much CS as possible, but they will get the outer turret. So all of a sudden, 2 turrets up to 0 for Snake with Wadley having the first dragon.
Yeah, FLICKR trying to get work done on the top one, but a good Void Rush will come through from Beast. Deny that, and they might even get all 3 outers.
Really nicely played by Snake. They will get the outer turrets here. Bottom tower falls, mid tower falls as well, and all of a sudden, Snake find themselves up a couple thousand gold here, honestly, due to all those towers.
Yeah, exactly right. So able to play the map a little bit better. See Nomicon finished up right now for you. He is very strong. So GA doesn't really want to fight him, going for one himself on the back end of this. But as the game progresses, that threat coming out of you is just going to get bigger and bigger.
And he's got Merc Treads here as well. I like that choice a lot.
Yeah, it just means that if he ever does get slapped by a picker card, it's not going to mean as much. Also helps him out with Condemn, and we'll see whether they're able to get this turret. Looks like they're going to be able to successfully defend.
Going to try, but yeah, defense is here. It's just 2 right now. Fizz does clear the wave out with his E though. And Chie pulls a gold card, but got no one here to slap it onto. He might just go for that Scuttle Crab here. As we do get an invade from Conan starting up the blue buff. Dragon up in a minute 45. We're trying to get a bit of a foothold of vision here in the area.
Yeah, this is optimistic by WE. Spirit's caught.
Yeah, eats a box and the flay plus the Death Sentence to start it all off. Spirit now going to get chased down. Draven's coming through. Crystal doing a significant amount of damage. Flandre hops over for the alley-oop, and Crystal gets gifted a wonderful kill.
Yeah, but all of a sudden they're split a fair amount.
Fish lands onto Mystic. Gia has to get out of there as well. Yu's just buying time for the rest of his team. He'll dash back in. He knows she is coming in. You will dive in, assassinating Mystic, or at least trying to. Not quite dead yet. Flandre going to try and find it. Needs Mega now, building up to it. Crystal gets another kill. Vince takes out the Rumble. Now she is going to get redove on. Crystal going absolutely nuts. Is he going to dive the tower for Conan? He gets depth charged away. He'll get another dive. He will not die as the Lantern's there to save him. And Snake almost get an ace. In fact, with Spirit coming back, an essential ace after a turret dive.
Yeah, and now it's a 6,000 gold lead. We were saying only about 3 when the outers were down, but what a play. And we said that was an optimistic invader. Best coming through from WE. Spirit got picked, even though they used 3 members to do it. Everyone else just didn't want anything to do with you. He zoned the whole team. Nailed the ultimate onto Mystic and destroyed the fight.
4-0-2 now on the Fizz. Starting to get carried away with this game. Snake, we see the difference when they play aggressive. We talk about their team fighting. It's always been good. But like a lot of teams, they tend to play better while ahead.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, now you see the Draven build coming through. Bloodthirster, Berserker Greaves, another BF sword coming in for Crystal. He's going to probably do half a Mystic's health.
I feel like Crystal has an item randomizer for Draven. He almost never seems to build the same thing twice.
Just gets on, looks at what he should build.
Not that much bravery. He does have relevant AD items at least. But
saying Lich Bane wouldn't be good?
Lich Bane Draven. Oh, that would be something.
Chris, please. Sorry.
The Sheen part is certainly something. As Dragon is going to go to Snake as well. It's just you and Crystal here. No smite required. Beast will come in, gets it with a Prey Seeker like an absolute champion. But Snake now just complete control of the map.
Yeah, all of a sudden you don't want anything to do with this Snake lineup, and they might be able to grab a turret in the top lane in the meantime, but every member stronger than their counterpart right now, with maybe the exception of the junglers still. But Spirit didn't have the early game he needed to drag everyone into a winning position.
No, Beast had a slightly more productive early game, I have to say.
That was the Sidestone, honestly. Able to get the deep vision that invaded into Spirit time and time again.
Fun stuff there for Beast. We've again seen his strong jungling, much like Spirit is best one in the enemy jungle here. And now Snake is pushing out their lanes, and I love that they've sent Fizz specifically to be the one to challenge Mystic's farm.
Yeah, 100%, because if he ever wants to gank a side lane, he's just going to die. You see level 11 to level 10, so it's not only the kills and all the farm that he's up at the moment, it's the ability to stay up and relevant in levels, and we'll have to see whether WE can once again turtle this game out until when their carries are relevant.
Well, right now, Snake are looking down the mid lane, trying to get a siege down onto the turret here, but might have to find a dive. Yeah, you going to be a bit careful. Approaches the Raptors, thinks about them, but the rest of the team's there. They grab onto him, but he'll playful Trickster out with the first CC. There's a little too much coming in, though. Fish does land, but Gragas will get credit for the kill and the shutdown. Great equalizer from Aluka. They're going to chase back in. Conan gets grabbed up. The box is down. Flandre far too low, though. Now she is going to chase in. He's popped his ulti. He's popped the ghost. But he doesn't want to go back.
Can they get anything off this? Baron isn't available. It's only 18 minutes in the game. It might be the mid lane turret. And WE, a great Fnatic rush. We already likened them to it. But able to set up the pick that they needed to get themselves back in the game.
At the tower now as well. Going to push in for a second perhaps here as well. Just can't really get them in. Aluka, though, going to get grabbed up. Knocked up there by Beast as well. Gia quite low, though. Crystal just needs one juicy target. But a good condemn's going to keep Ella out of the way. And Snake, they're rallying back to try and chase that Water Lead. But Water Lead already got what they wanted. They got the turret, although Flandre going to commit now with a teleport. Not Meganar, though. Mini-Nars hops his way out. And Snake just chasing down.
Yeah, in the end, they might just be able to trade back the turret, you know, because they've got the wave pushing with them. So in the end, not a bad result for WE still. Won't be able to defend this turret most likely, but actually that's not even a big free wave. They've done it.
Yeah, would be a worthwhile trade if Snake could get the turret, but Water Lead going to stagger their backs. They've already got Chie back. Nautilus has gone back as well there for Conan, and Snake just can't pressure. That was a interesting little exchange, and Water Lead certainly came out ahead.
Yeah, in the end, it looks like it was nearly a pull the trigger a little bit too early out of Flandre, and he wasn't able to get what he was looking for. Still pressuring the side waves, doing good things for his team, but might be caught yet again, this time by Spirit and Mystic.
Mystic. Level 9 going to challenge Flandre. Level 11 here for the Gnar, but he just can't go anywhere. Great condemn. Ward down as well. Needs one more. Mystic. Oh, he didn't have flash, but Spirit's going to find him. Takes him out.
Yeah, Spirit did have flash. We looked at the same thing. Is he going to flash? No, he didn't have it available.
He would have.
As Void Rush and you now on GA. It looks like Snake just want to continue to fight, but they have none of it.
Flash hook. GA's forced to flash as well. Would have connected, but he does flash out from under it. But Snake are getting a bit run around this map now. That's two different death brushes where two different carries have found themselves dead.
Yeah, and you know, you have to question. That was just really strange. Yet again, using an ultimate to try and catch someone out that really was an optimistic play at best. And they've lost a turret in the bottom lane. Now it looks like Mystic's going to be able to crash that huge CS wave as he saw the whirling death and moved out of the brush. Thought his back was going to be cancelled. That was a very, once again, heads-up play.
Yeah, just wanting to take the creep wave though instead.
Yeah.
Crystal getting all that juicy CS for himself, building Infinity Edge by the looks of things as his second item. So looking for maximum 2-item damage here on the Draven.
Yeah, is that the freeze build that he used to go BT Infinity Edge into Last Whisper?
I think so. I know Crystal's old build used to be BT Last Whisper, so this is somewhat of an adaptation.
And then he used to throw like weird things like Yomu's and Trinity Force in there. Crystal had a really cool build when he would go for it.
I like the Trinity Force.
Yeah, I actually honestly think that is one of the better items because his W is so spammable for the Sheen procs to come through, and just the augmented auto attacks, they chunk people out as opposed to the consistent threat. It's much easier to catch your axes when you throw them slow but strong.
Yep, and Crystal still getting stronger, 3-1-3 on the Draven. Good CS lead over Mystic there as well. Snake are still ahead in this game, don't forget, despite how wonky, I'm going to say, the last few minutes of the game have been. But Dragon is back up. Snake will realign themselves here for the objective up in 110, but Baron is now a threat teams have to consider.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially with the likes of Draven and Vayne on the map. They take down neutrals so quickly. And you see, even with all the pressure that WE were able to get back, vision control firmly in their hands, at least bottom side of the map, to Snake.
Mystic, though, is getting farmed. He's been in the bottom lane multiple times and either gotten a kill or been left unchallenged by Snake, who just don't want to face check these brushes. They are clearing out vision. No Beast will take a pink ward away, put down another green ward just to get additional vision here. Water Lead can check things with the ultimate there from Twisted Fate, but everyone on Water Lead still sort of scaling, and Snake have already hit their strides in the early stage.
Yeah, they certainly have, and you almost feel that this is a team fight that you just let go. It's only a second Dragon. It's 22 minutes into the game by the time it's up. Not really going to be a win condition. If you can trade it for top lane turret, I think you take the trade.
I think so too. Aluka pushing in there. Does have a Zonya's already completed. Skipped his Sork Shoes for now, but does want to go for a bit more of a team fight build. Level 12 as well. Means his ulti fairly strong.
As soon as I see it, Fizz and a Draven Fed, I don't give any cares about my Sork boots. I'm like, Zonya's all day, baby.
Yep, and that's what he's got here on top of the Haunting Guy. Spirit grabbed up by Ella. Ulti though from Chie. That's a good lantern away for Crystal. They're going to have to play him out. Depth Shot though bounces Ella all around here as Yu's going to try and fight his way in. A massive fish going to take out Conan. Beast will dive in. He's gone straight through, right on top of Shia, but he gets condemned into a wall. Mystic going to cut him off. We'll get the kill, but Crystal's damage is absolutely absurd. Flandre going to gnaw Spirit into the wall as well, and they'll take it. A good hook going to secure the ace. Mystic will die, and Snake will complete the 5-for-1 team fight win.
Yeah, and Conan flashed a fish into 3 members of his team, and you right now has a lot of damage, let me tell you. Started the team fight on completely the wrong foot. It's going to be another early Baron for Snake, and that's one of those fights you can go back and pull apart, but it was just a very basic error that made it go heads up.
Crystal's damage just absurd right now with these 2 items. Destroys the Baron as we see this again. Let's take another look.
Yeah, so the fist comes in here. They look like they've caught Crystal out. The Conan just flashes it on top of everyone, and you see the damage that it puts down, not to mention the whirling death. Fighting in a corridor, yeah, it seems to be a Rumble dream, but right now there's just so much damage coming through from you. Flandre, also a big tank, and Crystal on the back. He was caught at the start of that fight and just tore everyone apart.
Good predictive hook there at the end by Ella to get Mystic out of a tumble, and Snake now find themselves with the Baron buff on top of a dragon that is just getting melted.
Yeah, and back, ooh, and a 6,000 gold advantage
Thought
as well.
the wild cards were going to take that.
Oh, Fish is out.
Oh, find Spirit actually, that's a good pick. If they can get it, they'll charge in. Stun card will land there onto you. Locket popped as well. Zonya's actually used to dodge the knockback of the ulti. But Snake, they'll take the damage. They'll continue onto the
needs
turret.
to go down if this turret wants to live.
Oh, flash forward instead. They want Crystal. Equalizer down as well. They're going to try and fight. They need to kill the Draven. A good Zonya's. They will take him out, but you diving in onto the backlines. That's going to force a flash out from Mystic, but they peel away. Flandre, though, massive Gnar ultimate. Can he clean it up there? They're still in amongst it all. It's the support members cleaning people away, and Flandre, enough damage right now. Snake, with their lead, secure a team fight victory. They'll dive Conan and get another ace.
Yeah, and did Shia just ult in the middle of that team fight?
He might have.
That was
have to check the tape.
Pick.
Well, sometimes you just gotta ult.
Yeah, you just gotta do your buttons, as Atlas would say, but it will cost them. An inhibitor going down here. Good start of the team fight, but in the end, Snake just too strong.
Yeah, the full tank Flandre with a bit of help from Beast and Ella, able to clean out the rest of the fighter for massive Gnar ultimate there. Despite the fact that the carries went down, let's see this again.
Yeah, so Crystal goes down straight away, but you gets a lot of damage out to Mystic. And everyone's so low, that is a 5-man ulti. And Shia, he did, he tried to port away. That was cute, actually. It wasn't as bad as I thought, because everything else was on cooldown. But in the end, Flandre and the consistent damage of Beast just proved to be too much.
Yeah, Conan, again, quite squishy there. He's going to be the last kills. They'll just dive their way in to take it out. And Snake, that's 2 different aces in a row. 5-for-1 to start things off. 5-for-2 now. And we're going to go again. Here's Shia just going to get fished there, but they can't chase in. Massive damage, though. The depth charge will force you away. But Shia, he's so afraid right now on this Twisted Fate.
Yeah, certainly is. And he went Morellonomicon for 40% CDR into a Lich Bane, what was going to be with the Sheen, but isn't able to finish it off because he needs the Zonya's Hourglass so badly if he's going to have any team fighting presence. Right now, it's like a 10,000 gold lead. Snake going to push in, probably try and close this one out much earlier.
Yeah, got a massive lead. They've almost broken mid here as well. The Baron buff still going, though. Means they will be able to take out this turret.
Yeah,
oh, Shia, grabbed by Ella. Place in there. You just takes him out. Now Flandre going to Baron his way in. Mystic gets absolutely obliterated in the middle of that fight as Ella cutting around. Crystal gets the last kill, though. They've tried to dive in. Yu's actually dove Aluka off in the back lines. Pops his Zonya's late. Aluka going to try and finish him off, but Yu still got enough mana to playful trickster his way out. And Snake, they've broken the base. They'll take the top inhibitor.
Man, they're going to be able to take mid as well. Flandre using the hop for the attack speed portion of it. Of course, as soon as you land, you get like 40% attack speed of rank 1. It's really strong if you use it in that sense in Mini Gnar, and they're able to get double inhibitors and exit the base.
Yeah, and you can see already almost an insurmountable lead built up by Snake at 27 minutes in. The carries are there. We've seen Mystic's Bane last game. They can certainly do work here. Aluka's also actually been quite nice in the fights as well, but just nothing compares to Crystal and his Draven or Yu and his Fizz right now.
Yeah, Yu is a real terror of these team fights because he's the zoning one. Crystal's going to hit everyone, but realistically, Yu just destroys whoever he looks at. So that is, right now, Shie, any member is susceptible to that amount of burst.
Also still his blue buff, now going to see the ward. Beast actually not close enough there with the tunnel. Will give Twisted Fate over that blue. Oh, gonna take the ward. There we go. Gets it away. Mystic going to take the Krugs here as well. almost gotten himself to a last whisper, so getting stronger, but little ways away from that Infinity Edge we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, it certainly is. They need the game to go at least to the 45-minute mark right now, WE, if they're going to equalize the items, because right now the carries for Snake are just way too strong, and you can see there's wards in the base. When that happens, it's bad news. There's a spooky ghost.
Is that used Twin Shadows?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Fish land. Fistic zoned out by the Fish. Ella going to jump in now as well. But he's taking a little bit too much damage. Will look to go down. Lantern will almost save him, but Mystic, he's actually dead. Conan now going to get locked up there by a Boomerang. And just a bit of damage there from Flandre.
Yeah, AD carry for support. They'll take that trade, especially with 2 inhibitors down. Probably going to mean that the bottom base turret will be under siege as soon as Crystal can join his team. And once again, it is his spooky ghost.
It is his Twin Shadows.
I like it.
I do like it also. I barely remember the stats that I've given. Magic resist, CDR, AP.
It gives movement
Spooky
speed,
ghosts.
80%, 80 AP, and 7% movement speed, I want to say.
All right. And of course, those delicious ghosties.
Yeah.
I mean, he does need to be sticky. He wants to make sure he gets on top of the key targets. Not a bad extra CC to add to his kit.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Cost
is
efficient.
cheap.
It's not slot efficient, I don't think.
No, I mean, at this point, I don't think that matters for Snake because they're certainly looking to end the game before these inventories are falling. Crystal, he's got Mercurial Scimitar, 3 BF sword items, all of them I think that you can buy.
No, there is one left.
Oh, there is.
It doesn't exist to me, but it exists to Atlas. Essence Reaver will be the last item to come through for Crystal.
No, that's not real life.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we'll see what happens now with Crystal and his BF sword builds, but make no mistake, he is doing absolutely absurd amounts of damage right
Yeah,
now.
he certainly is 5-2-9. You can see he's 8-2-3, 8-2-7. As Spirit wanted to start something up there. He's positive, by the way. 4-3-4.
And we've seen what Spirit can do with a late game Gragas as far as playmaking goes. He's got decent tank items. He's certainly ready to go, but it's just too hard. It's such a big hill to have to climb back over. Snake, all they really need is to either do what they're doing.
Oh no, the zoning ghosts.
As Crystal will continue clearing out the wave.
They scare the
has
Snake members
respawned.
away. Snake are like, wow, I can't handle.
2 spooky 5 meters. I'll take Dragon instead. That'll be the 3rd there for Snake. Again, Fifth Dragon not really a win condition for them, but they might as well make sure they keep on top of the objectives. Baron coming back up in about 12 seconds as well. I mean, that Snake will look to that, you have to think, is their next objective, but they do not need much more than this. The base is already broken in 2 places. They'll probably get a Baron and look to finish.
And sadly, it's not going to be an Essence Reaver. Has bought a pickaxe, so you can assume a last Whisper going to come through for Crystal, although he might go another Infinity Edge. Oh, more!
Infinity Edge.
More would be... Oh, what a beautiful item.
Frozen Melon? Does that work
Yep,
also? Yep.
that works. Hydra.
Yes, Hydra, another item you can buy. You can actually buy that, by the way.
You can, you just can't use it.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, because to give you stats, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, you give your stats, but you just can't, it doesn't give you any AoE.
You can't use the active. Sad times. Well, they get the Baron. Crystal again, trotting out through. Beast will smite that away.
Actually, can you use it?
I
know
don't
you can
know.
buy Hurricane, I think, because Thresh can buy Hurricane. He's technically melee.
Are you sure?
Is he? I don't know.
He's definitely ranged. He's got really short auto attack range, but he's
Oh,
ranged.
no, he is ranged.
Yeah.
Because he, doesn't proc
That's why.
targets. That's why I don't go coin.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, everyone uses the flame powered autos.
That's way too hard as well.
I agree. Last hitting's hard enough as it is. Just make it easy. Give me the coin.
Give
So
me
you
the
don't have to
coin.
last
Yeah.
hit.
Then it's all the AD carrier's fault if they miss him.
It's true, actually. They miss them, then you get gold, but they're sad. Yeah, it's just not a good time. Snake trying to finish this off. Actually grab a Luca there. Forcing the zombies out after the box. Good fish. Zone him out. That's going to force the flash over it. Crystal, though, immediately QSS's out of that gold card from Twisted Fate. Ella finds a minion this time. With the inhibitors will get taken out again. Waterlead trying to pull the trigger. Spirit goes in, gets the ulti down, but it's not quite enough onto Crystal, who flashes out. Now you're going to dive into the backline. Damage is good. That ultimate from Draven doing work there. She is going to go down after Mystic and Snake. They're just too far ahead at this point. Crystal's damage absolutely off the charts. Ella's Thresh is amazing. They'll dive in, they'll get another raise, and that will finish the game. And another 1-1 split here as Snake. They're looking for 3 points, they'll only get 1.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, you can say it's a tie, but really WE stole its game here against the 3rd place team. Snake, they'll go 1-1. They have 2 more important split series this weekend. But you can see they're not the happiest team in the world because they were really looking for 3 points there.
No, and an upset victory in game number 1 with an insanely sweet comeback there from World Elite. You can see what happens when they play their game, but that was Snake's game there in game number 2. It's the aggressive, brute force style of League of Legends, and when they get ahead, they do not fall back behind.
Yeah, and it was get behind the AD carry. Once again, Flandre for all these strengths, teleporting into the bottom lane, making sure they were starting that up. You with a very cute counter pick in the Fizz, by the way, had a terrific game. Got to give a shout out to him. And the warding style of the top lane, translating it into bottom half of the map power, seems to be how Snake can still win consistent League of Legends.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of if Snake are going to try new things. We're about, again, more than halfway through the season now. Snake are looking to diversify. It's what else can they pull out? Because much like World Elite, when they play their style, they look almost unbeatable. But what's the next step? Because we saw in spring, that was their problem in playoffs.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's what the game is at the moment. It's not how can we win regular season games. They don't really care about the series. It's how can we get into playoffs and be a meaningful team. And after that series, you have to once again ask, what else does Snake do apart from great team fighting and great skirmishes?
Well, I guess we'll have to find out another time as a split does happen there between the two sides. There's 1 point apiece for World Elite and Snake. Don't go too far away though. We'll go to a quick break, and when we return, our last match of the evening will be upon us. Welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're about to get to our last match of the evening as Vici are taking on OMG.
Yeah, you know, both these guys tied up on points there. You have to say that Vici, they've played a couple more games, so we'll give him 8th spot right now. But over the other side of the rift, OMG, they're making a case for being that team we thought they would be when they first came together. Cool playing fantastic League of Legends. Uzi in the bottom lane going towards more mid-game carries, and they're finding some consistency.
They are, and there are a lot of changes here for OMG to start things off. And it's just been, I think, struggle after struggle. Spring was certainly a struggle. Who going maybe wasn't playing all that well. And, you know, there was just kind of too much going on. They moved junglers. Now they seem to move Loveling back into the jungle, at least for now. But they've got a new spot. It's just all sorts of crazy here for OMG right now. But I think with that last game, I have to say, almost skipped over it accidentally. Apologies there. But you can see the MVP is a well-deserved one from you, despite the Draven game.
Yeah, it certainly was. You was a person that was creating all this pressure and allowing Draven to wreak havoc on the back line. This was when GA wanted to get his port off. This is why we said you can never port around a Fizz.
Yep.
Because he does this.
Keeps getting chased. Takes him out. Oh, he gated somewhere. And there's this fish here as well. I mean, you was already enough for pressure in lane. I think he's 4-0-2 pretty early on in the game. And he just landed fish after fish after fish and just got in the faces of these carries.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, and even though he was taking some return damage, he was positioning well, making sure that he was weaving in and out of fights, attacking priority members. That's all you want out of your Fizz, someone that can really get everyone else going. If you're that threatening that your Draven can tank turrets and live to tell the tale, you're doing a pretty good job there in the mid lane.
And I think that's what they were missing in the Game 1 comp against Mystic's Vayne in particular. Just a way to really hard engage onto the hypercarry like Vayne, and also a tank line, which Flunder fulfilled this time on the Gnar, going full tank there in that one. I think maybe with a Hex Drinker early on. So a much better looking game for Snake. A standard looking game though for them. So again, they've shown they're coming when they play to their strengths. Maybe not necessarily so when they branch out a little bit more. And maybe we're going to have similar questions here. OMG, but a very set way to play recently.
Yeah, 100% win rate with Maokai Silver. That is what they do. They grab Maokai for Xiong up in the top lane. They get Uzi Silver and they run at people and they completely crush them. This is the most similar comp to the OMG like death squad that we've seen. But you know, when they play other things, it doesn't really do the same. Able to get there as I just moved everywhere.
Mate, you were so excited about that point, you went a bit crazy.
Exactly right. But you know, it doesn't look the same. Xiong isn't as impressive on other carries. Uzi's got the Corki to fall back to, which is looking stellar, by the way, but it's just a different feel.
Yeah, and it's, you know, Uzi not going on the Vayne, not going for all these hyper carries. He'll probably play Kalista, but he absolutely never gets to play it because of how good he is on it. So that one's denied away.
I like one Vayne game. He got
did.
a pentakill.
That's well done, Uzi.
Okay. Yeah, I like
that
it.
That doesn't bring up the Vayne win percentage high enough.
No, it doesn't.
Uzi's lifetime Vayne record is actually abysmal.
Yeah, no, it's really bad. It's like in the 30% now, I think. It's not great. So definitely agree with you that that's a carry that he's been baited into a lot of the time when he feels like he has to carry. Right now, Cool's doing his fair share of heavy lifting, so it doesn't seem to be the case.
No, and that does not detract from Uzi as a player. Still a good player, still a good hard carry player, but just doesn't need to do as much work. And it's nice to see OMG kind of playing more like OMG, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, there's two sides to Uzi. There's Uzi, the late game carry, which he goes towards when he goes Vayne. But there's Uzi, the lane bully, and he's arguably the best AD carry lane bully in the world. That's where he's always made his bread and butter. People say playing against Uzi, especially when he's on the likes of Corki, Caitlyn, is like playing against someone that makes you work for every CS. He's the guy that will give up 5 early game to just shoot you a couple of times, and you can't go near it for the rest of it, and he just smashes you out throughout the laning phase. Maybe with Amazing, they don't put the same pressure down as what he used to, but I still feel in the lane he can be successful.
Yeah, Amazing's the other question for me for sure. Can he, you know, get that synergy going? We saw Uzi when he was playing with supports that he sort of got to know Tabe back in the day, Cloud probably in this year here as well. But it just takes time. Uzi's a very unique sort of AD carry player, so you do need to learn how to play with Uzi rather than simply in his lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, because if you step forward as an AD carry without your support stepping up with you, and Uzi leads lanes. That's why Tabe was such a good support with him, because he was able to follow very well. It just does horribly bad things. So, you know, Uzi, he's going to have to be a little bit more careful, play around Amazing strength, which is his Annie in the engage potentially can bring to a lane. But you feel like with their champion pool, Corki Annie, they should be successful in a 2v2.
You think so? But let's start with Vici here instead, who have had a number of changes here as well. Most notably this one, Dandy. That is not, again, not a typo. There are no errors. This is Dandy completely inundated into the top lane now.
Yeah, and he likes it up there. It's like playing jungle, but with more farm, so why not? And he's actually impressed me. I think Dandy, and this guy right here, especially if he gets Gragas, notably, have turned into quite a good duo.
Yeah,
World 6 honestly sits in Dandy's back pocket and is like, I kind of sometimes know where to go, but you know where to go, so I'm just following you.
Yep, and there's Hetong as well. One of the best mid laners at swooping in and cleaning up kills. And that's not a bad thing, I have to say. Hetong does one thing very well, and it's clean up.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, he allows everyone else to go in, Endless and Dandy up there in the top lane. Then he gets the cleanup crew kills. So yeah, as you said, it's a role that he has to play in the team, and so far in the recent performances, he's played well.
Yeah, and you saw Endless there, you know, young Eddie carry player starting to come into his own a little bit more, but Mata's still an absolute beast in the bottom lane. One of the world's best supports who can play just about anything. Does have his off games here and there, mostly to himself, not for any other reason, but Mata and Dandy still leading his team. You can tell with the way they play as close to Samsung White as they can get themselves, it feels like, but that is a long way to go for this team. We're still definitely finding their feet.
Yeah, and you know, the way we explain Vici at the moment is if Vici play against their opponent, they generally lose. If they play against the map, they generally win because they're able to get into different lanes, set up good wave control. Dandy now has control of that as the top laner and really shove down structures early. So if they beat you, get the inside lane, get those deep wards that Samsung White were famous for, they still play a very it's a pretty game of League of Legends. They really do look good as they move around the map. The problem is if you can skirmish them, force them into playing, I guess, LPL form of being able to trade kills and turrets effectively, that's when they start to fall apart because they don't have the experience. It's not even a personnel issue right now. It's just that they haven't played together as long as some of these other lineups.
No, but you can tell when they get ahead, they stay ahead based on their strong objective control and map movement. But we'll swap over to OMG now. Quite a large roster here, but they've kept it pretty consistent so far, and Xiang's been the first surprise in the top lane.
Yeah, he certainly has. You know, his Nautilus also looked good. Shout out to Xiang's Nautilus. He's one of the Nautilus players I do like. But Maokai, absent there because it's just banned every game.
It is here, and Loveling, he has been back. Only played the 4 games so far this particular season, but he has looked good, I have to say. It's not, you know, super old 2013, 2014 Loveling, but he's getting better and better.
Yeah, he certainly is, and this is the guy that I love to talk about. He's the best Echo in the LPL, I believe, because he plays it as such an effective assassin. Cassiopeia Victor is here. He still plays the rest of them. Maybe not as here as to the level that I would like him to, but everything else looking super clean for cool.
Yeah, and Uzi's been mixing it up. Does have a Caitlyn game in there, but lots of mid-game carries, Graves, a bit of Vayne, and of course, those Corki games and the Sivir, which have featured heavily here as well. Here's his new support, though. It is amazing. He's not quite been living up to his name just yet, but I have to think he'll get there by the end of the season.
Yeah, you certainly hope so, especially if he continues to go back to engage. That's what they needed to be the fight starter coming in there, because honestly, right now, if you get the 3v3 skirmishes with Cool and Uzi, they can take on the best in the LPL. They're just so clean mechanically, those two players in particular. And, you know, Xiang, he's in a new position. Was a mid laner that played support, now in the top lane. They've thrown him everywhere, and he's taking time to adapt, being criticized pretty heavily for his champion pool, but if he's on a comfort pick, he looks like he can control the lane a little bit better.
He does, and it's probably just a matter of experience there for Xiang. Just play more games, practice more top lane games, be in more of those scrims, just play more top lane champions. Like, he does go to majors sometimes. We've seen his rise is also quite good, and that makes sense being a former mid lane player. Again, OMG are a team that have done a lot of experimenting this year, not even just this split. I feel like their current roster is pretty well settled. I do like Loveling being back. He seems to be gel better with the team, be a bit more consistent. But OMG, again, much like all the teams here, running out of time to really run deep into the regular season, and then playoffs will be upon them. They do need to get stuff sorted here, but what they've got right now seems to be a good foundation, moving into playoffs and then possibly for Worlds as well.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. As we see, they've also had the better of Vici Gaming this year so far, but let's hit on the Loveling point a little bit more. He's known for his aggression. He's known to be able to get in your face, heavy ganker of lanes. Really does like to be able to be one of those carry-style junglers. And, you know, if you call him passive at the moment, it's because he's trying to integrate himself back into the roster. You're just waiting for him and Cool to have one of their famous performances where they completely explode in the mid lane jungle.
Yeah, and Loveling's still been aggressive. I think he's always been an aggressive jungler. He doesn't play particularly passive or reactive, which is maybe something that actually, you know, Dandy might have done. That was his style, actually, heavy counter gank oriented. World 6 has certainly inherited more of the aggression there as well for Vici, so kind of an exciting jungle matchup to look at potentially. But Loveling still looks strong. He's just getting less gold, but he's doing more with that fact, because he is used to getting mountains of gold on this team.
Yeah, he certainly is. And you know, when you look at World 6 versus Loveling, I like that you brought up the comparison because one's a Gragas player, World 6 over there inside of Vici Gaming. Loveling likes the Rek'Sai. He really does prefer the AD variation at the moment. So we'll see whether they both get the champion they want, because you can see that's what they do prefer to play, and push that through into the mid game.
And for me, it's sort of what's going to happen in the mid lane here as well. Hatong, on his champions, has shown a lot of promise. On Azir, on the likes of Twisted Fate. Bakul's champion pool is absolutely massive, and he's even playing to the meta currently exceptionally well as well. So Hatong has definitely gotten bullied around in some laning phases against strong opposition. Cool seems like a world-class mid laner right now, or very close to it at least. So if Hatong finds himself behind, Cool's just going to maul him, because that's what he does.
Yeah, I completely agree. And to me, Cool's always been at his best when he hasn't mained Assassins, but he's had one in his back pocket. So he can go with the likes of his Orianna and different things. But then if anyone tries to pick a neutral lane, he can dive onto the Assassin and really make them pay for it. And arguably with Echo coming back into the meta, he now has that threat back in his arsenal.
He does as well. And you know, LeBlanc sadly not really around, but still a pick as well. Ari, we can go on. Cool has a lot of champions here, but we are into the draft now here. Vici on the blue side to start things off. Going to ban away Vayne as their first one, actually away from Uzi. And OMG are the ones to ban Kalista, but they are on the red side.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Uzi is the guy that respects Kalista a lot. He will first pick it if it's on his side. He will ban it every time if it's against him. He respects the strength of the champion. You can understand why.
Yep, Echo banned away from Cool. You have to think most likely. Have seen it in a couple of places, but it's mostly been mid for OMG. Hecarim there, the next ban coming through. That's away from Dandy, one of his best performing top lane champions since he started in that lane. And Vici now going to consider their last ban.
Yeah, we'll see what they go with. Of course, Dandy's famous Rumble still available up there in the top lane. You're the one that enlightened me into the world.
It's coming.
Is
I'm
it?
ready. I hope so. He played it once at All-Stars. I hope he plays it again. Finally. Well, let me put it this way. Hopefully I'm casting Dandy and he plays Rumble in the top lane, because otherwise that joke's going to die a very long, painful death.
Oh, I'm bringing it up every time we're on the desk together.
Rise is banned away by Vici, away from Xiang. Makes sense there. Don't want to first pick it maybe either. Although Dandy did have a good Rise game that you brought up in our earlier series. And now OMG going to line up the last ban. Maybe it's the Rumble.
Yeah, maybe they'll target that one up there. See what else they want to go with. Maybe it's a Fizz as well and try and get Dandy completely out of his comfort picks coming through. Has got a Scion game up there. Plays a Maokai as well.
Thresh banned away from Master is a lot of respect, but does leave Alistar open as almost obvious first pick. But instead, Vici said, you know what? Give Endless that Sivir.
Yeah, and straight away Xiong's like, it's open. Oh,
I'm ready.
He didn't insta-lock it. I was really expecting that one to go through, but not really much to say about Sivir so far. Just a very standard AD carry. Pushing meta suits her, and as long as the meta to take turrets exists, Sivir's going to be a great pick.
Loveling's the best. He's just casually brushed over Gangplank, because why not here? OMG do have plenty of options open. You saw the Maokai for Xiang. We've gone through Alistar. They've got Gragas or Rek'Sai if they want to take one, probably not both this time, or one of those junglers away. OMG, it's simply a matter of which two powerful picks they want, because Sivir, she's good, but not sure how I feel about her as a first pick just yet as OMG. They will take Alistar and Gragas.
Yeah, I was very surprised that they were hovering Maokai Gragas. Not because of the fact that it's Maokai Gragas, but because Xiong had locked in the Gragas and it was like Loveling, like, oh, I'll grab Maokai for you. Just pick your own champions if that's the case. So they go with Alistar instead. It's made me a little bit happier.
Yeah, well, there is the Alistar for amazing. It's actually, again, you said engaged champions have been his forte. Certainly been a good looking Alistar player, but that does leave a number of champions open for Hatong as well. Martin, of course, can play just about anything, so he's not particularly worried. But I like the takeaway of Gragas as well, just from World 6, as they are considering that blocker pick. They'll take the Maokai and they'll take the Azir.
Yeah, and right now, you know, they can go Nautilus and deny three really high supports away from Mata and have a super tanky front line to be able to protect Cool and Uzi. So wouldn't be surprised if that's what Xiong wanted to default back to. Right now, Hatong, he's got his Azir. It's a very big staple. And Dandy, he's played a lot of Maokai since he's been up there in the top lane. Mixed success, but is a just great initiator, honestly. And he reads the map well, which makes his TP very useful for the side of Vici. One thing we've, I guess, not really got out of Xiong yet is the teleport positioning. And that's why it's so important to have Uzi on Sivir, because it allows Xiong to initiate from front on as opposed to looking for the very good home guard gangs coming through.
Well, it's going to have to rely on something different this time, because Vici do have the Sivir, but Uzi's going to lock Tristana in for himself, and that's a Shen locked in for Cool. You have to think for the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, so we'll see whether they're able to make that work up there. Shen seeing a little bit more, I guess, pick ability. He's a great split pusher in the late game. Also adds this huge shield to one of your main carries. And when persistent damage is a threat, they're not going to get blown up. That huge shield does a lot of work.
It does, and Shen, I like that he's creeping back in. He adds a nice element to a lot of these comps while still being a good frontliner and good tank. But Vici, they've completed their draft now. They take Janna for Mata and Rek'Sai for World 6.
Yeah, they have a huge no button right now coming through from Mata. See whether he is able to reposition these team fights, because you look at Vici, they're all mid-range. Unless Hatong can get lots of Sand Soldiers out at max range, going to be hard for them to win a fight against Uzi, who will eventually outrange Endless by quite a way. And all of the, I guess, ability to rush and engage as soon as... Oh, they've even got Poke coming through. This is going to be a tough game for Vici to win.
By the looks of things, yeah, they do need to lock in Cool's champion. 5 seconds left. Amazing has highlighted the Varus to be the pick away here. We've seen it as a very common counter pick into Azir. Cool is going to take it away here. The God V special into Azir. He really started the trend, at least in the LPL. Let's see how Cool handles it.
Yeah, exactly right. Poke has always been the Achilles heel of Varus, and they're able to clear out the wave with straight line wave clear. That's why Varus is seeing a little bit more play than Jace, you have to think, because he's a little bit more AoE focused on the backline. But right now, Varus just has a lot in his kit, especially if you take double mobility summoners, that it allows him to impact all stages of the game. And, you know, I said it's going to be hard for Vici, because if they don't get the perfect engage, they're just going to get whittled out. And there's the Alistar that can head people back, the Buster shot, the big shield that's going to come through. A good engage with only 2 threats against all the defense that OMG is bringing to the table is going to be super difficult to execute on.
I agree, and I think some of the lanes, the trouble might even start there as we're going to go through the matchup. We start in the top lane here. I'm going to say pretty normal stuff. Lots of wet noodling, lots of farming.
The Vorpal Blade.
The Vorpal Blade.
I love it.
Cue all the minions there. World 6 versus Lovely again. Another standard matchup here with the junglers. As Rek'Sai takes on Gragas.
Gragas, they've been swapped over. We said, wonder if they'll get their own champions. They've denied them from each other. This is a matchup we're seeing a little bit more come through now. Azir versus the Varus in the mid lane. They have committed to all physical damage here. We'll see whether if it goes super late and they're made to pay.
This is the interesting one for me, though. Uzi on the Tristana versus Endless and that Sivir. We've got Mata on the Janna, pretty good against Amazing and the Alistar, but he's going to have to do a lot of work here against OMG, like you mentioned, and they still have plenty of initiation from afar as well. But we'll find out exactly how it goes. We are going to get onto the rift for game number 1. And welcome back into game number 1 of OMG versus Vici, our final match of the evening. Week 7, day number 1 of the LPL here for summer season. It's been a long one so far, Spawn. Still plenty more LPL to go, though, on OMG. Like a lot of these teams that split last week, on the prowl for some points, and their comp is quite strong.
Yeah, they're looking quite good at this point. You know, OMG this week, they play Vici first, which you're seeing now, then Unlimited Potential, then RNG. You would think they have a fairly good run coming through this after Vici, so any points they can get here will be useful, and then they'll just be looking to close out the week strong. And I like their early draft coming through here. I like the dance party that's happening in the river. And this game, once again, going to be execution focused.
Oh, BM! Oh, they're going all in! World 6 gets taunted! They actually are going to get first blood for Cool. That was so rude. But so good.
I am speechless. You just don't do that to a man. He was breakdancing. Things were great. He was getting along with Loveling. And, you know, if anyone's going to put a dagger in your back, it's the guy that picks up and drops G's all over the shop. I'm not happy.
Well, neither is World 6. He's like, really? I died? We're having so much fun. And then the party got crashed by a cow, a Varus, a Yordle, and a ninja.
Who invited the
everyone.
Underage chick with a gun.
That is probably top of the list of things you don't want to crash your party. But as it turns out, OMG are going to go into a 2v2. They look for the swap on the top side, but Vici will move up there with them. And we'll have standard lanes just inverted.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they're actually able to get the wave pushing in Uzi's favor and deny some CS early away from Endless as Dandy gets fairly low, actually. Tanked up everything for World 6 there, giving him a nice helping hand.
He's like, listen, son, this is how you jungle. All right, I'll help you out. Make sure it's all okay, but World 6 be on his merry way soon as Dandy. First one hit level 2, actually, World 6. feeling even a little worse after that first blood.
Yeah, Dandy took the 3 small raptors, and so that gave him the level 2. But World 6 didn't have to use a potion, so Dandy's like, you got everything you deserved after you died early.
Well, a good all-in level 1 kill for OMG sets the tone nicely for this game. We'll see how the rest of it shakes out here as Xiang going to teleport down. Dandy has done the same, so similar time is there as they'll finally meet up in the bottom side.
Yeah, Dandy equalizes that wave. Otherwise, it would have pushed fairly heavily. It still will because he's got an extra caster creep. And this is going to be a non-interactive lane.
Yeah, you can see that, it's sort of entertaining the idea of trading spells, but realistically, they'll just be farming as much as they can.
Dandy's like, I've got a mana bar. Xiang's like, I've only got energy. You're in trouble, buddy.
Do you really want to fight this one, Maokai? Let's battle Qs.
Yeah, I got infinite sustain on my side, and I'm a ninja. Is he?
He's not a ninja. We've been through this. Shen is absolutely the worst ninja. Although Cool's hair, I have to say, has improved significantly since our last meeting. So
yeah,
I'm happy that he's leveled up in the LPL hair power rankings.
He was looking a little bit more shabby and a little less chic as time was going on. But right now, he's definitely maybe picked up a new stylist.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, he looks good in his player profile photo. His hair clearly was done for that, but it just felt like he just didn't care in the first few weeks of the LPL. It was all over the shop. No wonder he couldn't play skill shot champions. You could barely see the screen.
Yeah, exactly right. And in a competitive league like the LPL, hair game is paramount. You look at people like Doinby dominating the scene right now.
I was going to say, if QG have taught us anything, is that strong hair game will get you everywhere, or maybe just second on the ladder in the LPL. So that team's doing excellently.
First power rankings, though. They're the top team.
That's true. I mean, they are a good team. No one can take that away from them. Their hair game is on point, although I'm sad that they all changed their dyed hair. That was probably...
Yeah, that
was
gave
well
them
played.
an unfair advantage,
It did.
not it? It's like when people say Frostgurun has the best hair on the caster desk. They're like, well, yeah, of course she does. It's pink and great.
It is great. As you can see, the players just sort of hanging out, hoping that pause will resolve itself soon enough here. But we saw Cool early on in that lane, actually, taking a bit of damage early on. But what is it about this mid lane? Because we've seen it a couple of times. It's not that popular as far as 1v1 mid lane matchups go.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And Varus has to build levels into his Q, get some cooldown, and get the tier rolling early. Because as soon as you pick that up, you're like, Jace, it doesn't need to be necessarily fully stacked. You just need the reserve to be able to get multiple arrows across. And then you start out trading just through range. Early on, because you're both auto-attack champions, Azir does relatively well against AD mids in that regard. It's just the further the game goes through, the harder it becomes. And Azir stays squishy, whereas Varus just attacks from like a screen and a half away, and his projectile's deceptively fast.
Yeah, I actually forgot as well that Cool was the one to get first blood. Also, started with a fast, now has a longsword in that lane as well, so he's looking pretty good. So right now we saw the first early trade there at level 2. Not looking so good, but he'll be just fine, I'm sure. And Cool, we are looking for him at OMG to really carry this game.
Yeah, exactly right. OMG look at their best when Cool's the one rolling, because Uzi, he always puts out all this damage. Positionally as an AD carry, actually, he gets caught a lot as well. But, he puts out a lot of damage. We'll just leave it there. Yeah, no, I went reaching and then came with a blocker. So, but Cool, when he's the one in good positions, performing well on the team, they definitely look like they're one of the, I guess, top 4 teams in the LPL. And that's a very competitive league right now to be able to say that with.
I agree. And Uzi, I think, has gotten better as far as aggressive positioning goes. That was certainly his thing for a long time. But mechanically strong, great at CSing, good lane bully. Team fights well despite his aggression, and I feel like he's just become a more-rounded player. I guess the only thing Uzi has to be thinking is, please let this swap to OMG mean I can win Worlds, because that man has lost in 2 different finals now.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's progressively winning more games. So he'll be able to show up this year, take 2, I'm sure, and we'll see whether he can push any further through.
Yeah, I'll have to see. Poor Uzi. It's impressive.
Hey man, it's only a 3-year trip to World. If you said you have to lose Worlds 3 times then you get to win one, I'll be like, sign me up.
Yeah.
That's a great deal.
It is a pretty good deal, actually. We'll see how Uzi feels about it. Does have to get there first. OMG, I've definitely been a strong representative for China at the World Championships, but not guaranteed at this point because the talent in this region this year is just phenomenal.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, OMG is always a team that kind of gets knocked out by the other Chinese contestants coming through there. So we'll have to see whether they can get on the opposite sides of the brackets. First, as we do hop back into game.
Well, we are back now. Cool, you can see getting good harass down now is amazing. Posturing there on the top side, trying to give Uzi the CS. And this was the other lane matchup that really intrigued me. Starting to see a bit more Tristana, particularly into Sivir.
Yeah, we are, because the range is good. You're able to all-in her at certain stages of the game. Tristana really came in as a counter pick to Kalista. And it's funny because we're seeing a lot of Kalista bans. It's amazing. Doesn't have his flash available, otherwise I'm sure he would have gone aggressive. And that's a good gank path from World 6.
That's a great gank path from World 6. Cool does have his flash heal there as well. We're getting aggressive into Hatong. It will pop in. Cool now use his heal first. I like that a lot. And dodges a gank from World 6.
Yeah, it's shorter cooldown on the heal, so able to get out with that one. Also needed to top up, you know, so it's just worthwhile.
Extra value as Loveling now. Going to be looking for that gank.
He got spotted out by the Tremor
Sense. Not bad as the Tongue will train towards the left side of the map. Cool with no ulti means it's pretty hard to lock him down, and Loveling does not really fancy the flash body slam, just wards instead.
Yeah, just zones him away. He's going to go over the wall, it looks like.
Yep, pops it in, goes code through. Damage comes in, massive damage as the Q just goes wide there from Cool.
He's got 2 points in Drunken Rage. He does a lot of work right now, Loveling, and you know, this is actually a different build. We see a lot of people max the Q for the slow that can come through, but as far as trading goes, W is a superior ability.
I hope he maxes it. Really want to see him just come in and smash someone in the face.
I would be the happiest man alive,
well,
because I've been trying to convince people it's good.
Well, we'll keep track of it and see what happens here for Loveling. Still level 4 though, so we won't know just yet.
Just
it's cool.
wandering slowly
They're tracking
through.
him. He almost, I think if he was in range, he would have flashed, but he knew he was a bit short. Hatong has been completely forced out of mid though.
Yeah, and it's giving Cool a 10 CS advantage. So once again, Loveling, the aggressive jungler coming through, getting advantages for his team, making sure he's taking the nearest camps as well. So have to see as the game goes on whether he can continue the pressure.
Nice duo lane there from OMG. Gives the mid lane advantage over to Cool early on. And you said it already, Varus really just needs those levels. So Cool, who might have started even to begin with, is going to start taking further and further control of this lane.
Yeah, certainly is. You know, already Hatong is mad at his jungler for giving over the first blood to the mid laner. Now he's like, can I please get some jungle presence in this lane, because Loveling is stalking me.
He is, and he's probably going to be back there as well. We'll keep track as well. 6 fancies his chances in the top lane now. We burn a summoner in mid, going to try and force something in the top, but Loveling tracking in those level 5, missed the skill up. We'll have to see where he's going just yet. But Amazing does spot a ward. World 6, that's twice now. He's been left wanting for a gank.
Yeah, he's just been thwarted time and time again. And, you know, Loveling was even on the top side of the map. So once again, good jungle paths being taken by the OMG jungler. And this is something that you just thought they missed a little bit with Wei in the jungle role. 3rd point in Drunken Rage.
Yep. I love it. This is a Loveling special.
Yeah, it certainly is. So he's just looking to scrap at all times.
Oh, wow. Endless now going to get dove on Uzi. Good juke of the NATO. Goes back in. Rocket jumps all
Got
the way
him.
forward. Explosive
Oh.
charge. Not enough with the spell shield. Ignite almost is. That was an elegant all-in, though, from OMG.
Yeah, it certainly was. And you know you have to be careful now, Endless. Even though you've got a nice shield, Uzi is a man that likes to get aggressive. World 6 also coming up. So that's going to be a couple of minion waves shoved into the turret. Uzi will regain control.
And probably most brutally, we've seen this a lot from Tristana. He does not mess around when she's left alone with turrets.
Yeah, she certainly doesn't. And even when the armor buff is still on there, does a lot of work, and they swap back lane straight away.
Yeah, Danny's like, all right, I guess I'll go top here, but you can see the damage done. Minion's going to have a little bit more, about 30% of that turret health taken away. But Uzi wants to back off. He knows, or suspects, I guess, that the swap's coming through. We'll now get confirmation seeing Dandy there as well. Goes back BF sword straight back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, so he's running down there, has the item advantage. BF versus pickaxe and boots. Some more consumables coming through for Endless, but not really going to make up a big item difference. And Cool continues to bully Hatong around.
I like how he's playing the lane, just keeping the wave, pushing slowly, trying to harass out, and just fishing for poke whenever Hatong decides to move back.
Yeah, both with FLICKR are going to be able to withstand each other's pokes coming through there. It's just, I guess, the junglers, the ever-threatening presence of that flash body slam, especially as Loveling gets the level 6 now, going to mean that they have to be careful in the mid lane.
Yeah, now pings down to the bottom side. Pink ward in that brush there for Amazing just to his right. Will spot that ward and clear it away. Mata trying to contest, puts another ward down, but gets pulverized. Headbutt back in there as well. Into the body slam from Loveling. Massive W damage there coming in, but Uzi now going to get ganked. Stands United, pop by Xiang. Teleport down as well. Teleport will complete. Mata's locked up. He will go down, but the rest of them are here. Xiang gets the kill onto Mata. Loveling, though, ulties them away on the Gragas. Now Dandy in under the turret means Amazing's getting low, but he will live. Dandy almost dead as Cole comes in. Flash Q from max range gets the kill. Xiang now tossed over the wall, but Cool now comes in, pops the ulti down, looking for a target. They need someone. Endless spell shields the taunt there, but he takes a lot of damage. Xiang chasing in there. Cool really wants to play cleanup, gets Endless. Now World 6 though, gonna chase him down. Hatong gonna look for cleanup as Rek'Sai gets the kill. And an absolute bloodbath leaves 3-2 in favor of Vici.
Yeah, able to get in there and really clean that one off for Vici Gaming, but That was all-out aggression. You saw Loveling with multiple rotations of that Trunken range was bonking people on the head with a barrel all day. But in the end, able to play Janitor yet again. Hetong picks up 2 important kills for himself and gets himself back in the lane.
Yeah, Uzi got a little too low in the start of that exchange. Couldn't do enough damage, died pretty early. Is now back in the lane getting farmed, so we'll not be too upset with all that. But crazy how many cooldowns we use there. But at the end of that, pretty much at a 5v5 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so in the end, the kill goes over onto Endless. He grabs himself an Avarice Blade, which means that he's not going to have the same relevant stats, but as soon as he shoves out this wave, he's going to be ticking over with a lot of gold. Really, only Shi Young is the other member that got a noticeable advantage over his opponent. Good news for both teams is supports didn't pick up kills. Generally, they do at the start of the games when you see those big fights, but they were able to keep them on the mid lane carries.
Yep, they've got them in the right places here. Now, cool. Pickaxe tier and the Brutalizer already done, so he's quite accelerated. And Morella Nomicon completed up for Hetong means that arguably our feature matchup here for this one, or at least as far as players go looking at Cool, he's off to a great start, but Hetong is not far behind.
Yeah, exactly right, you know, and it's going to still be in Cool's favor just because of how he's gone in this game, but Loveling sneaks into the bottom lane.
Yeah, notice there's a pink ward there as well, so he's not spotted just yet. Hetong will get the blue buff though, but Cool actually already has his, so good donation there from the OMG jungler.
They kind of know, but this lane's going to push against Peachy. That's what happens when it stacks up. You'll see they'll burst down this front wave and it will push quite fiercely. So it's all about whether OMG can get the gank here. They've pretty much given it away by hanging out in the brush.
Yeah, Uzi forcing a little too hard there, but at least zone them off a couple of creeps as World 6 back around the side. Going to steal some Raptors, might be looking for that same gank onto Cool.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can make it work over the wall again. This time Cool no summon. It's risky because of where Loveling is positioned. They're going in.
Yeah, Hetong actually finds it onto Cool. Now the ulti's out for Varus there. Does go in, but he gets too low and Loveling can't get there in time. In fact, might get knocked out with the body slam away from World 6 as Hetong gets himself a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, so 3-0 on 1. Now Hetong doing work.
Uzi though onto Mata as Endless gets pulverized. They are going to chase back in. Rek'Sai's around the back, but Uzi's going to dive through. Ulti out there for Siva. Mata resets with a Monsoon. Xiang gets stopped there. The twisted advance, preventing that Stand United port from being completed. And World 6 is down. Amazing. Trying to zone a good 3-man pulverize. Hetong's here as well. Uzi will bust the shot them away as Loveling joins in. Throws them back with the ultimate. Good defense by OMG.
Yeah, and as I said, it's really hard to engage onto Uzi this game. They're going to continue to go for it, but it's difficult to dive an Alistar Gragas.
To say the least here is Loveling still sticking around defending. Uzi here as well. Going to clear out more creeps. And things going well so far. A bloodbath in the early game here. 5-4. The kill score, just a slight lead there for Vici. It's going to translate into a decent gold lead here as well, but this game at 12 minutes in is very close.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, we just saw a window into what a late game team fight is going to be for Vici Gaming. They get the flank, they've got great position, but headbutt, pulverize, the Gragas barrel, the buster shot, everything used to just get distance for Uzi. And, you know, we could say he has positional fades from times, but he always puts out damage. With this comp, he can stand pretty much wherever he wants. And he's going to live because of the amount of PL that comes through. You saw Ji Young didn't even ult pull in the mid lane when he was being ganked by 2 members. Saved it for Uzi, and that's probably going to be the case for the rest of the game.
Hetong ate about 1 spear, by the way, and is now forced out of lane by Cool and Loveling, who's continuing to stalk Hetong there in the mid lane. They'll ping onto Dragon. They know Azir's been forced back. Marta will spot it out, but I don't know if he can stop it.
Yeah, no, nothing they can do right now. As you said, it was just 1 Q too many, and that will be an early Dragon going down. They take it relatively quickly.
World 6 is here, but they do take it quickly. Tristana's neutral damage on structures and major buffs alike is quite good. Now Uzi going to go back. He's got a BF sword to start his lane. Going to go have say maybe a pickaxe and some Berserker Greaves his next pickup.
Yeah, you would think that he would go towards the components maybe? No, he's not got enough gold, so he goes pickaxe. As Loveling gets to pick himself up some lane farm.
Delicious. This is what Loveling was known for. I feel like back a while ago, playfully covering the lane. Not taxing, he's covering.
Just absorbing some free CS.
Always good to be in the right places. Manamin has also been finished up for Cool. He'll return to the mid lane with that item ticking up in his back pocket. And Uzi going to be fine here with the pickaxe there as well. Going to help him fight Endless. And they've been fighting well here in the bottom side. That's what I have been impressed by, is their 2v2s look nice and strong.
Yeah, it certainly does. And we'll have to see whether they're able to continue as World 6 down here to try and impact the lane further. I kind of have an inkling Shen with ultimate available might be able to turn this one around.
Only rank 1 though for Xiang could be a bit of a problem, but Uzi going to face check the brush and ward it away. Good headbutt back there. It's amazing. Under fire now. Might have to pop his ulti. Does pop it a little late. But Uzi's going to force Endless back with an explosive charge, although World 6 now going to charge in and just look to do damage to the turret.
Yeah, once again, they're bringing the Azir in as well. Everyone's going to answer, but it might be a little bit not enough. Ooh.
Amazing, cancelled there. Now taking damage. Ultimate's down. Xiang's going to ulti down onto the Alistar. Dandy's come down as well. Vici are going to force the turret. They'll get it. Now Dandy dives in onto Loveling. Uzi, though, goes in massively aggressive, but he's taking too much damage. Will fall down, though. Xiang fighting in on her tongue, but a Loveling 3-man body slam's not enough as Cool trying to fight back, but he just can't get in range. And 3 kills to 0 there for Vici.
Did Uzi just jump into that fight?
Yes.
Okay, so that fight happened. Vici wins by a lot. And that's a 3,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, we talked about Vici. When they get leads, they very seldom let go of them. And they're getting them in the way that we don't normally see them. It's usually map advantage where they really find themselves. That strong objective control sort of inherited from Dandy and Mata. But right now, they're straight up fighting OMG and winning.
Yeah, they're playing OMG's game and coming out ahead. And, you know, Cool had better positioning. That fight was off the back, raining down with arrows. But Uzi dives in, gets made punished for it, and his turret's down. Very hard to freeze the lane of Tristana. Someone would say impossible. You know, I'm an optimist, and he's just going to have to continue to fight this Sivir, who's picking up kills in CS.
Yeah, I don't know what Uzi was thinking in that last fight, but still getting stronger here. See, Sivir, though, doing the same as Endless. Now effectively just up an Avarice, but it actually does have the boots too finished as well. Going to rotate around, try and take my turrets. We talked about it. Vici know how to get a lead and keep it here. So Young does get locked up there by Dandy in the twisted advance. Tornado won't quite knock him up there, but Young will make it back to his turret. It's fairly tanky, but they are going to dive in. World 6 will join in as well, and that will secure the kill.
Yeah, certainly will. And you know who else is fairly tanky is Dandy, who just sat underneath that turret for the longest time and picked up the kill. Once again, going over this time to World 6, who's having a great game. 3-1-6, 9-9 kill participations. They'll trade objectives, but come up further in gold.
They will. 2-1 should be the turret's gone out. The bottom tower falls for Vici by OMG, and the top is the same there. As Endless working on it, will be able to get it, just denying maximum creeps away. Uzi does finish the tower on the bottom side, like you said. Cool and Loveling also grouping to try and take his turret away. That is a nice feature of the OMG comp. They do take turrets quickly.
Yeah, but they've got flanked here, and they need to be so careful.
Loveling does have his ulti. Cool has his as well. They'll force them away. World 6, so spotted by a ward, will be forced away by the Cool coach.
Yeah, but that was Shi Young's teleport used as well on the back end of that to try and guarantee safety for his team. Now looking for a dive potentially with Amazing and Loveling behind the turret. But you just feel at this point it's a risky play.
We're going to force them off the turret at least, which will give OMG the objective. So I like the play a lot. We talked about Vici playing OMG's game. OMG now is trying to play Vici's.
Yeah, they certainly are. Make it around the map, but Hatong still with decent wave clear, going to force them away. It's still only a 4,000 gold lead. Quite decent at 17 minutes into the game, especially with Hatong and Endless absorbing a lot of the kills. But across the board, OMG still have recipes for success.
Well, they'll take the OMG turret, as it was patented way back in 2013. They love to take the mid turret. They usually got it under 10 minutes back in the day, but we'll get it at a decent clip now. If they can protect their mid lane turret, if Varus can stick there and play gatekeeper to that structure, OMG will open up a nice amount of the map for them to move and get aggressive in the mid game.
Yeah, straight lane wave clear is the most important kind to keep the mid lane turret safe, and Cool has it on very short cooldown now with the blue buff falling off, but has, I guess, some CDR coming through from that Brutalizer. But really can't see how they can fight at this point in the game. They still need to scale up. It's an Infinity Edge boots too on Endless versus just components for Uzi right now. And if he jumps into another fight, it's going to be a very hard game to come back from.
It is. Uzi's just trying to get CS at this point here, working towards his own Infinity Edge, but we've seen it time and time again from Tristana. I feel like it's not quite as prevalent as it used to be, but you do still need to get to your 3 items.
I actually think Tristana's really decent in the mid-game at the moment. She does struggle as the game goes on a little bit. Aurora Bead got nerfed slightly, so you don't have the same range. You also have to hit the target that your explosive shot's on to be able to get any of the cooldown of your Q back. So she has windows she can work around still, definitely, but 2 tanky members, especially with World 6 Accelerator, is going to mean that Uzi's mid-game is difficult.
Is it maybe more of a just a push-style poke comp here from LMG? Because they've got a nice dual 80 carry threat as well.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that's one thing their team comp doesn't lose is this, I guess, raw damage that Cool's going to bring, especially now that he's gone Last Whisper. It's just such an efficient item build to be able to go. It's why we saw Jace in the meta so long, and they trade a gold objective once again for the Dragon going down. So that's OMG playing the map, honestly, and Vici, they equal that up but lose some of their advantage.
Yeah, so Dragons now even at 1 apiece as Vici collect the second one of the game. Endless trying to push down here as well as Mata in the side brush there trying to bait someone down and see if he can make a play. But OMG are starting to put their foot down a little bit more in this game. It feels like they do have to get something going sooner rather than later.
Yeah, definitely agree with you, especially with how well they started the game off. They got the first blood onto World 6. That's the only kill that has landed on him this game. He's been involved in everything else, by the way, and you see across the board, really, it is OMG's game right now where they need to be proactive because everything is just Vici's favor. They're setting up the camps, they're making sure they're in the correct position of the map, but OMG happy to stall it out for now.
Yep, seems to be as Zhonya's gets completed there for her Tong. Dandy also getting stronger. Had a quick Righteous Glory Glacial Shroud in that last little dive we saw him involved in. Now Merc treads and working on finishing that Frozen Heart at quite a quick pace here. Chiyoung has matched that reasonably well. He's got Sunfire and the Spirit Visage, and maybe that's the other thing they can do is get that Chen into a lane and start the split push.
Yeah, that's what they really need to do is continue to pressure the map and make sure Dandy isn't there because he has accelerated so much with World 6 in this game. 6 assists going across to the top laner and all that CS means that if he dives onto Uzi, he's going to slow the attack speed, be very hard to deal with, and it's just the Buster Shot and all the disengage that they're relying on right now to set up their siege comp.
Well, a Zeal up for Uzi. Let's see if OMG can get themselves into a lane and actually start a siege here. All the outer turrets have been felled by them, so 3-2 the current turret score means that they'll have to work on tier 2s, but that might mean having to go a little too far, and Vici do have the stronger hold on Vision right now.
Yeah, and they're denying it around Baron, especially with champions like Azir going to be able to get through that one. They've got a nice tanky jungler as well, so they won't take much damage in response, and as long as Vici control Vision, you feel like they're one of the premier teams, and they've started it up already.
Yeah, actually going for a very fast Baron. World 6 and Dandy going to get straight on top of it. 21 minutes in here. Vici, this is a nice aggressive shot.
And OMG have no idea. They just ping Jiyoung back because they're like, you're going to get ganked. This Dragon going down at 21 minutes in.
Yeah, Baron's the one getting ganked here. Mata will spot them away. Baron is already dead. They'll actually face check a Tornado. Amazing going to get knocked up. Loving will get knocked back by the Monsoon or Poppy's ulti out. Cool. Going to try and peel off, but he doesn't have his ult either. Jiyoung will port down onto Loveling to save him. But Vici already got the objective.
Yeah, so Baron goes and Vici won't try and fight this because they realize that in a team fight, they're honestly weaker at World 6 core.
Tags World 6, but it's not enough. He tunnels out. Wears off by the time he gets to the other end of it. And now OMG sieges real hard against Baron minions.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, they've got one of the better wave clear champions in the mid lane in Cool, but definitely going to be an ask at this point in the game. And that was just a brain fade. They let the entirety of the top side of the map just go to waste there, OMG, and they get made pay.
Yeah, 5 pink cords up for Vici right now. Mata standing on top of one of OMG's who'll take it away. Amazing's actually doing the same just below the red buff there, so they'll clear a bit of that vision out. But Vici not only bought themselves some gold, they've bought themselves time, and really that's kind of all they needed here.
Yeah, exactly right, as the 2 super tanks really are scaling up, and OMG now, they'll get a little bit of farm shoved into them, but if they lose any more objectives, it's already a 4,000 gold lead. This game could deteriorate rather rapidly.
And it felt like they were waiting between dragons, but didn't think about that potential. Baron Vici, a really smart call, and again, stellar vision. Able to get them that objective, and World 6 will get the Scuttle Cobra. OMG need to get Vision back down pronto.
Yeah, there's just nothing they can do right now. They're continually being shoved in. Any Vision they put down. There's already an upgraded sweeper on Mata. He's clearing out Ward. World 6 is using his on cooldown, and they're just controlling the map.
Nice stuff here. Again, we talk about Vici still playing with, again, the talent they seem to inherit from Dandy and Mato, who are just as good at vision and objective control as ever. Even Endless might see this pink ward as he moves down, but instead he wants to pressure the tier 2 in bottom.
And we'll see whether they are able to spot it out. In the end, they're not. So that's some good information going over to OMG right now. And split push has always been an effective tactic when you have Baron buff up, drags people around the map, and Loveling looks like he might be dope.
Yep, Vortex going in will secure the outer mid turret there for his team. So turret's finally equalized in this game, but more gold that VG can potentially try and take is endless. It's a fat Varus Q to the face. Marta shields him, was like, yeah, wish I had that one off earlier. Yeah. But Endless going to keep pushing.
Able to get a little bit back through the Doran's Blade lifesteal coming in there, and Hitong successfully sieging as a one-man unit mid. All of OMG right now is on the back of that Varus. He needs to be able to get the poke before the fight starts. You can see these creeps are just so tanky.
Yeah, Baron creeps are so tough to deal with this early on in the game. OMG doing their best here. Might only lose one turret as Endless still eats the damage there.
Yeah, so Endless being chunked out yet again. Is the turret going to eventually fall in the mid lane? They have weathered the Baron buff storm, the majority of it at least. That's about to tick over. But at 5,000 gold, Vici will take it at 24 minutes in.
They will. Xiang in the top side, almost going to get dove here, but OMG sense that this is happening, move their members to the top lane. Baron buff has worn off, I believe. You can see it dropped off now from Marta and Endless, so not there now. Sun turret falls in the mid as well. OMG can finally get themselves back into this game, but that was a rough couple minutes there with the Baron buff, and both teams now have to look for this next dragon.
Yeah, so now that it's worn off, they'll go back shop, spend up all that gold. Dragon is the next objective, as you pointed out. Already the deep vision from Vici give them the advantage there. It's only number 2 for Vici Gaming. You think that once again, OMG might just decide to stall this one out, let it go over, and just continue to farm the sideways.
Well, Wurtzik's already in the area, popped his ulti to get back there just in time. Uzi down the bottom side, they want the pick first, but Uzi not going to get baited in this time. He's on top of a ward, I believe. That does see it.
Does see it. Wasn't caught window shopping, so Uzi will clear one of the 5 pink wards out. And we'll see whether Vici can continue this stranglehold. The problem with playing this style of League of Legends, it's very slow. And if you get caught once, like Dandy is right now.
Oh, gets ulted back by Loveling there. Now Cool going to try and lock him up. Ulti goes down. Dandy is dead. Going to take a while, but Amazing gets the kill.
Yeah, so as I was going to say, if you get caught out once, it means that you just lose pressure on the map. They'll trade it for an objective, but mid lane going to be under fire.
Yep, they're going to look down, maybe even cut them off and try and get some more kills. Loveling chucks down a world, sees Endless. But Marta charging in now as well. Uzi actually not there means that OMG only 4 people strong. It's actually even 4v4 right now.
Yeah, you know, they zoned them away. That was no trigger pulled. They didn't have the poke damage, so just taking the brief respite that the pick gets them, go back, clean up their jungle, make sure they're spending all this gold, because right now they're still in pretty much panic mode and need to try and recapture their side of the map. You see they've done it successfully with top, bottom still very much Vici's side.
Yeah, still about 4,500 gold down there as well, so fighting from a deficit. Still now our OMG. Get a goal between the laners there as well. Top mid pretty even. Jungle's actually the big lead there for Vici. And bottom lane probably the other one there as well. So it's not too bad here for OMG. That gold distribution is okay at this stage of the game, but Endless still getting stronger. Uzi seems to be looking for his items, and OMG sort of running out of at least the Varus part of their timing window.
Yeah, Varus actually falls off a little bit, but I'm not going to say heaps. His Qs still do a lot of damage, especially if they're hitting squishy members like Endless. There's not really a great way to build armor into your defensive build. Much easier to get something like a QSS or a Banshee's Veil. You don't really want to go for a GA or, like, I don't know, Grand New Endowment or something like that. So it will be okay for Varus as the game goes on. He'll also do a lot of damage to structures still as the game goes on, so the siege part of their comp doesn't run out. It's just how accelerated World 6 that it's making this game difficult, because right now, he's a legitimate super tank.
He is. Randuin's already done. Spirit Visage almost, I guess, halfway down there with a Kindle Gem and an extra Train Vest on top of those Mercury treads mean that the very AD-centric OMG comp going to struggle to just get through the jungle. And not to mention Dandy, who's also massively tanky himself.
Yeah, he's been able to pick up the Frozen Heart, which is the other successful recipe. You would think double Thornmails by the end of this game. QSS finished up by Cool as teleport.
Denied there as Cool actually might find himself caught out of position. Dandy charges in. Amazing headbutts him away. He's going to have to pop his ulti though as Alistar. Not a bad trade there though for OMG.
Man, they burned it. Oh,
Loveling's found a Tong. The ulti's in, but it's not away. Now the ulti's going to disengage Loveling, who's going to be caught out now. Dandy will chase in. Cool's ulti doesn't quite connect, but Loveling might just be able to get out of this one. Does fall though in the end, but OMG are still fighting in. The ulti down there for Xiang, but he is now going to die there as Mata resets with a Monsoon. Uzi the next one caught by Dandy. They'll get that kill, and Vici 3 kills to nothing so far. They're going to go straight to Baron.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what's back up as well? Baron. So Vici able to get another fight. Loveling just didn't position it well enough to knock him back into the team. He actually hit the wall, got caught, and didn't go anywhere. Then a great Azir ultimate, Emperor's Divide, separates everyone else from the team, and Loveling was just really left in a bad place. That's going to be Baron number 2 over to Vici.
And no steal coming.
Oh,
Cool.
we got it.
Oh my god, he steals Baron. Well done. Even pokes the tongue for a bit of extra love.
Yeah, all right, so that was a horrible situation that Cool legitimately just saved, because now they're a siege comp, even though they're behind, that has a split pushing threat in the top lane with teleport down for Dandy, and they have a Baron buff. So maybe this is OMG's window to crawl back into the game off the back of their mid lane.
Well, we haven't seen them siege just yet, but Cool might have given them an opportunity. A new lease on life here for the OMG lineup. And they're just 2-man pushing for the tier 2 in mid lane.
Yeah, you see that they have other members coming out now. They recognize the fact that they just got a window. Uzi will clean out red buff and probably get Cool a shop in before they do anything with this, but a couple of turrets, they're right back in the game.
They do need to press some lead, but we do have a bit of time now with the Baron buff, buying them precious minutes. Dandy finding Xiang, though, fairly tanky as the Shen, but going to get locked up by the CC that Vici have. Gets out there, Hatong with a nice ulti to scoop them back in. The tanks, though, still absorbing a lot of damage. Xiang will eventually fall, gets knocked around everywhere. It's lovely. Catches World Sick. Good pulverize into the ulti there from Cool, but Mata resets. He's now taking damage. Will just live. No, Uzi able to take him out in a Tong. He dives back in. Cool, though, dishing out damage where he can. World 6, though, dives through as the Tong gets the kill onto Cool. Uzi will die as well. The Tong's janitor duty so good.
Yeah, and it's just sloppy team fight coming through for OMG. They get caught out in the mid lane, overextended. Uzi doesn't get that juicy top lane farm. Vici against a Baron buff will break the base. And this game is just all kinds of weird little scraps that Vici continue to come out ahead.
Talked about the Dandy initiation. He has proven to be quite the top lane tank player in this particular game. His Marco engages have been on point, and again, still joining forces with Mata, just in a different role, doing, I'm going to say, more work than he's done from the jungle this game. His top lane Marcos look great.
Yeah, he certainly has, and you know, people talk about how good of a jungler Danny was, and he has actually translated it really successfully over to the jungle position. I get that we haven't seen him play a World Championship yet, so everyone's still going to view him as primarily a jungler, but for what this team needed, he has done a great job. This is a replay of the snipe again.
That was really sick.
Doesn't really matter though, because everyone got killed.
That's true. That was the unfortunate part of the OMG Baron. And the difference, again, Vici do not often let go of leads. The Baron was a slip-up, but he managed to get right back on top of this game. They are still 6,000 gold ahead here of OMG. Uzi has gotten his 3 items now, so might be a bit better here in these team fights. Also level 15 means that draw beat, despite the nerf, will see him with significantly better range. But OMG need to find something here. They've been dictated to all game long, with the exception of that first blood.
Yeah, exactly right, you know, and you see, even though 3 items finished up for Uzi, 3 power items coming through right now for Endless. The tanks aren't as tanky on the side of OMG. Thornmail finished up for World 6, 4-11. You see the scoreline across the board, 8-0 and 5 for Hatong has been great, especially in what should be a counter pick for Cool. And Vici, as we said, as soon as they get in a position where they can smart fight, play Vici's brand of League of Legends, they just do it so well.
They do, and that third dragon's going to continue snowballing map pressure and control across this game. Xiang, we've seen him take quite a beating, but he's actually not that tanky. They're actually going to go and dive instead. Shen now getting locked up by Dandy. He's forced to dash out of the way, but all they want is tower pressure. Amazing comes in. World 6 taking some damage, but Dandy is going to face tank everything. Xiang dives his way back in. World 6 goes through, but Cool's ulti misses because Loveling did not quite time that correctly. And Vici gonna get out the better end of that fight. They'll keep pushing.
Yeah, they force them away, get some ultimates out, and they grab a turret for it. So, you know, small advantages still going in Vici's favor. 7,000 gold. Mata heals everyone else up. They're going again with the teleport coming through from Dandy.
Yep, Dandy. We've seen this a couple times from strong top lane players going back
Uzi's
early and then porting
well.
back in. Yeah, Uzi's busy dealing with super creeps here. Vici won't pull the trigger on the dive once more, but they do get some nice pressure down to OMG's bottom side.
There was actually a ward in the base that just expired that I thought that Danny was going to go to. Decides not to pull the trigger. You know, it's a big advantage. They don't want to give anything away, so instead they'll just play patient, wait the game out.
And wait they will here. OMG probably happy for a bit of extra breathing room, but they're still going to struggle here as Vici unrelenting in their pressure, I have to say, this game. They've broken the mid. They were down the bottom. Dandy's now on the top side with his teleport. Will push these waves out and keep Xiang somewhere where he can see him. And the comp's just not come together quite yet for OMG. It feels like we haven't had a fight that OMG have started.
Yeah, since the fight that Uzi jumped in the bottom lane, that really should have gone OMG's favor. I thought that was a reach from Vici to go for it. They just haven't looked themselves. They haven't been able to keep Uzi safe. 1, 4, and 3, not having a great game on the Tristana, and just hasn't been putting out the same relevant damage. And Hetong on the backline has been the real beneficiary of all of this. He's just been able to swoop in, pick up kills. He's happy to get in the front line when he doesn't feel threatened. And his front line, Dandy and World 6, are just so much bigger than Loveling and Xiong right now. And you know, it's not because they played the game particularly well, it's because the bottom side of the map kind of fell over for Vici game, OMG.
It did a little with Uzi again having that brain fade and diving in, going back to his maybe again older, more aggressive self there in the AD carry role. But I think Atong Zazir probably deserves a bit more credit. He has, again, we kind of said he's like the guy that swoops in and cleans up, the janitor if you will, but he has made plays this game, and I think if we're going to give Hetong like proactive credit for our champion, it is his Azir.
Yeah, I think Hetong's played this game really well. I think it was more that World 6 and Dandy's been the beneficiary of everything because they just got rapidly accelerated and then used their presence on a global champion like Rek'Sai and the teleporting Maokai to be able to really do work. Hetong definitely played a counter matchup incredibly well.
And World 6 has a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, why not?
That's
20% CDR
horrifying.
works really well with the HP of Cinderhulk. You see they took top lane. No response really coming through from OMG.
I mean, this is Vici's game. Play around the map. They're still strong enough. They're happy to take a fight if OMG want it. They know full well that OMG don't want to fight them 5v5. So they're just going to run them around the map. And again, OMG trying to play Vici's game.
And again, Dandy in base with home guards ready. So many deep wards on their side to be able to get good flanks coming through. See whether he decides to pull the trigger.
Baron up soon as well means that OMG have to make a decision very shortly about what they're going to do. Baron is now back alive here. It will spawn. OMG are already with 5 members, but Dandy's going to pour it in, make sure he's there in time, and Vici actually just going to pull the trigger. Ulti up from Sivir there means Cool's the first target. Amazing, and Xiang doing cutting the backline nicely there as they're absorbing a lot of damage. Not letting Hetong in here on Lovely. Scatters the Morris. Cool and Uzi are getting good damage down. Lovely finds Dandy. Uzi takes out Martyrs the first. World 6 going to die as well. Cool getting dove on by Dandy, but he flashes out at the last second, and Uzi going to get the double. OMG finally lose one as Amazing goes down, but Hetong, he's forced to flash away, and OMG somehow pull that out.
Yeah, 4 for nothing. 4 for 1 coming through for OMG. They're able to grab the Baron off the back end as well. Cool needs to be careful as Hetong is flirting around the outside of the fight. Wow, Baron takes him out.
Oh wow, Cool's dead. MVP Baron, Uzi dives back in, he needs Hetong! Hetong though gets the kill, they'll get the trade. But OMG will secure Baron.
Yeah, so they get the Baron buff on arguably the 2 most important members there, Split Pusher and the person that's going to be grouping. Uzi gets a huge shutdown on Hetong. I actually think that that trade was definitely worthwhile. 500 gold onto your primary carry, a good thing. And this is the one argument that I have against Vici's style of League of Legends, is that you play the map slow, you get incremental gold leads, you make one mistake, and you give so much back against an LPL team, because Vici kind of take the minimum every time and they beat you to death. It's like death by 1,000 cuts.
Yep.
Whereas OMG, they grab a sledgehammer and they swing at you, and they only have to connect once and they knock you out.
Yeah, let's look at this replay here again. This is such a well-fought fight by OMG.
Yeah, they're able to get Amazing in, and really Dandy reaches here with World 6, and it's just the armor shred that's coming through from Uzi. You mentioned the last Whisper being important. He's able to get rid of both of them, and this is calculated aggression. He jumps over the wall to be able to get himself in a good position there. Takes out the first, gets the reset, jumps back into the fight because he knows that everyone else is in full retreat. Cool gets a good flash and snipe over the wall. And then Uzi once again over the wall, making sure that he's not jumping at people, but to reposition himself.
Vici, another death brush though, finds Amazing. He's going to ult immediately, as now they're going to go back in. Dandy actually will be their target. Uzi's doing massive damage with Cool. Dandy's going to go down. He eats an ulti there from Cool.
Oh,
massive ult there from Lovely. Hetong almost gets taken out immediately, and they'll just re-engage again. Mata can't peel this much hard engage. Hetong almost down. Will Zhonya's but die. Mata dies now as well, and OMG, they've gone off in these fights.
They're going to win the game off the back of that from a gold deficit. Still, they're streaming towards a base. They've got 30 seconds on Dandy, and OMG, 2 team fights take it out.
Yeah, that sledgehammer swinging hard here for OMG. They'll equalize the gold lead. They'll soon take it over, and they should take the game here as well.
Endless trying to put up some form of defense. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And wow, 2 team fights, and they were
Yep,
yeah,
Endless is
I'm
dead.
speechless.
Oh, never mind. Uzi gonna look for the kill. Cool snipes him instead. Throws out a Q. Ultis his corpse. And OMG are gonna take the Nexus in game number 1.
Really good comeback performance from OMG, showing that once again they are the superior team fighting team. We talked about it. They had all the tools, the big CC abilities to be able to get in there, the huge front line that Uzi and Cool could use. As soon as Uzi stood behind his tanks, he was completely fine.
Yeah, Uzi's third item made that first fight not trivial, but easier. His fourth item, Blade of the Ruin King, made it much, much easier. And 2 exceptionally well-played team fights for OMG nets them a game in true OMG fashion, running face first into the enemy.
Yeah, as I said, that's a benefit of swinging your sledgehammer every time that it comes up. And, you know, OMG, you have to give them credit because by the end of the game, they were playing to their win conditions. Vici, they still continue to slow play, grab into incremental advantages, but they're just not as fine-tuned as a team that's been together for an incredibly long time should be to be able to take them out. You can understand with the roster swaps that came through that they're going to make mistakes from time to time, but once again, a very impressive performance from both sides of the rift.
And I think Xiang and Amazing actually had really strong games, and that's good to see them kind of stepping more into their roles. They're on comfort champions at tank for Xiang and Alistar for Amazing, so it makes sense that they played well. I think Loveling played fantastically, though.
Yeah, I think that Loveling's early game really secured it, and it was really only the over-aggression of Uzi that got them in the hole, because for the rest of the game, you could see that they wanted to execute on their game plan.
They did, and OMG, they'll take the game there. We'll see if the freight train can turn into a hype train. As when we return from the break, we'll have our second game between OMG and Vici. welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get into our last game of the evening as OMG are going to take on Vici in their second game. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me for the last time this evening is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And you saw the highlight clips there, Spawn. That was a long, drawn-out game, but OMG found the comeback with some nice team fights and pulled out the victory.
Yeah, they certainly did. And you saw a lot in those clips of Vici doing what they do well. They were picking people off, taking objectives around the map. 23-minute Baron, then about a 32-minute Baron steal that should have gone their way, but was able to be picked up by Cool. And, OMG, they had some questionable decisions early game, but late game, their team fighting was super impressive.
I mean, just look at these numbers here. Even kill scores, assists even there as well, and a well-deserved MVP there for Cool. You could maybe point to Uzi, but Cool, he just did so much work on the Varus.
Yeah, I'm not giving it to Uzi because he jumped into someone.
That's
so, Cool was able to snipe away this Baron, as we see there. Huge pickup for his team. Able to get them back in, and then this fight, he was able to put out a lot of damage. He got bounced up on the front line, turned around, fought, recognized that he was able to live through the tank's damage, and then actually more impressive than anything is his positional awareness to stay next to the ridge here, because people came back in for him to keep him down, and he was able to flash over terrain to make sure that he was always safe. So Cool's positioning very good there. Uzi went off in the last couple of team fights, but really, for me, the person that dragged them through that game by the skin of his knuckle was Loveling. He was trying everything to stop his AD carry from feeding, but it just wasn't enough early game, but he got there in the end in the late.
I think they eventually got through to Uzi there because he did play the last few fights immaculately.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Certainly that early jump in that big fight, basically 5v5 in the bottom lane, was something to be looked at there. I agree. Loveling seems like he's coming back into his old form, a bit more aggressive, had a lot of hang time in the middle of the map towards the bottom and the mid lane there, so ganking a lot for Cool and Uzi. Set up the first blood there with the bait in from the dance pit BM there, but did get them the first blood there for Cool, actually. And for me, watching those last team fights, I got to see the thing that everyone's excited to see when the team first got formed this year for OMG. It's Cool and Uzi fighting together.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's one thing that you can't take away from Uzi is once he got his items, he was able to do his role terrifically, and he was bouncing around team fights using Tristana's kit to the full extent, making sure that he was keeping himself safe. It's just always been the same thing with Uzi. Fantastic positioning at times, great team fighting always, but just questionable decision making. And you saw both sides, the good and bad of Uzi. It was just thank goodness for OMG that they were able to get the good side when it really counted.
They were, and that game was super close. OMG ended that game even in kills, very close in assists, probably similar there in deaths. Horribly down in jungle control, though, and only 1,500 gold up. When they pushed to end that game, they were behind in gold. So an impressive win there for OMG, and the only question left now is we have one game left this evening. Can they do it again?
Yeah, exactly right. With the way they drafted in that game, I really liked OMG's draft because it kept their two primary carries so safe. They had a really good siege comp. They had the split pushing threat of Xiong, who was getting big in that top lane, and if you can team fight around a Shen, the likes of an Alistair as well as that Gragas with the Buster Shot, with the lockdown CC of a Varus, you're always going to have good things in the late game team fights. But the thing I didn't like is that their shot calling was alright at times. Dandy was catching them out a lot. Civ and Maokai seems to still be a very strong pick if you take AD carry in top lane early on. They do a lot of things well, and as long as you got those speed up abilities and Dandy's flying at your back line, Vici are going to make action happen and try and take the game.
Yeah, but all the disengage coming in, they had the Tristana ult, they got Cool to sort of help them out with his ulti there as well. OMG played well around what they could, but Civ Marco is pretty hard to bust through, but managed to get there in the end, clutching it out with some late game teamfight prowess here, but Hetong looks a little upset after that last game. I don't blame him. He was like 6-0-4 up at some point on his Azir. Played a fantastic game on the champion despite the counter matchup. And I honestly think it might be worthy of a ban this game.
Yeah, I certainly think you have to take a look at it. It was 10-1-6, I believe, when he finally fell down to Uzi, who took him out at the Baron pit for the first time. So that was him trying to save the game for his team after OMG were able to take that one away. And I agree. Hetong, even with the counter pick going to Cool, that man on screen still looked very impressive on the Azir.
It's nice to see Cool playing Varus, though, and actually taking, more of a meta champion, taking a standard counter pick, and performing well on the champion. We've talked about Cool's depth and champion pool, but I feel like we don't see it demonstrated that often. It's just something that we sort of accept about Cool. But I think he's finally showing it. And both their primary carries, see Uzi there, always smiling before a game, super serious in the game, of course, but usually having fun when the game's finally over and he's off the rift. Their primary carries are really showing a lot of strength in different places. The Tristana for Uzi, the Varus there for Cool, they changed up a lot, and they still managed to find a win.
Yeah, you know, for both Cool and Uzi, 5 champions in 5 games. So they've definitely been mixing it up in the last couple of weeks. Cool's played Victor, Cassiopeia, Echo, as well as that Azir. Now the Varus on top of that. Uzi's got Caitlyn Vayne, a couple of other ones thrown in there. I'm going to say Corki Sivir, Tristana. So he's also been mixing it up, so definitely agree on the diversity coming through for OMG.
Well, we'll see what changes here, if anything, as we are into draft for game number 2. OMG on the blue side this time around banned themselves Thresh and Hecarim as their first 2, and Vici very understandably going to first ban away that Kalista and look for another ban now with about 5 seconds left to go.
Yeah, see whether they still take away the Echo that they banned the first game or whether they want to try for something different.
Is going to be the Nautilus, though. I like that takeaway as well, as OMG going to consider their next ban here. They've got 1 left. What do they want to give away to Vici potentially? Blue side drafting always changes up a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, it will be, wow, they take away Gragas, so they really respect World 6's Gragas. And, you know, always interesting to see whether Vici let rise through. Ji-Young's proven that he can play it. Echo's still available. Alistair definitely available, which is a big pickup.
I wonder how OMG feel. I agree. I think Echo and Alistar are really good first picks. The Sivir makes me a bit nervous, I have to say, because it's not a bad first pick. I just don't think it's quite on the par of Alistar and Echo, but OMG do have some time to consider their options.
Yeah, I think Vici definitely showed the strength of Sivir last game, being able to rush your front line in. Doesn't really mean you have to play well with teleport, and that's what they go with.
Yeah, they are going to take Sivir first pick, but Vici, what do they get here? And my real question was, who plays Echo on Vici? I can't think who it is off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that might give it back over to Cool.
Yeah, I don't know whether they do play Echo coming through here. World 6 definitely taking a look at it.
World 6 has played it. I think at least once. So I guess, yeah, twice coming in. So can play it. Vici, if they want to pick this, would be nice and strong, but they've got a bit more time to figure out if that's what they really want to do.
Yeah, I think actually Alistair, Maokai would be the picks that I would go for here because it's just 2 very strong takes in the meta. They have good knockups in. Ji-Young definitely looks at his best with Maokai, especially when they couple it with that Sivir. It is a 100% win ratio so far for OMG, and Vici going to challenge them to it.
Yeah, Alistar and Rek'Sai are going to be their picks, though. World 6, we'll get the other strong jungler with Gragas banned away, so I like that takeaway, but Alistar, always a strong pick. You know OMG were going to take it if you didn't.
Yeah, 100%. Alistar is just so good in the current meta. Mata plays it incredibly well, able to get around and do things he shouldn't necessarily been able to, and there's the pick.
Well. There's the Maokai for Young. Makes a lot of sense. But Loveling deciding that it is time for Evelyn.
Yeah, Evelyn going to come back in the meta. I want to see how he builds it. Warrior enchant into tank has been what some junglers like to go. Clear Love, big fan of the Trinity Force Evelyn coming through here.
Oh my god, the hovering rumble. What is this?
Oh, the
It
counter
actually
pick.
would be the counter pick in the Maokai. We'll see what happens. Going to give Vici a little bit more time here. But Loveling, I like the Evelyn. I like it with Sivir. I think it suits him. He's definitely an old school Evelyn player here as well. I like what OMG is starting with here in the draft. But Vici going to give Endless the Vayne. And the Dandy Rumble is finally upon us.
Yeah, so Dandy gets his famed Rumble that I'd never heard about. Apparently it is a show to watch all on its own. Endless goes with a pseudo counter pick to Sivir in the bottom lane. After one item comes through, we'll be able to dominate that. But Annie locked in for Amazing. That's huge.
Amazing didn't really think about that for very long, I feel like. He's just like, nah, pick it, Annie. I'm going to take it away. Does get it for himself. Needs the engaged champions, you have to say, as a support player, but is good on them. Echo is still open as well, by the way. That can go to Cool here in the mid lane. Also could take the Azir away from a Tonk. Cool does need to pick something here, and they're leaving the counter pick over to their mid laner, Vici. He thinks about Echo, but decides that Azir is a much better takeaway.
Yeah, so he goes with the Azir. I was smiling before that. Now a little bit sad, but we'll see how it works out there. Cool has played Azir. I think against UP wasn't able to pick up a win with it, however, so we'll see whether it works a little bit better this game. Because it's such a strong pick. We talked about Hetong playing it, but I want to hear a little bit more about Dandy's Rumble.
So the story about Dandy's Rumble, apparently, he did play it at All-Stars, if I remember, and did quite well. Dandy always been known as a mechanically strong player, so it makes sense why he's actually found a reasonable transition to the top lane. But apparently we're on the same team together. Dandy always said that his Rumble was better than Acorn's.
Yeah.
That was the story. So I want to see it. Dandy's claimed he's better than one of the best Rumble players in the world. It is going to be Victor there for Hetong, but really all we want is the Dandy Rumble.
Yeah, so I think it was actually wild cards because that's when Masters, where the Samsung organization plays together.
Yes.
So they played Blues jungler up in there, which is of course Spirit, and they brought Dandy in as a top laner. Didn't play either of the top laners, and you know, Acorn was one of the picks they could have gone with. This other guy called Looper, he's also a good top laner, but Samsung as an organization chose to play Dandy as their top.
As the Rumble main.
As the Rumble main. And that was when Acorn was regarded by everyone as the best Rumble player in the world. And Danny was like, what are you guys talking about? He's not even the best Rumble player in the organization.
Well, we'll see what happens now, as that is the matchup. He gets the soft counter into Xiang's Maokai with the famous Dandy Rumble. But there's the jungle matchup now. Loveling actually against the Rek'Sai. A bit awkward as far as straight up matchups goes, but Loveling's Evelyn's exciting.
Yeah, it certainly is. World 6 should have a little bit more of an advantage. His Tremor Sense catches her out a little bit. Cool. Now picking away the Azir against Hetong's Victor. We'll see whether Victor can have the same success for Hetong as what his Azir has.
And Uzi on the Sivir this time. That gives Endless the pick that he wanted, which was this Vayne into it. We've seen that as sort of a soft counter there as well. And running things out, Engage City in the bottom lane. Amazing on the Annie because Mata stole the Alistar.
Yeah, so Mata able to get the big power pick down in the bottom lane for Vici. You have to feel that he has to make it work because if they have any hope, they need to shut down Uzi early.
Well, let's see if they can put it all in the back of Dandy's Rumble as we get into game number 2. And we are onto the rift for game number 2, our last of the evening, and Dandy finally gracing us with his legendary Rumble against the Maokai of Xiang. This game, if game 1 wasn't exciting enough and as close as it was with OMG barely scraping out a victory, this game should be quite a lot of fun.
Yeah, it certainly should be, and we'll see what happens level 1. World 6 probably hesitant to show his breakdancing maneuvers this time around. Although amazing, with that stun charged up, they're looking for a repeat performance.
Yeah, they might be going through. They've got decent damage from the Boomerang Blade. If Xiang wants to skill W, he can go. They'll spot him up, but he wards. He knows what happened last time. Does not like it.
Wants nothing to do with
Ooh,
it.
Loveling. Sneaky, sneaky.
They have eyes on Victor. They can potentially skirt around into the mid lane, but not really want to do that either.
It'd be so funny to me if World 6 just got first blooded twice before 2 minutes in 2 games, but not going to happen this time. Loveling doesn't quite sneak in there, but does at least buy enough space to get a ward on the red.
Yeah, I think that was Xiang's ward that they plonked over on the red buff, so they'll be able to have a good idea of where Rek'Sai wants to start. Rek'Sai, one of the few junglers that can start red buff and fly through the jungle at fairly good pace, and as we see, it's going to be the lane swap secured right now for Endless. He wants to dodge Uzi until he has a Blade of their own king.
And we've seen this from a lot of this matchup, I feel like, where you need to get to a point where you can duel before you get to that lane, but that's just fine for Uzi. We've seen a lot of fast pushes with Sivir being a popular pick, and that's pretty much what they want to do here, although they are starting probably expecting the 2v2.
Yeah, or maybe just taking the little one away yet again, and then they'll be able to get to lane and secure whatever they would like to. They're going to maybe push against them, but generally, Sivir wants to fast push anyway, so not a big deal.
Uzi with the Ricochet level 1. Goodbye, Minion Web. Oh, not yet. He's waiting.
Yeah, he wants to stack it up. This is generally what you see out of AD carries. They'll take away the front 3, let it stack up for one more wave, then shove it as hard as possible.
Not going to start taking them out here. You see Uzi going to get it going. Endless looking to do the same here. So similar strategies.
Endless actually has a freeze. I'd have to see the wave again. Didn't catch it completely, but it looked like it was slightly on his side.
Amazing looking for a gank in the jungle. Does not find Dandy, whose Rumble took away the Wolf Camp, I believe. Although I think he's, now juggling with World 6. So both level 2 early on. Going to be just fine here in the early jungle followers. Mata now going to do some roaming on the Alistar. Wards up the Wolf Camp.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that they had vision of it, and I can nearly guarantee now that Endless has a freeze, because otherwise Mata would not give up experience at this point in the game. Certainly does.
Yep, so that's good stuff there for Endless, looking to hold on to some early farm, but Uzi, he's just pushed the wave into the turret. He is ready to fast push now.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, you know, this is where Vayne needs to make the choice. Do you go with a match fast push, really get in there, and it looks like that's not going to be the call at all?
No, unlock Mata instead for a potential roam. As Uzi and Amazing going to push down to the turret. You can see level 3 now for Uzi. Actually 3 points in 1 point. All his skills is quite nice early on. And now Amazing's going to join in to help him push down the turret.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how it works out. The top lane has started to push quite rapidly in Endless's favor, so they will get a nice big wave with 4 members up there as Dandy heads back into the top. Early Dragon, the potential right now for OMG in response. And you have to say, this early game definitely in OMG's favor.
Looks to be so far as Loveling and Xiang take out the Scuttle Crab for that potential opt into Dragon. But Uzi taking out the wave here. Amazing, and Xiang going to try and proxy it. No, it's actually a Gromp takeaway instead there from the jungle duo. But you can see Amazing and Uzi will push the creep wave back up, intercept it before it hits the turret. And this bottom lane turret's going to fall quite quickly. Vici are trying to push it down now, but they're not going to win this race just yet.
Yeah, they certainly aren't going to be even close to winning it. And you see that Uzi, he hasn't missed a CS so far, I don't think. 32 would be the max he can have. And there is one following him around, so
Nailed
he's
it.
perfect. On the other side of the roof, maybe 5 missed there by Endless, so just a little bit of free gold cut right now in the pocket of Uzi.
The Uzi mechanics looking strong there as he will look to take the tower. I love this though from OMG. 3-man roam. Cool
Big
gets
old
the
knee.
aggression on her. Tom dives in. Cool looks for the knockup. Doesn't get it. And that might have tipped too much of the hat.
Yeah, it certainly was cool overextending right there to see if he could get any of that disruption through with the traveling of the E. Might even have given away the Dragon, but no, they will start it up regardless.
That was a really juicy looking bait. But
And well, top lane bounced the wave off the turret. They're not going to take it.
no, Uzi is going to get the turret in the bottom side here as well. Early game going from bad to worse here for Vici.
Yeah, so Vici not going to grab any objectives there. That wave's going to bounce back, so it will guarantee a freeze for Dandy if he wants it. But right now, you have to say they've chosen to deny a little bit of experience through Ji Young to put themselves 2 objectives behind.
Then Loveling does get the Dragon. Didn't have a smite. That's how confident OMG were in that one. Cool. Forcing a Tong out who's low on mana. Doesn't cancel the back though. World 6 is here in the mid lane, but can't really fight 1v1. Goes back instead. Home there to pick up not quite his jungle item yet. Going to go for Cinder first. No Ruby Crystal Stalker's Blade. Going to get him towards that Cinderhawk enchantment. But it is going to be Warrior up for Loveling.
Yeah, so Warrior going the aggressive route yet again. I'm curious whether he will continue into that or just go for something more tanky afterwards. But big winner in this is Dandy. He's been able to get all that experience funneled into him. Hasn't yet been back to job, so will be able to get a good early game lead. Should be able to once again freeze the lane here. Walks it into his turret, so he's not going to opt for that, but Rumble nice and ahead at this part of the game.
Yep, good CS here as well. Xiang's picked up a decent amount for himself there as well on the Maokai. Usually pretty hard to starve completely a farm, but Uzi, certainly the big winner on the OMG side. 1,000 gold up actually at OMG right now with that turret. And a BF sword for Uzi and 10 plus CS already ahead. He's moving into the top lane to try and pressure that outer turret.
Yeah, and you can see they've gone with a freeze for Endless in the bottom lane, so the response out of OMG is just to send 4 people top and just shove this turret in. This might be the second of the game going down nice and early.
Loveling. Spots World 6, but does get spotted by the Tremor Sense there. But now OMG collapsing in. Amazing, going to dive in onto Dandy. Damage goes down. Twisted Advance in there as well. And a wonderful dive gives Loveling the kill. Now they're going to chase World 6. Need another stun though. Don't have it. He will tunnel to safety. But OMG get what they want. It's damage onto this turret.
Yeah, that's just... Vici normally play the map so well that I'm currently really confused as to what they were thinking, as they're still going aggressive OMG.
Loveling fighting as well. Xiang now going to find Mata as the next one. Pulverize comes through. The teleport's down. Amazing's looking for the stun, but he can't quite find it. He's getting chased down. Dandy going to come in. World 6 going to get that kill. He'll go down though.
Dandy's
We actually
dead
do
again.
have a kill as well, and now Dandy going to get re-dived after Mata's gone down. Xiang going to dive once more. Turns him around with the Arcane Smash. Loveling gets a double kill, and OMG up 4-1 and 2 turrets to 0.
OMG are going to be up 4,000 gold at 7 minutes into the game. They've got everything rolling in their favor. And Uzi, as we mentioned, Sivir just is so good at fast pushing the turrets. If you don't give it the respect, you don't try and match at all with Endless, they had that turret able to take. They chose to bounce it instead, and they just gave up 2 free objectives.
And Endless better have some sort of mid-game here on the Vayne, because he has been gifted pretty much all of the free farm he could ever ask for. But Vici are going to get their blue buff as well. They'll give it over to her Tong. World 6 will donate it, but honestly, he needs it right now. Level 5, he just hits.
He got it.
Oh, that was awkward.
I don't think he wanted it.
I don't think that was intentional. Nobody does get it. And Loveling approaching level 6 now on the Evelyn. Things going well, to say the least, for OMG. 3,000, 3,500 gold ahead or so.
And I didn't catch what Loveling is maxing first right now, but if he's a man after... Oh, he's cute.
He's not.
Dull. I was like, if he's a real hipster, he would also be an E-Max Evelyn.
No, he's a QMax Evelyn. I'm sorry, friend.
He is.
He's
I'm
a
sorry.
Trailblazer. And a Warriors in chat. Now a Sightstone.
Yeah, he's a really good farmer at this point.
He is. Let's get to the level 6 mark here. Is amazing. And Uzi will square off against Endless. He is level 6. Mata only level 4. Well, it's 6 popping down here as well, but Loveling's got the exact same idea.
Yeah, so the thing I like about Emax Evelyn, if you are playing it at home, is that you can go Chilling Smite, you smite the Krugs every time, and she gets that many hits on it that you just repetitively stun creeps. So they don't do any damage to you. You literally can jungle without taking damage because of how often you proc the Krugs.
Loveling level 6 now has Agony's Embrace ready to go.
That's how it helps out with these pesky
It
guys.
does, the Scuttle Crabs. Pesky crabs. World 6 is like, oh, I know you're there, but I can't see you just yet. Will now get spotted, but Loveling is going to get control of the Scuttle Crab. World 6, afraid of his Evelyn that's now actively invading his jungle.
And they've opened up the map. This is Loveling's dream. He got the double kill. He's 3-0-1 up in farm. And Eve is just able to flank from all kinds of angles. Now you have to deep pink everything. And Uzi's just holding the wave exactly where he wants it.
Uzi's being such a nuisance now as well. It must feel awful to freeze 2 different waves as Endless and now get frozen out of the bottom lane.
Yeah, it is slowly pushing up, so he'll be okay, but definitely agree. Endless is just being forced off every minion wave, and Uzi's gone. The Avarice played that greedy build that we mentioned in Game 1 because he's just that far ahead right now that BF's are probably going to win out regardless.
Looking good so far, that's for sure. OMG across the board, looking strong.
And Loveling's
4,000 gold
behind
ahead.
him.
Yeah, I don't know if World 6 can actually do this red safely. Even Xiang's almost forced him off, and he will get it. They've got a ward though, so they'll know the timer if they want it, and Loveling just pressuring so hard into the bottom side.
Yeah, it certainly is. Wants to make sure that his carries are nice and safe as they shove up this turret. No wave clear still available in the bottom lane means that that turret will even take damage at this stage of the game. And 3 members primed to dive for Tong here.
Oh, Xiang. Trying to line up the dive. Actually, Loveling coming around as well. We're going to have Amazing and Uzi maybe join the party, and Tong's like, I do not want any part of this at all. I'm leaving.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, 5 members strong rotate into the mid lane. They're going to be able to take the last outer turret. 10 minutes on the dot nearly. And OMG break all 3 outers.
This is awesome stuff from OMG. Very vintage play here from this
5,000
side.
gold. Wow.
That's a massive gold lead as well. 11 minutes in, not even as OMG pressure a tier 2 turret now.
Yeah, and you know Victor, he has great wave clear, but he's really being put to the test already. That Sun turret there going to make sure that the wave doesn't push back too far, and Dragon number 2 almost guaranteed for OMG.
Yeah, up in 3 seconds, Loveling already in the area. No pin cords in the inventories yet, but they know VG have absolutely no vision of
VG
pretty
haven't
much
been
anywhere.
here for like 3 minutes. There's no way they have a ward down, and they're just going to be able to take this one away.
Yep, Dragon number 2 will go to OMG as well. They're controlling everything absolutely perfectly right now. And again, it's just a joy to watch. They were known for fast push strategies back in the day. Still got it seems like, to OMG, as Dandy's supposed to ult a creep wave.
Yeah, so he ults that out, tries to push them to the turret. He just wants to get back and shop. The early game of Rumble that we normally compliment so much, not going to be available. As Cool also sweeps out another pink ward. These are becoming expensive to try and keep the Eve out of the other side of the map, but just time and time again, OMG seem to have the upper hand.
And we talked about Vici being that squad that when they get ahead, you know, they certainly almost never look like they let go of a lead. It was a rare misstep from them to barely lose in game number 1. I think the same can be said when the reverse is true. When they don't have a lead, they struggle to get back.
Yeah, they certainly have, because they don't like to pull the trigger on the big plays. They play calculated League of Legends, so it's very hard. They're not going to do what Uzi did and just start jumping around team fights. They like to play it slow and Endless. As you said, he has a lot of pressure to scale up in this game. So does Satong, honestly, and get themselves back in it, because it wasn't any mechanical misplay early in the game, although you could say the repeat visit to the top lane after they'd already given up that turret to teleport in from Dandy was a bad call. It was just a series of judgment errors that came through from Vici that put them in this hole.
And like you said already, Spawn, how rare is it that Vici are the team to misplay the map?
Yeah, that's just... Honestly, it's crazy. I wasn't expecting that coming into this series. I was expecting OMG to try and brawl this one out, but the fast push strategy has been around for a very long time, and it just wasn't answered aptly.
Not yet, at least as Vici backs firmly against the wall here in game number 2. OMG can already taste the 3 points they'll get, but they do need to close it out. 13 minutes in, Far too early to call this one just now, but OMG have carved out a monumental lead. 5k up, gonna seal with the blue buff. VG literally don't own anything anymore.
Yeah, one thing you can say is they're getting some farm funneled into them right now. Young, the one with a big CS advantage. Everyone else only has little advantages across the map. And it's hard to push into a Victor, so they should be able to stall out for quite some time, VG Gaming, but the scaling, apart from maybe AD carry, is fairly neutral across the map. You can say maybe Rek'Sai also outscales Eve because of the Cinderhulk build coming through there. But OMG have a window around the 5th Dragon that they're going to get so early to just continue to win team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon 3 at this point is coming up in a couple minutes here as World 6. Trying to counter jungle Loveling. I don't think so. Finds World 6, forcing the tunnel out.
Young also there.
Threat and Cool also roaming in, but instead will just make sure his mid laner gets the blue buff.
Yeah, exactly right. They're able to secure that one across. Might even pick it up himself.
Yep, gonna take it. Cool says, you know what? I don't need it. Amazing's like, can I have it? It's like, no.
Yeah, Cool grabbed the other blue buff on the other side of the rift, so he's nice and safe there. You see the trio of, 2 pink wards on that side of the map. Mata hasn't been that far into his jungle to be able to see them yet, but they're at the choke points that are very important. So OMG really playing to their win conditions right now, looking for the skirmishes in the jungle and controlling everything VG wants.
And again, put down deep vision, look for a pick. If you don't find it, keep pushing down. OMG now playing to the top side of the map. Dragon not back just yet. So making sure they play to the side that gives them the most benefit, given that that objective's off the map, and they're looking to maybe take a tier 2. Dandy not here just yet, and Loveling has had free reign of this jungle.
Yeah, he certainly has, and we mentioned the fact that jungle #1 was 70-30 split with VG definitely winning out of that one. This time, Loveling gets his foot in the door in the matchup and able to really kick it open. The triple kill helped, not going to lie, but right now looking very strong, and Dandy in a very dangerous position of being dove.
Just being pressure back here, even Uzi. Nice little item lead here, although it's close. Infinity Edge, Avarice Blade with a Brawler's Glove in there as well. Because why not there for Uzi, working on the Zeal. With a Blade of the Ruin King done for Endless. He has reached that first core item, but Loveling just taking the red. VG aren't even in time to kind of see it die.
Yeah, and I like the skin choice because he really is being sneaky and stealing the maximum away right now. Loveling, great thief coming through there.
And it's just... Again, it's classic OMG play. Loveling feels like he's playing a lot more like he used to in the jungler's face, aggressively towards the lanes, but he's not overdoing it. He's not over-diving or going too crazy, although this might be problems for Endless.
Yeah, Endless looking like he's about to be dove there.
Oh, scrying orb down. Tibbers in as well. Silver Ultimate will come through. Mata just a pulverize. I think he wanted a headbutt, but didn't quite go in there. They'll burn a couple of ultis. They won't get the kill, but a good attempt there from OMG.
Big one was a teleport coming out of Dandy there, so they get some topside pressure as well. Cool still hanging out in the mid lane as that pest. Mata's gone in, however.
Yeah, Loveling has been spotted out. Exhausted down as well. Good equalizer there from Dandy. Loveling will get caught there. Flame Spitter's out. Harpoon one lands. The next one goes through. And Hatong's going to get himself a kill.
Yeah, so Hatong able to pick that one up. Good engage coming through from Mata, understanding that Tivers as well as Agony's Embrace was down, so able to get one back against the Tide. Jiyoung trying to beat up this top lane turret, but it's still very early in the game, and VG doing their best to try and eke out some form of a mid-game comeback.
Yeah, they're still playing in, trying to get, again, picks where they can as World 6. Going to get himself the big raptor, smites it away from Cool. Level 11 though, Morello Nomicon Sword Juice here for the Azir. And Cool just sitting in the mid lane farming and pressuring the tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, so just continuing to work on it. You can see the drops come through from Hatong though. Cool might need to get back quite soon because Dragon's up in 22 seconds. And that's a very clear win condition for OMG right now. It's only 17 minutes in. If they can get anywhere near Dragon #5 by the 30-minute mark, it's going to be difficult for VG to contest in that time period. VG sneak one back, they might have a chance of Vayne getting into relevance.
VG do need time here, that's correct. So we'll see if they can buy some with a potential Dragon Seal. OMG though, already lined up for it here. Got good wards down. VG has like a couple into the area. We'll see Loveling, they get the Scuttle Crab. They'll know likely that the Dragon is the one going down, but VG just can't be there on time. Cool also got the tier 2 in mid, by the way, so OG have even further vigilance. That's 3 Dragons, easy as you like for oh my god.
Yeah, 3 Dragons picked up. They've got a 6,000 gold lead. They just know no one's here because of the advanced warding they have. Might be able to pressure top lane turret, which was already low. So they are looking to grab an objective, but Uzi pushes ridiculously far.
Yeah, Amazing's going to join in there as well to try and get some of that down. The movement's been going to help OMG, and they've been playing very map-oriented here in this particular game. again, didn't think I'd say OMG would outplay Vici on a map today, but this is where we are, 18 minutes in.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up another tier 2 for themselves if they hurry this one through. Orion just such a strong turret pushing ability. They do get it, and you know, it's more that Vici just refuses to fight OMG at this point, so they're forced to play the map, but credit to them for playing it in such a controlled fashion.
Looking good, to say the least, here for OMG.
Oh, not again, World 6 says. Oh, Loveling misses him this time.
Wolf Spirit actually helps out there. Loveling's taking to creep his way through, getting tracked by the Tremor Sense right now. Loveling doesn't see anything he really likes, except maybe the Scuttle Crab. Probably just take that as a consolation.
Yeah, so in the end, not really much happening on this map still. 5 turrets to 1. OMG definitely in the driver's seat. A minute until Baron. Wonder if they'll pull the trigger early on that one coming through. As Loveling's fought well.
Yeah, he's just going in now to World 6, although found Hatong with a death cap. Agony's Embrace goes down to save him from some of the Chaos Storm. And good ulti trade there from OMG. Loveling still in the enemy's faces.
Yeah, and you know, that's definitely in the advantage of OMG yet again, because a mid lane ultimate for the jungle, especially when your mid laner has so much anti-dive potential, means that top lane turret will fall.
Yeah, Cool needs a couple more hits onto it. Arise not going to be enough to finish it off from there. They don't get it just yet, but they've caught Martha out. He's forced to ultimate. Xiang, though, make sure he tanks the damage, although Endless coming in. He'll now be attacked by Uzi, but Dandy has killed Amazing. Uzi going to get chunked out by the Death Ray as Cool is trying to keep them away. Vici doing a good job kicking OMG out of their jungle.
Yeah, so once again, the 1-for-0 trade goes over to Vici. OMG, even with this huge lead, not able to get the team fights they're looking for. And credit to Vici. Good equalizer came through there. Fighting in chokes against Victor Laser is very dangerous. And now they're looking to maybe camp a brush and blow Cool up.
Oh, Hatong's been spotted. Cool. Only has a need to see a drop up, but he still feels so much strength here in this game. Won't quite get the turret, though. Hatong's doing a good job with that wave clear, getting him off it. But Cool actually just wants to kill by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's staying aggressive. There needs to be careful because there is a rumble also in the area. So as this game progresses, OMG, they're looking for a way to get in there and close it out nice and quickly. It's 20 minutes in right now, but they just not got enough items to dive. And as you can see, they're being repetitively pushed out.
To be fair, they do already have 5 turrets, so just working on the 6th without a Baron buff is in and of itself quite impressive. But I agree, Vici are holding on nicely. They know they just have to grit and bear it and try and scale, and Vayne Victor is not a joke in the late game.
Yeah, 100%, you know, and at this point, 6,000 gold, the advantage for OMG. That's close to insurmountable. You know, nothing is impossible in the game of League of Legends, but as far as leads go, that's quite pretty right now for the team that's holding it at 20 minutes in. So they just need to continue to be patient. Soon enough, they're going to get to an item threshold where diving isn't an issue, and they just, even on equal farm, trading farm right now isn't necessarily a bad thing for OMG, because at about the 26-minute mark, Vici have to fight them for the next dragon.
Yeah, they're expecting to, again, snowball that as well. OMG have everything working for them right now here. In fact, barely a blemish on this game, apart from that turret and a couple of kills. Xiang, not that tanky, does have a good mix of items, but none completed. It means he's not, you know, a super tank like we saw from the Dandy Maokai in game number 1. OMG are, again, playing this patiently, but it's nice to see them not rushing things, but still being decisive. It's nice, to, you know, they're aggressive, but only when they need to be.
Yeah, exactly right. They're once again trying to trade objectives here. Top lane will go down for bottom lane. So Cool able to pick out the last outer turret. Everything now cleaned up for what should be the pushes into the base coming fairly soon. But Endless will get one back for his team.
Yeah, Xiang actually not even trying something in the bottom side as OMG actually going to teleport down. They're going to try and get the inhibitor turret in the top lane. If they can get this, it'll be a stroke of genius as far as movement goes. But Dandy puts down his ulti, will deny the first wave.
Yeah, an important teamfight ultimate gone with only a minute 30 left on Dragon. So you have to say probably once again OMG's favor, but Vici stalling out nicely still. They've consolidated at about 6,000 gold being the lead, and they're still farming quite nicely on all their carries.
Sun turret up for Cool's another nice bit of vision there as they're looking for that dragon. And OMG again moving forward, setting up advanced vision, clearing out those wards that Vici have placed. You can see that one little ward that snuck in near the Dragon River, and that's it as far as Vici's vision there goes.
Yeah, it certainly is. Wow, Hatong still does damage though.
Victor, yeah. Victor's just sort of like that.
Yeah, Victor's a really good champion at the moment.
He's a good champion, he's leveling. Looking for more wards, you can see, I think that might be... Yeah, I think that's just the Raptor Sense hanging out forever. So a bit of a visual bug there, I think. Showing they're going to back his way home. Got enough time to get in a shot before he makes good.
Gets his back stopped, actually, and might have been caught out.
Marta diving in, but there's another talisman to try and press, see if he can really get aggressive. Cool goes back though. He's got his death cap and Alacrity enchantment on his boots. He is ready to go in this team fight.
Yeah, he runs really quickly coming through there. As you see the gold popping up over his head from his sun turret. He might have been caught.
I like this a lot from Marta. Oh, gets pulverized, the headbutt down as well. Cool gonna have to pop the ultimate. He gets locked down, manages to flash out of it, might just live. The ulti there from Uzi going to keep him out. The equalizer is enough though. Dandy snipes him with the ulti.
And that's going to be a dragon going across to Vici. We said if they can contest one, peg it back in their favor, it's only going to mean good thing. They get control over the area because there's some misplayed back timings. And Vici look to still be holding on.
Great play set up there from Marta. The dragon does go over to Vici. Cool, 20 seconds left as OMG trying to barrel down the mid lane to get some damage done, but they're a bit out of position now, and Cool looking a little silly after that play.
Yeah, it certainly is, but now OMG think they've caught them out of blue.
Loveland gets an ulti down to World 6. Gravity Field keeps them away. Teleport down for Danny means he's going to join back in. Boomerang blade, not quite enough. Xiang though dives in. Loveland does get World 6. They've got its own next. The Chaos Storm though explodes for the damage, but it's not enough to kill. Amazing. Endless kiting back. Loveland chasing him relentlessly. And OMG answer back with 2 kills.
Yeah, so they're able to pick it up. Dandy still hasn't got the equalizer. They're going to push into the base, see if they can pressure the turret.
Looking to break it now. Xiang taking a little too much damage from the Vayne. Mata stuns him up there with a pulverized combo. Uzi now going to get aggressed on by Dandy, who's overheated. But OMG will get out of the area just in time. And Cool's now pushing mid.
Yeah, so in the end, they win the 4v5 team fight. You wonder why they didn't pull the trigger around Dragon, especially with the equalizer down, but able to catch them out, so that's a good thing right now for OMG. They also push in, do a lot of damage to the bottom turret. But Vici, we said they needed to get one Dragon back, push this game out to around about the 40-minute mark. They've been able to do that. Will it be enough time? We still don't know, but at least it keeps their foot in the game.
It doesn't. OMG, after those kills especially, are only getting stronger. 7,000 gold up now for the Oh My God squad. And Righteous Grow is finished for Xiang, working on a major tank item now, but does have that team fight go button completed. Aranduin's done for Loveling to go along with the Warrior and the Merc Turret, so is going tanky. We touched on Cool's lid earlier. We've got a Talisman for Amazing, and Uzi's gone Blade of the Ruin King third.
Yeah, so he's got so much damage. Really is a good pickup right now because there's no danger of armor stacking coming through from the other team. Also good objective control around the Baron area, and that's looked like what OMG wants to do. Force Vici out of the base, make them come fight.
Well, we've got a pink ward in the Baron pit. Vici now going to have to constantly check it, but Amazing and Uzi will just clear them away. Ultimate was used by World 6. Marta's eventually going to run out of Sidestone wards. They pull the trigger, they pop the Talisman, but they've got a Talisman of their own and the Speed Triumph from the Scuttle Crab. Pretty tricky for Vici to get in here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Xiang gets a nice ward over that wall, and now the flank is a very real potential. Xiang going
Actually
in.
going to get caught out of position here though. Pops his ulti, but Vayne doing too much damage, goes down already. Mata though, gonna mount also Amazing, taking a lot, but Loveling's just gone straight in. Endless gets himself a double, gonna find himself with not quite the triple. And a bit of a misstep there for OMG. Vici team fighting nicely.
Yeah, so in the end, able to kite back. Atong is still ridiculously strong at this point in the game. And running head first into a team as the only real tanky member there. Xiang was not such a great move.
No, I mean, just not tanky enough for that sort of 1v5 flank, to be honest. He's got, again, the makings of those big items, but just none of them finished yet.
Yeah, not even Boots 2 coming through there to help with some auto attack. So a lot of the pressure around Baron now dissipates. Vici, once again, back to the 6,000 mark. We said it was growing to 7. They get their small advantage.
And it's crazy to think that we're almost having a repeat game just from a different side here. OMG got played around the map by Vici and had to claw their way back in with some team fights. Feels like Vici doing exactly the same thing here.
Yeah, they needed to wait for Loveling to set up the flank there. He had a really good position on the top of the team fight. Mata was caught out. In the end, it was a really good equalizer from Dandy that zoned the rest of the team away. He doesn't do great damage, but the slow is fantastic with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter at this part of the game. And Hetong just blows people up. He's got a Void Staff now. He's legitimately 3.5 items because I count that starting item as so strong at this point in the game with levels. Just able to continue to put out this huge Victor damage.
You can tell OMG are looking for some sort of pick here, but a couple of sneaky wards from Vici's giving them enough vision to know Baron hasn't been started, and they're just going to take whatever they can. Again, we said Vici have to be patient. Still behind 6,000 gold, but their patience is starting to pay off.
Yeah, it certainly is, you know, and 1 minute 40 until Dragon. To think this would have been number 5 if OMG had played it right, I'm sure they would have preferred that to be the scenario. Now only number 4. Vici once again. No one's been on that side of the map for such a long time because Baron was the focus. Need to get in and set up their ward line to make sure they can catch someone out. Still 5v5. It's going to be a rough fight. But if they can get the pick once again onto Shiyang or onto Loveling, one tank down, you think they can actually nearly take it.
And on the other side, OMG just need to position themselves properly. You mentioned that last setup for the fight. Shiyang a little too eager. Loveling not quite there for the flank just yet. OMG don't need to do much to make sure they take the next fight, but they do need to make sure they take the next fight.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they play the game smart. You know, a lot of the gold right now is actually on their jungler. Loveling is so much bigger than what World 6 is. And they've actually given up control over the Baron area.
That's weird.
Vayne does a lot of Baron damage.
Vayne does do a lot of Baron damage. Endless is actually not massive, but relevant right now with Blade of the Ruined King PD and the QSS. OMG, for how well they played the early game, it feels like their mid-game's been a little wanting.
Yeah, it's one of those weird positions where you have to continually overextend. It's so hard, easy to be caught out of position here. So OMG, they definitely have made those slip-ups. Don't look as crisp as you would have liked them to be at this part of the game, but still 6,500 gold, Dragon up in 20 seconds. They have all the approach vision. This is a time to catch someone out.
This is a good setup here. Shiyang did get spotted by World 6's Tremor Sense, I believe, but OMG gonna start the Dragon. No, not up yet, can't start it. Never mind, just take the Scuttle Crab instead. But they are getting ready for it, but Vici want Baron.
Yeah, Vici are definitely threatening it. You know, they're sending Hetong and Endless into the fog of war, making sure that at all points of the game you have to look at it. Teleport is available for Shiyang. No home guard boots yet finished up, but is able to fly into the back of the team. And Loveling pulls the trigger. No, just
a bit of love tap there onto Dandy with a hate spike. Hetong, though, looking to move in. The Chaos Storm's already been used. Shiyang trying to get back into the front line, so tank up what he can. Cool is low. He does go down to Dandy. Shiyang trying to tank up what he can. They're chasing Dandy, but Uzi needs to get back in. Hetong doing absolutely ridiculous damage here at this stage. Now Shiyang going to dive in onto Endless, but Hetong's the target Uzi wants. Endless takes out the Maokai, though, as Shiyang falls. And OMG are all over the place. They've just lost a 3-0 team fight.
Yeah, and they use their teleport for it as well. Uzi trying to get some
gets
cleanup.
The kill onto Mata. That's 1 for 3 now. Uzi needs a lot more than that, though.
Yeah, he certainly does. Can he get World 6?
Going in, Endless is the next target. Loveling, little too much damage, and Hetong just doing work. He's out of mana. This might be what OMG need, but instead they'll reconsolidate and push down some waves.
Yeah, it looks like they want to take away the Dragon. Teleport is available for Dandy. We'll see whether he has anything to say for it, but Uzi coming up the savior this time around. You can see OMG not really happy with himself from the player cams. It's down to a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, OMG have sort of let this lead kind of get closer and closer here. They've sort of whittled it down. It's like they've got a massive lead. They made a good investment, but they're sort of skimming savings off the top now to buy a couple things here and there. And all of a sudden, we're going to look down at their bank account and realize all our money's gone.
Yeah, exactly right. And we mentioned the fact that Vayne is not going anywhere in this game. We already saw once tonight what a late game Vayne can do. That was Mystic bringing us the Infinity Edge build. And it looks like right now, Endless is on a similar path. And Eve isn't really a true tank. She gets tanky through the items. Really only Maokai going to be relied on here. Amazing. He's incredibly squishy as this game goes on. And it's just a difficult situation.
Saw the gold there just briefly. Pretty much just Uzi that has that big lead here. And Endless is not too far behind. Uzi does need to make it work now while he has the power. And he has been really pulling up in these team fights. Pretty much single-handedly made sure that Vici didn't get that last Baron. Dragonfall did get an OMG there as well. Were able to take it away. But cool. He's going to go back, get most of his on, as you have to think. Might have enough. Does, in fact, have enough. So that's a good spike for him. And OMG, they know they have to fight soon. They've got all the power. I don't know what else they're looking for, but they need to do something quick.
Yeah, they're just not finding the engage that they're looking for. You know, fantastic play out of Hetong. He's just able to blow anyone that runs at him up. He's got another big stick in his inventory as well. So he's doing a heck of a lot of damage. And you're right, it looks like OMG right now, they think the game's a little bit closer than what it is. 5,000 gold at 32 minutes. It's shrinking because as time goes on, gold becomes less relevant and levels are still there for VG Gaming because of all the waves that have shoved in. Actually, in some cases, they're higher level than their counterpart. You look over at the top laners in particular, and that's just going to get worse as the game goes on for OMG.
You can see OMG as well. Trying to set up this Baron now. Xiang will spot a pink ward there with a sapling. And Uzi did go back and get himself a last whisper. That's not bad, but he does have his teleport. OMG, though, can at least force an issue here. They'll probably get a cooldown.
Yeah, so we'll see whether they're happy to start it up and make them come to them. They've caught out Loveling.
Oh, Mata actually might be the one caught out here. Loveling cutting back for a bit of damage, but it is Loveling that
and it's 3
will
members
back away
starting up
first.
Baron right now without the jungler.
Really smart from OMG. They know they've got the damage. A ward will spot them. Dandy's coming in around the side. OMG probably have to disengage here. Dandy, can he line up the ulti? World 6 is looking for a steal. This is going to be close. World 6 dives into it. Dandy going to get chased up by Uzi. He flashes in. He gets the kill. Who's going to get the Baron though? Smite for Loveling does secure it. Cool. Pops his on as they dive onto her tongue. They must kill the Victor. Uzi going to dive back in. He's got just enough to kill him. And that was so close for OMG. They've got 4 kills for nothing.
Yeah, they're able to win with Uzi and Cool on very little health. It was a dangerous gambit for Dandy to go to that side of the pit. Got an okay equalizer, what was blown up by Uzi. And you feel that this might be what they were waiting for.
Yeah, they finally break the base. They've got Baron. They would by now have the Dragon 5, but they might not need it. Base is broken, but the time is not quite long enough for them to finish the game.
Yeah, still only 35 minutes in, but now with a 10,000 gold advantage, or nearly, as well as a Baron buff, 2 huge waves pushing into them. Uzi's 6 items, by the way. Absolutely massive. Let's take another look. So Dandy, he goes for the hero play, gets around the side, gets a decent equalizer, but really the rest of the team just can't get on the back end. They try their best. So Tong nearly blows up Cool, but the Zonya's just too much. Endless really prioritizing Uzi there at the end. And it was honestly like half an item each, and that team fight goes over to Vici Gaming still, but OMG, just because of their lead, able to scrape through.
Yeah, and Uzi, fantastic play there in that team fight. Pretty much did everything he could to eke out maximum damage on priority targets and made sure they won through there. Loveling as well, a nice clutch smite. World 6, you saw what he did smite, but he was a little short on the damage calculation. It's amazing. He's been caught up by World 6. Endless here as well with the condemn. OMG just keep losing people for free.
Yeah, and they might be able to get Xiang.
Oh, equalizer's good. Endless going to chase him down. Xiang forced to pop that ulti. OMG, do not face check that brush.
Yeah, will they re-engage?
Oh, Loveling a little too close to Mata. Going to poke out though. Loveling confident. Really laying in damage with the hate spikes.
I don't know whether they know if Patong's still got ulti. This is dangerous.
They're doing something here. Jiang actually going to dive in onto Mata, but he's going to get blown up here by Endless. They're trying to cut away. Loveling almost low, and now Uzi's popped his ulti and has to run away. Massive crit onto the Victor. And the ulti's down, they might be able to re-engage.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can get it, but they lose 2 members in the end for nothing. They're trying to stop the recalls right now because super creeps are on the base. See whether they get a turret for it. No, Victor already back, so OMG, once again, a hiccup. They waste half their Baron buff.
They're dragging up in a minute now as they lose a couple of people. Have to regroup to try and go for that Dragon 5. Uzi will shove down the top side. World 6 coming back in. Go to his Raptors as the first thing. Both teams know Dragon is up soon. It's a very key objective with Baron being down especially. And OMGs have to stop making these small mistakes. They look good overall, but it's the little things that in execution that's really let them down so far.
They just need to stop fighting 4v5. Group up. You've got a 10,000 gold lead, which is still a 9,000 gold lead at this point in the game. You should just be able to close this one out fairly textbook, especially with the base broken, but not able to get it done.
I think that's a key difference between these two teams is OMG can play the team fight style, can really play into a team that are known for mounting strong comebacks. Vici have done a good job this game, keeping it and possibly still poised to take this one out. But it's still a big deficit to try and climb back from. It's shortening slowly as the time ticks on and on, but OMG looking for that Dragon. It's up in 10 seconds. They're basically at full strength. If not now, then when, OMG?
Yeah, so we'll have to see whether they're able to pull the trigger. It looked like Cool was going to go back there. That's not where you want to be because it's 5 Dragons right now has spawned and Vici are poised around it. They know they have to fight.
Yeah, they're the first to the area. Loveling looking for a flank. They pop the Sivrot. Loveling, 3-man Agony's embraces. Mata gonna get the bear. Jumped onto him there. Will go down though to Uzi and they'll keep chasing in. Dandy gonna get eliminated there. Xiang isolates him and Cool just gonna dive in. Uzi running in there as well. Can Tong and Endless turn around? No, they can't. They will go down. World 6 the only one left. Uzi did die in the exchange, but OMG get what they want.
Yeah, so in the end, it will be OMG closing out at 37 minutes into this game. They will grab their 2-0 and start off their gauntlet weekend with a 3-point victory.
And that's what they need here. Vici really made them work for it in both games, but OMG showing that they're still one of the top teams in China with a very strong 2-0 victory.
Yeah, so able to close this one out. Maybe not in the fashion they would have liked, but it's the results that matter at the end of the day, Pastry. And you got to say that they played the early game incredibly well.
Crazy to think that they won game one barely by the skin of their teeth and looked maybe better in the execution of that end game than here in game two. A bit sloppy towards the end, but an excellent early game and a nice closeout means that OMG able to strong arm Vici in a tongue. Just looks flat. He played so well this series.
Yeah, he did. Both games he was able to step up for his team and be that primary carry. Unable to get them across the line twice, but as you said, OMG, they looked happier after game one, which was arguably a closer game. This game, even though they always had the lead, just weren't able to execute in those critical moments.
But OMG do get the points. Uzi, you can see, I feel like he always smiles when he sees the enemy AD carry. It's like, we had fun, right? Enemy AD carry is like, I hate you.
Yeah.
Playing so good.
Why?
Uzi had a really good game then as well. I think it's nice to see both of the OMG carries and Lovelink sort of starring in there as well. As OMG take him out. You deserve it after the 2-0. You know, I think Cool definitely was the man of game number one, but I think Uzi might have been the man of game number two.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. Played much more within himself. Knows the bounds of Sivir really well, you have to say. Uzi, he was the one that started off that fast push, got the turret down nice and early, and, you know, the team fights also he excelled in. Recognized smart item build came through. So, yeah, definitely my MVP of game two.
Yeah, and Uzi is the kind of player that when he knows the limits of a champion, when he can push them and eke out maximum damage in every situation, that's when he looks most comfortable. That's when he looks his best.
Yeah, I definitely agree with it. And it's so weird that it's a mid-game carry now like the Sivir. You know, he had his Lucian that he used to do similar things on when Lucian was incredibly strong. And that just means that OMG able to get the first 2-0 of the weekend.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Nice to start a long weekend. We're actually going to have a look at the standings now after all that's said and done. EDG still atop there at 21 points. QG going to be chasing them as well this weekend here at 20. But OMG rocket up to third place now at 19 points.
Yeah, I guess Masters 3 and Snake still very much in that chase. And Invictus Gaming, who we'll take a look at later on in the weekend, also in there. LGD finally getting some games together. They move into equal sixth, and Vici round us out.
Yeah, Vici, they're sitting at 16 points there to make up your current playoff look. And unfortunately, the 4-poor team still sitting down towards the bottom. RNG, they're 12 points. They're sitting in 9th. And a 3-way tie for last at 10 points between UP, King, and World Elite. Teams that all really need points this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly have. King and WE, they both grabbed a point each today to move up equal with UP. So that's a 3-way tie now. And, you know, that last spot, all important to get out of it because auto-relegation is definitely something that a team doesn't want to have to deal with.
No, nobody wants that at all. So we are done for the evening with that. A nice last series there for OMG to close out the night. But for myself, Spawn, Atlas, FLICKR, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL action.